Come out. With a creak, the old wooden door opened, letting in harsh sunlight that stung Xie Yunshu's eyes. She instinctively closed them for a moment. A nurse at the door looked at her with disdain. Dr. Lou is waiting for you outside. Stop dragging your feet. Xie Yunshu blinked her dry eyes and managed a bitter smile. Yes, everyone looked down on her, saying that as a single mother and an ordinary worker, she didn't deserve someone like Dr. Lou, who was admired by many. Moreover, she had been labeled as mentally ill and had lost her job at the packaging factory. The person who sent her to the mental hospital was her own husband, Dr. Lou Zhixing. The winter in Haicheng was very cold. She instinctively hugged her thin shoulders and walked out in silence. It was so cold that it felt like her heart was trembling. The nurse rolled her eyes and muttered, she was only locked in a room for 5 days. What a drama. She was quite fierce when she hit Comrade Joe before, wasn't she? Xie Yunshu stopped and turned back with a blank expression. If I dared to hit someone now, would you like to try? The nurse fell silent, awkwardly looking away. Xie Yunshu coldly curled her lips and stepped outside. Doctors and nurses all knew she wasn't mentally ill, yet they kept her locked up for 5 days just because her husband claimed she had lost control and needed to calm down. How ridiculous. The reason she needed to calm down was that she had slapped his young friend. 5 days was enough to drive someone mad, especially with the poor conditions in the room. Just a thin blanket, 2 buns and a bottle of water each day, and the rice porridge they brought was cold. The second night after she arrived, she developed a high fever, but no nurse came to check on her. Even a person delivering food just tossed it in through the window. The dual torment of her mind and body made her feel worse than dead. In her delirium, she had a hazy dream. A dream that spanned 10 years. When she finally woke up, it felt like she had traveled to another world. It was now the winter of 1986. The dream and reality overlapped, and she knew it was more than just a dream. 5 days ago, she had discovered that her beloved husband was keeping another woman. In a fit of rage, she had rushed to the hospital and, in front of everyone, slapped that woman hard. Do you really need a man? Staring at someone else's husband to him. The woman was pretty, with a frail figure and tear-streaked cheeks. Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. My relationship with Zhixing is not what you think. Misunderstanding? She must be foolish to believe that. She nestled in Lu Zhixing's arms, her eyes full of provocation, deliberately mentioning the issue of the new house to provoke her. Sister-in-law, don't think too much. Brother Lou is just being kind by letting me stay here. If you don't want me here, I can leave right away. Lu Zhixing protected her from behind, looking at her coldly. Yunshu, you don't know anything and you're attacking Xinhua. Apologize to her right now. Xie Yunshu almost laughed. She pointed at Lu Zhixing and shouted, I never questioned your salary, but today I find out that 50 out of $60 goes to this woman. Is that what you call a misunderstanding? Her good husband let another woman live in their newlywed home and gave her most of his salary, all while claiming it was a misunderstanding. Seeing her causing a scene and more people gathering around, Lu Zhixing took a deep breath. Comrade Xie Yunshu is not in her right mind. We need to take her to the hospital to calm down. Xie Yunshu still remembered how shocked she felt that day. Her husband had gone to such lengths for another woman. Why do you look so pale? Are you cold? The man beside her frowned slightly and instinctively took off his coat to drape it over her. Don't catch a chill. When we get home, I'll make you some soup to warm you up. Xie Yunshu shifted slightly. The coat still held warmth but also carried a faint scent that was different from the soap used at home. Seeing her remain silent, Lu Zhixing paused. Yunshu, taking you to the hospital was necessary. It's hard for a single mother like Xinhua and you shouting accusations at her. That's too much for her. So turning me into a crazy person isn't a problem? Xie Yunshu couldn't help but retort. You let her stay in our home and gave her money each month. Did you not think about the consequences? Lu Zhixing took a deep breath. I've already arranged for the doctor to provide a statement. It won't affect you. As for my situation with Xinhua, it's a misunderstanding. Let's talk about it at home. What a lack of impact. Because of this situation, she lost her job as a formal employee. Even with a doctor's note, people still thought she had mental issues. And in her past life, this man truly drove her to madness. As for Zhou Xinyu, Xie Yunshu woke up from her dream and realized clearly that while they might not have had a real relationship, it was definitely not innocent. Zhou Xinyu and Lu Zhixing had known each other since childhood. Her father had helped the Lu family. When Zhou's father passed away due to illness, a teenage Zhou Xinyu left Haiqing with her mother. The next time Lu Zhixing saw her, it was in a remote mountain area, where his childhood friend had been taken by human traffickers and married off to a man in his 50s. Years of suffering had left the once most beautiful girl in the courtyard scarred and tormented. Lu Zhixing was shocked and immediately used his connections to bring her back, along with Zhou Xinyue's son. From then on, Lu Zhixing became Zhou Xinyue's savior. Xie Yunshu lived in a house provided by her workplace with Lu Zhixing. As soon as she entered, without waiting for him to speak, she took hot water into the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, the delicious smell of meat and vegetables filled the air. Lu Zhixing, a respected chief physician, was in the kitchen wearing an apron, cooking. He turned around when he heard her and smiled. "Sit down and have some soup. Another dish will be ready soon." There were 2 plates of food and 2 bowls of fragrant rice on the table. Anyone would say this was a good man. But if it weren't for the suffocating 10 years she had experienced in her dreams, Xie Yunshu might still be torturing herself with love for him until her last breath. "Let's eat," Lu Zhixing said gently as he placed a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the table, sitting across from her. "Take your time. I'll buy some ribs tomorrow." It was as if he wasn't the one who had put his wife in a mental hospital for another woman. Xie Yunshu silently scooped rice, eating the eggs and meat without hesitation, not even looking up. Lu Zhixing was naturally reserved. In the past, when they ate together, Xie Yunshu would chatter away while he listened, occasionally responding with a word or 2. Now, with Xie Yunshu silent, the empty room was filled only with the sounds of their eating and the clinking of dishes. After finishing her meal, Xie Yunshu pushed her bowl away, without any intention of washing it, and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Previously, their routine was that after meals, Xie Yunshu would eagerly tidy up the table, rarely letting Lu Zhixing help with chores, even assisting her in cooking. She once thought this was love between a couple, but now she just wants to call herself a fool for serving him. Despite his position as the chief doctor at the city hospital, she gained nothing from it. All her salary went to the household. What has this broken marriage brought her? Instead, he took advantage of his position and labeled her as mentally unstable. Lu Zhixing slowly put down his bowl. If he still couldn't sense Xie Yunshu's change at this moment, he would truly be a fool. "Yunshu, I can explain about Xinyu," he said. Xie Yunshu stood at the bedroom door, feeling it was laughable. Now he was willing to explain. How did he respond to her desperate questions in their past life? He only impatiently pinched his brow and looked at her as if she were crazy. "Don't be unreasonable. Isn't 5 days enough time for you to calm down? Xinyu is already pitiful. Why do you have to make things difficult for her?" At that time, Xie Yunshu felt so wronged. He couldn't see Zhou Xinyue's provocations or the mockery from those around them. She was left to struggle alone, tormented and driven to madness. Yet outsiders would still scoff. Dr. Lou is such a good man. He married a wife like her and still doesn't abandon her. If it were someone else, they would have kicked her out long ago. Xie Yunshu is simply a disgrace to Dr. Lou. In this life, let whoever wants to cause trouble do so. She just wants money to live her own life. Since he cares so much for his childhood sweetheart, then let them live happily together. If he wants to support her child, he can do so without dragging her along. As for his explanations, she already knew them. Perhaps it was because he had never seen Xie Yunshu so indifferent before that Lu Zhixing explained a lot. Besides the things Xie Yunshu already knew from their past life, he also said, "Yunshu, this is what our family owes Zhou Xinyue, and I should repay it. Once she settles down, I won't have any further contact with her, all right?" But Zhou Xinyue would never settle down. She clung to Lu Zhixing like a parasite, repeatedly using the child as an excuse to call him away. And between her and Zhou Xinyue, Lu Zhixing never chose her. In her past life, she was trapped in her extreme emotions, constantly monitoring Lu Zhixing. Whenever Zhou Xinyue appeared, she couldn't help but shout and curse, leading everyone to say that Lu Zhixing married a crazy woman. Now, Xie Yunshu no longer has any love for Lu Zhixing and sees the ridiculousness in his words. What makes you think I should repay the Zhou family's debt? Just because I married you, does that mean I owe you something? Does she really owe him just because she has the title of a wife? She earns about 40 yuan a month, almost all of which goes to this household, while Lu Zhixing only contributes 10 yuan a month and still expects her to buy him clothes and cook delicious meals. In the end, it seems like she owes him? Where is the logic in that? You locked me in the hospital to protect her reputation, and now I've lost my job at the packaging factory. Why should I, Xie Yunshu, repay the Lu family's debts? Lu Zhixing, do you know what that job meant to me? Most of my salary goes to support her and her child. What about me? Who is really your wife? Thinking about her past life, Xie Yunshu finally lost control of her emotions. She hated Zhou Xinyue, but even more, she despised the man who claimed he would take responsibility for her. Lu Zhixing paused, realizing there were too many people around at that moment to think clearly. Yunshu, it's okay if you don't have a job. I will take care of you for life. Once things settle down with Xinyue, I won't give her any more money. Xie Yunshu wiped her tears fiercely. She would never believe him again. In her past life, she only focused on keeping the title of Mrs. Lu, forcing herself to become a shrew, while Zhou Xinyue became a head nurse in the hospital, seen as the perfect match for Lu Zhixing. People often said in front of her, if Dr. Lu didn't take responsibility, why would he choose a woman like you? Zhou is just unfortunate. Otherwise, she is the one who truly belongs with Lu Zhixing. In her past life, everyone sympathized with Zhou Xinyue's situation. Lu Zhixing locked himself in the hospital for her, and the packaging factory fired her, while everyone laughed at her. Behind Lu Zhixing's back, people mocked her, saying she was a madwoman who didn't deserve Dr. Lu, like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. They claimed that if it weren't for the Zhou family's troubles, Lu Zhixing would surely marry Zhou Xinyue, not a crazy woman from an ordinary single-parent family. They said she was an uncultured shrew, inferior to the educated and refined Zhou Xinyue. But originally, she and Lu Zhixing met through an arranged marriage, and he was the one who agreed to it first. Take care of her for life? He did take care of himself for life, but turned her into a detestable madwoman. Even after 10 long and painful years of marriage, she still had no children and could only watch as Lu Zhixing raised Zhou Xinyue's son. A woman in her 30s felt like she was in her 40s or 50s, lacking any vitality. In her dream, she and Zhou Xinyue were trapped in a department store during a sudden fire. Amidst the thick black smoke, Xie Yunshu hid in a corner, watching her husband anxiously carry the frightened Zhou Xinyue away. She suffocated and died, only to open her eyes and find herself back 10 years ago. Remembering the pain before her death, hatred filled Xie Yunshu's eyes. She turned coldly to Lu Zhixing, her tone icy, devoid of any love or warmth. Stop saying useless things. You supported Zhou Xinyue and caused me to lose my job, so I want you to compensate me with 3,000 yuan, and then we can divorce. I won't care who you choose to save. No. Lu Zhixing suddenly stood up, stumbling a bit, shocked that Xie Yunshu would mention divorce. The wooden table shook, and a bowl fell to the floor with a loud crash. Lu Zhixing, usually composed, lost his cool for the first time. Yunshu, I know you've been wronged. I can give you the money, but we cannot divorce. Panic showed in his eyes, and he lost his earlier calmness, lowering his voice. Yunshu, let's not get divorced. A high and mighty person pleading like this would have thrilled the old Xie Yunshu, but now she only felt irritated. Seeing that Xie Yunshu didn't respond, Lu Zhixing's heart sank. He took a deep breath. You're not thinking clearly right now. Don't say things that hurt our feelings. Just then, A cheerful voice came from the door. Xixing, is my sister-in-law back? Zhou Xinyue stood at the entrance, wearing a light yellow down jacket and a red scarf, looking far from a woman who had suffered. Seeing the broken bowl on the floor, she gasped and covered her mouth. Xixing, did you two argue again because of me? Sister-in-law, even if you're angry, please don't break things. Xixing and I are really innocent. Xie Yunshu wouldn't let her off easily and scoffed. Zhou Xinyue, open your eyes. I didn't break that bowl. Your dear brother did. Her sarcastic tone made Zhou Xinyue's eyes redden, and she looked to Lu Xixing for help. Xixing. Lu Xixing pressed his lips together. Xinyue, you should go back first. As soon as Yunshu mentioned divorce, it really threw him off balance. Bringing Xinyue into the mix would only make things worse. But he believed Yunshu was just upset about losing her job, which made her say such things. He didn't think she would actually go through with a divorce. Their relationship had been good for over a year, and he had grown used to having her around. He could clearly feel her love for him. How could she bear to leave him? Zhou Xinyue's eyes flickered, and she nodded obediently. All right, you should talk to your sister-in-law. Don't let me cause any conflict. Sister-in-law, Xixing has been working hard, so please don't be upset with him. Xie Yunshu smiled sarcastically. If they knew she was the reason for the conflict, why did they keep bothering Lu Xixing over trivial matters? Did they think he was the only one who mattered? Zhou Xinyue lingered at the door, hesitating to leave, when suddenly a loud woman rushed in. Xinyue, hurry back. Your little Wei just fell in the yard, and he's bleeding from his knee. Oh, it looks so painful for such a small child. Little Wei, Zhou Xinyue exclaimed, turning to Lu Xixing with tear-filled eyes. What should we do? Little Wei is hurt. Lu Xixing frowned and stepped outside quickly. Don't worry, I'll check on him. Zhou Xinyue looked at him with trust and nodded. Thank you, Xixing. I really don't know what I would do without you. As Lu Xixing reached the yard, he remembered Xie Yunshu's presence. He hesitated for a moment and then turned back. Xinyue can't handle this alone. I'll take the child to the hospital, and we can discuss our issues later. Without waiting for Xie Yunshu's response, he left without looking back. Zhou Xinyue glanced back at Xie Yunshu, her eyes that had just been filled with pity now shining with triumph. Xie Yunshu watched them leave, thinking how well-matched they seemed. She smiled sarcastically, no longer hesitating, and turned to pack her things. She knew that wanting a divorce from Lu Xixing wasn't as simple as just saying it, but she couldn't stand living with him for another minute. The most important thing now was to get her money and distance herself from this couple as far as possible. The bedroom was very tidy, with a double bed measuring 1.8 meters, neatly made with a quilt. The bedsheet was a bright red embroidered with mandarin ducks. Next to it, a dressing table held a plastic-framed mirror and a wooden comb, and further inside was a solid wood wardrobe. This was her dowry, given to her by her mother to ensure she wouldn't suffer if she married into a wealthy family. Xie Yunshu felt a rush of emotion and couldn't help but shed a few tears. She came from a single-parent family. Her father had an accident at the factory when she was just 16, and her brother was only 12. Their mother had struggled to raise them, and the factory allowed her to take over her father's job early to support them. For 5 years, she worked hard, but Lu Xixing's careless words caused her to lose the job her father had sacrificed his life for. How could she not feel anger? The pain from her dreams was still fresh in her mind. Without a job or money, she had to ask Lu Xixing for every penny. Although he didn't say much, his condescending look made her feel worthless. Especially after Zhou Xinyue became head nurse, it made her feel even smaller in front of them both. They argued loudly every day, and eventually, he rarely came home. She felt like she was drowning in her emotions, and she hardly visited her family. She wondered if her mother would be sad to hear about her ungrateful daughter's struggles. Wiping her tears away, Xie Yunshu found a neatly stacked bundle of money under the wardrobe. This was the monthly allowance of 170 yuan that Lu Xixing had given her after their marriage, which she had saved and never spent. Looking back, she realized she had been foolish. After packing a few clothes, She put the misdiagnosis certificate from the hospital inside her bag and stepped out determinedly. She hadn't seen her mother and brother in a long time. Let Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xinyue enjoy their lives together. Her priority now was to earn money and divorce Lu Zhixing. After a long dream, she understood that her fate was in her own hands. Only with money could she stand tall in this world and look down on those who once looked down on her. However, instead of going home directly, she went to the packaging factory to demand an explanation from the manager. She had been fired for being labeled a crazy person, and even with the misdiagnosis certificate, the job had been taken by someone else. Lu Zhixing didn't stand up for her, and when she tried to confront the issue herself, it only reinforced the label. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. However, later she learned that the reason she lost her job so quickly was that the factory manager was eager to bring in his own niece. There was only one position for each person, and even the manager had to wait for an opportunity to arrange someone in. Now she was feeling unwell, and Lu Zhixing wouldn't stand up for her, so this was a perfect chance, wasn't it? Xie Yunshu couldn't accept this situation. She marched towards the factory entrance, and the security guard felt a bit awkward when he saw her. Xie Yunshu, what are you doing here? You've been fired. I'm here to ask the manager for an explanation. Xie Yunshu took out the misdiagnosis certificate from her bag and said clearly, I am not sick. Even if you want to fire me, you can't use this reason. The security guard had known her for a long time and understood that the girl had it tough. Softening, he let her in and patiently advised her, just talk it out nicely. Don't be too aggressive. It might not work in your favor. Xie Yunshu felt grateful. She knew the guard meant well. After all, her loud outbursts in her dreams hadn't led to good results, had they? But this time was different because she didn't plan to get her job back. In the factory office, Manager Li held a large teacup, looking like an old leader. Comrade Xie, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this matter has already been decided. I can't just dismiss the new worker because of you. You insisted on making a fuss, and with a title like mentally ill, our factory can't employ you. Xie Yunshu placed the misdiagnosis certificate on the table. Manager Li, this is a misdiagnosis. Manager Li didn't even look at it and waved his hand impatiently. I don't understand this. Anyway, the dismissal is justified, and there's nothing that can be done. In the end, he just wanted Xie Yunshu to accept her fate. Xie Yunshu didn't rush him. Instead, she took out the dismissal letter from the factory. Comrade Xie Yunshu has been dismissed from the packaging factory due to mental illness. After reading this line, she looked at Manager Li with a half-smile. Clearly, there is a misdiagnosis certificate, yet Manager Li still wants to use this reason to convict me. Isn't that slander? It doesn't matter if you don't give me an explanation. I will report the situation to the union. If no one helps, I will take a train to Jingbei to report it. I refuse to believe that no one in our country will give me an answer. Manager Li never expected Xie Yunshu would say such things. The dismissal is said to be reasonable and compliant, but if it goes to the union, the factory manager will be the first to face consequences. He knows he can't withstand an investigation. But how could she possibly return to that position? Comrade Xie, let's discuss your needs properly. We've known each other for a long time, so why make this so tense? I remember your father was a good comrade. Manager Li, realizing a tough approach wouldn't work, tried a softer one. How about this? If there are any extra positions in the factory, I will prioritize you. Xie Yunshu could tell this was just a temporary solution. Waiting for extra positions in the factory could take forever. The packaging factory was already struggling, and many workers in their 40s had to retire early to let their children take over. If she waited, she'd be left with nothing. I can forego the position, but I want compensation. Xie Yunshu finally stated her purpose for today. Her request was simple: money. This position was earned through my father's hard work. You can't just dismiss me based on unfounded reasons. Even if it goes to the union, I have a valid case. My monthly salary is 33 yuan, which totals 396 yuan a year. I'm only 22, so I can work for at least another 20 years. With bonuses and everything, I don't want much. just a total of 6,000 yuan. Let the new colleagues take over my job, and I promise not to pursue this further. Manager Li was stunned by her bold demand. Without hesitation, he rejected it. Impossible. Xie Yunshu, do you know how much 6,000 yuan is? That's not feasible. The most I can offer is 1,000 yuan. 100 yuan could feed a family for a year, and she was asking for 6,000. What a joke. Xie Yunshu remained calm. If we can't negotiate, then I'll go to the union. If the union says I should be compensated 1,000 yuan, then I will accept that. She was confident that Manager Li wouldn't dare confront her at the union because she knew that a year later, during the national anti-corruption sweep, he would be the first to be caught for embezzling 80,000 yuan from this small packaging factory. No wonder the factory was struggling with such a corrupt individual in charge. With a guilty conscience, Manager Li definitely wouldn't confront her at the union. Even if it went that far, she might only get a little over 1,000 yuan in compensation. Sure enough, Li factory manager took a deep breath and said, 6,000 yuan is too much. I can offer you 4,000 on behalf of the factory, considering old Xie's reputation. Otherwise, Xie Yunshu smiled at him and replied, 5,000. If it's any less, I'll take it to the union. This stubborn girl is really hard to deal with. Li factory manager felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, but he was also worried that Xie Yunshu would escalate the issue to the union, prompting an investigation. In the end, he had to compromise. All right, I'll approve this compensation for you. Xie Yunshu, just so you know, once you get the money, you have no ties to this packaging factory anymore. Of course, Xie Yunshu nodded. This job was left by her father, and she was just upset about losing it in this way, but she didn't really want to work there. The job at the packaging factory was tiring, and the pay was low. Workers at the clothing and steel factories could earn 50 to 60 yuan a month. The packaging factory only managed to stay afloat because it was a state-owned enterprise, but when the state-owned enterprise reform in the 1990s, many would be laid off. The packaging factory was among the first state-owned enterprises to declare bankruptcy, and its workers would soon be unemployed. A low-paying job that would lead to layoffs in a few years was not worth it compared to a few thousand yuan. After leaving the packaging factory, Xie Yunshu felt relatively good. She thought for a moment, then hopped on her bicycle and headed home. Her mother should already know that she had been hospitalized and lost her job. In her past life, when her mother found out that Lu Zhixing had her locked in the hospital, her usually gentle mother almost confronted him. Plus, her younger brother had just started high school and was skipping classes to support her. It was frustrating that back then, she was so focused on Lu Zhixing that she refused to divorce him, stubbornly clinging to their relationship, which disappointed her mother and brother. They were afraid that causing too much trouble would affect her life, so they held back their feelings. But now, she couldn't hold back at all. Xie Yunshu's family lived in a two-building on Changning Street in Haiqing. A long corridor connected many independent rooms, and the Xie family lived on the first floor in a small suite, right next to the public water basin, which was dark and damp. The door had a sign with the number 106. Xie Yunshu's eyes felt a bit sore, and she took a deep breath before gently knocking on the door. "Mom, it's Yunshu." With a creak, the door opened from the inside, revealing a middle-aged woman with mixed gray hair. Her eyes were red, and upon seeing Xie Yunshu, tears immediately filled her eyes. "Yunshu, it's you. Come in quickly. Let me see you, my dear." After 10 long years, Xie Yunshu finally saw her mother again. No matter how hard she tried to hold back, she couldn't stop the deep sadness inside her. Like a wounded animal, she hugged her mother and cried, "Mom, I missed you. My Yunshu has been wronged. Don't cry, don't cry." Li Fenlin gently patted Xie Yunshu's shoulder, speaking softly, like she was comforting a child. "Be good, my dear. Mommy is here." Xie Yunshu bit her lip tightly, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood, trying to hold back her tears. She straightened up, feeling guilty and sad, and said, "Mom, I'm sorry. I lost Dad's job. That was the job Dad had worked so hard for." Her mother always washed her work clothes neatly and reminded her to work well and not embarrass her father.
But now she had been fired.
Li Fenlin shook her head, took her hand, and sat down on a chair. Then she went into the inner room and came back with 300 yuan. Yunshu, take this money. Lu Zhixing doesn't treat you well. You need to take care of yourself. Hearing this made Xie Yunshu want to cry again. In her dreams, Li Fenlin was the same, using her hard-earned money to bring her daughter back. Her brother also urged her, "Sister, come home. I can work and support you." But back then, she was unwilling and caused a lot of trouble, ultimately hurting her mother's feelings and straining her relationship with her brother, to the point where they barely spoke. What did she gain in the end? Just a tragic fate. Mom, I don't want this. Xie Yunshu pushed the money back into Li Fenlin's hands, knowing it was what her mother had saved from working in a small restaurant.
Li Fenlin frowned.
If I give it to you, you should take it. You can find another job slowly. Without the packaging factory job, will you starve? Yunshu, listen to your mom and stop causing trouble. Lu Zhixing is the main doctor at the hospital. In the end, you'll be the one who suffers. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cover her face. It's my fault. I'm not capable. How could I agree to let you marry him? If your father hadn't passed away early, he wouldn't be able to bully my dear daughter today. Li Fenlin was originally a gentle person. In earlier years, with a man to support the family, life wasn't too hard. Like most mothers, she could endure hardship and swallow her bitterness, but she never wanted her child to suffer even a little. Lu Jia's family is powerful, and she doesn't know how to help her daughter feel better, so she can only cry and self-blame. Xie Yunshu is feeling much calmer now. She holds Li Fenlin's hand and comforts her. Mom, the packaging factory gave me 5,000 yuan as compensation. You can stay home and cook and let Mingqing focus on his studies instead of working at the construction site. He needs to study hard to get into college and have a bright future.
What?
You received the compensation? Li Fenlin, still with tears on her face, looks at Xie Yunshu in disbelief.
How much did you say?
Xie Yunshu smiles. 5,000 yuan. Did Director Li agree to this? Li Fenlin wipes her tears and, frowning, grabs Xie Yunshu's hand. Yunshu, listen to Mom. Don't let Lu Zhixing know about this money. He hasn't treated you well at all. Now that you don't have a job, you need to keep this money for yourself. Xie Yunshu can't help but admire her mother for being so clear-headed, knowing that men can be unreliable and that money is the most dependable thing. Mom, why would I give any money to Lu Zhixing? After how he treated me, I just want a divorce. Xie Yunshu doesn't hide her plans. I want him to give me 3,000 yuan as compensation, and then I'll start a small business. Divorce? Li Fenlin is taken aback. Although she is angry at Lu Zhixing for how he treats Xie Yunshu, she never considered letting her daughter divorce him right now. Losing her job and then getting divorced would make life so difficult. Plus, she understands Xie Yunshu's feelings. Her daughter still has feelings for Lu Zhixing. Yunshu, don't be impulsive. She quickly says, carefully observing her daughter's expression. What will you do after the divorce? A divorced woman often struggles to find a good man again. If Lu Zhixing can change, maybe they could still make their life work. Xie Yunshu feels sad looking at Li Fenlin. In her previous life, her mother also didn't want her to divorce right away, but after seeing her suffer in a suffocating marriage, she repeatedly encouraged her to leave. Mom, I will earn money to support you and send my brother to college. Xie Yunshu says as she pulls out 25 yuan bills from her inner pocket and hands them to Li Fenlin. Here's 100 yuan for you. Tomorrow, I'll go out and see if I can find a job. A healthy person won't starve. She didn't rely on Lu Zhixing before, and she lived just fine. If she doesn't force feelings, even without a job, she can still support herself and hold the family together. In her dreams, she never relied on Lu Zhixing, and in this life, she won't either. Li Fenlin saw her daughter's eyes getting red again. She put the money back and said with a bit of breath, "Who needs your support? Your mom has hands and feet, and she's not too old to move." Xie Yunshu smiled and didn't argue about the 100 yuan. Like when she was little, She hugged Li Finland's arm and rested her head on her shoulder, acting cute. "Mom, can I stay at home today?" She really didn't want to see Lu Zhixing because she was afraid she couldn't control her disgust and anger. Li Finland brushed her hair, knowing her daughter felt wronged. "Your old bed is still here. Mingqing refuses to sleep in it." The Xie family's house wasn't big. It had 2 rooms. The outer room was for cooking, eating, and guests, while the inner room was divided by a curtain. Originally, the siblings shared a room, but when Xie Yunshu grew a bit older, they put up a curtain in the middle. Her bed was about 1.2 meters wide, made by her father when he was alive. Xie Mingqing's bed was much simpler, just a few stools with a board on top, barely a bed. The siblings had always had a good relationship. After Xie Yunshu got married, Xie Mingqing insisted on keeping a bed for his sister. He would always say this was also his sister's home, and how could there be no place for her to sleep? Li Finland would laugh at his childishness, saying Xie Yunshu married a great doctor. So how could she not have a big bed? But now, she just wanted to cry. Her daughter didn't marry a good man, and outsiders said Yunshu was being unreasonable, but only she knew her Yunshu was not that kind of girl. She was lively and never let life's hardships bend her. At 16, a girl loves beauty, yet she wore a blue work uniform every day at the packaging factory and never complained about why her brother could study while she had to work. Clearly, her daughter did well in school too. That's why Xie Mingqing always felt guilty towards his sister. He was too young when their father had his accident and couldn't support the family. Only Yunshu stepped up. But how could Lu Zhixing bully her daughter like that? Her daughter was not an unreasonable person. Seeing Li Finland's expression darken, Xie Yunshu quickly changed the subject. "Has that little rascal Mingqing been studying well? When he comes back, I need to check his homework. If he didn't do well, I'll definitely give him a talking to." Mentioning her son made Li Finland feel a bit better, and with tears in her eyes, she smiled. "Mingqing knows how to study. He reads until midnight every night." The mother and daughter talked about studying for a while, and the heavy atmosphere gradually faded. Xie Yunshu sighed in relief. She didn't mind hard work, but she couldn't stand seeing her mother cry. She wanted to make up for the regrets of the past little by little. Meanwhile, Lu Zhixing took Zhou Xinyue's son to the hospital. After some time, the doctor came out with a bandage and said, "It's nothing serious, just a scrape." Zhou Xinyue was still crying and looked at him as if he were the son. "Zhixing, I don't know what I would have done without you." Thinking about Xie Yunshu's coldness today made Lu Zhixing feel uneasy. He didn't comfort Zhou Xinyue as he usually would. Instead, he paid the medical bill and said, "Xinyue, I have some things to take care of at home. Since Xiaowei is fine, I'll head back." Zhou Xinyue bit her lip. "Are you worried about your wife misunderstanding? I can explain." Lu Zhixing rubbed his forehead. "No need. She's not unreasonable." It was indeed too much to have sent Yunshu to a mental health facility to protect Zhou Xinyue's reputation, and she had every right to be upset. If she misunderstood his relationship with Zhou Xinyue, letting Zhou Xinyue explain would only complicate things further. Today, they even talked about divorce. He couldn't ignore her feelings any longer. After Lu Zhixing left, Zhou Xinyue sat beside her son, without showing any concern. Instead, she looked at him with disdain. "You're useless. You got hurt, and it's just a scrape. Is that supposed to keep Uncle Lu around?" Xiaowei was not yet 5 years old, thin and small, and seemed afraid of Zhou Xinyue.
"I'm sorry, Mom."
Zhou Xinyue ignored him, stood up and walked out. "Get down and come home with me. Do you really need to stay in the hospital for this?" Xiaowei hung his head, afraid to look at her. He climbed down from the bed and quietly followed her, the bandage on his knee seeping blood, but he didn't say a word. Lu Zhixing rode his bike home and hesitated for a moment when passing the supply store. He decided to stop and buy a pack of hawthorn cakes, remembering that Xie Yunshu particularly liked these sweets. She had bought them less often since he didn't like them. The sweet aroma filled his pocket, and he couldn't help but smile. After being married for so long, this felt like the first time he bought her a snack. Would this make her less upset? He decided not to mention divorce again. Talking about such things too often could hurt their relationship. The winter in Haicheng gets dark very early. By the time he got home, it was already past 5, and the sky was completely dark. However, his yard was pitch black. Lu Zixing pressed his lips together, feeling a strange sense of panic. As the attending physician, he often worked long hours and came home late, but no matter when he returned, there was always a warm light on in the house and a hot meal waiting for him on the table. He was used to the warmth she brought, and this darkness was hard for him to adjust to. After just 5 days in the hospital, he knew the environment was tough, but at least he wouldn't go hungry or be cold. In that situation, he had to protect Xinyue's reputation. If it weren't for Yunshu causing a scene in public, he wouldn't have been forced to make this decision. Next door, Dr. Zhang's wife, Chen Shui, peeked out and said, "Dr. Lou, you're back. Is Xinyue's baby okay?" "Oh, such a small child needs to be handled carefully. I wonder why Xinyue has such a hard life. If it weren't for what happened back then." After a moment of reflection, Chen Shui's gaze shifted to the locked door, and she frowned. "Dr. Lou, I know you're a good person, but Xie Yunshu has really gone too far. Xinyue is so pitiful, and she's still being so calculating." Lu Zixing instinctively defended Xie Yunshu, saying, "She's not like that." "Not like that? Then how did she end up in a mental hospital?" Chen Shui didn't believe him. She didn't notice Lu Zixing's expression change as she continued, "You know, she's from a single-parent family. If she hadn't married you, she wouldn't have the right to live in our staff housing. The staff housing at Haicheng First People's Hospital is quite nice, especially with Lu Zixing's position as an attending physician, which allowed them to have a spacious 2-bedroom apartment, much better than the dormitory-style living. Xie Yunshu should be grateful and behave as a good wife instead of causing trouble at the hospital. If it weren't for bad luck, would Xinyue even have a chance to be Mrs.
Lu Zhangshao?"
Lu Zixing's voice suddenly turned cold, and his expression darkened as he defended Xie Yunshu for the first time in front of others. "She is my wife. If she doesn't live here, where else would she go?" Chen Shui's face stiffened in surprise. She hadn't expected Lu Zixing to speak up for Xie Yunshu. She thought he was still in love with Xinyue. It seems Yunshu isn't home?" Chen Shui awkwardly laughed and quickly changed the subject. "My husband will be back soon, so I need to go make dinner." She turned back to her room, feeling frustrated. This afternoon, she saw Xie Yunshu leave with her belongings. Wasn't she just throwing a tantrum after seeing Dr. Lu help Xinyue's child? It's really ridiculous. If Dr. Lu decides he doesn't want her anymore, where will she go to cry? The packaging factory is the worst place to work, and she's not a university graduate. She probably only earns 20 or 30 bucks a month. Leaving a good man like Lu Zixing, she'll end up marrying an old man who has lost his wife and going back to live in a cramped building. Fine. Let her act out. She'll regret it later. When Lu Zixing entered the room, it was empty. He sat in the darkness, looking tired, and rubbed his temples. He had no choice but to confine Xie Yunshu to the hospital, with Zhou Xinyue's child being so small. If any rumors spread, how would they survive as a single mother and child? And how could he face Zhou Xinyue's father? He knew he had gone a bit too far, but after bringing Yunshu back from the hospital, he immediately explained his relationship with Xinyue, cooked for her as an apology, and promised to take care of her for life. Wasn't that enough? Why did she have to keep causing trouble? When he turned on the bedroom light, he noticed something was missing. The red mirror on the table, the neatly folded clothes on the bed, and even the 2 pairs of black shoes that Yunshu usually wore were gone. Just because he took Xiaowei to the hospital, she decided to leave? Lu Zixing suddenly felt angry. He was trying to make amends, so why was she being so stubborn? Why was she still holding a grudge against Xinyue, and now even against a child? She even dared to mention divorce. He glanced at the begonia cake on the table, his expression darkening. If she wanted to make a scene, then let her cool off. He understood Yunshu. Her temper flared up quickly, but faded just as fast. Once she calmed down, she would come back. Xie Yunshu certainly wouldn't return. She had completely pushed Lu Zixing out of her mind. Having decided to let him go, she wouldn't think about what to have for dinner after work like before. Her life now revolved around just two things: work and Lou Zhixing. Now that she was out of a job, she had no interest in him. All she could think about was making money. Li Fenlin sat by the stove making porridge, watching her daughter sit at the table calculating expenses. She couldn't help but suggest, "Yunshu, let me look for your father's old friends and see if I can find you a job at another factory. It's so cold today, and you're a young girl selling lunch boxes. You must be suffering. Besides, how much can you really earn from selling lunch boxes? It's not as comfortable as working in a factory with a stable job." In Haicheng, where reform started early, people's thoughts aren't so outdated. In the past 2 years, divorce has become quite common. However, life is still tough for a divorced woman. If you could have a proper job, Yunshu, you might find a good man in the future. Xie Yunshu started working in the factory at 16 and has never been afraid of hard work. She looked up with a smile. "Mom, I've thought it through. I'll save 3,000 for Mingqing's school, and the rest I'll use for business. At first, renting a shop might not be feasible, so I'll buy a tricycle and a larger stove. I'm sure I can make money. Slowly but surely, I won't lose money. By the way, Lou Zhixing still owes me 3,000. When the time comes, I'll give that money to you. Mingqing is already in his senior year and will take the college entrance exam after the new year. I know how important studying is, and I can't let him get distracted by my issues and end up working at a construction site."
Li Fenlan siga de Epli.
When she was young, life wasn't too hard. Her husband was caring, and their children were very understanding, which made her a bit weak. As a mother, she should be supporting the family, but now she can only watch her daughter suffer and be bullied. Noticing her mother's thoughts, Xie Yunshu put down her notebook, sat beside her, and smiled. "Mom, don't worry. We will definitely have a good life in the future. Once I earn money, I'll buy you a big yard and plant magnolias." She remembered how her father would pick a magnolia flower every year to give to her mother. Those poor yet beautiful days made her think that all couples were like that, which is why she couldn't accept that Lou Zhixing was supporting Zhou Xinhua. Li Fenlin chuckled. "You silly girl. Planting flowers in a big yard is a waste. If we're going to plant, let's grow some water spinach, tomatoes, and cucumbers and raise a few chickens so you and Mingqing can have fresh eggs every day. All right, you decide. We'll grow vegetables and raise chickens." Xie Yunshu smiled, her eyes falling on Li Fenlin's hands. After years of washing clothes and doing needlework, her mother's hands were severely cracked, especially at the fingertips, which were taped up. They hurt even more when they came into contact with water. Even so, Li Fenlin never took a day off. Washing a big tub of clothes took her most of the day, and she only earned a few coins, yet she still had to give her 300 yuan. What is a man compared to a mother? "I'll cook later." "Mom, you know I'm great at cooking. When we sell lunch boxes, we'll definitely make a lot of money." Xie Yunshu took the spoon from Li Fenlin's hand, holding back her tears and trying to sound cheerful. "We're rich now, so we can have meat every meal." "You're such a spendthrift." Li Fenlin laughed and scolded her, feeling much better seeing her daughter wasn't as affected by Lou Zhixing. "You should save that money for yourself, your brother, and I don't need it. Life is long. Do you really think business is that easy?" She still worried deep down. Can selling lunch boxes really work? That 8,000 yuan was her daughter's hope for the future. She couldn't let it be touched. Xie Yunshu didn't care about that. 8,000 yuan was indeed a significant amount in this era, but it was still far from living a good life. People can't just sit back and wait for things to happen, right? While the mother and daughter were talking, the door opened, and Xie Mingqing came home from school with a bag on his back. The 18-year-old boy was already quite tall. He looked a bit like Xie Yunshu, with fair skin, slightly upturned eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. The Xie siblings were both good-looking. Otherwise, the matchmaker wouldn't have introduced a girl from their family to Lou Zhixing. A girl's beauty could win many points, but a man's heart couldn't be kept just by looks. Seeing Xie Yunshu, Xie Mingqing paused for a moment, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "Sis, why are you home?" After saying that, he instinctively looked around the room, not seeing Lou Zhixing, and asked again, "Did you come back by yourself?" Li Finlan only learned about Lu Zixing being hospitalized on the last day, and she didn't dare tell her son. The siblings had a good relationship, and if he knew his sister was bullied, Mingcheng would definitely want to confront someone. But he was in his final year of high school. If things got too serious, how would he prepare for exams? Li Finlan had cried until her eyes were red at home, and before she could go look for her daughter, Xie Yunshu returned on her own. Xie Yunshu didn't answer his question, just looked at her brother, feeling a bit emotional. In his dream, Mingcheng saw his sister, Xie Yunshu, getting into trouble at Lu Zixing's workplace multiple times, even getting into a fight with Zhou Xinhua. In the end, he failed his college entrance exams, and the promising young man could only work at a construction site carrying steel bars. Her brother was handsome and smart, but he was affected by her troubles. Xie Mingcheng put down his backpack and saw his sister with red eyes, looking like she was about to cry. He was startled. "Sis, what's wrong?"
Please don't cry.
Since childhood, he had always been afraid of his sister's tears. Whenever he saw Xie Yunshu cry, even his stubbornness would fade away. When their father had an accident and their 16-year-old sister dropped out of school to work in a factory, he refused to go to school, causing a scene at home. Xie Yunshu gave him a good scolding, but he wouldn't back down, insisting on helping others with their work. In his heart, he felt he was the only man in the family and had to take on that responsibility, no matter his age. Later, when his sister cried without saying a word, just looking at him with tears in her eyes, Xie Mingcheng was terrified. He didn't dare to say anything else and quietly took his backpack to school. From that day on, he vowed to study hard and succeed. With their father gone, he would support his sister. His young shoulders were still weak. At school, he was a serious top student, but in front of his sister, he was just an immature boy. "Did Lu Zixing bully you?" "I knew he wasn't a good person." Xie Mingcheng stood up with clenched fists, a hint of anger in his eyes. "I'm going to confront him, right now." What good was Lu Zixing if he treated his sister poorly? He had never liked that guy, who always looked down on others as if his sister was lucky to marry him. He rarely visited his sister's home. He had gone once during summer vacation, and when his sister came home from work, she still had to wash his clothes and cook for him. That guy always acted indifferent, which made him even angrier. Xie Yunshu quickly stopped him. "You can't go. Why are you still defending him?" Xie Mingcheng gritted his teeth, fuming. "What's good about him? He acts like he's superior." In the past, he wouldn't have dared to say such things. Whenever he expressed dissatisfaction with Lu Zixing, their mother would lecture him, saying that since his sister married Lu Zixing, they had to treat him well for her sake. But now that his sister was crying, he not only wanted to scold Lu Zixing, he wanted to confront him too. Xie Yunshu no longer loves Lu Zixing and has no intention of hiding it from Xie Mingcheng. She pulls him down to sit and says, "Seriously, Mingcheng, I plan to divorce Lu Zixing." "Divorce?" Xie Mingcheng is shocked. His sister has always treated Lu Zixing well, and sometimes he even felt jealous. What has that guy done to deserve this? Before he can say anything angry, Xie Yunshu gives him a stern look. "This is none of your business. From now on, I will stay at home, and you just focus on your studies. Don't go looking for trouble with Lu Zixing." Xie Yunshu has thought it through. It's better to be open with Mingcheng than to keep secrets. Haiqing is not that big, and Lu Zixing is someone of status. This kind of news can't be hidden. If Mingcheng hears it from someone else, who knows what version he will get? She will never allow Xie Mingcheng to ruin his future. Thinking about what happened in her dream, Xie Yunshu's expression turns serious. "Mingcheng, if you don't listen to me, don't call me sister for the rest of your life. Right now, focus only on the college entrance exam. I will handle everything between Lu Zixing and me. I won't let myself be at a disadvantage." Xie Mingcheng wants to argue, but under his sister's stern gaze, he gives in. In the end, he huffs, "Then I'll deal with him after I get into college." "Let's talk about it after you get into college." Xie Yunshu rolls her eyes at him. "Go wash your hands and eat. I want to see your exam papers later." Xie Mingcheng smiles brightly. "Sister, there's no need to check. I got full marks." Because of Zhou Xinhua, Xie Yunshu returning to her family home quickly spreads throughout the hospital's staff quarters. Chen Shui, cracking sunflower seeds, chats with someone in the yard, Li's wife. Don't you think Xie Yunshu is being foolish? She has a good life, but is just making trouble for herself. Now she doesn't even have a job and doesn't know how to please Dr. Lou. When she gets kicked out, she'll regret it. The young girl thinks her pretty face can win over men. She should consider what kind of family Dr. Lou comes from. He's seen all kinds of beautiful girls. Just look at Zhou Xinhua. She's not bad-looking either, and her delicate appearance is exactly what men like. Li's sister-in-law's husband works in the hospital's logistics department. She often interacts with Xie Yunshu and has a good impression of the young girl. Hearing Chen Shui's words, she couldn't help but speak up. This time, Dr. Lou was indeed wrong. No matter what, how could he lock his wife in a psychiatric ward? She didn't say that many women in the family compound criticized Xie Yunshu, but if it happened to them, they would probably make an even bigger fuss. Their husbands should always stand by their side, no matter the reason. Chen Shui disagreed. She hit someone, so isn't it right for her to face some consequences? Li's sister-in-law shook her head and fell silent. Although the Lou family had received help from the Zhou family in the past, Zhou Xinhua seemed reasonable and gentle on the surface, but what kind of woman relies on other men for everything? Sigh, they just don't understand. Just then, Zhou Xinhua rode up on her bicycle, wearing a trendy wool coat. She smiled when she saw the two. Sister Chen, has Brother Xixing come back from work?
I need to talk to him about something.
After saying this, she glanced towards Lu Zixing's room, her eyes flickering. Is Yunshu not home? Isn't she off work now? Chen Shui spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Xinhua, you might not know, but Xie Yunshu packed her things and went back to her parents' house yesterday. TSK, she must be throwing a tantrum, hoping Dr. Lou will come and coax her back.
Ah?
Yunshu went back home? It must be because of me. That day, she and Brother Xixing had a fight and even broke some dishes. Zhou Xinhua said anxiously, furrowing her brows. Brother Xixing is really something. I only got slapped. Chen Shui couldn't help but comment. Xinhua, you are just too easy to bully. You always think of others, and they will just take advantage of you. Zhou Xinhua lowered her head, feeling sad. If it weren't for Xiaowei, I would definitely leave Haiqing and not trouble Brother Xixing, but Xiaowei is still so young. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Chen Shui quickly comforted her. Don't take it to heart. I know Xie Yunshu. She treats Dr. Lou like a treasure. She wouldn't want to stay at her parent house for long. Don't worry, she will be back in no time. A woman without a job. What else can she rely on if not her husband? Should she depend on her struggling family? Li's sister-in-law sighed silently in her heart and turned to go back to her room. Now, with the help of Lu Zixing, Zhou Xinhua has become an intern nurse at the hospital. It's not easy for her, but who in this place can't help her? Why does she always have to rely on Lu Zixing? And that kid Xiaowei, so thin, looks at Zhou Xinhua with fear, not at all like a biological child. Of course, she only thinks this to herself. If someone truly cared, they would notice such an obvious thing. Lu Zixing is devoted and even gave up his own wife. If he pretends to be blind, who can wake him up? As for Xie Yunshu, she probably feels like Chen Shui said, unwilling to leave Lu Zixing. After all, they have been married for over a year, and everyone can see how well Yunshu treats Dr. Lou. In the hospital, Lu Zixing just finished a surgery. He studied medicine abroad and was assigned a Haiqing hospital upon returning, becoming the youngest and most skilled surgeon here. So, he is usually very busy and sometimes doesn't even go home for lunch after a long string of surgeries. His assistant, Cheng Fan, cheerfully asked Lu Ge, "Is your wife bringing you lunch again today?" Dr. Lu's wife is famous for her delicious cooking in the hospital. Even though Xie Yunshu is busy with her own job, she rushes home every day to cook and bring food to the hospital, worried that Lu Zixing might forget to eat and hurt his stomach. Sometimes he even gets to enjoy her cooking. Lu Zixing paused for a moment as he took off his mask and replied coldly, "She won't come today." "Ah, I was looking forward to the shrimp and tofu she makes," Cheng Fan said. a bit disappointed. Seeing Lu Zhixing's expression, he thought for a moment and asked, "Is she still upset about what happened a few days ago? Didn't we clear everything up? Besides, our hospital has good mental health resources." Although Lu Zhixing had someone calm Xie Yunshu down by putting her in a room, he specifically told the nurse to take her to the clean, warm single room. He didn't think about how those nurses were close to Zhou Xingyue and, to get back at her, put Xie Yunshu in a storage room on the second floor that hadn't been used in a long time. Lu Zhixing took a deep breath, not wanting to discuss this topic. She just needs some time to cool off. She will be fine in a couple of days. This was also why he didn't go to the Xie family to find Xie Yunshu. He didn't want to hear the word divorce from her again. It was just a misunderstanding, and arguing about it was pointless. Once she calms down, she will naturally come back. As for Zhou Xingyue, she has already started working. Once things stabilize, she won't interfere as much, and she will give her salary card to Xie Yunshu for safekeeping, so she won't worry and think that she is not innocent with Zhou Xingyue. It was already 1 p.m. when he left the hospital, and Lu Zhixing hadn't eaten yet. He was a bit hungry. Usually, with Xie Yunshu bringing him meals, he didn't notice it, but now that he was alone, he didn't know how to handle the meal situation. Zhou Xingyue returned after a walk around the family area and saw Lu Zhixing standing at the hospital entrance. She quickly approached him. "Zhixing, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go to the noodle shop at the entrance for some handmade noodles. They taste really good." Lu Zhixing rarely ate out. Before getting married, he just made do with meals at the cafeteria. However, the hospital cafeteria's food wasn't very tasty, and he couldn't eat hard or cold things due to his stomach issues. After marrying Xie Yunshu, she didn't allow him to eat junk food, and she always brought him warm meals with porridge. After more than a year of this routine, he wondered how she managed to keep it up. Thinking of this, Lu Zhixing smiled lightly. "I'll just cook at home. I'm not used to eating out." Zhou Xingyue bit her lip, but Yunshu isn't home. "It's so troublesome for you to cook by yourself." "It's fine. We all need to eat," Lu Zhixing replied, glancing at her. "Is Xiaowei in kindergarten now?" He helped find the kindergarten, which is right across from the hospital, and the teachers there are great. This way, Zhou Xingyue can focus on working. Xiaowei often got sick, so he used his connections to arrange for Zhou Xingyue to work at the hospital, not because he had any special feelings for her as rumors suggested. He always thought Xie Yunshu would understand him, but he didn't expect her reaction to be so strong. When Zhou Xingyue mentioned Xiaowei, a hint of dislike flashed in her eyes, but she quickly put on a weak expression. "Thanks to your help, I don't know what I would have done otherwise. When Xiaowei was just born, my health was poor, and he suffered a lot too. That man always." She shed a tear but quickly wiped it away, forcing a smile. "Now it's better. With you around, my son, and I won't suffer anymore, right, Zhixing?" If it weren't for Zhou's father helping the Lu family back then, he wouldn't have had the chance to study abroad later. This kindness made it hard for Lu Zhixing to remain indifferent. He sighed internally, feeling sorry for Xiaowei. "Don't worry, I will watch over Xiaowei as he grows up." After receiving this promise, Zhou Xingyue felt a bit anxious. But what about Yunshu? Lu Zhixing relaxed his expression. "She just doesn't understand right now. I will explain things to her properly." Only then did Zhou Xingyue smile through her tears. "Zhixing, aren't you going home to cook? Let me help you. Yunshu isn't home these days, and you're so busy with work. When will you have time to clean the house?" Lu Zhixing shook his head. "No need. I just want to repay your kindness, that's all." Zhou Xingyue smiled brightly at him. "I've already applied for a unit at the hospital, so I wanted to get familiar with the area. If you're a good person, you shouldn't worry about what others say, right?" Lu Zhixing frowned. "Aren't you going to stay in my apartment anymore?" "I can't stay there. That's your marital home, and I can't keep living there. Yunshu will get upset." Zhou Xingyue laughed as she pushed her bicycle. "I came to tell you this today, but it's understandable that Yunshu is upset. I'll return the key to you, and once she calms down, she'll definitely come back." Hearing this, Lu Zhixing relaxed. "Then let's do it together." He hoped Yunshu would calm down and return soon. After being together for a long time, he felt a sense of unease being alone at home. He knew she would come back, but he didn't know when. When they got married, the family prepared a marital home, but it was far from the hospital. Yunshu suggested moving to the family compound instead. He thought the house was empty anyway, so he let Zhou Xinyu and her child move in first, never considering that Yunshu would get so upset. Money and houses are just material things and don't represent his feelings. Lu Zixing only believed that he made a mistake by temporarily admitting Yunshu to the psychiatric ward, which caused her to lose her job. However, he didn't feel he did anything wrong by helping Zhou Xinyu. The two rode their bicycles into the family compound, and Chen Shui saw them from the window, quickly calling out to her husband. "Did you see that? Dr. Liu and Nurse Zhou look great together. That Xie Yunshu is just unnecessary." Zhang Qingshan and Lu Zixing are both doctors at the hospital, but he is an internist, and they don't work together often. Hearing his wife's words, he looked out the window and frowned. What's going on with Lu Zixing? Why is he bringing Zhou Xinyu home? Yunshu has gone back to her family. Shouldn't he be comforting his wife instead of bringing another woman over? Chen Shui lowered her voice mysteriously and said, "Why not? If you don't ask about these rumors, you won't know. Actually, Dr. Liu has feelings for Zhou Xinyu. They are a perfect match. How can Xie Yunshu still cause trouble at this time? She'll regret it later." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Qingshan scolded her. "What will Xie Yunshu think if she hears this?" Chen Shui simply sat down. "What do you know being a man?" The Liu family was never satisfied with Xie Yunshu. Now that she has mental health issues, do you think the Liu family would want her as a daughter-in-law? Zhou Xinyu is different. Mrs. Liu treats her like her own daughter. I heard when they brought Zhou Xinyu back, she cried so much her eyes were red. Sooner or later, the position of daughter-in-law in the Liu family will change. Xie Yunshu has no support. Back then, who knows what was wrong with Lu Zixing that he chose her? Maybe it was just because she was pretty? She's just a factory worker with no education, and aside from cooking and taking care of a man, what other qualities does she have? Zhou Xinyu is different. I heard she was about to go to college before her incident and grew up with Lu Zixing. They have a deep bond. So, what if she has a child? Xie Yunshu has been married for over a year, and nothing has happened with her. Chen Shui had already heard from Zhang Qingshan that Lu Zixing is expected to be promoted to deputy director next year. A young deputy director has a bright future ahead. Anyone can see that Lu Zixing has special feelings for Zhou Xinyu. If she gets on Zhou Xinyu's good side, her own man might even become a department head someday. Zhang Qingshan usually didn't pay attention to this, but after hearing Chen Shui and seeing Lu Zixing bring someone home, he felt something was off. He is a man too, but he can't be as generous as Lu Zixing. Why would he spend his hard-earned money on another woman? He has to give every penny of his salary to his wife. Otherwise, Chen Shui would make his life miserable. It's just unfortunate for Xie Yunshu. If she loses her job and gets divorced, life will definitely be hard for her. At that moment, Xie Yunshu was riding her bike around town. Besides cooking, she really didn't have any special skills, so she was considering selling lunchboxes. But how to make them, set prices, and where to sell them were all problems. She couldn't just dive in without any plan. Most state-run units have cafeterias, so they wouldn't buy lunchboxes. Schools wouldn't work either, as students eat in the cafeteria at noon. In other places, like outside department stores, it doesn't work either. Most shoppers are young people, especially couples. When they get tired, they go into small restaurants to eat, not sitting on the ground eating takeout. That would be embarrassing. Haicheng is developing quickly, and small businesses are popping up everywhere. You can see vendors pushing carts or setting up stalls selling clothes, snacks, and fruits. The old streets are bustling with people, but Xie Yunshu has not seen anyone selling takeout boxes. There are many small restaurants offering fast food, dumplings, and noodles, as well as larger dining establishments. Looking further away, there are tall buildings under construction, where many outsiders gather. Local people are not willing to do this hard work because it is too tiring. Most workers are from other places, carrying their bags to earn money. Xie Mingcheng also worked here before. The conditions were poor, but the pay was decent, around 5 to 6 yuan a day, which is considered good. She remembers in her dream that after Xie Mingqing did poorly on his college entrance exam, he had no connections and was eager to earn money, so he came to work on the construction site. He had to wake up at 5 in the morning and worked until 7 in the evening. For lunch, he brought cold rice and water because there were hardly any restaurants nearby, and even if there were, they wouldn't spend a lot on a meal. But how can hard workers have the strength to work without proper food? At that time, Li Fenlin felt sorry for her son and rode her bicycle every day to bring him lunch. She was kind-hearted and made extra soup for his co-workers to share. Thinking of this, Xie Yunshu's eyes lit up. This construction site would be a perfect place to sell takeout boxes. She is a person of action, so she rode her bicycle to the nearest construction site. It was winter, yet the workers were busy. Just from what Xie Yunshu saw, there were dozens of workers there. Conservatively estimating, there could be around 70 to 80 male workers needing meals, so if she made 30 takeout boxes, she could definitely sell them. Each box sells for 50 cents, with a profit of about 10 cents per box, meaning she could earn 3 yuan just from lunch. Calculating this way, she could make at least 90 yuan a month, which is more than working a regular job. Plus, she wouldn't have to work in the afternoon, leaving her time to read and do other things. Xie Yunshu took a deep breath, feeling excited. Thinking is good, but taking action is better. She is going to buy a tricycle and rice right now. As night fell, Xie Yunshu returned from the wholesale market on her brand-new tricycle, which was filled to the brim. "Mom, come out and help me carry the stuff," she shouted, wiping the sweat from her forehead on this cold day, her rosy face beaming with joy. Mrs. Zhang, who lived across the street, peeked out and was stunned by the load on the tricycle. "Yunshu, what are you doing? Did you buy all this for your mom? It will go bad." Even though it was winter, there were only Li Fenlin and Xie Mingqing at home. How much could they eat? If they couldn't finish it, it would just go to waste. Xie Yunshu smiled at her. "Mrs. Zhang, I'm going to cook and sell the food." "Sell food? Aren't you working anymore?" Mrs. Zhang, being older, didn't know that Xie Yunshu had lost her job. She quickly advised her, "Oh no, you should stick to being a worker so you won't go hungry." Having a stable job was a deeply rooted belief here. Families with 2 working parents were envied by everyone, and even children who dated were seen as more fortunate. Xie Yunshu didn't explain much. She looked strong despite her slim figure, lifting a 20-pound bag of rice and carrying a few pounds of pork into the hallway. "Mrs. Zhang, I'll make you a bowl of food when it's ready. My cooking is delicious." Most of the residents in the building were factory workers, with some being renters from out of town. At this time, everyone was busy preparing dinner, and they exchanged knowing glances without saying a word. Being fired from a factory was not something to be proud of, especially since Xie Yunshu had taken over her father's position. What was the difference? Although she had caused a stir at the factory, the manager changed her dismissal to a voluntary resignation, but everyone knew the truth. The outcome was still the same, no job. They were all old neighbors, and many had once stood up for Xie Yunshu. However, every family had its own struggles. No one dared to confront the factory for her. What if they lost their jobs too? The Lou family was well off in Haicheng, and ordinary workers like them didn't want to provoke them. Hearing Xie Yunshu, Mrs. Zhang's face lit up with wrinkles. "Well, I'm in for a treat tonight. You should go home early. A married woman shouldn't come back to her parents' house too often, or people will talk. Listen to Grandma, let's not sell food. Let's just work hard as workers. Being a worker is the most honorable." The old lady had outdated views, but she truly cared for her. Xie Yunshu just smiled gently. "Ha! Grandma Zhang, Xie Yunshu can't go to class anymore." Lin Suiping, who was riding her bicycle home from work, glanced at Xie Yunshu and spoke with a hint of glee. "You probably don't know, but she got fired from the factory for hitting someone. TSK, Dr. Lou personally handled it." "I mean, Xie Yunshu, you really acted too impulsively. Dr. Lou is a cultured person, a university student who studied abroad. You embarrassed yourself with that kind of behavior." They were the same age and worked at the packaging factory, so Lin Suiping knew what had happened to Xie Yunshu recently. Lu Zixing was the most famous attending physician at Haiqing First People's Hospital. Lin Suiping had a chance to meet him during a matchmaking event, but he only nodded when he saw Xie Yunshu. She had seen Lu Zixing once when he came to pick up Xie Yunshu, looking sharp in his suit, like a movie star. She felt a pang of jealousy. Xie Yunshu was so lucky. If Lin Suiping had gone to the matchmaking event first, she might have been Mrs. Liu. Now, Xie Yunshu had upset Dr. Liu and lost her job. She deserved it. It was just because she was a bit pretty. Dr. Liu wasn't someone who only cared about looks. Grandma Zhang paused, seemingly not understanding. What did you say, Suiping? Lin Suiping and Xie Yunshu had never gotten along, always arguing when they met, so Grandma Zhang instinctively doubted her words. I said she got fired from the packaging factory. Maybe Dr. Liu won't want her anymore. Lin Suiping had always felt overshadowed by Xie Yunshu, who was better in studies and looks, and Xie Yunshu's bold personality made it hard for her to win arguments. Now that she finally had the upper hand, Lin Suiping spoke even more freely, a smug smile on her face. A fired female worker, rejected by her husband, Xie Yunshu could never compare to her. That can't be true. Grandma Zhang, being older, was shocked and nearly lost her balance upon hearing this. Xie Yunshu stepped forward quickly to support Grandma Zhang, her eyes blazing with anger. Lin Suiping, get inside. When she got angry, she had a strong presence, fierce yet beautiful, making Lin Suiping even more jealous. What's wrong? I'm just speaking the truth. If you dare to do it, you should be ready for people to talk. Say one more word, and I will tear your mouth apart. Since I don't have a job anymore, I'm not afraid of a fight. If you want to lose your job too, come and fight me and see who's scared. Xie Yunshu was half a head taller than Lin Suiping. Despite her thin frame, she had never lost a fight. Lin Suiping bit her lip, furious, but she didn't dare to actually fight Xie Yunshu. This girl had always been tough. When they were kids, Lin Suiping had even lost a chunk of her hair. The neighbors outside washing vegetables spoke up to ease the tension. All right, let's all calm down. Dinner is almost ready. Suiping, hurry upstairs to cook. Your parents will be home soon. Yunshu, your mom is still outside preparing vegetables. Aren't you going to help? Lin Suiping turned angrily and went into her house, muttering defiantly, You got fired, so what are you so proud of? You'll be starving soon enough. Xie Yunshu wasn't backing down. With her hands on her hips, she spat. Lin Suiping, if I hear one more word from you, I'll pull out all your hair. Lin Suiping slammed the door in anger. Once she heard silence, she dared to mutter, Ugh. That annoying Xie Yunshu. Just wait until Dr. Liu doesn't want you anymore. I'll be waiting to see you marry an old man and get beaten every day. Let's see if you dare to pull my hair then. As she spoke, it felt like her scalp was hurting. She gritted her teeth and rubbed her head before starting to grumble while cooking. Downstairs, Granny Zhang looked confused and held onto Xie Yunshu's hand tightly. Yunshu, tell me what's going on. What do you mean by getting fired? Xie Yunshu gently took her hand and led her into the house, pouring her a cup of hot water before squatting down with a smile. Granny, I'm doing fine. Don't listen to Lin Suiping's nonsense. You know selling lunchboxes is quite profitable now. Once I earn some money, I'll buy a big color TV for my mom, and you can come over every day to watch opera with us, okay? Granny Zhang lived alone, just a wall away from Xie Yunshu's home. She had practically watched Xie Yunshu grow up, like a real grandmother. When Xie Yunshu's father had just passed away, Li Fenlin cried every day, and it was Granny Zhang who brought them meals. During those darkest days, Granny Zhang was the only warmth in their lives. Xie Yunshu would always remember this kindness. Granny Zhang, being older, couldn't tell what was true or false. She just held Xie Yunshu's hand and said, Yunshu, you take care of yourself. What will Fenlin do if you don't? Xie Yunshu felt a bit emotional. She pretended to be cheerful and stood up, saying, Don't worry, Grandma. I'm doing well. Just wait a moment, I'm going home to cook, and I'll bring you some soon. As she stepped out the door, She saw Li Fenlin carrying 3 large cabbages on her shoulder and holding a big bag of tofu and noodles. She quickly stepped forward to help. Li Fenlin quietly asked Yunshu, "Did you have another argument with Suaping?" The two girls had never gotten along well. They either fought or argued whenever they met. However, Yunshu had never really lost in their conflicts. Xie Yunshu opened the door and said irritably, "She's asking for it. If she does it again, I'll give her a good slap." "You really have a bad temper." Li Fenlin sighed, setting down the cabbages. She added, "Listen to your mom. With our situation right now, it's better not to stir up trouble." Without a man at home, it was easy to be bullied. Now that Yunshu had divorced Liu Zhixing, she didn't want to be the subject of gossip in their building. Xie Yunshu had always been straightforward and passionate. If it weren't for the emotional pressure from Liu Zhixing, she might have gone crazy. Perhaps after her dream, she realized that actions speak louder than words. Everyone was waiting to see her fail, but she was determined to live a different life. "Even if we lower our heads, they'll just take advantage of us more," Xie Yunshu said. Then she cheerfully started taking out the cabbages, saying, "Once I start earning money, they'll all behave. What workers and stable jobs." In the end, it was all about making money. She didn't believe that there were no other ways to earn a living besides being a worker. Were those wealthy people and big bosses all former workers? Her daughter was full of energy, so Li Fenlin didn't say anything more. She smiled and started cooking, saying, "Pick out the fattest pork. I'll render some lard to cook for you. It'll be delicious." Xie Yunshu exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide. "Mom, you're actually cooking? If I sell lunchboxes tomorrow, won't everyone go crazy for them?" This girl seemed to forget that the meals she had as a child were made by her. Li Fenlin laughed and tossed the fatty pork into the hot pan, filling the small balcony with a wonderful aroma. Life may be tough, but the food still smelled great. In the hospital family area, Zhou Xinhua tucked her hair behind her ear. Her face flushed. "Zhixing, do you have any clothes to wash? I can do it for you." Liu Zhixing slightly frowned and replied, "No need. I can wash them myself." Although he is busy with work, he is not the kind of person who relies on others for everything. After marrying Xie Yunshu, she took care of him so well that he found it hard to adjust. He wouldn't let other women do his laundry either. The house isn't messy, but Zhou Xinhua is hesitating to leave. She glances at the closed bedroom door, excited. "I wonder when Yunshu will be back. Should I go with you to talk to her?" She's feeling down. It's good for her to stay home for a few days to relax. Liu Zhixing replies calmly, looking outside. "Xiaowei should be out of school by now.
You should head back."
Zhou Xinhua's smile falters. If it weren't for wanting a reason to get closer to Liu Zhixing, she wouldn't bother with a child. "Zhixing, can you come with me to pick him up?" She looks up at him, her eyes showing a hint of vulnerability. "Xiaowei has been complaining of a stomachache at night. I didn't want to trouble you, but he's so young." "A stomachache?" Liu Zhixing puts on his coat and follows her outside, his tone serious. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We need to take children's pains seriously." Zhou Xinhua feels anxious. "Because of this child, you and your wife have been in such a situation. I didn't know how to approach you." Mentioning Xie Yunshu's name makes Liu Zhixing pause. He sighs. "Once things settle down for you, I'll explain to her slowly. We're married, and any misunderstandings will eventually be cleared up." In his view, Xie Yunshu simply misunderstood his relationship with Zhou Xinhua. If it weren't for Xiaowei's health issues, he wouldn't be so involved. Zhou's family has helped him, and as a doctor, he feels responsible.
He can't just stand by.
After spending some time in the house, they both leave. Chen Shui squints at the sky, realizing that Mrs. Liu's position might soon change. Luckily, she had the foresight to befriend Zhou Xinhua. Xie Yunshu is really clueless. Even at a time like this, she dares to throw a tantrum and stay at her family's home. It's surprising how she can act this way while Liu Zhixing is with another woman. Xie Yunshu doesn't seem to care that her husband is with someone else. Since they're getting a divorce, if Liu Zhixing wants to take care of another child, so be it. "Sis, this smells amazing. I could eat 3 big bowls of rice." Xie Mingcheng, back from school and already hungry, stares at the food on the table, drooling. A young man around 17 or 18 is at the age when he can eat a lot. While shoveling rice into his mouth, he sighs, after working all day at the construction site, "If I could have a bite of hot, delicious food, I would feel energized all over." He goes to the construction site on Sundays for odd jobs, earning 5 yuan a day, which is 2 yuan less than a regular worker. At noon, like the other workers, he eats cold rice soaked in hot water. Actually, he is better off since he only works 1 day a week, and he can still have some warm meals at home in the evening. The workers from other places are different. They sleep in simple shelters and usually only go home when the job is finished, eating like this almost every day without any tasty food. Sometimes it's not that they are unwilling to spend money, but the places selling food are too far from the site, and going back and forth takes too much time. Xie Yunshu thought for a moment and asked, "Where do the workers at the construction site come from?" "From everywhere. Northerners, Southerners, just a bunch of strong men." Xie Mingcheng took another sip of hot soup and, satisfied, put down his bowl. Even though there were only a few pieces of meat in the dish, he felt it tasted better than meat. Northern and Southern eating habits are different, and the rough workers at the site don't have many preferences, but noodles are a different story. Xie Yunshu pressed her lips together, stood up, and walked outside. Li Fenlin quickly called out to her, "You haven't finished your meal. Where are you going?" "Mom, I'm going to the 3rd floor to learn from Aunt Zhao." Before she finished speaking, she was already upstairs. Li Fenlin looked at Xie Mingcheng in confusion. "Learning? What is your sister learning?" Xie Mingcheng also looked puzzled. "I don't know. Northerners love to eat steamed buns, especially the male workers. They need buns to have the energy to work. Aunt Zhao is from the north, and she usually likes to steam big buns and dumplings at home." Xie Yunshu had eaten them several times when she was younger. The soft buns were fragrant and sweet, very tasty. She figured out. The dishes could be the same, but the staple food needed to be 2 kinds. Both rice and buns were necessary. The next day, before dawn, Xie Yunshu got up. She quickly chopped cabbage, sliced pork, soaked vermicelli, heated oil in the pan, and added scallions and garlic. The aroma wafted out through the small window of the balcony. On the 2nd floor, Lin Suaping turned over, awakened by the delicious smell, and irritably covered her head with a blanket. Xie Yunshu is really a... Why does she come here to suffer when she has a spacious family courtyard to live in? She slept in a bunk bed with her younger brother and sister below. The smell was so good that the 2 kids woke up as well. "Sis, I heard yesterday that Sister Yunshu wants to divorce that doctor." 14-year-old Lin Suaxiang whispered, a bit confused. "Didn't you say Sister Yunshu would definitely hold on to that doctor? How could she bear to get a divorce?" Lin Suaping perked up at this. "She said she wants a divorce?" "Yes, I heard her talking to Aunt Xie downstairs the day before yesterday, and she was crying. The soundproofing between floors was poor, so any noise could be heard." Lin Suaxiang recalled what she had heard that day and nodded, confirming. She also said she wouldn't go back and wants to buy a big house for Aunt Xie to live in. Lin Suaping scoffed. "She's just bragging. With this lousy lunchbox, she won't be able to buy a house in her next life. A house costs tens of thousands. How many lunchboxes would she have to sell?" It turned out that Sister Xie Yunshu was quite unrealistic. No wonder Dr. Lou didn't want her. Sniffling, Lin Suaping turned over and closed her eyes again, but the food did smell good. That silly girl Xie Yunshu probably won't be able to sell any meals. When she comes back empty-handed, she might even have to share the leftover food with them. The cafeteria's food was not good, and they had to use meal tickets to eat. Although it was cheap, the taste was just average. Lin Suaping thought about this and patted her stomach, deciding to eat less for lunch so she could wait for Sister Xie Yunshu to come crying and deliver meals door to door in the evening. Downstairs, Li Fenlin was also up, cutting tofu into pieces to fry before braising them. Sister Xie was cutting large pieces of meat, stir-frying them with soy sauce, and looked at the small stove worriedly. "I need to buy another stove tomorrow. Steaming rice and buns takes too long." Li Fenlin was a bit worried when she heard about the buns. "Did you really learn to steam buns in such a short time?" No. Sister Xie shook her head honestly, and before Li Fenlin could worry, she laughed. But I talked to Aunt Zhao. She will come help me in the morning, and I'll pay her. Aunt Zhao had come back with Uncle Zhao when he was sent to the countryside. She didn't have a formal job, just like Li Fenlin, spending her days looking after children and helping with laundry and sewing. Pay her? Li Fenlin was shocked by her daughter's idea and widened her eyes. Yunshu, we haven't earned a single cent yet. How can you pay someone first?
This.
Selling lunch boxes requires hiring someone. Sister Xie blinked innocently at her. Steaming buns is so hard. I can't learn it right away. To make dough, you need to know the right water-to-flour ratio and let the dough rise. Xie Yunshu felt confused yesterday. This was much more complicated than steaming rice. She originally thought of having Aunt Zhao steam the buns at home and then buy them from her. However, the price was hard to decide, and Aunt Zhao didn't have enough flour at home. So, Xie Yunshu suggested using her own flour and asked Aunt Zhao to come over to help, offering her 1 yuan for the morning's work. Aunt Zhao initially refused the money, saying she had nothing to do at home and didn't want to be laughed at by the neighbors for charging to help steam buns. Moreover, Xie Yunshu was offering her 1 yuan, while a worker usually earned only 1 or 2 yuan a day. She felt embarrassed to accept it. After much persuasion, Xie Yunshu almost cried in Aunt Zhao's home before she finally agreed. I'll take 50 cents, but I want to help with more than just steaming buns. Aunt Zhao was a typical northern woman, energetic and sincere, and her words were not meant to refuse help. Xie Yunshu cheerfully replied, Aunt Zhao, the big buns you steam will surely sell well. Aunt Zhao sighed and shook her head. Even though it was just 50 cents by the end of the month, it would almost equal her husband's half-month salary. She thought this girl was foolish for trying to run a business. Could she really make money? They say business is all about being clever with every penny, and Aunt Zhao felt sorry for Yunshu. Xie Yunshu indeed didn't calculate so carefully. The workers at the construction site were poor, and their earnings were hard-earned. Cooking food usually had a profit margin of half, but she only accounted for a third of the profit when selling meals from her tricycle. She prepared enough for 30 people, 5 pounds of pork, 20 pounds of cabbage, and 2 pounds of noodles cooked in pork fat. To cater to those who didn't like spicy food, she even made a separate batch of chili oil. She also cooked braised tofu with fried pork, making it soft and tasty, even if it didn't look great. She steamed about 20 buns and filled a metal basin with rice, loading everything onto her tricycle, which looked quite impressive. Since it was cold, Xie Yunshu worried the food would cool down too quickly, so she bought 2 small stoves to keep the pots warm. The buns were kept in an insulated box, and the rice was wrapped in thick blankets to ensure the workers could enjoy hot meals when they arrived. Yunshu, should I go with you? Li Fenlin still felt uneasy. Can you manage on your own? Xie Yunshu smiled brightly at her. Don't worry, this isn't a tough job. I can handle it myself. Li Fenlin helped her put on her hat and reminded her, it's okay if you don't sell everything. Just come home quickly after noon. If we don't sell out, we can eat it ourselves. This was Xie Yunshu's first time selling, and she didn't think about the outcome. No matter what happened, she had taken the first step. Around 10:30 in the morning, she put on her thick maroon coat and wrapped a red scarf around her, leaving only her eyes visible. She pedaled her tricycle towards the construction site at the southern end of Haicheng, heading towards the new life she was meant to have. Winter in Haicheng is cold and gloomy without the sun, but when the sun shines, it feels warm. It takes about half an hour to ride the tricycle from home to the construction site in the south suburbs. Xie Yunshu, dressed warmly, pedaled hard, and worked up a sweat. When she reached the site, she took off her hat and scarf, revealing her rosy little face, making her look even more vibrant. The workers at the site were all big men, and some passing by couldn't help but take a second look. What was this young girl doing in such a dusty place? Xie Yunshu wasn't shy. Her straightforward personality shone through. She smiled sweetly and said, Hey there, want some food? You can fill up for just 50 cents with vegetables and meat. It's delicious. Selling food? A man in a gray-blue cotton coat hesitated. That's too expensive, I won't buy. He had bought 2 large buns that morning and planned to make do with some hot water and pickled vegetables for lunch. Things were expensive in Haicheng. A 50-cent meal couldn't be that good, and it wouldn't fill him up. The buns were a better choice. Xie Yunshu wasn't in a hurry. She quickly lifted the lid off the food container, and a delicious aroma filled the air. Stir-fried cabbage with pork and vermicelli for 30 cents a scoop, braised tofu for 15 cents, and the rice and buns are hot. Buy as much as you want. The dishes, cooked with soy sauce, had a layer of oil on top, and the fatty pork looked mouth-watering. The soft, red tofu also looked like a perfect meal. Xie Yunshu took out some chili oil and placed it in front of him. If you like it spicy, you can add as much as you want. The chili is free. Free? The man was tempted. He grabbed 2 buns, thinking how delicious they would be with the fried chili. Then I'll just take the chili. The man took out 2 cold buns from his pocket, glanced at the meat, and swallowed hard. I just want the chili. You said it was free. Xie Yunshu's smile faded a bit. The business hadn't even started, and he was already asking for free chili oil. People often try to take advantage. If everyone came to get her chili oil for free, she would end up losing money. Seeing that Xie Yunshu didn't respond, the man looked a bit embarrassed and pulled back his cracked hands. You said the chili was free, so if you don't want to give it, that's fine. The man looked to be in his 30s, wearing a tattered cotton jacket with dirty stuffing showing. His thin black shoes had a toe sticking out, and his hands were covered in dirt from the cracks. Xie Yunshu sighed, feeling that she probably wasn't cut out for business, especially not for the working class. She couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh or sarcastic to someone like him. Silently, she scooped a spoonful of chili from the jar and said, "Not too kindly, fine. Try the chili and see if you like it. Next time, if you don't buy food, I won't give you any chili." The man was taken aback. He didn't expect the young girl to actually give him chili. It had been a long time since he tasted anything. He shamelessly spread the chili on the cold bun, thanked her, and turned to leave. Xie Yunshu, feeling frustrated, covered her food and glanced at the sun. It was almost noon, and she hadn't seen many customers. Would she really end up going home with everything unsold? Business was indeed easier said than done. "Are you not leaving yet?" To her surprise, the man who took the chili turned back after a couple of steps. He looked at the food on Xie Yunshu's tricycle. "You have quite a lot of food." Xie Yunshu gritted her teeth. Was he still trying to take advantage? "If I can't sell it, I'll just eat it myself. After all, the food isn't free." After saying this, she looked at the construction site nearby, feeling disheartened. Just because there were many workers didn't mean they would buy food. The man awkwardly scratched his dirty hair and said, "That's not what I meant. Don't rush off. I'll go ask if anyone wants to buy food." Not everyone at the construction site was like him, counting every penny. The work was hard, but the pay was good. If there was hot food available, spending 50 cents wouldn't seem too much, especially for the younger workers without families. "Oh, thank you." To be honest, Xie Yunshu didn't have much hope. What if she ended up with a group of people just coming to take her peppers for free? She would be so frustrated. When the men entered through the construction site gate, Xie Yunshu, not giving up, shouted a few more times, "I'm selling lunch boxes. The cabbage stew with meat is delicious. There's rice and steamed buns too, and you can fill your stomach for just 50 cents. Unfortunately, the site didn't allow people to enter freely, and it wasn't safe for a young girl like her to go in. No matter how loud she shouted, not many people heard her. Feeling discouraged, Xie Yunshu sat down on the ground. She had spent almost 200 yuan on her tricycle, thinking she could break even in 2 months. Now, it seemed she wouldn't sell a single one and would end up losing a lot of peppers. Starting anything is tough, but this felt especially hard. The energy inside her faded, and she felt a bit cold. After shouting for a while, she was tired, so she put her scarf and hat back on and sat there, lost in thought. Lu Zhixing still owed her 3,000 yuan, and she needed to hurry up with the divorce. If selling lunch boxes didn't work, she would have to find some odd jobs. She couldn't just sit around doing nothing. She didn't mind hard work. After all, it couldn't be worse than her past struggles. Once the foolish love faded, a person becomes completely clear-headed. Now that she thought about it, everyone envied her for marrying a good man. But after marrying Lu Zhixing, there was no real happiness. As a doctor, Lu Zhixing was usually very busy, and she handled all the household matters. To give him more time to rest, she suggested moving out of their marital home to live in the staff quarters. The marital home was very close to the packaging factory, making it more convenient for her to work. The staff quarters were behind the hospital, and it took her over 20 minutes to bike to the factory. On nice days, it was fine, but when it was windy or rainy, it was tough to ride. Who would have thought that while she cared for Lu Zhixing, he was caring for another woman? He didn't even discuss it with her before letting Zhou Xingyue and her son move in. Thinking about this made Xie Yunshu smile bitterly. Caring for a man really brought bad luck. Hey, young lady, are you here to sell lunchboxes? Why are you so quiet? I've walked around twice already. A man's voice interrupted Xie Yunshu's thoughts, bringing her back to reality. Outside her tricycle stood 4 or 5 men, dressed like construction workers. The leading man was looking down at the things on her tricycle, saying, "It smells good. Are you selling food or not?"
Yes.
Yes. Xie Yunshu jumped up, her excited little face turning red. Big brother, we have pork, cabbage, vermicelli, braised tofu, rice, and steamed buns. What would you like to eat? After calling out for a while with no response, she was finally getting some customers. She hurriedly opened the lids of 2 pots. Cabbage with pork and vermicelli, a big spoon for 30 cents, braised tofu for 15 cents a spoon. There was plenty of meat in the cabbage, and each scoop had 4 or 5 pieces. The meat was cut large, and a layer of oil floated on the broth, making it look so delicious that it made her mouth water. The man in front didn't hesitate and handed over his enamel cup. 1 scoop of cabbage and tofu each, and 2 big steamed buns. Little girl, make sure the portions are generous. Don't worry. Xie Yunshu felt happy and quickly filled the cup. Big brother, do you want more buns? 2 for 10 cents, all freshly steamed, big and fragrant. We also have rice, 10 cents for a big scoop, and I promise you'll be full. The man chuckled. I'll buy your rice tomorrow. I have enough for today. No need to waste. The other men behind him couldn't hold back any longer, each passing their cups forward. I want a scoop too. By the way, I heard from Qiangzi that you have chili. We need that in this cold winter. I could eat 3 big buns with this dish. Qiangzi wasn't lying. This food is really a good deal. Xie Yunshu served the food and collected money, finishing up in just a few minutes. She didn't hold back on the chili either, giving generous scoops to anyone who asked, knowing they would definitely want another big bun. After all the hustle, the men took their cups and headed to the construction site. Xie Yunshu sighed in relief. The Qiangzi they mentioned must be the man who just took the chili, right? It seemed that giving away the chili was worth it, as it was like free advertising for her. If she hadn't softened a bit, Qiangzi wouldn't have gone out of his way to speak well of her. Feeling both nervous and excited, even though she had only made $2.50, Xie Yunshu was sweating. She took a couple of sips of water and had just taken off her hat when several more men came rushing over. This time there were even more, at least 10, looking like they were ready for a big hunt. Little girl, I just want pork and cabbage. I want braised tofu and a scoop of chili, please. I'm from the south and don't like buns. I want rice. These buns are really good. Are you from the north too, little girl? Amidst the chatter and chaos, everyone waited for Xie Yunshu to catch her breath. The food in the pot was almost gone, with only about 10 steamed buns and a few boxes of rice left. Even if there were leftovers to take home, it wouldn't be a loss for the day. Xie Yunshu carefully counted the money. Finally, she had time to take off her scarf. Her bangs were damp with sweat, sticking to her smooth forehead, and her bright eyes sparkled with joy, even more radiant than the sun. She calculated the cost of today's meal and realized she could make 5 yuan if everything sold. So far, she had made 23 yuan and 30 cents. Excuse me, is there any food left? A youthful voice asked. Xie Yunshu quickly tucked the money away and smiled. Yes. What would you like? I'll serve you. A young man, around 20, approached. He looked only slightly older than Xie Mingcheng, was short and thin, and seemed a bit shy as he fiddled with the hem of his shirt. "It's my first day working here, and I didn't bring a bowl. I heard there's boxed lunch available, so I came to ask." He was from a rural area in Haicheng. After not passing the college entrance exam, he came out to find work. Hearing that construction sites paid well, he decided to try it out. After working all morning, he felt dizzy from hunger and learned that meals weren't provided. Everyone had to bring their own. Xie Yunshu smiled. "No problem. I have disposable containers. What do you want? I'll serve it up for you." The young man had only 30 cents in his pocket. He placed it on the tricycle and looked at the pork, feeling even hungrier. "Do I have to pay for the container? Can I wash it and return it later?" The disposable container costs 5 cents, and while one might seem expensive, if everyone used them, her costs would increase. Xie Yunshu served him a half-spoonful of pork and cabbage, a half-spoonful of tofu, and filled a box with rice. She handed him chopsticks and said, "This is disposable. You have to throw it away after using it. You can eat here, and after you finish, I have hot water to give you. Just remember to bring a bowl next time. These containers are shallow and can't hold soup, so you'll miss out." The young man looked similar to Mingcheng, and Xie Yunshu couldn't help but think of how Mingcheng had also worked at a construction site before. Back then, he didn't know how to manage lunch either, and he always came home starving. Du Xianglong was indeed very hungry. He didn't bother to talk and began to eat quickly.
"Slow down.
"You don't want to choke." Xie Yunshu reminded him and took a clean lunchbox to pour in hot water. "If I sell it to you for 30 cents, I will lose money. Just the disposable lunchboxes cost 3. Du Xianglong swallowed hard, his face turning red at Xie Yunshu's words. "I will definitely bring a ceramic jar tomorrow." She hadn't prepared many disposable lunchboxes, just in case, since the workers had big appetites. They could use the soup to soak the bread and rice, but these lunchboxes weren't very suitable. Xie Yunshu was just joking and wouldn't really care about the few cents. She waved her hand, saying, "Just help me promote it a bit." "Are you coming again tomorrow?" Du Xianglong's eyes lit up. The food was even better than at home. He could earn 6 yuan for a day's work, and spending 50 cents on a meal was affordable. Although she hadn't sold out yet, Xie Yunshu felt more confident. Of course. At worst, she would just make a little less tomorrow. She hadn't decided how much less to make when suddenly about 10 workers came rushing in, probably having heard the news. They immediately shouted, "Sister, give us 10 portions of cabbage and tofu with chili." Xie Yunshu was stunned, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Just moments ago, she had said she would reduce the quantity, and now she didn't have enough to sell. In the end, the workers took all the food, including the bread and chili, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Having vegetables was much better than eating plain bread. Before leaving, a few of the big men reminded her, "Sister, make more tomorrow. There are plenty of us workers on the site." Du Xianglong finished eating, and his eyes sparkled after a full meal. He smiled at Xie Yunshu. "Tomorrow, make some big potatoes and add more noodles. The food will fill us up." Wow. On the first day, people were already starting to order. It wasn't even 1 o'clock, and all the food was sold out. Xie Yunshu had hoped to save some for herself, but now it seemed she would have to go home for a meal. She wasn't in a hurry anymore, leisurely riding her bike toward the apartment building, quietly calculating how much money she had made today. There was still meat at home, so when she passed the market, Xie Yunshu decided to stop in to buy some potatoes, thinking she would stew them with the meat and noodles tomorrow and stir-fry the remaining cabbage with vinegar. As soon as she entered the market, she ran into an acquaintance. Chen Shui was bargaining with a vendor while carrying a basket of vegetables. When she looked up, she saw Xie Yunshu riding over on a brand-new tricycle. She immediately made a snide remark. "Oh, isn't this our Yunshu? No work and no house chores, living quite comfortably. Poor Dr. Lou, coming home from work to cook for himself. Luckily, Nurse Zhou is there to help." Xie Yunshu shot her a cold glance. "I may not be as busy as Sister Zhang, who has endless chores at home and still worries about others. Don't overwork yourself. Even a doctor's family has to pay for medical care." In her previous life, it was Qin Shui who loudly accused her of having mental issues. She spread rumors about Xie Yunshu being seen alone at home, causing people to believe she was truly unstable over time. Thinking of this, Xie Yunshu's gaze grew colder. She wondered what benefits Zhou Xinhua had given Qin Shui to make her, a doctor's family member, act like a lackey. Qin Shui was surprised that Xie Yunshu, almost abandoned, could still speak so sharply. Annoyed, she retorted, "What are you so proud of?" Yesterday, Comrade Zhou went home with Dr. Lou. They are the real couple. TSK, you don't even have a job now. What if Dr. Lou doesn't want you anymore? It's me who doesn't want him. Xie Yunshu raised her eyebrows and smirked. By the way, Lou Zixing has questionable morals. Please report that to the hospital leadership. In the past, Qin Shui was also sharp-tongued, but since Lu Zixing called her sister-in-law and Zhang Qingshan was his colleague, Xie Yunshu endured it to avoid causing trouble for him. But now, she wouldn't hold back. Why should she suffer for a man who couldn't see clearly? Qin Shui was left speechless by Xie Yunshu's response. Relationships can be complicated, and if it turned into a moral issue, it could have serious consequences. Regardless of whether Xie Yunshu had mental issues, she was still Lu Zixing's wife. However, Qin Shui didn't believe Xie Yunshu would actually divorce Dr. Lou. When she returned from the market, Li Fenlin hurried over. She first touched her daughter's small hand, finding it warm, then looked at the large pot on the tricycle. Xie Yunshu, full of energy, said, "Mom, don't look, it's all sold out." All sold out? Li Fenlin was taken aback, still in disbelief. How could it be gone so quickly? Xie Yunshu carried the potatoes inside, unaffected by Zhang Shui's comments. Not even a bit of soup left. I need to make more tomorrow, at least enough for 40 people. She didn't dare to add too much at once. She wasn't sure how many people would eat at the construction site. Li Fenlin took a deep breath. If 40 people ate, she could earn at least 4 yuan in one afternoon. Not just that. Xie Yunshu closed her door and took out the money from her pocket. I calculated it on the way. After paying Aunt Zhao, this is what I can earn today. She held up 4 fingers, her eyes sparkling with joy.
4 yuan.
That's over 100 for the month. That's more than double what I earned at the packaging factory. Even Lu Zixing's monthly salary was only a bit over 60 yuan, but he was a chief doctor with good benefits and bonuses. They didn't even have to buy rice, flour, or oil at home, and he received a bonus of 200 yuan at the end of the year. Lu Zixing's father worked at the Land Bureau, and his mother was an accountant at a steel factory. The whole family had stable jobs with high salaries, which is why people said she was climbing the social ladder. Li Fenlin smiled until she cried, covering her eyes to hide her tears from her daughter, repeatedly saying, "Yes, my girl is capable. She could live well, without anyone." Xie Yunshu felt a pang of sadness. She couldn't help but think about her dream. Why did she choose to end her life with a rope around Lu Zixing? She once thought she loved him so much that she couldn't live without him, but after a deep sleep, she realized he wasn't worth it at all. Her love, even if it was crazy, was precious. Why did he have to trample on it like that? After enjoying a bowl of noodles, Xie Yunshu rode her bike out. "Mom, I'm going to the Xinhua bookstore. I'll be back later." She had always done well in school, but had to drop out to take over the family business. Before marrying Lu Zixing, she had kept her habit of reading. However, over time, her thoughts had been filled with him, and she had given up that habit. Of course, she also planned to return to the staff quarters. Last time she left in a hurry and forgot some things. She needed to collect everything and discuss with Lu Zixing when to handle the divorce. He was eager to raise children with another woman, so she couldn't delay his plans. Xie Yunshu spent over 3 hours at the Xinhua bookstore, reluctantly putting down the book she was reading, which had the big title Construction Engineering. Since she was a little girl, she had loved building houses. She used to draw on the ground with sticks, and later, when she learned to write, she drew tall buildings on the walls in all sorts of shapes. When Dad was fine, he would smile and say, "When Yunshu goes to college, we will go to Beijing and attend Beijing University of Architecture. Later, you can work in the architecture department as an engineer. Later, she never had the chance to go to college or become an engineer. After leaving the Xinhua bookstore, Xie Yunshu sighed. A book costs more than $1, and she couldn't bring herself to buy it. Just coming to read a little each afternoon felt like a good deal. In winter, it gets dark early. She thought that Lu Zhixing should be off work by now, so she rode her bike toward the hospital staff housing. This housing area had about 10 families, all doctors or nurses from Haiqing Hospital. Of course, not everyone could live there. Only chief physicians or those with more experience could. When Xie Yunshu rode in, everyone had different expressions and awkwardly greeted her. Yunshu is back. Xie Yunshu nodded without changing her expression, and standing at the door, Chen Shui rolled her eyes. I said she wouldn't dare stay at her parents' house forever. She's just putting on a brave face. Lu Zhixing's house was brightly lit. When Xie Yunshu entered, she instinctively squinted her eyes. At the small dining table sat Lu's parents, Lu Zhixing's sister Lu Xueting, and Zhou Xinyue's son Xiaowei, all smiling. In the kitchen, Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xinyue were cooking together, standing close. Under the light, Xie Yunshu could even see Lu Zhixing's gentle expression. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were a happy family, a loving couple. She could even hear Zhou Xinyue's surprised voice coming from the kitchen. Zhixing, you still remember that I don't like cilantro. Lu Zhixing's mother, Cheng Yuxiang, laughed and said, Xinyue used to eat at my house every day when she was little. How could he forget that? After she spoke, she turned around and saw Xie Yunshu standing at the door. What are you doing here? Cheng Yuxiang's smile suddenly faded, and she coldly huffed, Aren't you supposed to be sulking at your parents' house? Why are you back? In the kitchen, Lu Zhixing paused, placed the vegetables on the cutting board, and, wearing an apron, came out as if nothing had happened. Why are you back at this time? Have you eaten? Sitting next to Xiaowei, Lu Xueting rolled her eyes and sarcastically said, I bet she rushed back as soon as she heard Sister Xinyue was here. I thought you had some backbone. Xie Yunshu first glanced at Lu Zhixing, then with a half-smile, looked around at the family. From the beginning of their marriage, they felt she was trying to climb the social ladder. Her sister-in-law and mother-in-law were always clear about their attitudes. She was not worthy of Lu Zhixing. Her father-in-law said nothing, but his cold demeanor spoke volumes. Although her family was not wealthy, she was raised with care by her parents. After marrying Lu Zhixing, she endured many grievances, all for him. Now that she no longer wanted this man, why should she continue to suffer? Seeing her unhappy expression, Lu Zhixing furrowed his brows and said, Let's talk about this later. Come in, wash your hands, and eat. It's not often that Mom and Dad visit. Xie Yunshu shot him a cold glance, then walked past him into the room. Standing by the table, she glanced at the soup pot in the center and smiled. This chicken looks familiar. It wouldn't be the one I bought with my own money and left outside, would it? Zhou Xinyue came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands, and smiled awkwardly. Yunshu, I saw the chicken was already cut and marinated, so I made soup. Please sit down and try it. Anyone who didn't know would think she was the mistress of the house. Lu Xueting put down her chopsticks angrily. Xie Yunshu, are you here just to cause trouble? This chicken is from my brother's house. If Xinyue wants it, she can have it. Lu Zhixing took a deep breath and spoke firmly. Xueting, don't talk to your sister-in-law like that. It was quite entertaining to watch. Xie Yunshu wasn't angry. In the astonished gazes of everyone, she picked up the pot of chicken. Sorry, but I bought this chicken with my money. If I say we can't eat it, then we can't. Lu Xueting, spoiled by her family, stood up and pointed at Xie Yunshu, shouting, You live in my brother's house and still have the nerve to say you bought it? You barely earn any money. You probably send it all home. You're relying on my brother, so how can you say such things without shame? Relying on her brother? Xie Yunshu scoffed and looked at Lu Zhixing. Dr. Lu, am I relying on you? Who's being shameless here? Lu Zhixing's brows were tightly knitted. Faced with this side of Xie Yunshu, he felt a strange mix of emotions, frustration and panic. Yunshu, do you have to make a scene like this? Today, Xie came over to discuss things with Mom and Dad. Don't drag our misunderstandings into this. Xie Yunshu curled her lips and coldly looked at the family in front of her, speaking slowly. Since we got married, you have only given me 10 out of your 60 yuan salary each month. Dr. Lou, is 10 yuan enough for you to eat and buy clothes? Who is really supporting whom here? Lu Zhixing sighed helplessly. I already said that once Xinhua settles in her job, I will give you my entire salary. Zhou Xinhua timidly added, Yunshu, please don't be upset with Zhixing over this small amount of money. I will slowly pay you back once I start working. Pay back what? Chung Yuxiang said sternly, glaring at Xie Yunshu with undisguised disdain in her voice. Xinua's father has done us a favor, and this is how we should repay it. You live in Zhixing's house and still want to count this small amount of money? You are embarrassing our family, Xie Yunshu retorted. Your family really has some nerve, expecting a daughter-in-law to repay the family's debts. And as for this house, do you think when a daughter-in-law moves in, she should also pay rent? That's truly eye-opening. Lu Zixing closed his eyes. He had never seen Xie Yunshu so aggressive. Even the last time at the hospital, after she had a confrontation with Zhou Xinhua, she only cried and looked at him for an explanation. But now, she seemed completely unconcerned, as if she really didn't care about this family at all. Suddenly, Lu Jianxi, who had been silent, put down his chopsticks. As a deputy director, he rarely spoke in this family, but no one dared to oppose him. Yunshu, Zhixing was wrong in this matter, he stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xueting's face turned red, but she didn't dare to speak up and just shot a fierce glare at Xie Yunshu. Unmoved, Xie Yunshu stood her ground, her back straight. What you choose to do is none of my business. Maybe Zhixing has said something, or maybe he hasn't. But I will say it again. I want to divorce Lu Zhixing.
Yunshu.
Lu Zhixing suddenly interrupted her, his usually distant face showing a hint of anger. Wait until our parents leave, and I will explain everything to you. Don't say these things now. Did she not realize that saying divorce in front of their parents made it much harder to turn back? He helped Zhou Xinhua out of pity for the once proud girl who had been brought low, not out of any personal feelings. No matter the situation, even if she hit Zhou Xinhua and threw a tantrum to go back to her parents' home, he never thought about divorce. Chung Yuxiang stood up with a cold face. It seems we can't eat this meal. Xinhua, you and Xiaowei come back to the Lu family with me. We have plenty of food at home. If you can fuss over a chicken like this, it shows how small your world is. You've never seen good things and always want to haggle over everything. Zhou Xinua's eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She tightly held Xiaowei's hand, feeling helpless as she looked around. I'm sorry, Auntie. I'm sorry, Zhixing. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come. But I just wanted Xiaowei to feel the warmth of a family. As she spoke, she was about to cry, secretly pinching Xiaowei's hand to make him cry too. Lu Xueting's eyes also turned red. She stepped forward and hugged Xiaowei, angrily looking at Xie Yunshu. You bully a child too? Xie Yunshu, you really are something. Just wait. Tomorrow I'll have my brother lock you up again. After she spoke, there was a moment of silence in the room. Lu Jianxia spoke in a deep voice. Xueting, don't say such things. Lu Zhixing pinched the bridge of his nose and looked apologetically at Xie Yunshu. She's just a child. Don't take it to heart. What a great idea to lock her up in a mental hospital. Such power, such authority. Xie Yunshu, furious, almost laughed through her tears. She felt sorry for her past self, who was in despair, and grateful for her current clear-mindedness. What right does a surgeon have to lock his wife in a mental hospital? The Lu family is so powerful that you don't even respect the law. She made sure everyone heard her, her gaze sweeping over the family of four. Finally, it landed on Lu Zhixing's still handsome but pale face. May I ask, do you represent the law or the people? Lu Jianxia understood the seriousness of her words and simply turned to leave. We elders won't interfere in your marital issues. Zhixing, take care of your wife. He framed the matter as a conflict between husband and wife. Lu Xueting wanted to say more but was pulled away by Qing Yuxiang. All right, take Xiaowei and go. Let your brother handle this. She knew that Xie Yunshu loved her son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been controlled by her family for over a year after marrying him. Now that there's so many people around, Xie Yunshu is probably afraid of losing face, which is why she is saying such harsh things. Once they all leave, she will surely soften her attitude and beg for Xixing not to abandon her. When that time comes, she will make Xie Yunshu apologize to her and to Xinhua. Lu Jianxi and Cheng Yuxiang left first, and Lu Xueting reluctantly followed behind with Xiaowei's hand in hers, while only Zhou Xinhua lagged a step behind. She waited for the Lu family to leave before wiping her tears and looking at Xie Yunshu with watery eyes. Yunshu, please don't fight with Xixing. Once Xiaowei's household registration is settled, I promise to stay far away from Xixing and won't cause you any trouble, okay? Household registration settled? Xie Yunshu's heart skipped a beat as she recalled something she had overlooked in her dream. In the dream, she had been married to Lu Xixing for over a decade, and they had a healthy relationship. So why didn't they have children? Noticing that Xie Yunshu was silent, Zhou Xinua's eyes flickered, and she continued, I have no choice. Xiaowei doesn't have a father, so I have to put his household registration under Xixing's name for now, and later I. She didn't finish her sentence, biting her lip as if she was forced into this situation, but Xie Yunshu could hear the clear pride and provocation in her words. Lu Xixing sighed softly. Xinhua came today to discuss this with my parents. You know the situation with Xiaowei's biological father. His school registration must be sorted out. So you're going to be his stand-in father? Xie Yunshu almost laughed. She truly admired Lu Xixing for how much he cared. Lu Xixing was angered by her sarcasm and spoke in a low voice. This is only temporary. Once Xinhua remarries, Xiaowei's household registration will be moved again. The family planning policy in 1986 was very strict, especially for a family like the Lu's. She and Lu Xixing could only have one child, regardless of gender. If Xiaowei's household registration was moved in, it meant she couldn't have her own child. Xie Yunshu finally remembered how many times she had wished for a child of her own in her dream. Perhaps if she had her own child, she wouldn't have felt trapped and forced into that situation. But because of this, Xiaowei took the position of the Lu family's first grandson, and Lu Xixing, from the beginning, took measures to avoid her, eventually not wanting to be with her at all. How ridiculous! Not only did she have to give way for Zhou Xinhua, but even her own child had to make way for Zhou Xinhua's child. So, before Zhou Xinhua gets married, I can't even have my own child? Xie Yunshu laughed, but there was a deep sadness in her voice. Lu Xixing, why don't you just be a good person and marry your sister Xinhua? Why go through all this trouble? Why hold her back, trying to drag her down? Lu Xixing couldn't bear to hear the word divorce come from her lips. His tone grew colder. Yunshu, I'll say it again, this is only temporary. Xinhua will get married in the future, and Xiaowei will have a new family. Xie Yunshu smiled sarcastically at him. What if Zhou Xinhua never gets married? Will you be a father to her son forever, while I can never have my own child? Lu Xixing, I haven't harmed your family, and I don't owe you anything. What gives you the right to treat me this way? Her tone was calm, but Lu Xixing felt a growing panic inside him. He instinctively reached for her hand. Yunshu, it's not like you think. He had never considered what would happen if Zhou Xinhua didn't marry, and now that Xie Yunshu asked, he didn't know how to explain. Zhou Xinhua immediately started crying, looking at Lu Xixing with tear-filled eyes. I never wanted to ruin anything for you. Brother Xixing, I'll find another way for Xiaowei. If not, I can just marry that man the head nurse introduced to me. No, I won't agree. Lu Xixing quickly released Xie Yunshu's hand and held Zhou Xinhua's shoulders firmly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Xinhua, that man is not good. He doesn't have a stable job and has a history of violence. If you marry him, Xiaowei will suffer too. Brother Xixing, I have no choice, no choice. Zhou Xinhua cried, wanting to lean into Lu Xixing's embrace for comfort. Perhaps because Xie Yunshu was there, Lu Xixing felt tense for a moment, but eventually pushed her away, and turned to Xie Yunshu. Yunshu, I won't divorce you, and I won't abandon Xinhua and her son. I owe the Zhou family, and I owe you too. I will make it up to you in the future. Xie Yunshu wanted to say that she had never met someone so shameless, but in the end, she couldn't be bothered to say anything. You should return the 3,000 yuan you owe me first. As for divorce, it's not just up to you. If she was determined to leave, could Lu Zixing really drag it out forever? Lu Zixing looked at her deeply. I'll send Xinhua away, and then we can talk. But now, for Xie Yunshu, Lu Zixing is no longer as important as 3,000 yuan. She ignored the couple and turned to her room to pack her things. After more than a year of marriage, most of her belongings were here, and she couldn't take everything with her when she left in a hurry last time. By the time Lu Zixing returned, Xie Yunshu had packed everything. 2 bags were in the corner, while she sat at her desk writing. He sighed in relief, glad that she hadn't left. The door closed, and Lu Zixing stood behind her, reaching out to touch her hair. Yunshu, we're married. Do we really have to reach this point? You weren't like this before. Xie Yunshu frowned and moved away from his hand, looking at him coldly. If someone who has always been wrong decides not to endure it anymore, others will say she has changed. Lu Zixing looked at his empty hand, feeling a sudden emptiness inside. He looked down at her. You've been wronged. I'll try to make it up to you, and I will change. But I don't believe you. Xie Yunshu turned back, her gaze moving slowly over his face. She admitted that she had agreed to marry him because he was truly outstanding. He was handsome, reserved, and had an impressive education and good family background. Such a man attracted countless women. She had once asked him why he chose to marry her. What did Lu Zixing say? He seemed to truly mean it when he said, Yunshu, I like being with you. Looking back now, she realized how naive she was. He never really loved her. He only liked that she loved him so passionately, sacrificing herself without realizing it. Even a simple smile from him made her feel incredibly happy. It wasn't until this illusion of happiness was shattered that she woke up to the truth. One must love oneself first. Love is an instinctive care and favoritism, but he had never shown her that. Lu Zixing spoke with a hint of helplessness and reproach, as if she was being unreasonable. Yunshu, you don't have a job now. How will you live if we divorce? Are you going back to your family? Xie Yunshu chuckled lightly, realizing he knew. He knew that losing her job would make it hard for her to survive and that her family was not well off. He knew all this, yet he still put her in a difficult situation.
You don't need to worry about that.
Just return the 3,000 yuan to me. Xie Yunshu had a sarcastic smile on her face. She turned around and placed the divorce application she had just signed in front of him. I've signed it. I hope the paperwork can be done quickly so it won't interfere with your ability to raise your son. After all, I've never heard of a child having 2 mothers. With Xiao Wei's household registration under Lu Zixing's name, she would become Xiao Wei's nominal mother, but the child would still call Zhou Xinhua mom. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. Before this, Lu Zixing had always thought that Xie Yunshu was just angry and looking for an excuse to vent when she mentioned divorce. He found her words harsh, but didn't take them seriously. She loved him so much. How could she want a divorce after losing her job and having no support? So he didn't believe it, but now the divorce application was right in front of him, and his wife's name was neatly written in the space for signatures. Xie Yunshu. Lu Zixing felt confused for a moment. He even realized, somewhat belatedly, that his wife had beautiful handwriting. Xie Yunshu didn't give him time to think. Seeing his confusion, she scoffed and placed the divorce application on the table. Don't worry, our reason for divorce is that we are not compatible. It won't affect your sister Xinhua's reputation, especially with you, a respected doctor, protecting her. Who would dare to say anything? That's not true. Lu Zixing stood frozen, unconsciously curling his fingers. His voice was hoarse. Yunshu, it's all a misunderstanding. Why won't you believe me? You slapped her in front of everyone. I did what I did to protect her reputation and to protect you. How ridiculous. Xie Yunshu even laughed out loud. Your way of protecting me was sending me to a mental hospital, where I spent 5 days and nights in a dark room, eating stale buns and cold rice porridge. I almost died in there, and when I got out, the first thing that happened was losing my job.
Ha.
Lu Zixing, your protection is truly precious. Please go protect those who really need it. I can't afford it, nor do I dare to accept it. Xie Yunshu thought about the 10 years of despair in her dreams, finally watching him leave with Zhou Xinyue in the fire, and she couldn't help but close her eyes to hold back the tears. Lu Zixing stood there, looking at Xie Yunshu, seemingly still in disbelief. I clearly instructed them to put you in the cleanest room, with 3 meals a day. He couldn't finish his sentence as his face turned pale. He is not a fool who would believe Zhou Xinyue's poor lies just because he wants to. Perhaps it's out of youthful pity or gratitude towards the Zhou family, but he is not unaware of how others feel about Xie Yunshu. The nurses at the hospital are colleagues with Zhou Xinyue, so it's not surprising that they would do such things behind his back. Xie Yunshu looked at him calmly. Her past tears and grievances were not worth it. She smiled sarcastically. Don't believe me? You are the chief physician of the hospital. Who has more authority than you, besides the director?
You could easily find out about this.
You didn't even check on your wife for 5 whole days. You don't know if she's really gone mad or if you've driven her to her limits. What have you been doing? Let me guess, you've been busy taking care of Zhou Xinyue and her child? Lu Zixing realized he regretted his actions. If he had known what she would go through in those 5 days, he would have acted differently. But now, he just stared blankly at Xie Yunshu, unable to say a word in response. Because Xie Yunshu was right. During those 5 days, he only thought about giving her space to calm down and reflect on his mistakes, never considering to check on her. During those same 5 days, Xiao Wei had a high fever, and he stayed at the hospital. In the same hospital, Xie Yunshu could tell from his expression that she was right, but she no longer wanted to waste her energy being angry. She simply tapped the divorce application and spoke calmly. Regardless of the situation, let's part on good terms and not interfere with each other's future marriages. Lu Zixing seemed taken aback by her words. His usually calm face showed a hint of panic and anger as he picked up the divorce application that Xie Yunshu had spent 20 minutes writing and tore it to pieces. With fire in her eyes, Xie Yunshu said softly, Yunshu, I will not divorce you. If you need money, I will gather it for you slowly, but divorce is not an option. Who is really in the wrong here? Xie Yunshu stood up suddenly, making a loud noise as she did. She had never been known for her good temper. As Chung Yuxiang said, she grew up in a humble neighborhood and lost her father at a young age. If she were soft and gentle, wouldn't anyone be able to walk all over her? It was only because she loved him that after marrying him, she willingly put away her defenses and tried to be a gentle and obedient wife. But now, she no longer loved him. Lu Zixing, don't make me slap you. I want a divorce, and no one can stop me. Xie Yunshu slightly raised her chin, her dark and bright eyes filled with anger, and her delicate face flushed with rage. She looked like an angry cheetah, beautiful and striking. Lu Zixing seemed to be seeing her for the first time. He always knew his wife was attractive. Even though he was usually calm and distant, he couldn't help but glance at beautiful girls. When they first met, he was amazed by her beauty. She had been shy and gentle then, but her eyes held a brightness that showed she was not weak or timid. She looked at him with admiration. After being pressured to marry for a long time, Lu Zixing unexpectedly agreed to it. After they got married, she treated him very well. He had seen many wonderful sides of her, but over time, that beauty seemed to fade. Yet at this moment, he saw her in a new light. It turned out she looked even more beautiful when she was angry. Xie Yunshu glanced at him impatiently, her tone growing colder. I'll go back to the bookstore to get the divorce papers copied. If you insist on not getting a divorce, I will absolutely not agree to let Xiao Wei's household registration move in. Even though the Lu family had power, he couldn't change the household registration without her signature. Lu Zixing misunderstood her words. So, is it because of Xiao Wei that you want a divorce? Yunshu, I promise that within a year, if Xinyue isn't married, I will find a way to handle Xiao Wei's registration. He won't affect our plans to have a child. The two had been avoiding having a child for two reasons. He was busy with work and didn't have time, and as a doctor, he knew it was not good for women to have children too early, especially since Yunshu was only 20 when they married. Now, thinking about having their own child seemed like it would bring them happiness. Xie Yunshu laughed in frustration. I'll say it again. I want a divorce. Lu Zhixing repeated. I won't agree to sign. If you're still upset, you can go back for a few days, but you have to come home with me for the new year. Yunshu, no matter how upset you are, don't keep saying the word divorce. Xie Yunshu took a deep breath. It was already past 8, and she hadn't told her mother she was coming. Continuing to argue with him would lead nowhere, and if she didn't return soon, her mother would definitely worry. One question. When will you give me the money? That was the main point. Everything else was just noise. Lu Zhixing's expression slightly changed, as if he didn't expect her to bring up money again. I only have 1,800 yuan in my account right now. You can take it all if you want. He thought she was just venting. She had never cared much about money before, but maybe giving most of his salary to Zhou Xinyu really upset her. Thinking this, Lu Zhixing added, Xinyu has started working now, and I will give you her salary starting next month. Okay. Whenever you save the remaining 1,200, I will pay you back, Xie Yunshu replied without hesitation. In this new life, she understood better than anyone that while a man could be discarded, money was essential. As for Lu Zhixing giving her his salary card, how he managed his meals and life was no longer her concern. After all, as a chief doctor, he didn't have to spend much on food at the hospital, and the benefits were enough to keep him fed. However, Lu Zhixing smiled and looked at Xie Yunshu, saying, let's talk about Xiao Wei later. I'll think of other solutions. It might be good for you to stay at your parents' place for a while until you feel better. He thought that her willingness to take his salary card meant she still wanted to be with him, and that the divorce was just a moment of anger. He realized he was also at fault for not visiting her during those 5 days, which made her feel so wronged. As for the issue with Xiao Wei, her anger stemmed from the fact that the household registration was under his name, which meant she couldn't have her child.
Deep down, she still cared about him.
With this thought, Lu Zhixing's voice became a bit lighter. Yunshu, I will take care of everything. Just focus on staying there for now. Due to recent events, there were some rumors in the family compound, which he was aware of. Now that Yunshu didn't have to work, being alone at home might lead her to overthink. It was better for her to go back to her family to clear her mind. Xie Yunshu shot him a sarcastic glance. I have no plans to return. All right, for now, you don't have to come back, Lu Zhixing replied with a helpless smile. It was rare to see her angry, and now he found it somewhat intriguing. Xie Yunshu rolled her eyes internally, putting Lu Zhixing's passbook and salary card into her pocket, then shouldering her 2 packed bags. Think what you want. Once I have enough money, you will sign the divorce papers immediately. Lu Zhixing frowned slightly. I just said not to mention those 2 words again. He would not get a divorce. But Xie Yunshu was determined to get one. For a moment, the two of them fell silent. Xie Yunshu frowned and stopped talking, walking outside on her own. Just after taking a few steps, she felt a lightness on her shoulder. Lu Zhixing was carrying her 2 bags behind her. It's late, and it's not safe for a girl like you to be out alone. I'll take you home. Xie Yunshu felt a bit annoyed.
I don't need that.
Don't say things in anger. Lu Zhixing calmly glanced at her, then went to push his bicycle. He was tall with long legs, striding ahead, and Xie Yunshu had no choice but to follow with a cold expression. Just as they stepped out of the family compound, they saw Lu Xueting running over, breathless. Brother, hurry. Xiao Wei got burned, and his arms and legs are covered in blisters. What should we do?
What?
Lu Zhixing's expression changed. It's easy for a young child to get an infection from a burn. He didn't even have time to explain to Xie Yunshu. He dropped the bags on the ground and hurriedly rode his bicycle to the hospital. Xie Yunshu's bags were left on the ground, one of them spilling open, clothes scattered everywhere. Lu Xueting, however, was no longer anxious. She looked disdainfully at the clothes on the ground and scoffed, Xie Yunshu, how embarrassing. You're an adult and still wearing that kind of underwear. No wonder you and my brother haven't had kids after being married for so long. He probably doesn't even want to touch you. The clothes were summer wear that Xie Yunshu had planned to leave behind since she intended to get a divorce. A slightly yellowed tank top fell to the ground, quickly getting dirty and looking cheap and ridiculous. This was a shirt her mother had bought for her during her teenage years after washing clothes for 3 days. The cotton fabric was comfortable, and she had kept it all this time. When she started developing, she was more advanced than other girls, with a slim waist but a fuller chest. At that time, she felt shy and often hunched over. Li Fenlin noticed but didn't say anything. One night, she secretly gave her a tank top and smiled. My dear girl is growing up. You should wear this from now on. Go change, and let's walk with our heads held high. My daughter is the prettiest. After getting married, she continued to wear these cotton tank tops. She knew that some wealthy city girls wore bras with underwire that made them look particularly elegant. But such bras were too expensive, and she never wanted to buy one. Xie Yunshu said nothing. She quietly squatted down and carefully put her clothes back into the bundle, tying it tightly before placing it on the back of her bicycle. She was glad she hadn't been swayed by Lu Zhixing's moment of kindness. Otherwise, that fallen bundle would have felt like a slap in her face. If Lu Zhixing had just glanced back, he would have understood her intentions from those clothes, but he didn't look back and even forgot what he had just said about a girl being unsafe at night. Seeing her silent, Lu Xueting thought she had hit the mark and became even more pleased. What's wrong? Did I get it right? If I were you, I would have moved Xiao Wei's household registration over and been grateful to Sister Xie. If she hadn't left and then faced such troubles, someone like you would never have married my brother. Xie Yunshu chuckled softly. Whose fault is that? I can only say that Zhou Xianyu is bad luck. It has nothing to do with me. Zhou Xianyu's unfortunate experiences made Lu Xueting feel even more pity for her childhood sister. She looked down on Xie Yunshu, who was already trying to climb up the social ladder by marrying her brother. Unable to hold back, she raised her hand. I won't allow you to speak about Sister Xianyu like that. Xie Yunshu grabbed her arm and pushed her aside forcefully. What? Do you want to fight me? Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm known for slapping people in a fight. Even the fierce Lin Shuiping was no match for her, let alone the pampered Lu Xueting. Lu Xueting gritted her teeth but didn't dare to retaliate. Xiao Wei isn't even 5 years old, and you can still argue with him. How embarrassing. Zhou Xianyu and Lu Zhixing were about the same age, both 25 this year. When she was 18, she was kidnapped and sold into the mountains. When she was rescued, she had no child with her. Later, when she regained her senses, she held Lu Zhixing's hand and cried, asking him to bring her child back. The once vibrant Rose had been tortured into this state, now with a timid, skinny child by her side, both covered in countless scars, which deeply moved Lu Zhixing. So he did everything he could to erase Zhou Xianyu's past, settling her and her child in his marital home and giving his salary to Zhou Xianyu. When Lu Xueting saw her former sister Xianyu, she cried until her eyes were swollen and vowed to treat her like a real sister from then on. In contrast, Xie Yunshu was quite lucky. She effortlessly married her brother and began a good life. Now you want to argue about that little salary with Sister Xinyue, and you're quarreling over it with a poor 5-year-old child? How shameless can you be? Xie Yunshu clicked her tongue and said, a 5-year-old child gets sick all the time. I don't know if it's bad luck or if he's too tough. He either gets hurt or has a fever, and today he got burned again. Anyone with a bit of common sense can see something is wrong, yet this brother and sister are still so concerned about him. Lu Xueting was shocked by her cruel words. You actually curse a little child. Xie Yunshu, I'm going to tell my brother to divorce you right away. Just wait and see. Xie Yunshu had already gotten on her bicycle and laughed. Well, thank you. What did you say? Lu Xueting could hardly believe her ears. Is Xie Yunshu really crazy? Doesn't she fear that her brother will actually divorce her? But Xie Yunshu had already ridden away, and she realized that this whole family is just loyal followers of Zhou Xinhua. She wouldn't play along anymore. If they want to repay kindness and be heroes saving a struggling mother and child, that's up to them. But they shouldn't drag her into it. At Haiqing First People's Hospital, Xiao Wei's little face was twisted in pain, with blisters all over his thin arms and legs, looking very alarming. Lu Zhixing furrowed his brows tightly. How did he suddenly get burned? Zhou Xinhua cried, struggling to catch her breath, like a worried and guilty mother, covering her face and shaking her head. It's my fault. All my fault. Xiao Wei said he hadn't eaten chicken in a long time, so I thought I'd fry him a chicken leg. Who knew he would run under the oil pot? Beside her, Cheng Yuxiang also looked worried. Your father got angry today and went upstairs without dinner. I went to get him water and medicine, and who knew that in such a short time? It's all my fault. I didn't watch Xiao Wei closely enough. Zhou Xinhua slapped herself and leaned by Xiao Wei's bed. You can hit me, it's all my fault. Xiao Wei's face was pale and sweaty. He looked at Zhou Xinhua with deep fear in his eyes, but still shook his head. Mom, it's my fault for not listening. If anything happens to Xiao Wei, what's the point of me living? Why can't I just watch over my child properly? Zhou Xinhua cried uncontrollably, holding Xiao Wei's hand, completely exhausted. Lu Zhixing sighed, pulled her up gently, and patted her shoulder. It's just a burn. I'll have my colleagues take good care of him. He won't be in any danger. Zhou Xinhua took the opportunity to lean on his shoulder and cried, Zhixing, I'm so glad you're here. Lu Zhixing's shoulder stiffened for a moment. Seeing Xiao Wei's pitiful state, he didn't push Zhou Xinhua away but comforted her. Don't cry. You still need to take care of the child. Cheng Yuxiang sighed. Oh, this child is really unfortunate. Then she suddenly became angry. This is all Xie Yunshu's fault. Why is she making such a fuss? Even about a chicken. We just ate at your place. How could Xiao Wei think about chicken legs? Children can't handle hunger, and it's natural for him to run over when he sees Xinhua cooking. I was reluctant when you wanted to marry her. A woman who hasn't seen much of the world only focuses on her man. Lu Zhixing felt exhausted. He straightened up slightly to let Zhou Xinhua sit down and then rubbed his forehead, saying, Mom, this has nothing to do with Yunshu. How can it not be related? She's been causing trouble for days. When will it end? Cheng Yuxiang's anger surged when she saw Xiao Wei's burned arm. First, she hit Xinhua, then moved back to her parents' house, and now she won't even spare the child. Everyone in the neighborhood is laughing at our family. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have pushed you to marry her. Seeing Lu Zhixing's troubled expression, Zhou Xinhua thought of what Chen Shui had said to her that day and choked up. Aunt, please don't blame Yunshu. It's my fault. I'm not capable, and I always need Zhixing to help me. If I hadn't come back, Yunshu wouldn't be talking about divorce. Talking about divorce? Cheng Yuxiang's expression changed, and she glared at Lu Zhixing. She dares to mention divorce? Our family won't tolerate such behavior from a daughter-in-law. If she wants to leave, let her go. Lu Zhixing's expression shifted slightly. Mom, Yunshu is just throwing a tantrum. What right does she have to throw a tantrum? After all this time, there's been no news of a baby, and she's uneducated and without skills. Now she doesn't even have a job. She's just living off us. Cheng Yuxiang huffed as she sat down. She was angry just thinking about how aggressive Xie Yunshu had been today, as if their family had done something wrong to her. Earlier, she slapped Zhou Xinhua and was sent to the hospital to calm down. Wasn't that expected? At that moment, Lu Xueting, filled with anger, walked in with a stern face. Upon seeing Lu Zhixing, she complained, Brother, hurry up and divorce that woman, Xie Yunshu. She really embarrassed herself, just throwing a pile of clothes on the floor. Even her underwear was out in the open. How shameless. Of course, she didn't dare to say anything that would insult Xie Yunshu. At that moment, Lu Zhixing realized that he had been so worried about Xiao Wei getting burned that he completely forgot about taking Yunshu home, not even glancing back. She would definitely be angry again. Beside him, Lu Xueting was still relentless. She remembered that her brother also disliked Xie Yunshu. I just said a couple of things to her, and she acted like a shrew, almost ready to hit someone. She's nothing like Sister Shinua, who is so gentle and understanding.
I don't want a sister-in-law like that.
Lu Zixing's expression turned cold. He took a deep breath. Shut up. I will not divorce Yunshu. After saying that, he turned to leave. Behind him, Chung Yuxiang quickly called out. Where are you going? Don't go looking for Xie Yunshu. You lowered your head this time. She'll just get more arrogant and won't tolerate Shinua and her son.
Don't worry. She doesn't even have a job now.
Can her family let a married daughter stay at home forever? She will definitely come back to beg you. Lu Zixing paused. He had thought the same way, but now he felt a bit uncertain. Zhou Xinua's eyes flashed with annoyance as she softly said, Zixing, I understand Yunshu's feelings as a woman. She's upset right now. And if you go over, you two might just end up arguing again. And you know how it is in that kind of place. There are plenty of people watching. Yunshu has a straightforward temper. If she causes a scene, it will spread all over Haiqing. Uncle Lu is about to get promoted, and having such a scandal would be bad. Chung Yuxiang nodded in agreement with Zhou Shinua. Shinua thinks things through, unlike Xie Yunshu, who only knows how to be jealous. Just keep your distance from her. Once she's had enough of her tantrum, Li Fenlin will surely chase her out, and she'll have to come back to you to apologize. Women shouldn't be spoiled too much. Lu Zixing felt exhausted. He had always had smooth sailing, good grades in school, a successful career, and when he married Xie Yunshu, she was gentle and caring, never causing him any trouble at home. He never expected that helping Zhou Shinua would lead to such a mess. Mom, I have something to take care of, so I'll head back first. I'll arrange for my colleagues to take good care of Xiaowei. No matter what, he needed to investigate what Yunshu said today. When the commotion happened at the hospital, he made it clear to have Xie Yunshu taken to the psychiatric department just to let her calm down for a few days, and once this was over, she could come out. She specifically arranged for her to stay in the best single room, so as not to make things difficult for her. It was already past 8 o'clock, and there were only a few nurses on duty, one of whom was the one who delivered meals to Xie Yunshu that day. Zhao Lingling leaned on the nurse's station, resting her chin on her hand, enviously looking towards the patient room. Dr. Lu is really nice to Shinua. When he heard her son was burned, he and his family came over late at night. She had just seen Dr. Lu's long legs striding over, his black coat creating a gust of wind, making her blush a little. He was a graduate student who had studied abroad, young and handsome, and his usually cool demeanor made many young nurses' hearts flutter. But Dr. Lu came from a good family and usually spoke in a cold manner, so even though Zhao Lingling had feelings for him, she didn't dare to act on them. Back then, she secretly thought that someone like Dr. Lu would surely marry an equally outstanding female doctor, or at least someone from a respectable family. What kind of woman would be good enough for a man like Lu Zixing? But who would have thought that a year ago, he quietly married a woman from a single-parent family who worked in packaging, with no education or skills, just a pretty face. If she had known this back then. Xie Yunshu still came to the hospital every day to bring meals to Dr. Lu, eager for everyone to know her status, which seemed quite petty. After Zhou Shinua appeared, she felt an indescribable sense of glee. It turned out Dr. Lu didn't like Xie Yunshu that much after all. Otherwise, how could he care for another woman so much? They said it was to repay a favor, but who knows? The Lu family has more than just Lu Zixing. His parents and sister could step in, yet it always had to be Lu Zixing taking the lead. If they claimed there was nothing between them, she certainly didn't believe it. There were too many people in the hospital who favored some and looked down on others, especially since Zhou Shinua was brought in by Lu Zixing. With his protection, no one dared to bully her. Xie Yunshu was different. Just by looking at Lu Zixing's cold attitude, it was clear he didn't value his wife much. Since that was the case, what would it matter if she stepped on her? In her view, the position of Dr. Lu's wife would eventually change. Hearing Zhao Lingling's words, another nurse working with her nodded in agreement. That's right. Ever since Zhou Xinyu came to our hospital, Dr. Lou has been coming to our nurse station frequently. We never had the chance to see him this often before. After speaking, she shook her head helplessly. Actually, it's not surprising that Xie Yunshu was angry that day. Dr. Lu's actions were hard to judge, but this week, Zhou Xinyue's situation was definitely complicated. A woman rescued from the mountains, who had suffered so much, should be working hard to raise her child, right? Why was she so fragile, even more than a pampered young lady? For work, she relied on Lu Zhixing. For her child, she relied on Lu Zhixing. Even when she had her period, she fainted and needed Lu Zhixing to take care of her. Let's not even mention that Lu Zhixing has a wife. Even if you were single, she should know her limits, right? Zhao Lingling scoffed. What right does Xie Yunshu have to be angry? She doesn't deserve Dr. Lu. I heard she's causing a scene tonight. Tisk, she's really something. Hasn't she had enough time in that small room? She'll just wait for Dr. Lu to lock her up again. A few missed meals will teach her to behave. After saying this, she noticed the person next to her had stopped talking and felt a bit strange. Xiao Qing, what are you doing? It's just the two of us here. If we don't chat, I'll suffocate. Xiao Qing pressed her lips together and gestured with her eyes. Don't say anything. Zhao Lingling dismissed her concern. Are you defending Xie Yunshu? She deserves it. I've been nice enough to give her steamed buns. If she gets locked up again, I won't even give her water. Besides, Dr. Lu wouldn't care about her little problems. He has to take care of Zhou Xinyue and her child. Xiao Qing turned pale and quickly stepped back, as if to show her stance. Dr. Lu. When Xie Yunshu was locked up that day, she happened to be off duty. The whole incident had nothing to do with her. Besides, she wasn't as bold as Zhao Lingling to trouble a patient in the hospital. No matter if Xie Yunshu was Lu Zhixing's wife or just an ordinary patient, she shouldn't be treated like this. Lu Zhixing was engulfed in a heavy atmosphere. Although he had already heard Xie Yunshu's account of the inhumane treatment she received during those 5 days, he hadn't fully believed it at the time. Zhou Xinyue had been interning in this department a few days ago. She knew where Xie Yunshu was locked up and who was responsible for bringing her meals. Why hadn't she mentioned anything about it? Now, hearing this little nurse admit it, he couldn't suppress the anger rising within him. Zhao Lingling also felt something was wrong. She looked at Xiao Qing in confusion, then turned her head, startled and stammering, Dr. Lu. Lu Zhixing was extremely angry. He usually kept his emotions in check, but now he couldn't hold back. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Lingling by the neck. How dare you? How dare you openly mistreat my wife in the hospital? You think you can just get away with this? After saying that, he forcefully threw her aside, and Zhao Lingling crashed against the wall, clutching her throat and coughing desperately. Lingling! Xiao Qing exclaimed, fearfully glancing at Lu Zhixing, her heart racing. In her memory, Dr. Lu was usually distant but gentle. She now questioned whether he might actually harm Zhao Lingling in his rage. How could this be? Didn't they say he didn't care about his wife? Zhao Lingling was too scared to cry out. She had paid to get a job as a nurse in the hospital and wasn't a properly trained graduate. If Lu Zhixing wanted to take action against her, it would only take a word. Lu Zhixing was breathing heavily, his eyes slightly red. Hearing the truth about what Yunshu had endured over those 5 days made him realize the extent of the abuse she suffered, locked away and left to eat dry bread and drink cold water in winter. The one responsible for all this was him. No wonder she was so disappointed in him, repeatedly mentioning divorce. Zhao Lingling stood up against the wall, desperately trying to defend herself. Dr. Lu, I didn't mean to do it. Zhou Xinyue kept saying that Xie Yunshu bullied her and that the slap made her unable to live. I just wanted to stand up for her. Yes, it was Zhou Xinyue who made me do it. Lu Zhixing scoffed. You still dare to shift the blame onto Xinyue? Before this, she and Yunshu had never even met. Why would she do that? Xinyue had been sensitive and timid due to her troubles in the mountains, spending those 5 days hiding at home and crying. How could she have encouraged Zhao Lingling to act this way? Zhao Lingling had no way to express her struggles. Zhou Xinhua hadn't explicitly told her to mistreat Xie Yunshu, but she had constantly hinted at it. She was the one who said that Lu Zixing and Xie Yunshu's relationship was poor, that Yunshu had a bad temper, and that if Yunshu suffered in the hospital, Lu Zixing wouldn't stand up for her. She was already jealous of Xie Yunshu. Driven by her selfish motives, she used her little power to make things difficult for Xie Yunshu. Little did she expect that after everything was revealed, Lu Zixing would be so angry. "Dr. Lu, I just wanted to help Xinhua," Zhao Lingling cried, her nose running, looking messy and contrasting sharply with her earlier smugness. "Xie Yunshu has been bullying Xinhua. If we don't teach her a lesson..." Lu Zixing looked at her sternly. "Does my wife need you to teach her a lesson? You're Zhao Lingling, right? Starting tomorrow, you won't need to come to the hospital anymore. Neglecting your duties during work hours and taking revenge on patients. If it weren't for Dean Qin, I would personally take you to the police station." Zhao Lingling never imagined that after several days, she would suddenly lose her job. Just moments ago, she had been mocking Xie Yunshu for losing hers, and now it was her turn. Seeing Zhao Lingling's desperate expression, Xiaoqing felt a bit sorry. "Dr. Lu, it's already happened. Lingling knows she was wrong. Does knowing she was wrong fix the consequences?" Lu Zixing's attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "Also, who locked Yunshu in the storage room? I specifically instructed that she should stay in a single patient room." Zhao Lingling suddenly looked up at the man she had admired for a long time, a sarcastic smile appearing on her face.
"Who was it?"
"Of course, it was your sister Xinhua."
"Impossible."
Lu Zixing instinctively denied her claim. Zhao Lingling laughed through her tears. "You're really disgusting, married yet involved with other women. Since you protect Zhou Xinhua so much, why come to Xie Yunshu's aid? I must have been blind to think you were once untouchable."
Ugh.
She didn't care anymore. She had lost her job, so what was there to fear? Lu Zixing's face turned dark. "I will investigate this matter personally." Once he left in a hurry, Zhao Lingling collapsed to the ground, sobbing. She felt so foolish for believing Zhou Xinhua's words, thinking Lu Zixing was annoyed with Xie Yunshu. She had been used by Zhou Xinhua. Under the dim streetlight at the entrance of the building, two figures stood, one tall and one short, glancing anxiously down the alley on this cold winter night.
"Sister."
The taller Xie Mingqing's eyes lit up as he hurried over. "Why are you back so late?" Xie Yunshu wrapped herself up tightly, leaving only her bright eyes visible. "I went to get something and took a bit longer." Li Fenlin approached her, noticing the two large bundles in the back seat and feeling relieved to see her daughter looking well. "Are you really going to stay here from now on?" Even though her daughter had been back for 2 days, Li Fenlin still wasn't sure if Yunshu was truly willing to divorce Lu Zixing. When they first got married, she could see the shy and affectionate look in her daughter's eyes when she looked at him, clearly showing her genuine feelings. Xie Yunshu blinked. "Mom, you're not going to kick me out, are you?" "Of course not," Li Fenlin quickly replied, following her daughter closely. "No matter what, this will always be your home. Even if it's small, it's still a place for her." Xie Yunshu pushed aside her worries and had Xie Mingqing ride his bike while she linked arms with Li Fenlin, heading into the dark hallway. "Mom, I'm going to live with you from now on. Nowhere else."
Li Fenlin frowned.
"Nonsense. Once things settle down, you'll still need to get married. What kind of girl lives alone for her whole life? Then I'll take you with me when I get married." Xie Yunshu laughed playfully, returning to her youthful spirit. "I can't bear to leave my dear mom." Xie Mingqing locked up his bike and followed behind with a bundle. He quickly asked, "Sis, are you taking me with you?" What a cheeky kid. Before Xie Yunshu could respond, Li Fenlin playfully swatted him. "Stop talking nonsense. How can a sister get married and take her mom and brother along?" Xie Mingqing pouted. "I don't want to be apart from my sister." He still wasn't used to his sister getting married after more than a year, and that Lu Zixing had such an attitude. They had been married for so long, yet he only visited once during the New Year. They lived in the same city not far apart, so why did it feel like he looked down on their family? If he looked down on them, how could Lu Zhixing treat his sister well? He didn't believe it. As they opened the worn iron door and turned on the light, warm light filled the room. Xie Yunshu sat down and took a sip of hot water, not telling them about the troubling events of the evening. Instead, she started counting on her fingers for the business she planned to do tomorrow. I've decided I'll prepare enough for 40 people tomorrow. If I sell everything, I can earn $4 in one day. I'll check out other places in the afternoon, and maybe I can do something in the evening. Xie Mingqing's eyes widened slightly. Sis, you can earn $4 in just one morning? After graduating from university, a job only pays about $40 to $50 a month. Even with bonuses, he only makes $70 a month. When you think about it, that's even less than what his sister earns. Xie Yunshu knows her brother very well and immediately glared at him. You focus on your studies. You don't need to worry about making money. If you get into college, you'll have more choices. I'm selling lunchboxes because that's all I can do right now. If we just look at making money, construction workers earn a lot too. But would you want to do that kind of work? The money they earn is hard-earned. Every penny comes from their sweat. Xie Mingqing scratched his head. His sister seemed even fiercer, but he liked it. He enjoyed being scolded by his sister. Since Xie Mingqing had school the next day, he was sent to bed by 9 o'clock. When he went out to get water, Li Fenlin finally asked, Yunshu, has the divorce been agreed upon? Xie Yunshu replied naturally. He has no reason to disagree. I've already prepared the divorce application. We just need Lu Zhixing to pay off the money and sign it. If he keeps dragging it out, I'll go to his workplace and talk to his boss. But can the hospital leadership really support them? Li Fenlin felt uneasy. Is it because of that $3,000? If Lu Zhixing doesn't want to give it, then. Xie Yunshu proudly took out her bankbook. Mom, I didn't come back empty-handed today. There's $1,800 here, and I'll withdraw it tomorrow. This card is Lu Zhixing's salary card. As soon as the money is cleared, we'll go get the divorce certificate. Lu Zhixing makes $60 a month, and with bonuses and year-end benefits, it will take him about half a year to save up that $1,200. Li Fenlin was shocked. He gave you his salary card? What else could he do? Even if we're getting divorced, he still owes me money. Xie Yunshu snorted. She hadn't even calculated the food expenses from the past year. $10 a month is hardly enough for him to eat and wear. If she didn't want to cut ties with him quickly, she would definitely make sure to settle everything properly.
But
Xie Yunshu's eyes lit up. We still have a color TV at home. I'll bring it over tomorrow to settle the debt. TVs had become common, but her family still didn't have one. In their entire building, only Uncle Zhang on the third floor had one, but his wife was very particular about cleanliness and never allowed anyone to come over to watch TV. She remembered when the show about the hero Hu Yuanjia aired in 1981. That was when her father had just passed away, and Li Fenlin was busy handling things at work. She and Mingqing felt like lost chicks abandoned under a tree, overwhelmed by darkness. It was Grandma Zhang who brought the dishes and rice over. She opened the iron gate with her small steps, lighting up the darkness. Aunt Zhang reluctantly led the siblings upstairs, her tone not very gentle. Just watch the TV. You two sit here and don't think too much. If the sky falls, the adults will handle it. Although she wasn't in the mood to watch at that time, she would always remember that splash of color and the theme song. The Great Wall will never fall. Li Fenlin felt a bit strange. She had no sadness about her daughter wanting a divorce. Instead, she smiled more these days than when Yunshu first got married, as if someone was telling her that this was the best outcome.
you really dare to think that?
Would Lu Zhixing be happy if you brought the TV back? She shook her head with a smile, treating it as a joke. Mom isn't a child. Why watch TV? Yunshu huffed. Anyway, he doesn't watch it. Besides, he owes me money, so isn't it fair for me to take his things? She used to like him and was willing to wear the coat of a good wife, but now that they were getting divorced, money was the most important thing to her. Li Fenlin thought she was joking. They weren't divorced yet, so how could she move back to her parents' house? She poured the potatoes into a bowl and said, "All right, hurry up and go to sleep. You've been tired all day." Yunshu neatly folded the potato bag and pulled Li Fenlin up. You go to sleep too. You have to help me tomorrow. By the way, you're not allowed to do laundry anymore. It's better if you work for me. I'll pay you 1 yuan a day.
Stop joking.
Li Fenlin laughed and gave her a playful pat, just like when she was little. You little rascal, keeping tabs with your own mom. I don't want your money. Save it for your dowry. After yesterday's experience, Yunshu worked much faster today. Just around 11 o'clock, she rode her tricycle to the construction site and didn't rush to shout. Instead, she sat down, took off her hat and scarf, and poured a big cup of hot water to cool down. Once she got busy, she didn't even have time to pour water. Today, she had an extra big jar. Besides chili oil, she also pickled a large jar of spicy radish pickles. Anyone who wanted some could have a bite, as it wasn't worth much. Everyone working at the site knew how to get by, but while there were some who liked to take advantage, they were few. Those who wanted her chili had to buy something, even if they didn't want to spend on meat. At least they had to buy a bun. Buying food outside also costs money, but getting it from her is still warm. She's a young girl selling lunchboxes here, and no one is going to take advantage of her little bit of spicy pickles every day. Even if someone does, she should not worry too much. In business, if you are too stingy, you won't make any money. A big cup of hot water cools down quickly. Xie Yunshu had just taken a few sips when 7 or 8 familiar faces appeared. Girl, what do you have today? The leading man, around 40 years old, had brought a large group yesterday. He smiled at Xie Yunshu. Today, we didn't bring any rice. We need vegetables and dry food. We have potato noodles with pork and dry-fried garlic shoots. They taste great. Xie Yunshu smiled brightly at the big men, her rosy cheeks full of warmth, making everyone feel happy. Lifting the pot lid revealed a delicious smell of meat and vegetables. Xie Yunshu quickly took a jar. Big brother, we have pickles today too. They are free, but each person can only take 1 chopstick full, as I spent half the day cutting the radish. She was generous and confident, without any hesitation. Li Shengli laughed heartily. Don't worry, we are not the kind to take advantage. Those who were hungry didn't care about appearances and squatted by the roadside to eat. The warm food tasted like home, and even the younger ones felt teary. They had traveled far and wide to work here, and didn't know how many days it had been since they had eaten warm food. Now they had meat and vegetables at a low price, which gave them energy to work. After finishing up, another 10 people came for food, mostly familiar faces from yesterday, along with a few newcomers. While serving food and collecting money, Xie Yunshu thought that with this crowd, she would sell out the meals for 40 people early today. Sure enough, in just over half an hour, the potato stew was almost gone, and there were only 3 or 4 servings of stir-fried cabbage left. At that moment, a familiar face appeared, Changzi, who had asked for chili oil yesterday. Today, he had money but only 10 cents. Comrade, I want 2 buns. Although he felt embarrassed, he glanced at the pickle jar. Is the pickle free? Can I take some to put in the buns? He really knew how to save money. Xie Yunshu sighed helplessly. I just said that while the pickles are free, I bought the radishes myself. Each person can only take 1 chopstick full. If everyone takes so much, will anyone else be able to eat? Even though radishes are cheap, they still cost money. Moreover, while others buy vegetables and rice noodles, she generously gives pickles. This guy wants 2 buns, and if we just look at the cost, she barely makes 2 cents from him. How can he even ask for more pickles? The man sitting nearby eating suddenly laughed. Changzi, have some shame. You're taking advantage of the young lady. How can you ask for pickles when you're only buying something worth 10 cents? Don't pay attention to him. He's just being rude. Every penny counts, and he should learn to be careful with his money. In this cold weather, who would want to sell food if it weren't for making a living? If Changzi doesn't want to spend money, he should eat less. Changzi's dark face turned red. He sheepishly took back the torn bun and smiled awkwardly. Well, I don't need pickles then. This bun is soft and tastes good on its own. He stuffed the bun into his pocket and slowly walked toward the construction site instead of eating with the others. Xie Yunshu frowned and called out to him. Wait. I only said to take less, not to take none.
No, it's fine.
Xiangzi seemed embarrassed and waved his hand quickly. I haven't been feeling well these past few days, so I'll just eat the bun. Xie Yunshu replied sharply. But you just wanted 2 servings of pickles. Are you eating or not? If not, I won't sell you any more buns. I'm busy, so hurry up and don't waste my time. The workers at the site may not dress well, but at least they stay warm. In this cold winter, getting sick would mean not being able to work and spending money on medicine. Only Xiangzi wears a cotton jacket that is ill-fitting and tattered. If he weren't truly poor, he wouldn't be like this. Feeling embarrassed, Xiangzi turned back and awkwardly took out the bun. Just a little is fine. I won't give you more. Xie Yunshu huffed, quickly adding a big scoop of radish on top of his bun and a spoonful of chili, saying firmly, just a little. Don't think you can take advantage of me. This serving of pickles was more than what others got. Xiangzi was taken aback, quietly said thank you, and then turned to leave. Li Xinli finished eating and stood up, sighing. Xiangzi has a sick daughter at home, so he has to save money for her treatment. Please don't take it personally. Xiangzi is the best at managing on this construction site. Even his cotton jacket is something he picked up from someone else's discard. He came from the south and didn't expect it to be so cold in Haiqing during winter. He wore several layers of thin jackets but was still shivering, yet he wouldn't spend money on a proper coat. Seeing this, Li Xinli couldn't stand it anymore and intentionally threw away his own worn-out cotton jacket, allowing Xiangzi to wear it and get through the winter. Life is tough for everyone working on the site, but people like Xiangzi are hard to find. Everyone has their struggles. How many can he help? Xie Yunshu raised her eyebrows. What do I care? He bought steamed buns after all, they weren't free. Li Xinli seemed surprised by her response, paused for a moment, then laughed. What are we cooking tomorrow? We need to make a lot. At least 50 or 60 brothers will be eating here. This little bit won't be enough. Xie Yunshu looked at the nearly empty pot, unsure. If I make too much, who will I sell the leftovers to? She had just started trying to run a business and didn't expect it to go so smoothly. She also didn't realize there were so many workers on a construction site needing meals. Li Xinli seemed to sense her thoughts and pointed to the enclosed construction site. This is a building invested in by a big boss from the south. There are dozens of us doing hard labor here, digging foundations, mixing concrete, operating cranes, and many more wearing blue and white hats. Who doesn't need to eat? Trust me, prepare meals for 60 people tomorrow, and you'll sell them all out. 60? Xie Yunshu widened her eyes slightly. Big brother, don't trick me. Li Xinli shrugged. What do I gain from tricking you? Our 20 or so brothers tying rebar will definitely come to eat every day, and didn't several from the foundation crew come today? The food she makes is delicious, fragrant, and affordable, much better than just eating dry buns every day. Before Xie Yunshu could calculate in her mind, 4 or 5 more workers arrived, and soon the last few dishes were sold out. She looked at her watch. It was only 12:10. Those who eat later probably hadn't even come out yet. Thinking this way, what Li Xinli said made sense. Should she really prepare meals for 60 people tomorrow? Xie Yunshu was tidying up the pots and pans, feeling very happy. With 60 people, she could make about $7 in profit a day. The more she sold, the higher her profit would be. However, it was more cooking than she had expected, and it was a bit inconvenient at home because there wasn't enough space on the balcony for a large pot, and getting water was too troublesome. She knew this wouldn't work long-term. But no matter what, she had money in her pocket now. She pedaled her tricycle quickly, and Li Fenlin was waiting for her at the door. As soon as they met, she asked, "Did you sell everything?" "Yes," Xie Yunshu replied, glancing at a few curious neighbors. She raised her voice intentionally, not a single thing left. "Mom, I just came back from the market with some pork ribs. Let's make rib soup for dinner night." Some people felt sorry for Xie Yunshu after she was fired from the packaging factory, while others were secretly pleased, especially since they heard she was planning to divorce Lu Zhixing. They were waiting to see her fail. Selling food to a bunch of outsiders seemed embarrassing to them. What could she do with the money she earned in a day? Now, hearing that she had only been in business for 2 days and was already buying ribs, Sister Lou, who lived on the second floor, began to lecture her. Yunshu, do you really think you can afford to buy ribs after just 2 days of work? You need to save money. You don't have a steady job like us, so you have to be careful with every penny, or you'll regret it later. Though it sounded like advice, it was really a jab at her situation after losing her job. Xie Yunshu smiled at her. Sister Lou, ribs don't cost much. I'm planning to buy beef tomorrow too. Come on, you wouldn't really hold back on ribs, would you? They're so cheap. A pound of ribs costs about $1.20, and a family would need at least 2 pounds for a meal. Unless it was a special occasion, they wouldn't often treat themselves to it. Sister Lou knew Xie Yunshu was quick with words, but she was still annoyed. Eat. If you can, eat meat every day. Xie Yunshu ignored her, took out the ribs she had bought, and handed them to Li Fenlin. As she passed by Grandma Zhang's door, she knocked and called out, Grandma, I'm making braised ribs for you tonight. They'll be so tender. Grandma Zhang's voice came from inside. Then I'll steam some rice. Xie Yunshu put everything down, drank some water, and was about to leave again. Mom, I'm going to get the TV. Can you clear the table? TV? Li Fenlin was surprised. She thought Xie Yunshu was just saying things out of anger yesterday, but she didn't expect her to actually consider it. She quickly stopped her, saying, No, that TV was bought by the Lou family. What do you mean by moving it back to your parents' house? Xie Yunshu tied her hair into a neat ponytail and smiled at her, who told Lu Zhixing to owe me money. So, what if it was bought by the Lou family? They have no shame anyway. Why should she hold back? She was just moving a TV. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't move other things, she would have emptied that house. In the family compound, Chen Shui was hanging up clothes. She glanced at the room where Lu Zhixing lived and muttered, Yesterday, the Lu family came over with Zhou Xinyue and her son. Sister-in-law Li pretended not to hear. She used to think the Lu family was prestigious and that Lu Zhixing was an intellectual, but now she felt there was something off about them. How could a daughter-in-law still be married and let another woman bring her son into the house? If Zhou Xinyue's son weren't almost 5 years old, she would have thought that little Wei was Lu Zhixing's illegitimate child. If Xie Yunshu's family had some background, would the Lu family dare to act like this? Even if they just had living parents, they wouldn't allow their daughter to be bullied like this. If her daughter faced such humiliation, she would definitely confront that family. In the end, it was just bullying Xie Yunshu because she came from a single-parent family with a mother who didn't work and was soft-spoken, and a younger brother who was still in high school and not yet an adult. Chen Shui wasn't thinking about talking to her. After hanging up the clothes, she was planning how to flatter Zhou Xinyue. She heard that Zhang Tingshan and Lu Zhixing helped her submit the application for the family compound, and it would be approved soon. Would Xie Yunshu still be able to stay at her parents' house? With her personality, wouldn't she just come back and confront Zhou Xinyue? Then Chen Shui could help Zhou Xinyue, and later, she could ask for a favor, ensuring her position as director would be secure. While she was thinking, she saw Xie Yunshu riding in on a tricycle. She looked quite energetic, not at all like a woman who had been abandoned. Xie Yunshu naturally saw her and quickly rode over, smiling as she greeted sister-in-law Li Jia. Are you washing clothes? Sister-in-law Li responded and, seeing the smile on her face, cautiously asked, Yunshu, you're back? I'm here to get some things, Xie Yunshu said, pulling out her keys from her pocket and smiling at her. Once I get my things, I'll leave and won't be living here anymore. Li's sister-in-law is the only kind person in this family compound. In her dreams, when she felt trapped, it was only she who advised her to consider divorce and start anew, saying that such a man wasn't worth it. While everyone else sided with Lu Zhixing and accused her of causing trouble, only Li's sister-in-law spoke up for her. Unfortunately, she didn't listen to the advice in her dreams and insisted on suffering through it all. Chen Shui rolled her eyes, thinking how dramatic she was, and wondered how long she could keep this up. But when Xie Yunshu came out of the house carrying a television, Chen's eyes widened in shock. Xie Yunshu, are you crazy? That TV is brand new. I know it's new, and it's color too. Xie Yunshu huffed, placing a blanket under the TV and then covering it with a cloth. By this time, a crowd had gathered to watch. The trouble with Dr. Lu's wife had been going on for a while, and everyone was waiting for her to come back in defeat. Now, she was back, but trying to take the TV? Chen Shui quickly stepped in front of her. Xie Yunshu, if you want to argue with Dr. Lu, at least do it reasonably. That TV costs hundreds of dollars. You can't just take it like this. If you do, not just Dr. Lu, even his parents won't accept it. Xie Yunshu locked the door again and tossed the keys to Chen Shui. Since you're so concerned about my little issues, please pass these keys to Lu Zhixing for me. And, by the way, when is he planning to sign the divorce papers? As for this TV, I'll take it back to settle some debts. Let's say it's worth 200. Is she really going to divorce him? What does she mean Dr. Lu owes her money? Wait, how can she take the TV? Chen Shui stared at Xie Yunshu, momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to say, You really are crazy. Xie Yunshu shot her a sideways glance. Not your business. Chen Shui was shocked by her rudeness, standing there with the keys, watching as Xie Yunshu rode off with the TV on a tricycle. After about a minute, she finally snapped back to reality and slapped her thigh. Oh no, what are we going to do? That woman really took the TV. Li's sister-in-law felt a sense of relief. Her husband was involved with another woman, and no matter the excuse, as his wife, she felt frustrated. Chen Shui, let's not get involved in their marriage. Aren't they getting a divorce? That TV might have been agreed upon for Yunshu. She finished her sentence with a smile and turned to go back to her room. The people in the yard, watching the scene, sensed something was off. It seems like Xie Yunshu really wants a divorce. I didn't realize she was so clingy to Dr. Lu. She even filed for divorce. How can that be a joke? She hasn't been back for days, and when she returned yesterday, she ran into Zhou Xinyue and her child at dinner. Who wouldn't be upset? Speaking of which, Nurse Zhou is a bit strange too. She keeps calling him Brother Zhixing every day. It sounds odd, especially for Dr. Lu's wife. Though she is quite pitiful, her situation isn't caused by Xie Yunshu. When Xie Yunshu was at her lowest, everyone wanted to see her fail, but when she confidently decided to get a divorce, the conversation shifted. At that moment, all the residents in the house were women, and their husbands were doctors at Haiqing Hospital. Putting themselves in her shoes, if their husbands were so close to a nurse and even gave up their salary for the wedding house, they would definitely be upset. Helping someone is fine, but why does it have to be so personal? Even the Lu family seemed to have issues. They knew their daughter-in-law had returned to her family because of Zhou Xinyue and still invited them for dinner. Wasn't that just making things worse? Did they really prefer a widow with a child over their own daughter-in-law? Chen Shui listened to the discussions and hesitated, ultimately not daring to speak up for Zhou Xinyue. She was always someone who went with the flow. She had looked down on Xie Yunshu before, but now she was trying to get on Zhou Xinyue's good side so that Lu Zhixing would say nice things about her husband. However, if Zhou Xinyue's reputation suffered, wouldn't that affect her husband's chances for promotion? The family compound was right behind the hospital, separated by an alley. After thinking it over, Chen Shui locked her door and went to find Zhou Xinyue, moving Xie Yunshu's television while the others in the compound spoke on her behalf. Xinyue, Xie Yunshu is really clever. She's doing this on purpose to ruin your reputation. Last time, she slapped you at the hospital, lost her job, and caused trouble with Dr. Lu. Now she's being smart, pretending to be carefree, just to force Dr. Lu to ignore you. Zhou Xinyue's eyes flickered. She naturally wanted to drive Xie Yunshu away. When someone finds redemption in their darkest hour, they will desperately try to hold on to it. For her, Lu Zhixing was her only support for the rest of her life. As long as she held on to him tightly, she could truly start living again. Even though she now had a job and the Lu family treated her well, with Mr. Lu even offering to take her as his goddaughter, it didn't matter. She knew very well that Cheng Yuxiang might not think much of Xie Yunshu, but she would never allow her son to marry a woman who had been abducted and had children. Similarly, any family or man she found appealing would never want to marry her. She used to be the brightest girl in the courtyard, destined for the best life. Even someone as foolish as Lu Xueting could date a man from a high-ranking family. Why should she settle for marrying a divorced man? She wasn't resigned to her fate. Since Lu Zhixing had feelings for her, she would hold on to him tightly. As long as Xie Yunshu left, she had 1,000 ways to get into Lu Zhixing's bed, and then Cheng Yuxiang would have to agree. Zhou Xinhua lowered her head, sounding helpless. Aunt Zhang, I really have no position to intervene. Right now, Yunshu has misunderstandings about me. She's so angry that she insists on divorcing Brother Zhixing. The other day, she even had a fight with Xueting and almost got physical. Please don't get involved, especially don't let Xueting know. If this blows up, how will Yunshu reconcile with Brother Zhixing? Hearing this, Chen Shui felt sorry for her. Dr. Lu clearly cares for you. Someone like Xie Yunshu should have divorced long ago. She treats you this way, and you still think of her. Zhou Xinyue's face turned red. Aunt Zhang, please don't say that. I grew up with Brother Zhixing. Some things are just not meant to be. How can I force it? Besides, he's already married. But aren't they in the middle of a divorce? Chen Shui said matter-of-factly, increasingly feeling that Zhou Xinyue was much easier to talk to than Xie Yunshu. Don't worry, Aunt Chen is definitely on your side. Zhou Xinyue, looking shy, stamped her foot. Oh, Aunt Chen, I said I wouldn't be the one to break up a family. If I were to be with Brother Zhixing, well, that's a matter for the future. Chen Shui understood. It seemed she was right. Once Xie Yunshu was divorced, Zhou Xinyue would become Dr. Lu's new wife. All right, let's not worry about this matter anymore. Let them handle it themselves. After saying this, Zhou Xinyue tucked her hair behind her ear and casually reminded, and please don't let Xueting know about this. If she finds out, she will definitely cause a scene, and Zhixing and Yunshu will surely. She didn't finish her sentence, but Chen Shui immediately filled in the blanks. Lu Xueting was Dr. Lu's sister, and she had met that young lady a few times. She had a very bold personality and had never gotten along with Xie Yunshu from the start. Chen Shui had witnessed her speaking disrespectfully about her sister-in-law on several occasions. If she found out that Xie Yunshu had taken the TV from their home, wouldn't she create a huge fuss? Once Chen Shui walked away, Zhou Xinyue smirked slightly. If Xie Yunshu had to blame someone, it should be her own bad luck for marrying Lu Zhixing. If she had just gotten a divorce quickly, Zhou Xinyue wouldn't have to worry so much. But since Lu Zhixing was unwilling to let go of Xie Yunshu, she would have to push a little. Lu Zhixing was not busy today, but when it was time to leave work, he didn't want to go home. Outside, it was already dark, and his house was shrouded in darkness at this hour. He thought about the results of the investigation today, and his heart ached. Dr. Lu, the single room was assigned to another patient, and the nurse didn't understand what you meant, so she took her to the storage room. Weren't you the one who said to let Xie Yunshu calm down? I thought you wanted to give her a little punishment. After all, they are a couple. We can't say much. It's only been 5 days. She bullied Xinyue so much. It's just a few days in there. I didn't know the conditions in that storage room were so poor. I had no idea about the food situation. He slammed his hand on the table, wishing he could slap himself. He wanted to teach Yunshu a lesson, to help her calm down and stop causing a scene, and to stop making things difficult for Xinyue. But he never intended for it to be like that. She was only 21, spending 5 days in such a dark environment. Lu Zhixing's fingers curled in his coat pocket, and he unknowingly touched a silver ring. It was given to him by Xie Yunshu on their second day of marriage, blushing as she said she bought it with half a month's salary and asked him to take good care of it. As a surgeon, he couldn't wear rings, so he casually placed it in his coat pocket and had forgotten about it for a while. To him, the ring wasn't very valuable, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Even after being married for so long, he had never worn it, not even on his days off. Today I just realized that I had been keeping it in my pocket all along. He took out the ring and held it in his palm. It was a plain ring without any patterns. Lu Zhixing bit his lip and slid it onto his ring finger, gently rubbing it with his fingertip. Suddenly, An inexplicable sense of panic and unease spread from his heart. He had always thought that Xie Yunshu moving out was just her being upset, and that she would come back once her anger passed. But now he wasn't so sure. She had already moved out for several days. When would her anger end, and when would she return? She wouldn't stay away from home, right? At that moment, things were lively at Xie Yunshu's home in the apartment building. Back then, color televisions were not common. Only families with good financial conditions could afford them, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed to buy one without a purchase quota. Even black and white televisions were only owned by a few families in the entire building. When Xie Yunshu brought home an 18-inch television, it certainly caught everyone's attention. Aunt Zhao saw it and immediately smiled. "Yunshu, is this a new television? Why is there no packaging?" Although Xie Yunshu was thin, she was quite strong. She struggled to carry the television but still found time to speak. "Aunt Zhao, this is a color television. Tomorrow, when we steam buns, we can watch TV while we work. It's a good way to balance work and rest." Lin Suiping, who had just come home from work, looked upset. "Xie Yunshu, are you kidding? A color television costs hundreds. Where did you get the money?" "I traded my work at the packaging factory for it." "Is that a problem?" Xie Yunshu rolled her eyes at her, not giving in at all. "By the way, my place is small, so don't come over to watch Journey to the West at night. You're not welcome." Lin Suiping was so angry she stamped her foot. "Xie Yunshu, who cares about your old television? I'll go to Uncle Zhang's on the 3rd floor to watch." Just then, Aunt Zhang happened to pass by and said coolly, "I just cleaned the table today, so no one can come over to watch TV. You watch TV every day. Have you paid me for the electricity?" Most of the residents in the apartment building had lived there for a long time. Although there were disagreements, entertainment options were limited at night, and it was normal to go to someone else's house to watch TV since not everyone had one. Lin Suiping had 3 children, and she also had a younger sister and brother who needed to go to school, so like Xie Yunshu's family, they didn't have a television. After work, she liked to go to Uncle Zhang's to watch Journey to the West. Hearing this made her even angrier. She gritted her teeth. "Xie Yunshu, what are you so proud of? The packaging factory fired you, so how could they give you a new TV? You're such a liar. Aren't you embarrassed?" Xie Yunshu had already brought the TV inside and asked Li Fenlin to plug in the wires. She turned back to Lin Suiping outside and smiled. "Anyway, you can't watch it. That'll make you so mad." The two had been arguing since they were little, and Lin Suiping had never won. With red eyes, she ran upstairs. Li Fenlin looked at the smug Xie Yunshu and sighed. "You're both married, yet you still act like kids. Suiping will cry again tonight." Their homes were stacked on top of each other, with Lin Suiping's room directly above theirs. If the window was closed, it was fine, but if it was open, even the slightest noise could be heard clearly. When they were younger, after fighting, Lin Suiping would go upstairs and cry for a while. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Suiping's choked voice came from above. "You deserve to be sent back, Xie Yunshu. No wonder Dr. Lou doesn't want you. Only a dog would like that awful temper." Then Lin Suixiang's hesitant voice followed. "Sister, Journey to the West is so good. A friend of mine has a color TV, and she says Sun Wukong's staff is red. It must look so cool. And that monk wears a purple robe. Yunshu didn't let you watch TV, but she didn't say I couldn't." Lin Suiping, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "You little brat, who's your real sister? You're easily bought off by a broken TV. It's just Journey to the West. What's so great about it?" Lin Suixiang retorted, "If it's not good, then why do you go to Uncle Zhang's house to watch it every day?" Downstairs, Li Fenlin frowned, unhappy with Lin Suiping talking bad about her daughter. "Suiping has a worse temper than you, yet she dares to say that? My daughter is beautiful and capable. She's not tall and a bit chubby, and even dogs wouldn't like her. The way a gentle mother defends her child is truly lovely." Xie Yunshu quickly closed the window and smiled at her. "Mom, I'm going to cook ribs. When Mingqing comes back, let's eat early. Tonight, I'll invite Grandma Zhang and Aunt Zhao to watch TV." Li Fenlin pushed her aside. Go sit on the sofa. You've been busy all day. Don't you feel tired? I'll cook the ribs. You can handle the TV. I don't know how to work that thing. Xie Yunshu had been using the TV for over a year, so she knew how to operate it. By the time Li Fenlin had the meat cooking, the TV already had a picture. It was commercial time, but Li Fenlin watched intently, then furrowed her brow with concern. Yunshu, did you bring the TV back? Did Lu Zhixing say anything? He wasn't home. Xie Yunshu sat in a chair, casually leaning back. It's a pity we didn't have space for the cabinet when we got married. Otherwise, I would have brought it back with me.
Li Fenlin sighed.
Forget about the cabinet. When we got married, the Lu family gave us 4 big gifts, while we only gave them a cabinet and bedding. People already look down on us, and if we take everything back after the divorce, what will others think? Whoever can't handle it should just suffer in silence. Xie Yunshu thought to herself. Having lived a second life, she understood one thing. Living for others' opinions only brings pain to oneself. Now, her relationship with Lu Zhixing was simple. One owed money, and the other was collecting it. Around 7, Xie Mingqing came home from school, and the smell of meat filled the air. He saw the colorful TV that was on and stepped closer, surprised. Mom, where did we get this TV? Your sister brought it, Li Fenlin said as she placed a big bowl of ribs on the table and started serving rice. Wash your hands quickly. There's Journey to the West at 8. Your sister said you can watch some TV. Xie Mingqing smiled, biting his lip. But if my grades aren't good, she'll be on my case again.
Li Fenlan lauga.
How could you not do well? Xie Mingqing was confident about his studies. After washing his hands, he sat on a small stool. I think I should do well. By the way, I haven't seen my sister since she came back. How's her business?
Great.
Everything sold out, and she said she would make more tomorrow. Li Fenlin's face lit up. I'm going to take some ribs to Grandma Zhang. I'll be back soon. In the apartment building, only the back had windows, so everyone was used to leaving the balcony window slightly open, even in winter. The aroma of the ribs drifted through the window to the second floor. Lin Suiping's family was also having dinner. Her younger siblings were eating quickly, ready to run outside. I'm full. I'm going out to play. Lin's mother waved her hand dismissively. You're just going downstairs to watch TV, right? That Yunshu girl is quite clever. She knows to bring things to her family. That TV must have a great picture. The 2 kids, both around 10, rushed out the door, eager to get downstairs as it was already 7:55 and Journey to the West was about to start. Lin Suiping cleaned up the dishes and sat down in frustration, smelling the ribs. Just wait a few days. When Lu Zhixing doesn't want her anymore, let's see how proud she feels then. Lin's mother glared at her and said, You wish for others to fail every day. If Xie Yunshu marries a doctor, won't we benefit if we get sick? What good does it do if they break up? Anyway, Lu Zhixing is still popular after the divorce, so it wouldn't be her daughter who gets him. Lin Suiping went to the window to listen to the TV downstairs. Just because she couldn't watch it, she couldn't listen either? That annoying Xie Yunshu is such a troublemaker. If she divorces Lu Zhixing, she would be the first to celebrate with firecrackers.
Why?
Is it wrong to feel jealous? Lin Suiping thought angrily as she heard cheers from downstairs, followed by the familiar theme song of Journey to the West. She felt even angrier. She didn't like it yesterday, and she still didn't like it today. She didn't even know if that jade rabbit was defeated or taken away by Chang'e. Right? She thought Xie Yunshu was worse than that jade rabbit. Downstairs, Xie Yunshu sat on a small stool, eating sunflower seeds while watching TV. Most of the viewers were from her floor, along with a few children. Watching someone else's TV, everyone naturally complimented her. The woman from the first family quietly said, Fenlin, does your daughter really bring her own TV back? Does her in-laws agree? Everyone knew Xie Yunshu and Lu Zhixing had a conflict, but no one thought it would lead to divorce. After all, when Xie Yunshu married Dr. Lu, many girls were envious. How could she possibly want a divorce? Moreover, Xie Yunshu didn't have a formal job now. She was selling lunch boxes and earning hard money. She still had to support her brother through college. Didn't she need her in-laws' help? College is not like before. The government doesn't provide food stamps anymore, and they say tuition fees will be charged in the future. Supporting a college student is not easy. Li Fenlin glanced at Xie Yunshu, unsure of what to say. Instead, Xie Yunshu smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, I have already filed for divorce from Lu Zhixing. I won't be going back to live there. As for this TV, he owes me some money, so I brought it back as payment." After she said this, the room fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Is Xie Yunshu really getting a divorce? Has she lost her mind? Aunt Lu exclaimed, "Why do you want a divorce?" This. He is the best doctor in Haiqing Hospital. As long as he doesn't make a big mistake, how could life not go on? Everyone here knows that Xie Yunshu and Lu Zhixing had a conflict and lost their jobs, but they didn't know the reason behind it. So I can't understand how Xie Yunshu dared to get a divorce. Xie Yunshu slowly spoke. He spends most of his salary on other women, and I can't accept that, so I decided to get a divorce. She didn't say more. This reason was enough. She wanted everyone to know that the fault wasn't hers, but Lu Zhixing's. What? Does this mean Lu Zhixing is keeping other women? Aunt Lu suddenly got angry. Although she wasn't very close to the Xie family, they had been neighbors for over a decade. Isn't the Lu family just bullying them? They think that people like Yunshu, without a father, can be taken advantage of? That's disgusting. I thought Lu Zhixing was a good person. How could he do something like this? It's a matter of character. Why didn't you go confront his boss? Aunt Zhao, sitting next to her, clenched her fists. Yunshu is too kind. If it were me, I would make him pay. What a worthless guy, looking all respectable while keeping women. Aunt Zhao was known for her straightforward and fierce personality. She had been steaming buns for Xie Yunshu these past few days, and her support for her friend made her even angrier, causing her to speak in her hometown dialect. Xie Mingqing's smile faded as he watched TV. His handsome face turned dark, and he clenched his fists, already planning to confront Lu Zhixing tomorrow. That scoundrel. He thought Lu Zhixing was just being cold to his sister, but he never expected him to do something so shameless. After everyone had finished their angry remarks, Xie Yunshu slowly explained. That woman is a benefactor to the Lu family. She came with a child, and as a single mother, she is quite pitiful. I can't just stop her, can I? But she has taken over the marriage home, spent my money, and now wants to move her son's household registration here. I can't handle this, so I decided to get a divorce. Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhao, blame me for not being generous. If life can't go on like this, I have to get a divorce. If she wants to repay her kindness, it might cost me my job, and I'm afraid it will even cost me my life. After saying this, she pretended to wipe her eyes, but unfortunately, she wasn't good at acting and couldn't appear pitiful, squeezing for tears but getting none. Zhou Xinyu could act pitiful, but she couldn't. So she laid out the facts. Not everyone in the neighborhood was blind. If people didn't have a bias against her, anyone could see where the fault in the divorce lay. Moreover, no matter if it's genuine or not, the people in the building are still more supportive of her. Although Xie Yunshu doesn't play the victim, Li Fenlin doesn't need to pretend. She naturally has a gentle demeanor. Especially in recent years, raising 2 children alone in the building has made her quite pitiful. Oh, my poor girl has suffered so much. Li Fenlin's tears fell quickly. When she cried, she was even more sincere than Zhou Xinyu. She covered her face and sobbed. If she wasn't truly heartbroken, how could Yunshu divorce him? Who would repay kindness by ruining their wife's job? That was earned with my life. I know that girl is pitiful, but isn't she living well? At least she lives in a spacious house and has a proper job. She can earn $40 a month without doing anything. Li Fenlin looked up again, her eyes red and pitiful. She wasn't pretending. She genuinely felt sorry for her daughter. Xie Miqing reached out and held his sister's hand, his lips pressed tightly together.
Sister.
Xie Yunshu, fearing he might overthink, quickly hugged him and whispered, I'm not that sad. I'm just pretending. Xie Mingqing's eyes momentarily showed confusion.
Sister?
Xie Yunshu patted his shoulder. Go comfort Mom. Otherwise, we won't get to watch Journey to the West later. Without him saying anything, several women began to comfort Li Fenlin, each adding their thoughts. Fenlin, don't be upset. This marriage should end. Otherwise, how can you have a good life in the future? Who would have thought Dr. Lou seemed nice but isn't thinking clearly? Can anyone just raise someone else's child? With family planning being so strict now, you can't repay kindness like that. Isn't it enough to give money and arrange a job? I think that woman is not simple. She must have her own thoughts. No wonder Yunshu moved the TV here. If it were me, I would have moved the whole house back. Otherwise, if she divorces, it only benefits that woman outside. Besides the children, most people watching TV were women. Just by hearing Xie Yunshu say this, they could keenly sense that this benefactor was not simple. With more widows raising children, if help was given like this, it would be chaotic. Xie Yunshu felt satisfied inside. Zhou Xinyue would use moral pressure, so she brought this moral line to light, letting everyone see who truly lacks morals. However, with this distraction, Journey to the West was nearing its end. While the adults talked, the children were not interested in listening, eagerly waiting for the final theme song to finish before leaving. Before leaving, Lin Suixiang held onto Xie Yunshu's hand and asked, "Sister Yunshu, can we come back to watch TV tomorrow?" Xie Yunshu replied, "Of course you can come, but your sister can't." It's not unusual for Lin Suiping and Xie Yunshu to argue when they meet, so Lin Suixiang quickly agreed to sell out her sister. "I promise my sister won't watch it, and I won't tell her what happened on TV." Lin Xiaohai nodded vigorously beside her. "Don't tell her." Xie Yunshu laughed. "Go back now, you two little troublemakers." Once they left, she knew they would tell Lin Suiping, and that would surely make her so upset she couldn't sleep. Well, that was great. If she couldn't sleep, then Xie Yunshu would sleep peacefully. After everyone had left, Xie Mingqing stood up silently to pack his things, radiating a gloomy atmosphere. Xie Yunshu poked his back. "What's wrong? Are you mad at me?"
No, Xie Mingqing replied quietly.
Now that he was 18, he understood the concept of class differences. The Lou family dared to bully his sister mainly because their family lacked power and couldn't support her. One day, he would succeed and be more powerful than the Lou family, making them regret how they treated his sister for the rest of their lives. Xie Yunshu sighed. "Don't be upset. I lost my job, but they compensated me 5,000, and Lu Zhixing gave me 3,000. Just think about how much that is. Don't worry, your sister didn't lose out. 8,000 yuan is a significant amount of money." Xie Mingqing stiffened a bit, then turned his head, still unhappy. "You've been married to him for over a year. How can you say you didn't lose out? 8,000 yuan is a lot, but it can't make up for the unfairness his sister faced. If he were to tell about how Lu Zhixing locked him in a mental hospital, who knows how that kid would react?" Xie Yunshu didn't dare to mention it for fear of this. With only half a year until the college entrance exam, she didn't want his mood to swing too much or for him to be distracted by her problems. "Mingqing, didn't I tell you on my first day back that you don't need to worry about this?" Xie Yunshu's tone became serious as she emphasized again, "As long as you can get into college, that's what will make your sister the happiest. If anything else happens in the future, the first thing you need to do is calm down and think about the consequences of acting impulsively. It's not like hitting someone will solve your anger. Have you ever seen wealthy people fighting randomly? Once you have the ability, others won't dare to provoke you." Xie Mingqing lowered his head weakly, but tightened his fists behind his back.
"Sister, I understand," he said.
He kept this thought in his heart for a long time. He would become capable enough to ensure no one would dare to bother his sister. As soon as dawn broke, Xie Yunshu got up to prepare the vegetables. With the help of Aunt Zhao and Li Fenlin, cooking for 60 people wasn't too tiring, and they quickly set up a large pot to start cooking. However, today they needed to cook twice because one big pot couldn't hold all the food. In winter, there were only a few types of vegetables available, mainly cabbage, potatoes, and large radishes. Wealthier people had more options, but the poor had to find different ways to prepare their meals. Xie Yunshu bought 6 plucked ducks to stew with radishes. The ducks were quite fatty, and after a while of cooking, a layer of oil floated on top, filling the air with a delicious aroma that woke Lin Suiping. It had been 3 days, 3 long days. Lin Suiping was so angry yesterday that she hardly slept, finally dozing off just before dawn. Now she woke up early again, covering her head in frustration and scolding Xie Yunshu, "You little troublemaker. You deserve to be punished." From the lower bunk, Lin Suixiang quietly spoke up, "Sister, the troublemaker didn't die. She went with Chang'e." After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had forgotten her promise to Xie Yunshu. "Don't tell her I told you, or she won't let me watch TV tonight." "Be quiet. Who cares where the troublemaker went?" Lin Suiping was even angrier, feeling a pain in her stomach from frustration. If she weren't afraid of Xie Yunshu, she would have gone downstairs to confront her. For another dish, Xie Yunshu stir-fried some bean sprouts with tofu skin, adding a bit of vinegar to make it taste best with steamed buns. After serving everything, she carefully packed a spoonful of bean sprouts in a disposable container and, after thinking for a moment, added half a duck head. Since it was windy today, she also brought an extra plastic sheet to cover the food, planning to heat it up later. Li Xingli, who had come over yesterday, held a bowl and spoke lightly, "Girl, it's windy today. Hurry up and pack the food so we can take it home. You should also prepare a big umbrella. What if it rains? How will we do business then?" Xie Yunshu smiled at him. "If it rains, we just won't come." "That won't do," Li Xingli replied urgently. "If you don't come, how will we eat?" When he saw that they were using duck to stew the radishes today, he laughed. "Today's meal looks good. Give me 2 scoops of duck and a scoop of chili to warm me up." Among the people eating, Li Xingli was clearly the most generous one, and his accent sounded local. Xie Yunshu asked, "Big brother, are you from Haicheng too?" "Yes, I'm from the southern suburbs. I've been working at this construction site for a year," Li Xingli replied, adding a spoonful of chili to his bowl, sounding a bit proud. "See these 20 or so brothers. I brought them here to work." Xie Yunshu understood that Li Xingli was likely a foreman, which explained his generosity at the meal. A large bowl of food quickly disappeared halfway. Today, there were some new faces at the meal. By around noon, the rice and stewed duck were sold out, and only a few portions of bean sprouts were left. Xie Yunshu looked at the construction site gate and noticed not many people were coming out anymore. She realized that preparing food for 60 people each day was just right. Even if there were leftovers, it wouldn't be too much, and she could easily take it home for dinner. But today, it seemed like Qiangzi hadn't shown up. After selling the last portion of bean sprouts, Qiangzi was still missing. Xie Yunshu frowned and took out a disposable lunchbox with the remaining portion and 2 steamed buns, feeling a bit regretful. If she had known, she might as well have sold it. 1 portion of food was only 20 cents. In the end, there was a bit of rice left and 2 steamed buns. She planned to go home and buy some meat at the market. As she bent down to tidy up, she turned off the stove and noticed a pair of worn-out shoes in front of her. "Comrade, do you have any buns left?" Xie Yunshu looked up and smiled. "I thought you weren't coming today." Qiangzi looked a bit shy and took out a neatly folded 10-cent coin. "I want 2 buns and just 1 spoonful of pickled vegetables. No need for too much." "Why are you out so late? Don't you all finish work at the same time?" Xie Yunshu handed him the buns and also packed the remaining pickled vegetables in a bag. "If they sit too long, they won't taste good. Take them home for dinner." Qiangzi was taken aback, but quickly accepted the food. "Thank you, comrade." Xie Yunshu found the term a bit awkward. "Don't call me comrade. My name is Xie Yunshu. You can just call me by my name, or like the other big brothers, you can call me sister." Qiangzi felt shy and looked at her tricycle. "Did you sell everything? Can I come back at this time tomorrow? Just save me 2 buns. As for the pickled vegetables, if you have them, that's fine. If not, it's okay." Oh, this person is quite strange, waiting until everything is sold out before coming. The next moment, Xie Yunshu suddenly realized that this person had been coming over to eat her pickled vegetables, probably afraid of being laughed at by others, which is why he always arrived so late. It wasn't just being shameless, it was the first day he had even asked for chili. She found it a bit funny, but also felt a little sour inside. He had pride, but life had bent him down. She took out a disposable food container from under the blanket and handed it over. There are some leftover dishes that didn't sell. You can take it to eat, otherwise it will go to waste. After saying that, she couldn't help but complain, you could have brought a container. A disposable one costs money. What a waste. Xiangzi was taken aback. He looked down at the food container and cautiously asked this. Is it free? Xie Yunshu replied, yes, it's free. My family doesn't like mung bean sprouts, and this little bit is hard to sell. Since you were the last one to come, I'll give it to you. Xiangzi felt like he hadn't eaten stir-fried vegetables in about half a month. The dormitory where he lived didn't allow cooking due to safety concerns, so he could only boil some hot water outside. But even starting a fire required coal, and he wanted to save that money, so he shamelessly asked others for some hot water. Going out would only cost a few cents to buy steamed buns to eat slowly. Or he could soak the buns in hot water with a bit of salt to add some flavor, but most of the time, he just ate buns with cold water. Pickled vegetables were cheap, but they still cost money. If he didn't need to eat to have the energy to work, he would rather not spend a single cent. Xie Yunshu didn't pay attention to his expression. After all, doing these things wasn't about being moved, just something convenient to do. A portion of mung bean sprouts cost less than a dime, and she could easily earn that back with just one box. Besides, Xiangzi had bought 2 buns for himself, so it wasn't really a loss. She got on the tricycle and put on her thick gloves. Hurry back to eat. The food is still warm. Facing the wind, Xie Yunshu didn't feel too cold. Her heart was warm. The profit from selling lunchboxes was higher than she had imagined. Today, with 60 portions, including buns and rice, she made a total of 35 yuan and 80 cents. The ducks she bought cost 1 yuan and 90 cents each, totaling 11 yuan and 40 cents for 6 ducks. The cost for mung bean sprouts and tofu skin was 2 yuan and 80 cents, and the buns and rice cost 6 yuan and 10 cents, plus Aunt Zhao's wages. After working all morning, she earned a total of 15 yuan. In 1986, what did 15 yuan mean? It was equivalent to half a month's salary for a regular worker in a packaging factory, a week's salary for a prominent doctor like Lu Zixing, or a month's living expenses for an ordinary family. As she passed by the department store, Xie Yunshu stopped her tricycle. With only a month until the new year, she planned to buy the best and most fashionable down jacket for Mingcheng, a knee-length wool coat made of pure wool for her mother, and replace the old chairs at home with soft sofas like the ones from the Lou family. As for herself, Xie Yunshu tilted her head and thought for a long time. A bottle of cream would be enough. She needed to save money for Mingcheng's college and future marriage. Outside the packaging factory's dormitory was an alley, where local residents lived, mostly elderly people. Around 2 in the afternoon was the perfect time for sunbathing. Xie Yunshu had several large bones, half a bag of seaweed, and around 40 to 50 big potatoes on her tricycle. As she rode past the alley, she cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Enjoying the sun?" "Ah, it's Yunshu. You bought so much, haven't you eaten yet?" She was in a great mood and greeted everyone, but that happiness vanished as she reached the dormitory. Lu Xueting learned from someone's casual chat that Xie Yunshu had even taken her brother's television back to her family. That noon, she rushed to the dormitory to confront Xie Yunshu. "Xie Yunshu, come out. You shameless woman, return my brother's television right now." She wore a trendy off-white wool coat and a matching hat, clearly a young lady from a wealthy family in Haicheng. Unfortunately, her demeanor was far from elegant. She looked fierce and aggressive, which clashed with her refined outfit. The workers in the dormitory had gone to work, leaving only some elderly women at home doing chores or small tasks. They all peeked out at the commotion, but said nothing. Last night, everyone had gone to Xie Yunshu's house to watch TV and had learned a bit about her reasons for wanting a divorce. Now, with a woman showing up unexpectedly, they wondered if she was the one Lu Zixing was seeing outside. How shameless could she be, causing a couple to consider divorce and then coming to confront them? Li Fenlin knew Lu Xueting. The young lady from the Lu family had looked down on them from the start. At that time, her daughter had just married, and she felt an inherent inferiority when facing her in-laws, fearing her daughter would suffer because of her own struggles. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Disrespectful and arrogant. You deserve this." Xie Yunshu remained unfazed, her eyes burning with calm, yet intense anger. Amid Lu Xueting's furious insults, she pulled back and then slapped her hard. The slap was heavy, and a crisp sound echoed in the air as Lu Xueting's face visibly swelled on one side. "Xie Yunshu, let me go. Let me go. My brother won't let you get away with this." Clearly frightened, Lu Xueting's voice weakened. Her makeup was smeared by tears, her hair was a mess, and she sat helplessly on the ground, with Xie Yunshu still gripping her hair. The onlookers in the building turned away in unison. They had no intention of stepping in to break up the fight. After all, Xie Yunshu was one of their own. Any disputes among them were their internal matters, and they wouldn't interfere with someone from outside. Besides, they had seen how pitiful Li Fenlin looked on TV yesterday. This so-called young lady had come in and insulted her and her mother, adding salt to their wounds. Wasn't she just asking for a beating? So, Lu Xueting deserved what she got. Moreover, Xie Yunshu had grown up in this building. She had always been tough, the complete opposite of her mother's gentle nature. No boy or girl her age dared to fight with her, except for Lin Suiping, who thrived on challenges. Xie Yunshu had been married for over a year, and people thought her personality might have changed, but she was still just as fierce. Lu Xueting never expected Xie Yunshu would dare to hit her. After her brother got married, she looked down on Xie Yunshu and often mocked her. Sometimes at the Lu family home, she would even order Xie Yunshu to do her laundry and cook for her. This woman may not excel in many areas, but her cooking was quite good. Each time, Xie Yunshu complied, and over time, Lu Xueting thought she could bully her at will. So when she heard Qin Shui say that Xie Yunshu had taken her brother's TV, she rushed over, intending to teach Xie Yunshu a lesson. But now, her scalp felt like it was being pulled, and her face was burning. Without needing a mirror, she knew how embarrassing she looked. Xie Yunshu coldly released her grip and looked at the disheveled Lu Xueting on the ground. "Apologize to my mother." Lu Xueting was stubborn too. Having never experienced such humiliation, she got up, pointed at Xie Yunshu, and shouted, "Xie Yunshu, you're going to regret this. Wait until I get back. I'll have my brother lock you up for life." "Fine. Then I'll just kill you first." Xie Yunshu kicked without mercy. Lu Xueting, who had just stood up, was caught off guard. She clutched her stomach in pain, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Xie Yunshu must be crazy. She dared to hit me like this. Unfortunately, Xie Yunshu didn't give her a chance to breathe. She grabbed Lu Xueting's hair and dragged her like a rag doll in front of Li Fenlin, coldly saying, "Apologize or face the consequences. Choose one." Lu Xueting was scared. She finally understood fear. Her scalp hurt, her face hurt, her whole body was in pain. Xie Yunshu wadding her with full force. She suspected she might be beaten to death. Li Fenlin was also a bit frightened. Although Lu Xueting's insults were harsh, she worried about the consequences of her daughter's actions. The Lu family was powerful and not to be trifled with. "Yunshu, let it go. Just let her go." Li Fenlin cautiously tugged at Xie Yunshu's sleeve, softly advising, "It's not worth it." Xie Yunshu remained still, her gaze on Lu Xueting filled with anger, her voice slow and threatening. "I'll say it one last time. Apologize or face the consequences."
Okay.
"I apologize. Is that enough?" Lu Xueting finally couldn't hold back her tears, scared and crying out. She had never faced hardship. Even her stern father, Lu Jianwei, had never laid a finger on her. Today, however, she was being beaten and insulted by Xie Yunshu, a rough woman from the streets, shattering her pride built over 20 years. But she was truly frightened. She didn't even dare to cry loudly. The feeling of being trapped was worse than the pain on her body. Finally, Xie Yunshu showed some mercy and squatted down to fix Lu Xueting's messy hair. She then patted Lu Xueting's swollen face and softly said, Lu Zixing abused his power, locked his wife in a mental institution, and caused me to lose my job. Guess what would happen if this got to the government? Who would be in trouble, me or your Lu family? Lu Xueting's eyes widened in fear. Although she had been spoiled at home, she wasn't foolish. She understood what Xie Yunshu meant. She had never thought about this before because they always believed that Xie Yunshu was deeply in love with Lu Zixing. To make things easier for him, she had moved into the family compound, even biking over half an hour to work every day. She kept the house clean and tried hard to please everyone in the Lu family. She goes to the hospital every day, rain or shine, to bring meals. She also complains that the university cafeteria food is bad and tries to improve her meals every week. However, Lu Xueting always took these things for granted. She thought that since Xie Yunshu loved her brother, she should lower her standards, especially considering their family situation compared to hers. If her brother hadn't happened to fall for her, would she ever find such an outstanding man? So when Xie Yunshu said she wanted a divorce, Lu Xueting thought it was just the tantrum of a lower-class woman, trying to manipulate her brother with tears and drama to ignore the issues with Sister Xinhua. This was the kind of thing uneducated women did, threatening with divorce or going back to their parents. But now Lu Xueting was unsure. Xie Yunshu really seemed to want a divorce. How could she dare to hit her so hard? Her brother putting Xie Yunshu in a psychiatric ward seemed like a couple's quarrel at first, but if it escalated, it could threaten the Lu family's future. Did Xie Yunshu still love her brother, or was she just throwing a fit? Lu Xueting was genuinely scared. She covered her face, feeling dazed. Just as Xie Yunshu was about to lose her patience and hit her again, Lu Xueting finally gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Xie Yunshu lazily stood up and stretched her wrist. "Speak louder. You're so fierce when insulting, but your apology sounds half-hearted." "I'm sorry, I was wrong," Lu Xueting said loudly in humiliation, with her eyes closed. Before Xie Yunshu could react, she turned and stumbled out, afraid Xie Yunshu would go crazy and hit her again. She had come in with confidence, but left like a frightened dog. The onlookers in the building were shocked by the scene they just witnessed. They knew Xie Yunshu was fierce, but they didn't expect her to be this fierce. After all, she was the daughter of the Lu family, the sister of Dr. Lu. With that beating, it really seemed like there was no future for Lu Zixing and her. But on the other hand, Lu Xueting definitely deserved it. How hard was life for Li Fenlin in their building? Regardless of whether Xie Yunshu was divorcing Lu Zixing, she should at least call Li Fenlin auntie, right? Being so disrespectful and lacking manners, especially as a daughter of the Lu family. Ugh, looking down on the people here, she deserved to be hit. Xie Yunshu had been married to Lu Zixing for over a year. What advantages did she gain? Now she was still working hard selling lunch boxes. Don't mention that Lu Zixing owes Xie Yunshu money. Even if he didn't owe her anything, what's wrong with hugging a TV? The most important thing is that they still need to go to Yunshu's house to watch Journey to the West tonight. Tang Sing is about to obtain the scriptures. How can they watch it if the TV is returned? Color is much more exciting than black and white. Aunt Zhao was the first to speak, pulling Li Fenlin into the room. Don't pay attention to that uncultured girl. She claims to be a college student, but I think her education has gone to waste. Yunshu, you need to be stronger. If I were you, I would have slapped her so hard she'd be looking for her teeth. Xie Yunshu believed Aunt Zhao, especially since she came over every day to help steam buns. Kneading over 10 kilograms of dough requires strength, after all. Uncle Zhang's wife rolled her eyes and sarcastically huffed. She can't even insult properly. She used to come to my house to watch TV every day when she was little. Being from Haicheng, she was known for her sharp tongue, especially since her family was from Sichuan. Xie Yunshu had seen Aunt Zhang in action, making 3 women from across the alley cry with her words. She was quite skilled. Xie Yunshu quickly begged for mercy. "Aunt Zhao, Aunt Zhang, I'm still young. I promise to learn from you in the future." Li Fenlin felt worried and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Why don't you learn something good?" Though it sounded like a complaint, it was filled with concern. She had only known her daughter-in-law as someone naive, but now she realized how unreasonable she could be. Having been married herself, she understood that if a man's family bullied you and shouted at you, it meant he didn't treat you well either. If Lu Zixing truly cared for her daughter, he wouldn't be blind to how his family treated Yunshu. Did he not see their attitude, or was he pretending not to? It felt like he was allowing his family to mistreat her daughter. A man's attitude often dictates how his family treats you. At that moment, she only knew her daughter was suffering more than she could see, shedding more tears. After hitting someone, Xie Yunshu felt a sense of relief and her mood brightened. She didn't understand why she felt ashamed of being put in a mental health facility by Lu Zixing. That was his family's shame, and she was the victim. Why should she punish herself for someone else's mistakes? Perhaps Lu Zixing knew she wouldn't dare to confront him, which is why he casually suggested she just needed to be locked up for a few days to calm down. In her dreams, she was indeed tormented by this love to the point of madness. She never thought this was the Lu family's weakness, a tool for her to turn her situation around. Those in power care more about their reputation and fear being pulled down from their high position. Isn't Lu Zixing the most famous surgeon in Haicheng? Doesn't the Lu family pride themselves on being the most respectable family in Haicheng? You can see this from how they handle the situation with Zhou Xinhua. Only they would label themselves as grateful and kind, while the one who suffers in the end is her. She was locked in a mental hospital, where there are records and misdiagnosis certificates, all signed by Lu Zixing. She kept all these documents, even made several copies, which is why she dared to confront Lu Xueting today. If they want to escalate the situation, let them. She has nothing to lose. If the Lu family still cares about their reputation, then the shame won't be on her. If Lu Zixing continues to refuse to sign the divorce papers, she will take him to court. Although she never went to college and dropped out in her second year of high school to take over the family business, she never forgot to study over the years. While preparing for the divorce, she researched marriage laws. Meanwhile, Lu Xueting ran home without daring to lift her head, and when she saw Cheng Yuxiang, she burst into tears. Mom. Cheng Yuxiang was at home organizing her jewelry. Although the Lu family had ways to make money, with the current scrutiny, she didn't dare to be too flashy. She rarely wore these valuable items, waiting for Mr. Lu to retire before she could show them off. When she saw a distraught Lu Xueting rush in, she dropped the gold bracelet in her hand. Xueting? Lu Xueting had lost her composure today and had been beaten badly. Xie Yunshu didn't hold back at all. Her face was burning with pain. Her stomach hurt, her head throbbed, and her whole body ached. Mom, it was Xie Yunshu. She hit me. Lu Xueting cried, her face swollen and red, her eyes puffy. She moved my brother's TV back to that old building, and when I confronted her, she attacked me. And her mom insulted me too. They were all laughing at me. She completely forgot about Xie Yunshu's threats and only wanted her family to take revenge, hoping they would beat Xie Yunshu and imprison her entire family. Cheng Yuxiang's face turned extremely grim as she looked at Lu Xueting with concern, trembling with anger. What does Xie Yunshu want? It seems she truly doesn't want to live peacefully. I'm going to find your brother. I want to see how he continues to protect this woman. Lu Xueting gritted her teeth, and speaking made her face hurt. Mom, I want her whole family to go to jail. She dared to hit me, and I won't let her off the hook. Xueting, I won't let you suffer for nothing. Wait until your brother divorces her, and I'll take care of them. What can a poor family in a rundown building do against our Lu family? Cheng Yuxiang walked outside like a true official's wife. Although old Lu hadn't been promoted yet, it was only a matter of time. Wherever she went, people praised and flattered her. She had long disliked Xie Yunshu and wanted to replace this useless daughter-in-law. Zhou Xinhua's appearance was an opportunity. It would be best if she could force Xie Yunshu to ask for a divorce herself. Unfortunately, Zixing was unwilling, but now that she dared to hit Xueting, this woman must leave the Lu family. Lu Zixing had spent a long time at the hospital yesterday before returning home. He didn't even turn on the living room lights and naturally didn't know that Xie Yunshu had moved the TV away. In the morning, He stared blankly at himself in the mirror, thinking about what he had learned at the hospital, and felt a pang in his heart. Even though Zhao Lingling had been fired and others had received some punishment, he knew the real culprit was himself. He wouldn't accept Xie Yunshu's request for a divorce because of this incident. What happened in the past was already done, and he was trying his best to make up for it. How could she casually say the word divorce? Besides, no matter what, this all started because she slapped Xinhua. If she hadn't acted, none of this would have happened. He would correct his mistakes, but divorce was not an option.
Xie.
Zhou Xinhua pushed the door open, holding a steamer basket of buns, smiling as she placed it on the table, acting as if she were the mistress of the house. I knew you hadn't eaten, so I brought these fresh out of the steamer. Come eat quickly. Lu Zhixing frowned. Why are you here? Zhou Xinhua raised her keys. I'm planning to move into the staff quarters. You should clear out your wedding room quickly. Since Yunshu isn't willing to come back, I can't keep staying here awkwardly. After she finished speaking, she placed the keys on the table and took out a bowl from the kitchen. There's also millet porridge. Let's eat quickly, then we can go to work. Where's Xiaowei? Lu Zhixing noticed she was alone and found it a bit strange. He burned his arm and leg. Can he manage alone in the hospital? A hint of impatience flashed in Zhou Xinhua's eyes, but she maintained a caring motherly demeanor. I just got back from a hospital, didn't I? I just fed him, and he's not in as much pain today. He's fallen asleep again. Lu Zhixing nodded slightly, looking at the dumplings on the table with a sigh. You don't have to work so hard. But I'm worried about you. Zhou Xinhua smiled at him, her eyes starting to redden. If it weren't for me, Yunshu wouldn't have gotten upset and left. Zhixing, please let me do something for you. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty. Lu Zhixing thought about what she had been through and softened. Yunshu has a temper. Last time, she slapped you and didn't apologize. When she comes back, I'll make her apologize to you.
Don't say that.
Zhou Xinhua quickly shook her head, placing a peeled egg into Lu Zhixing's bowl. She spoke softly. I just got slapped, but Yunshu has suffered too. I heard about what happened yesterday. It's all my fault. I didn't expect everyone to get upset because I cried and that they would stand up for me like that. It's not fair to Yunshu. Lu Zhixing had lost his temper at the hospital yesterday, and she certainly knew that. She came today to clarify the situation. Lu Zhixing frowned slightly. She was wrong to hit you, but what happened at the hospital has nothing to do with you. You're innocent. He wouldn't blame Xinhua for the 5 days of torment Yunshu went through. That would be unfair. Xinhua was already pitiful enough, and with Xiaowei being so weak, he believed that over time, Yunshu would come to understand him. Zhou Xinhua smiled gently, her lips curving up. You don't have to be so nice to me, Zhixing. After they finished eating, Zhou Xinhua eagerly cleaned up the dishes and playfully smiled at him. You need your hands for surgery. You shouldn't be doing this. Lu Zhixing was momentarily taken aback. Yunshu had said something similar before.
She was always so kind to him.
They walked out together, and to an outsider, they looked like a real couple. Zhou Xinhua stood at the door and playfully wrapped a scarf around him. It's pretty cold these days, don't catch a cold. Lu Zhixing didn't notice anything wrong. Thinking about the meal they just had, he put his hand in his coat pocket. How much were the dumplings? I'll pay you. Before Zhou Xinhua could respond, his expression suddenly stiffened and turned pale. He didn't have a single cent in his pocket. When Xie Yunshu left, she took all the money from their home. He promised to compensate her and even gave her his salary card, along with a savings book with over 1,000 yuan. Since he rarely spent money, all the meals were prepared by Yunshu, and she bought his clothes. She handled all the household expenses while he only focused on work. When he picked her up from the hospital, it was only the second time he cooked since their marriage. He had a little money in his pocket, but he had to use it to pay for Xiaowei's medical expenses after his burn, leaving Lu Zhixing broke. Zhou Xinhua didn't notice anything unusual about him. Her attention was on the curious gazes around them, and she smiled even sweeter. Zhixing, do you really want to keep things so separate? Lu Zhixing had never worried about money before, but at that moment, He felt anxious and could only nod awkwardly. Let's go to work. Even though he was usually reserved, he couldn't bring himself to admit he was out of money. It felt too embarrassing. This unfamiliar awkwardness made him clench his fists. He didn't mention giving Xie Yunshu any money and hurried to the hospital with her. Because of this, he didn't notice the impact of them, a man and a woman, coming out of a room together in the family area. Chen Shui was pleased but also looked down on the situation. I thought Dr. Lou was more upright. Xie Yunshu just returned to her family for a few days, and now he's living with someone else. TSK. Zhang Qingshan didn't understand why she was so interested in other people's affairs. He was a colleague of Lu Zhixing and knew that before Xie Yunshu appeared, Lu and Xie had a good relationship, so he didn't think highly of Xie Yunshu. It must be a misunderstanding. Dr. Lou isn't that kind of person. Though he said this, he felt a bit uncertain. Honestly, Xie Yunshu was attractive and always called him Zhixing, while Xie Yunshu, though pretty, had a strong personality and was now insisting on returning to her family. Would Dr. Lou lose control? After the two left, the women in the family area began to gossip, surprised that the seemingly aloof Dr. Lou was like this. And Xie Yunshu was practically glued to him. Was she really the delicate flower everyone thought? Ugh, do they think everyone is blind? Xie Yunshu made her stance clear yesterday when she came to take the TV. She truly didn't want to live with Lu Zhixing anymore. Now, looking at Lu Zhixing, he really seems like a terrible person. Just because he is skilled in medicine doesn't mean he is good character. Xie Yunshu isn't innocent either. Who would throw themselves at a man when they are a poor orphan? Xie Yunshu's slap was too light. If it were them, they would definitely grab her hair and scratch her face. Lu Zhixing felt confused and didn't realize that the atmosphere in the family area had changed. At first, everyone sympathized with Xie Yunshu and criticized Xie Yunshu for causing trouble. But now that Xie Yunshu had stopped making a scene and was determined to leave with her things, people began to feel sorry for her. It was probably because it was late in the year and the hospital wasn't as busy. Lu Zhixing had just performed a minor surgery and was reviewing medical records in his office. A nurse knocked and entered. Dr. Lou, Xiaowei's hospital fees are short by 30 yuan. Lu Zhixing tightened his fingers slightly. Have you talked to Yunshu about it? Xie Yunshu had completed her internship and was now earning a regular salary. He had been giving her and her son 50 yuan each month, and he even paid for Xiaowei's school fees recently. She could afford the 30 yuan for the medical bill. The nurse hesitated and asked cautiously, should Zhou nurse cover this? Xiaowei had been sick often, either with colds or injuries. Today he had a scraped arm, and tomorrow he had a burned foot. She suspected something was wrong with the child. Previously, Dr. Lou had taken care of everything, covering all the medical and hospital fees. So when the hospital reminded her about the shortfall, she came directly to Lu Zhixing, as everyone assumed Xiaowei was like his own child. Lu Zhixing had never felt so awkward. 30 yuan wasn't a large amount, but he found himself unable to produce it. Please tell Yunshu that I have other matters to attend to and can't come right now. He couldn't bring himself to say he didn't have the money, so he made up an excuse. However, he was used to keeping a serious face, and the nurse couldn't tell anything from his expression. She just nodded. All right, I'll ask Zhou nurse for the money. The mention of money made Lu Zhixing's face heat up. After the nurse left, he took a deep breath, realizing he needed to talk to Xie Yunshu again. The divorce should be resolved quickly. If this continues, both life and work will become a mess. Xie Yunshu dropped Xiaowei off at the hospital and didn't care about him at all. It was only when a nurse came to find her that she reluctantly went over, saying, "What now? Isn't your wound fine?" Xiaowei bit his lip and didn't dare to look at her. His arms and legs still hurt a lot, so he quietly said, "Mom, I want to eat some steamed buns." How can a child your age eat so much? Are you trying to starve yourself? Xie Yunshu didn't want to pay attention to him, but since Lu Zhixing was also in the hospital, she coldly went to the nurse's station and brought back the 2 leftover buns from breakfast. Eat this yourself. Xiaowei's small face scrunched up. His arms were covered in blisters, and moving hurt a lot, but he knew his mother wouldn't feed him, so he had to endure the pain and slowly eat the cold bun. Halfway through, another nurse came in. Zhou Xinyue's expression changed, and she gently broke off pieces of the bun to feed him, also pouring him some warm water. "You silly child, I told you not to eat cold buns, but you wouldn't listen. Drink some water, or your stomach will hurt later." The water was still a bit hot, and Xiaowei didn't dare to complain, taking a small sip. "Mom, I'm not thirsty anymore." Zhou Xinyue had no intention of continuing to feed him, so she placed the water on the table and turned to the nurse. "Thank you for helping take care of the child. Once Xiaowei is discharged, I will definitely treat you to a meal with Zhixing." It sounded as if she and Lu Zhixing were a couple. The nurse recalled what Lu Zhixing had said and directly spoke up. "Nurse Zhou, Xiaowei's hospital stay has already accumulated a debt of 30 yuan. Could you please settle it soon? Her monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan, and owing medical fees was a big deal. If it weren't for Lu Zhixing's reputation, they wouldn't have let him stay without enough money." Zhou Xinyue was taken aback. "Didn't Zhixing pay yesterday?" Xiaowei had been hospitalized so many times, and it was always Lu Zhixing who handled everything. She had never taken care of the hospital fees, only using Xiaowei's illness to keep Lu Zhixing close. Hearing Zhou Xinyue's words, the nurse's tone became a bit sharp. Both of them had salaries. Why was there hesitation over such a small medical fee? If this money wasn't paid, it would be her who faced the consequences. "Dr. Liu only paid 13 yuan last night. I let the child use the medicine and admitted him out of consideration for our work relationship." The little nurse frowned and looked at Zhou Xinyue with suspicion. "I just want to find Dr. Liu, and he said he was busy and told me to come find you."
You don't want to avoid paying, do you?
Zhou Xinyue quickly realized what was happening and smiled. "Of course not. I'm a nurse too, and I know the rules of our hospital. Don't worry, I'll get the money for you as soon as I finish my shift." The little nurse was not pleased. "You can't wait until after your shift. You need to go get the money now. If you delay until tomorrow, the hospital administration will come looking for me." Zhou Xinyue had always maintained her image as a gentle and pure person. Until she secured Dr. Liu, she needed to keep up this facade. Although she wanted to lash out at the little nurse, she replied sweetly, "All right, I'll go home right now to get the money." The little nurse wasn't trying to be aggressive. She just wanted to ensure the medical fees were covered. She glanced at Xiaowei and said, "You should pay more attention to the child. It's already late for breakfast." No matter how well Zhou Xinyue pretended, she couldn't hide everything. The nurses knew how she treated the child, but no one wanted to speak up in front of Dr. Liu. After all, what could they say? That Zhou Xinyue wasn't a good mother? She had even put her own wife in a mental health facility for Zhou Xinyue, so they preferred to avoid trouble. Zhou Xinyue's smile became forced as she defended herself. "I've been really busy these past few days, and I've been thinking about Xiaowei." The little nurse scoffed internally, but said nothing, and turned to leave. That poor child had such a difficult life with a mother like this. Busy was not an excuse when the whole hospital knew she had left with Dr. Liu that morning. She had time to bring food to a man, but not to care for her own child? Was that really being busy? Soon, only Zhou Xinyue and Xiaowei were left in the hospital room. Seeing Zhou Xinyue's dark expression, Xiaowei instinctively shrank back. The next moment, he received a slap on the head. "Useless. Missing one meal won't kill you. And you want me to spend 30 yuan on food? No more eating." The half-eaten cold bun was thrown into the trash. Xiaowei covered his head with his burned arm and bit his lip tightly, trying not to cry out. Zhou Xinyue was feeling irritated. She didn't want to make a scene in the hospital, so she shot him a harsh glare before leaving in a hurry. During this time, she spent money like water, using it all to buy clothes and cosmetics. Where would she find 30 yuan to spare? After Zhou Xinyue left, Xiaowei's tears flowed freely. He got out of bed and picked up half a bun from the trash can, eating it while quietly sobbing. He no longer had a mother. No one would care for him anymore. Zhou Xinyue searched her home for a long time and finally gathered 30 yuan. With more than half a month until her next paycheck, what would she spend the money on? After thinking for a moment, She decided to keep 15 yuan for herself and then headed to the hospital. Since this month began, Lu Zixing hadn't given her a single penny. As an ordinary nurse, Zhou Xinyue only earned 40 yuan a month. If she lived like an average woman, that salary could easily support her and her son. After all, the hospital provided great benefits, including monthly supplies of oil and grain tickets. Moreover, doctors and nurses received meal tickets, so their expenses were quite low. However, Zhou Xinyue didn't see it that way. While recovering at Lu Zixing's house, she had everything she needed and spent all 50 yuan on herself, making her life comfortable. Now, working every day for just 40 yuan, she couldn't accept the drastic change. Especially when she thought about how all of Lu Zixing's money would go to Xie Yunshu in the future. A fire of jealousy burned in her heart that she couldn't bear. Why should it be like this? After Lu Zixing divorced Xie Yunshu, that money would be hers. How could it be spent on another woman? At the hospital, a young nurse was changing Xiao Wei's bandages. His thin arm was covered in scars. She couldn't help but frown. How did you get all these? And you're so skinny. Doesn't your mom feed you every day? As a pediatric nurse, she had seen many children, but it was her first time seeing someone as thin as Xiao Wei. He looked much younger than 4 or 5. Some might even believe he was only 3. The scars on him didn't look old. They seemed to be fresh. Wasn't Zhou Xinyue supposed to be taking care of him in Dr. Lu's house for nearly a year? She seemed to be living well. So how did the child end up like this? Xiao Wei just silently shook his head, unwilling to say anything. The young nurse sighed, knowing that this child had been brought down from the mountains. She thought perhaps he had suffered severe trauma in the past, leading to some psychological issues. No matter what, Zhou Xinyue is his biological mother. If she didn't want the child, she could have left him there. Since she brought him out, it shows she still loves him. What can an outsider say? The swelling has gone down completely, and the pain is not as strong as it was at first. After changing the dressing, she patted Xiao Wei's head and said, "As long as you don't get it wet, there shouldn't be a risk of infection. You need to take care of yourself, too." Xiao Wei nodded, somewhat understanding, but he quietly watched the nurse without saying anything. At that moment, Zhou Xinyue came in, her eyes red as if she had just been crying. "I'm sorry, I've only just started working, and Xiao Wei is always getting sick. I only have 15 yuan. 15 yuan? The nurse's sympathy for the child quickly faded. Her expression turned sour. "Nurse Zhou, how long has it been since you got paid? You can't even come up with 30 yuan? Zhou Xinyue looked embarrassed and pale, standing at the door of the ward as if she had suffered a great injustice. "I'm sorry, it's really hard for me to take care of the child alone." The nurse was almost furious. Can she just casually owe medical fees? Although they work in the same hospital, they manage different departments, and Zhou Xinyue's actions were clearly making things difficult for her. She is also a nurse, and just received her salary. She only has 38 yuan left at home. Besides, every time Xiao Wei came to the hospital, it was always Lu Zixing who paid. Where exactly is her difficulty? "I don't care if it's hard for you or not. The medical fees must be paid. If not, go get the director's signature. If he allows you to owe it, then I won't be responsible." The nurse rolled her eyes and shoved the medical bill into Zhou Xinyue's arms, showing no mercy. Zhou Xinyue's eyes were brimming with tears. Dr. Zixing is a chief physician. Would he really owe this little money? Why do you have to be so aggressive? Who is being aggressive here? The nurse scoffed. Then let your Dr. Zixing come pay. In this day and age, is it reasonable to owe money? It's ridiculous to use Lu Zixing to threaten her. Does she think she can easily be manipulated like Xie Yunshu? Zhou Xinyue bit her lip, her eyes red as she ran toward Lu Zixing's office. This was the result she wanted. A single mother with a hospitalized child being made to feel helpless over medical fees would surely evoke sympathy from a man. As the end of the workday approached, Lu Zixing felt increasingly uneasy. He felt embarrassed and helpless for the first time in his life because of money. When he handed his salary card to Xie Yunshu, it wasn't just because he didn't want to divorce her, it was also because he had never cared much about money. By giving away his salary card, He wanted to show Xie Yunshu that the reason he gave most of his salary to Zhou Xinhua was simply out of pity. After all, it was only a few hundred yuan a year, which meant nothing to him. Yes, Dr. Lou had always been noble and would never associate himself with something as mundane as money. Besides his salary, he received a good bonus each year, and with his family's connections, he rarely needed to spend money. He even thought that Xie Yunshu was so angry because she must care too much about money. After all, she came from a poor family, and a few thousand yuan was a huge amount for her. But he never imagined that one day he would have no money at all. Zhou Xinhua was crying as she entered without knocking and threw herself into Lu Zhixing's arms. "Zhixing, I have no way out. Is it true that after such things happen, everyone will look down on me and my child? But Xiao Wei is only 5 years old. What wrong has he done to be treated like this?" Lu Zhixing took a deep breath and pushed her away gently. "Xinhua, what happened? Isn't Xiao Wei in the hospital?" He knew the pediatric staff well. The nurses and doctors were very responsible, especially since he had specifically asked them to take care of the child. How could anyone target a kid? "I only owe 15 yuan for medical fees, and that nurse named Lin Xiaozhao wants to kick Xiao Wei out of the hospital and said many hurtful things." Zhou Xinhua lowered her head, using her usual tactic to gain sympathy. "Zhixing, I know she looks down on me, but I didn't mean to owe money. Besides, she knows you are here, so how could I owe medical fees?" In the past, at times like this, all she had to do was mention Xiao Wei and cry a little, and Lu Zhixing would casually take out the money. But now, Zhou Xinhua waited for a long time without hearing him say anything. She looked up anxiously. "Zhixing?" Lu Zhixing's face was calm, but his eyes seemed to hold a storm. "Xinhua, who just said they looked down on you and wanted to kick you out of the hospital." Zhou Xinhua bit her lip. "That little nurse named Lin Xiaozhao." "Lin, the nurse." Lu Zhixing looked at her with disappointment on his face. "Xinhua, you're lying." "What?" Zhou Xinhua felt a rush of panic. She didn't expect that Lin Xiaozhao held a different place in Lu Zhixing's heart. She bit her lip and shook her head repeatedly. "Zhixing, maybe I misunderstood her. She just speaks her mind." But Lu Zhixing seemed to suddenly wake up, speaking slowly and clearly. "Nurse Lin is the director's niece. She has worked at the hospital since she was 18 and is not the person you described. Besides, we just received our salaries. How could you not have 30 yuan?" Zhou Xinhua and never imagined Lu Zhixing would say such things. It must be Xie Yunshu. She must have used some trick. Otherwise, how could someone like Lu Zhixing care about when salaries were paid or blame her over a small amount of money? She underestimated Xie Yunshu. A woman who had worked so hard to climb up wouldn't easily give up on the Lu family's support. Xiao Wei just started kindergarten. He is sensitive and quiet after coming from that place. To cheer him up, I bought him many toys, new clothes, and a new backpack, so I spent a bit more. Zhou Xinhua thought quickly, maintaining a gentle demeanor, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Lu Zhixing. "I didn't expect him to suddenly get burned and need to be hospitalized. Zhixing, I know you have your difficulties too. Is Yunshu still upset about the money? Don't worry, I will save and repay you all. Please don't let my issues with Xiao Wei cause more trouble. I would feel guilty. Even though my father helped you back then, he never expected anything in return." Zhou Xinhua was clever. As soon as she sensed something was off, she quickly brought up the past favor. Lu Zhixing's expression softened, eventually turning into a sigh. "Xinhua, this is our debt to you. Yunshu values money too much. Otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this." Zhou Xinhua subtly smiled and continued, "Zhixing, let me write you an IOU for the previous money. This way, Yunshu will feel better. And for this medical expense, I'll write you another IOU." She knew someone like Lu Zhixing would never come to her for an IOU. It would just be a blank piece of paper. Lu Zhixing opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say he had no money and couldn't pay for the medical expenses. Even if he didn't have romantic feelings for Zhou Xinhua, how could he lower himself to that level? Zhou Xinhua simply wrote a promissory note for 650 yuan, deliberately putting Xie Yunshu's name on it to create misunderstandings. She put on a brave face and said, "Zhixing, take this note back to Yunshu. Maybe it will help calm her down. Lu Zixing frowned and casually put the note in his pocket.
She's just angry right now.
I'll explain everything to her later. You don't have to pay this back. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he had already lost his chance with Xie Yunshu. Zhou Xinyue was a nurse from another ward. During her shifts, she frequently visited Dr. Liu, and the others in the hospital had grown used to it. They turned a blind eye, knowing that Dr. Liu might soon be promoted to deputy director. They didn't dare to provoke someone he protected, except for Lin Xiaoxiao, who was also well-connected. In any workplace, there are social dynamics, so Zhou Xinyue worked comfortably under Lu Zixing's protection. The head nurse hardly assigned her any tasks, and since she wasn't a formally trained nurse, her 2 months of internship didn't qualify her for real nursing duties. Most of her work involved sitting at the nurse's station, organizing records, and fetching medicine. Her presence there made little difference. As others were busy with shift changes, she sat in front of a mirror applying lipstick. Today, she spent 15 yuan, knowing that Lu Zixing would handle the rest. Money wasn't a concern for her because his salary and bonuses were high. He was her personal ATM. She was determined to be Mrs. Liu. Meanwhile, Lu Zixing felt exhausted. He gave his salary card to Xie Yunshu, but still wanted to help Zhou Xinyue. He had to ask the director to sign off on delaying payment for Xiao Wei's medical expenses until next month's paycheck. He believed that by then, Yunshu would return. She couldn't possibly stay away during the new year. Director Lin looked at him meaningfully and said, "Zixing, you have no issues with your medical skills, but you need to be careful about your personal life. Helping others is fine, but don't risk your own family." He had been away for a conference when Xie Yunshu was detained. Otherwise, he would never have allowed this to happen. Let's not discuss why Xie Yunshu hit Zhou Xinyue, but how can Lu Zixing, as her husband, lock his wife away? Has he thought about the consequences if this gets out? If Zhou Xinyue were truly understanding, she wouldn't get involved with Lu Zixing in the hospital, causing misunderstandings. Lu Zixing and Dean Lin share a mentor-student relationship, and he lowered his gaze, feeling helpless and rubbing his temples in frustration. There is nothing between Xinyue and me, Dean. Yunshu doesn't understand me. Don't you know me well enough? It's precisely because he knows that he worries. Lu Zixing is too arrogant. As a renowned doctor, he is used to being elevated and enjoys the feeling of being a savior. He may not have feelings for Zhou Xinyue, but his every word and action positions him as her rescuer. Dean Lin, I know what I'm doing. Lu Zixing understands Xie Yunshu as well. He doesn't believe that she can just take back her love. Since Xie Yunshu moved back, he's been waiting for her to come back to him. Now, he thinks he might need to lower his pride a bit to comfort her, especially since she has been wronged in the psychiatric department. With the new year approaching, he doesn't want his home to feel so empty. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Dean Lin could only shake his head and sign the document. When the salary comes next month, cover the medical expenses. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the pediatric department if it drags on. Lu Zixing nodded, thinking he would go to the apartment building after work to bring Xie Yunshu back. As he pushed his bicycle out of the hospital, just as he was about to get on, he saw his mother, Cheng Yuxiang, approaching with Lu Xueting, looking very angry. Lu Xueting, who usually loves to dress up, was bundled up tightly this time, with only her swollen eyes visible. "Mom? Xueting?" Lu Zixing stopped in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Cheng Yuxiang liked to act like a noble lady. Even though her son was excellent, she wouldn't easily come to the hospital, let alone bring Lu Xueting with her. In her words, only lower-class parents would frequently visit their child's workplace. Cheng Yuxiang had a stern expression. "Let's talk in the car." Lu Zixing sensed his mother's anger and helplessly rubbed his temples, feeling that everything had become chaotic since Xie Yunshu left. The mother and daughter had come in the family car, and once in the back seat, Lu Xueting cried and pulled down her scarf. "Brother, I don't care. You must stand up for me. Look at what I've become." She had a red and swollen face, and her hair was a mess. She looked truly miserable. Lu Zixing was several years older than his sister. Though he was usually calm, he cared for her deeply and immediately became furious. "Who did this?" Chung Yuseong clenched her teeth in anger. Who? Isn't it your wonderful wife? Jixing, I don't care how she begs you. You must divorce her this time. First, she hit Xinhua and now she's Xueting. What's next? Is she going to hit me too? Yunshu hit Xueting? Lu Zixing was stunned and instinctively wanted to deny it.
How could that be?
Xie Yunshu always valued his family highly. Xueting was straightforward and often spoke harshly, so she didn't show the respect a sister-in-law should have. He didn't like being involved in family disputes and thought that since they hadn't had any major conflicts, it would be fine. After all, they just exchanged some harsh words. Yunshu was the sister-in-law and usually tolerated Xueting. Over time, things would get better. Moreover, she was careful in his home, fearing conflicts with his family, so it was rare for her to even argue back. But now, she actually hit Xueting? Xueting was their mother's favorite. Did she even consider the consequences before acting? His parents were already upset about the incident at the hospital, and now with Xueting hurt like this, were they really going to end up getting a divorce? Isn't there a limit to how far one can go? Chung Yuseong held her daughter tightly, her attitude firm. She needs to leave the Lou family immediately. She won't get a single penny from us. Lu Xueting covered her face and quickly spoke up. That awful Xie Yunshu even took my brother's TV. I just wanted to get it back, and that's why I got hit. She didn't mention her own part in the argument. Lu Zixing took a deep breath. He didn't care about the TV, but now he felt a surge of anger. What was Xie Yunshu trying to do? Divorce? Did she really want a divorce? Did she think about how a woman without a job or family background would live after leaving him? He had given her his salary book, and he didn't stop her from going back to her family, but now she wanting Xueting? Mom, I will talk to Yunshu about this, Lu Zixing said with difficulty, avoiding the topic of divorce. I will make her apologize to Xueting. Lu Xueting sensed the protection in his words and became furious. Just thinking about how Xie Yunshu had beaten her like a dead dog made her blood boil. Just an apology? Brother, what do you really mean? She hit me like this. I want you to put her in a mental hospital and never let her out. Chung Yuseong coldly replied, 5 days is still too short. Clearly, she agreed with this idea. Lu Zixing also frowned. I said I would make her apologize to you. She is still my wife and a member of the Lou family. Who has the power to lock a normal person in a psychiatric ward? Brother, weren't you the one who locked her up before? Lu Xueting blurted out, and Lu Zixing's expression darkened. He regretted those 5 days. How could he possibly lock Yunshu up again? Chung Yuseong realized that her son still had feelings for Xie Yunshu and didn't want a divorce. She hadn't expected that this woman, who had worked hard for the Lou family for over a year, actually had some value. At least she made her son care. All right, let's not talk about divorce for now, but she must apologize to Xueting. Chung Yuseong took a step back, not just to Xueting but also to Xinhua and her child. I want her to apologize in front of everyone at the hospital and the family compound. If she could do this for Zixing, then keeping her a few more days wouldn't be a problem. She could find a new daughter-in-law and then let her leave. After all, even though Xie Yunshu wasn't impressive, she took good care of her son and cooked well. Lu Zixing knew that Chung Yuseong was making a concession. Otherwise, with her temper, how could it be enough for Xie Yunshu to just apologize after hitting Xueting? So he agreed. I'll go find Yunshu at the family compound soon. She will come to apologize. He said this with confidence. On their first day of marriage, he had told Xie Yunshu that if they had conflicts, they should resolve them face to face. If she ran back to her family like other women, she shouldn't expect him to chase after her like other men did. So, many times when Xie Yunshu felt wronged and was upset, she still stayed at the family compound at night. This time she returned to the dormitory, and he didn't go to find her. He wanted her to calm down and thought that running back to her family was immature behavior, something only uneducated families would do. But now, thinking about it, Yunshu wasn't a college student. Was he expecting too much from her? Maybe during these days at her parent house, she has been hoping he would come to pick her up and comfort her. She loves him. When he lowers his head, she will turn back. Lu Xueting is still upset. Every time she speaks, her face hurts, especially since Xie Yunshu has nearly pulled her hair out. She even hit someone and you still won't let her get a divorce. And about that TV, she says you owe her money. Does she have no shame? For over a year, she has been living in the hospital staff quarters, eating and drinking all the hospital's benefits. She has taken so much advantage and is still moving things back to her parents' house. And you don't care at all? Lu Zhixing thought about the 3,000 yuan issue and the savings book, and he frowned slightly. When she comes back, all these matters will be resolved. If she is willing to help her family, giving away a TV is fine, but he opposes spending all his salary on the Xie family. Although Xie Yunshu's brother is good at studying, he doesn't like the way he looks at him. He hopes she will focus entirely on him. Around 6 o'clock, the tenement building is the liveliest. Workers from the packaging factory are returning in groups, some chatting at the entrance, some helping their wives wash vegetables and cook, and others playing with their children in the alley. Especially at the first-floor water basin, it is crowded with women filling water for cooking. Everyone is still discussing the incident this afternoon, when Xie Yunshu hit her sister-in-law. Hey, you should have seen it. Yunshu was really fierce. That girl's face was all swollen. I heard the girl from the Lou family is a university student. How can she speak so harshly? Even if Yunshu and her husband are having a divorce, they aren't divorced yet. Finland is at least an elder. She really deserved to be hit. But did Yunshu hit too hard? That's a member of the Lou family. Would Lu Zhixing be okay with that? Lin Suiping had just returned and was listening closely to the conversation among the ants. She quickly understood. This crazy Xie Yunshu actually hit Lu Zhixing's sister, and it was quite severe. She pursed her lips. She knew Xie Yunshu was strong. Having been hit herself, she understood. That pampered young lady from the Lou family wouldn't be able to withstand a slap. She would probably cry for 3 days. She knew Xie Yunshu had a bad temper, and Dr. Lu couldn't stand it at all. This divorce is definitely happening. Lin Suiping felt a bit of schadenfreude. Xie Yunshu acts like a shrew every day. She doesn't deserve someone like Dr. Lu, who is an intellectual. What kind of good wife hits her sister-in-law? It's really embarrassing for us in this tenement. She said this, and Aunt Lu, who lived at the far end, couldn't hold back. Cui Ping, you weren't here today, but that girl from the Lu family spoke so rudely. Not to mention Yunshu, I almost wanted to hit her. She looks down on us people from the tube building, really thinks she's a young lady. Lin Shui-ping didn't believe it. Miss Lu is a college student. What about Xie Yunshu? Just wait. If Miss Lu really wants a divorce, she will definitely cry and make a scene. Aunt Lu frowned. That's not certain. Yesterday, while watching TV, Yunshu said she was determined to divorce Lu Zhixing. Who would believe that? Lin Shui-ping rolled her eyes in her mind, turned around to go upstairs. It was just watching a boring TV show, and everyone was siding with Xie Yunshu. She didn't even like watching Journey to the West. Just as she left the bathroom, she ran into a man. Lu Zhixing, wearing a black coat, stood on the first floor looking at the dark hallway with a frown. He had only been here twice, once when he married Xie Yunshu, and once last New Year. He had never come here otherwise. He was very busy with work, and since Xie Yunshu never asked him to come, he acted as if he didn't know. A place like the tube building didn't even have a proper place to stay, so it was normal for him not to remember where the Xie family lived. Seeing Lin Shui-ping come out, he asked, "Excuse me, which door is Xie Yunshu's house?" He only remembered it was on the first floor. Lin Shui-ping's eyes widened, and her face turned red. Lu. Are you Lu Zhixing, the doctor? Lu Zhixing nodded calmly. Noticing the woman in front of him was stuttering, he slightly frowned. Which room does Yunshu live in? Lin Shui-ping steadied her racing heart and pointed to the side of the hallway. The second door from the east is it. Dr. Lu, are you here to take Xie Yunshu home? She has had a bad temper since she was little. I've gotten used to it. Lu Zhixing was quite handsome. In the 1980s, when most people in the country were shorter, he stood at 1.8 meters tall. Even without the title of chief physician at Haicheng Hospital, he was undoubtedly popular with women. Lin Shui-ping once had a chance to go on a blind date with him, but due to other reasons, Xie Yunshu got there first. After they married, she had always felt it was unfair, thinking Xie Yunshu had taken her good match. So their relationship was already bad, and it had worsened. Although she couldn't compete with Xie Yunshu, it didn't stop Lin Shui-ping from saying a few bad things about her. She even hit your sister today. You mustn't be like her. When she goes crazy, she might even hit you. She wasn't really lying. Xie Yunshu was a fierce woman who fought without fear. When Xie Mingcheng was in middle school, he was bullied by classmates because he didn't have a father. At that time, 17-year-old Xie Yunshu stood at the school gate like a mother lion and directly confronted 5 or 6 boys, beating them up. Middle school boys could fight pretty well, but they couldn't withstand Xie Yunshu's reckless style. She swung a stick and made several of them cry, all while she was covered in blood and still smiling. From that day on, Lin Shui-ping was intimidated. Normally, she would only tease Xie Yunshu verbally, but she didn't dare to confront her physically. Lu Zixing seemed polite and handsome, but he was fooled by Xie Yunshu's appearance. Just thinking about it made her feel terrible. If only she had gone on a blind date with him first. Lu Zixing showed a hint of impatience, but politely nodded. I'm here to take Yunshu home. Thank you. After saying that, he walked confidently towards the Xie family's house, completely ignoring Lin Shui-ping's words. How could Yunshu possibly fight him? Lin Shui-ping gasped when she saw Lu Zixing walk inside. She stomped her foot in anger. He was here to take Xie Yunshu home? Just a moment ago, Aunt Lu said Xie Yunshu was determined to get a divorce. Now she was being proven wrong. Dr. Lu came to pick her up personally, and Xie Yunshu was supposed to just follow along, right?
Ugh, how disappointing.
She wasn't sure if she felt jealous or frustrated with Xie Yunshu, but her feet, which were headed upstairs, paused. When Xie Yunshu came out, she would definitely take this chance to mock her. The door to the Xie house was open, and Xie Yunshu was on the balcony cooking while planning tomorrow's menu. Mom, it's pretty cold now. What do you think about adding another spicy and sour soup to sell? It's just some gluten and vegetables cooked in bone broth. The workers will surely feel warm after drinking it. Li Fenlin was mending clothes for Xie Mingcheng. She looked up at her daughter and smiled. That sounds good, but can you manage it all by yourself? Your Aunt Zhao and I can help with cooking, but when it comes to selling, it's all on you. Besides, how much money can you really make from one pot of soup? She knew her daughter had a tough exterior but a kind heart. She just wanted the workers to eat well. That was indeed a concern. Xie Yunshu brought out the stir-fried cabbage and meat and checked the time. Mingcheng gets out of school early today. He should be back soon. The door creaked open. Thinking it was Mingcheng, she turned around with a smile. We have meat today, so wash your hands and come over. Lu Zixing stood at the door, blocking most of the light. He looked at the smile on Xie Yunshu's face, and a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. Without living with him, she seemed very happy. The smile on Xie Yunshu's face disappeared instantly. With her arms crossed, she showed no intention of letting him in. What do you want? Are you here to take out your anger on your sister? Lu Zixing nodded at Li Fenlin as a greeting, but he didn't even call her mom. He looked at Xie Yunshu and said, I came to take you home. If you want to leave the TV here, that's fine with me. Although she had completely moved on from this man, without the filter of love, Xie Yunshu saw things more clearly. He, like his sister, had no respect for his family. The only difference was that Lu Xueting displayed her disdain openly, while he hid his arrogance deep inside. She had been such a fool to like a man like him. Xie Yunshu raised her eyebrows, filled with coldness. TV?
Lu Zixing, you're the one in debt.
How can you say you don't mind? The TV is worth $200. You either give me $1,000 right now or get out. Her words were too direct, and Lu Zixing pressed his lips together tightly. The nurse who locked you in the supply room has been punished, and Zhao Lingling, who made things difficult for you, has been fired. If you still feel wronged, you can tell me. Those 5 days were not my intention. Li Fenlin only knew that her daughter had been locked in a psychiatric ward, but she didn't know what had happened during those 5 days. Hearing this, She looked at Xie Yunshu. Yunshu. Mom, it's nothing. It's all in the past. Since what had happened was already done, bringing it up would only make her mother upset. Xie Yunshu comforted Li Fenlin and stood up to walk outside. Let's talk outside. Standing in that dark and damp room made Lu Zixing uncomfortable, and there were some things he couldn't say in front of Li Fenlin, so he nodded and they both walked out. At the door, they spotted Lin Suiping sneaking around. Xie Yunshu glanced at her but said nothing, just moved her wrist. Lin Suiping immediately turned and went upstairs cursing. Who do you think you are? It's no wonder Dr. Lu divorced her. However, she climbed up 2 steps, saw that Xie Yunshu and Lu Zixing had walked a bit farther, and secretly came down, wanting to see Xie Yunshu begging Lu Zixing not to divorce her. If she heard even a single word, she could laugh at Xie Yunshu for a lifetime. Xie Yunshu walked ahead, her hands tucked into her down jacket, striding across to the other side of the alley. At this time, there were no elderly people basking in the sun, nor anyone else around. Lu Zixing's expression softened. He reached out to touch Xie Yunshu's shoulder, but was pushed away with disgust. Not in front of Li Fenlin, Xie Yunshu's anger was unmasked. Don't make me hit you. What was she saying? Lu Zixing took 2 steps back in disbelief, looking a bit flustered. What did you say? Are you deaf? This afternoon, I slapped your sister, and now you're acting like you can't hear? Xie Yunshu smirked sarcastically. So, when are you going to sign the divorce agreement? You don't want to make a scene in court during the new year, do you? Was she really determined to get a divorce? It took Lu Zixing a while to find his voice. He spoke hoarsely. Yunshu, I won't hold the incident with Xue Ting against you. If you just apologize, we can go back to how things were. Xie Yunshu thought he was out of his mind. Apologize? What kind of dream are you having? Your sister came to my house and was rude. I held back a lot. The woman in front of him had no trace of the affection and love from before, only cold disdain and dislike. This gaze made it hard for Lu Zixing to look her in the eye. I won't interfere with Xingyue anymore, and she has moved out of the marital home. After a moment of silence, Lu Zixing pressed his lips together. She wrote me an IOU for the salary she spent before. He didn't want a divorce. Even the thought of it made him feel bitter. So, without thinking much, he took out the IOU from this afternoon. It's a total of 650 yuan. Yunshu, I'm trying to make things right. Xie Yunshu took the IOU back without hesitation. She didn't care who would pay it back. As long as it was given to her, it was hers. And about work, I can find a way to arrange something for you. As for the 1,000 yuan you mentioned, I will gather it for you as soon as possible. Lu Zixing lowered his attitude this time. He could go home to get the money. After all, 1,000 yuan was not much for the Lu family. Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes. You'll give me the money before the new year? She still cared about the money she gave to Xingyue, which was why she was making a fuss, and even confronting Xue Ting. All of this showed that she still cared about him. Lu Zixing's eyes softened with warmth as he looked at Xie Yunshu, a smile creeping onto his face. Yunshu, I never go back on my word. Xie Yunshu scoffed. I can't trust you. After all, you locked me in a mental hospital for Zhou Xingyue and used my salary to support her and her child. If you do it again, I might just ruin your hospital. I'll arrange for someone else to take care of Xingyue and her child. If you don't want to see her, I won't bring her back. Lu Zixing's voice softened further. He missed her a bit. You hit Xue Ting, and Mom is very upset. Come back with me to apologize, and we can put this behind us. Lin Suiping, hiding around the corner, widened her eyes. Did she just hear that Lu Zixing was supporting another woman and locked Xie Yunshu in a mental hospital because of her? She only knew that Xie Yunshu was fired for hitting someone, but she didn't realize there was more to it. So, Xie Yunshu hit the woman Lu Zixing was involved with? Xie Yunshu felt a deep sense of irony. So, he knew he could have someone else care for Zhou Xingyue. Why did he insist on doing everything himself when he knew it would bother her? In the end, he just enjoyed Zhou Xingyue's dependence on him and loved the feeling of being a hero saving others. This man appeared cold and proud, but deep down, he was extremely hypocritical. Stop with the useless talk. Just write me an IOU for the remaining 1,000 yuan, Xie Yunshu said, pulling out the paper for the IOU and glancing at the corner.
Do you have a pen?
Lin Suiping was confused. Was she being called? Xie Yunshu huffed. Lin Suiping, you've been standing there for ages. If you're alive, say something. Lin Suiping gritted her teeth. She actually had a pen in her pocket. Remembering what she'd just heard, she reluctantly stepped out from the corner. Xie Yunshu, you can have him write the IOU, but don't be foolish and apologize. I heard your sister-in-law was really rude yesterday. You hit her, so what's the point of apologizing? I've told you to hit her so many times, and you've never apologized before. Why should you apologize to her now? Xie Yunshu ignored her and placed the pen in front of Lu Zixing. Write the IOU and sign it. Lu Zixing didn't hesitate. He quickly wrote a line and signed his name, then looked at Xie Yunshu and smiled slowly. Come back with me? You don't need to worry about apologizing to Xueting. I won't let Mom make it hard for you. Make it hard for your mom. After receiving the note, Xie Yunshu immediately slapped Lu Zixing, whose gentle and handsome face was now marked. Lu Zixing, I give you 1 week. If you don't agree to the divorce, we'll see each other in court. Lin Suiping instinctively took 2 steps back, covering her face, and swallowed hard. You hit him, but you can't hit me. She wasn't afraid of Xie Yunshu. She just knew that this woman was rough and liked to slap people. What if she got hurt and couldn't go on dates? Lin Suiping abandoned her pen and turned to run. She had seen enough of the drama and could wait for a crowd to mock Xie Yunshu later. That slap had no mercy. Lu Zixing's face turned to the side, his bangs covering his eyes, hiding his expression. If it weren't for the 1,000 yuan, she would have lost her patience long ago. Going to court for a divorce would only favor Lu Zixing, who was successful and had power. She might not get a single cent in compensation. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to expose her stay in a mental health facility, fearing it would affect her brother, Xie Mingqing, who was preparing for his college entrance exams. In her dreams, Xie Mingqing found out that his sister was in a mental hospital, and in his youthful anger, he ran to the hospital to confront Lu Zixing, causing a scene that ended with him being detained for several days. Failing his exams, he ended up working on a construction site. Now, with the IOU in hand, she could sue for divorce due to a broken relationship. Even if Lu Zixing refused to pay, he would have to. Today, she also received an unexpected surprise. Another IOU from Zhou Xinhua. 1,650 yuan was a lot of money. It would take her half a year selling lunchboxes to earn that back. Why wouldn't she want it? Xie Yunshu shook her hand and put the IOU in her pocket. Lu Zixing, I've wanted to slap you for a long time. Your family is no good. Who do you think you are for me to apologize? Go back and tell Lu Xueting that if she dares to bark again, I'll hit harder. Lu Zixing was a favored son. No woman had ever dared to speak harshly to him, let alone slap him. She had already hit his sister, and now him. This marriage was definitely over. Xie Yunshu hoped Lu Zixing would quickly sign the divorce papers. In this era, divorce was not friendly to women, facing not only gossip but also various regulations. As long as the man does not agree to sign, even if they go to court, it will be a long battle. She only wants to earn money to support Mingqing's college education and does not want to focus her energy on this matter. After saying this, Xie Yunshu turned to leave, but was pulled back by someone. Lu Zixing lowered his head, his voice filled with restraint. Are you calm now? If you are, come back with me. Xie Yunshu frowned, surprised that Lu Zixing had been slapped and still wanted her to return. Was he not afraid she would cause trouble? Do you not understand? We are getting a divorce. Why would I go back with you? I don't agree. Lu Zixing finally looked up, half of his face still swollen and looking quite disheveled, but his gaze was fixed on her. Xie Yunshu, I do not agree to the divorce. I can give you money or a job, but not a divorce. Is he seriously unwell? Xie Yunshu's expression darkened. Lu Zixing, do you want another slap? Lu Zixing looked at her and slowly smiled. You are angry because you still care about me. I haven't done anything wrong to you. I can meet any of your demands. It's fine if you don't apologize to Xueting. I will explain to my parents. Yunshu, I don't want a divorce. They had been married for over a year and shared many beautiful moments. She had organized their home, making it a relaxing haven for him after a long day. He had taken their time together for granted and didn't appreciate it. But can a person change after making a mistake? Xie Yunshu looked at him, silent for a long time. In her youth, she had read a line of poetry. I see all beings as grass and trees, but only you are a green mountain. So when she loved him, she held nothing back. The intensity made it hard to accept betrayal. Love is favoritism, a sense of entitlement. He clearly understood this, yet he kept testing her limits until she could no longer endure it, throwing her a sweet gesture to pretend he was sincere. Perhaps Lu Zhixing was speaking the truth, but did he think she would just welcome him back with open arms? So, Xie Yunshu gave him the other side of his handsome face a slap. Don't make me sick, Lu Zhixing. If you want to act, go to the movies. Either return the money and sign the papers, or we'll see each other in court. Until then, I hope you stay out of my sight. If I see you, I'll hit you again. This slap finally ignited Lu Zhixing's anger, a storm brewing in his brows, his jaw clenched tightly. Xie Yunshu, if we divorce, you will regret it. He did not believe her love could just be taken back. If they divorce, he won't bother to help her find a job. How will she live on just a few thousand yuan? Living in that dark, damp little house, barely seeing the sun all year? Should she spend her life with an older man from a second marriage? Just thinking about this possibility makes Lu Zhixing's usually controlled emotions nearly break. He has always held a high position and has his own pride. Coming to ask Xie Yunshu for help today already lowered his head, and she slapped herself twice. He can't be like those humble men, begging her without dignity, even if he doesn't want a divorce. If we don't divorce, I will regret it. Xie Yunshu didn't want to waste time talking to him. She turned and walked toward the building, leaving him with one last statement. Lu Zhixing, I will only give you 1 week. You must be divorced before the new year. The streetlight outside lit up, and the light from the building was dim. Lu Zhixing stood there stiffly, watching Xie Yunshu's figure gradually disappear, feeling a wave of confusion and misunderstanding rise within him. He has done so much, yet she is still not satisfied? Why? Just because he helped Zhou Xingyue? But he could swear he never crossed any lines with her. Why can't she understand him? When Xie Mingcheng returned home from school, he looked thin and small, sitting on a stool with his head down, not even calling out to his sister. The atmosphere was heavy. Xie Yunshu sighed and playfully hit him on the head. You little rascal, I work hard to cook and earn money, and you dare to give me attitude? I didn't. Xie Mingcheng replied quietly, standing up taller than Xie Yunshu, though his shoulders weren't broad enough. After setting the table, he hesitated before asking, Did that man come looking for you? Are you going back? It's understandable, he would think that. He knows how well his sister treats Lu Zhixing. Even though she keeps saying she wants a divorce, if that man comes back, she might soften. Go back. You think I'm bothering you by staying at home? Xie Yunshu huffed, putting a large piece of meat in Li Fenlin's bowl. Mom, eat more. I'll have Mingcheng wash the dishes later, so he won't just talk nonsense all day. Xie Mingcheng immediately looked up, his pale face showing a hint of surprise. You're not going back? Go back to give Lu Zhixing 2 more slaps? Xie Yunshu lazily stretched her legs. She was in a good mood and glanced at Xie Mingcheng, saying, I can't fight a big man like him. What if I get hurt? Xie Mingcheng's handsome face immediately turned angry. If he dares to touch you, I'll take care of him. His anger was genuine and intense. Xie Yunshu felt a pang in her heart. She remembered the bad ending for Mingcheng in her dream and quickly put on a serious face. Only bullies fight. Xie Mingcheng, you must not hit people casually. If you're capable, focus on your studies and get into a good university. Show those people your strength later. Is fighting really what makes a hero? The anger in Xie Mingcheng's eyes disappeared instantly. He knew Xie Yunshu would stay, and he felt relieved. He took a couple of bites of rice and muttered quietly that the one who loved to fight in the building was actually his sister. Xie Yunshu scoffed. Finish your meal, then wash the dishes. After that, go study in the other room. No TV tonight. With exams coming up, even without her saying it, Xie Mingqing wouldn't waste time on TV. He wasn't a child and had strong self-discipline. He never slacked off in his studies. But while Xie Mingqing was focused, Lin Suiping upstairs couldn't sit still. She had been working on the assembly line at the packaging factory and overheard her colleagues discussing the finale of Journey to the West. That annoying Xie Yunshu took her pen and wouldn't let her watch TV. How unfair. Did she really think Lin Suiping was easy to bully? She regretted being jealous of Xie Yunshu marrying Lu Zixing. Now, she saw that Lu Zixing wasn't a good person. He might look good, but having a mistress outside was disgraceful. Luckily, she hadn't gone on a blind date. Xie Yunshu deserved it. She was always so fierce. Her younger sister, Lin Tuxiang, was still eating quickly. After finishing, she pushed her bowl aside and pulled her brother to leave. Mom, I'm going to watch TV at Sister Yunshu's. What time is it? Have you finished your homework? Lin mother grabbed her braid and said sternly, You can't go today. Dr. Lou is here to see Yunshu. I think he's here to take her back. Don't go and make a fuss. Even though everyone said Xie Yunshu was determined to get a divorce, the fact that Dr. Lou came in person showed he was willing to compromise. Going back wouldn't be so bad. It would be better to live well with the Lou family than to struggle selling lunchboxes in the rain. If Li Finlin cared about her daughter, she would encourage reconciliation. At times like this, they might be sitting together as a family, chatting over a meal. Why would these two run off to watch TV? Lin Suixiang pouted, but today is the big finale. They're going to get to the end. Go watch at Aunt Zhang's upstairs. Lin's mother shot her a glare, wondering why this child was so thoughtless. But after seeing a color TV, who would want to watch a black and white one? Lin Suixiang and her brother Lin Xiaohu exchanged a look of disappointment, still wanting to go downstairs to take a peek. Just as Lin's mother was about to scold them, the eldest daughter suddenly spoke up. Mom, Dr. Lou left early. Xie Yunshu wouldn't go home with him. Not only did he leave, but he was also sent away by Xie Yunshu with a slap. That woman is quite fierce. Lin's mother was taken aback. How do you know? Could she admit that she secretly followed Xie Yunshu to see her desperate attempts to win over a man, only to come back with a lost pen and a cold sweat? However, comparing the two, it was clear that Xie Yunshu didn't hit her too hard. Usually, when she got hit, it was just a tug on her hair or a kick on her backside. She hadn't experienced a real slap yet. Looking at Xie Yunshu's fierceness, she didn't want to go through that. I saw Lu Zixing leave. Anyway, Xie Yunshu is definitely getting a divorce, so the TV won't be coming back. Lin Suiping said confidently. That man was out there with other women. How could they still give him the TV? They should clear out everything from his house. Lin's mother pondered this and glanced at Lin Suiping. You're still thinking about Dr. Lou? Let me tell you, even if Xie Yunshu gets divorced, it won't be your turn. The Lou family is not easy to marry into. Marriage is about matching backgrounds. If the family is too high, you'll suffer. And if it's too low, you'll be poor. Look at Xie Yunshu. She's capable and pretty. If she married an ordinary worker, her life would be great. How could she end up losing her job? Lin Suiping didn't hear any of that. She only caught her mom praising Xie Yunshu's looks and immediately retorted, What's so pretty about her? She's just a bit fairer, taller, and has bigger eyes. I'm not bad either. Lin Xiaohu quietly chimed in, Sister, you're not as fair as Sister Yunshu, and you don't have her big eyes or slim figure. Go, do your homework. Lin Suiping was furious. She couldn't deal with Xie Yunshu, and now she couldn't handle her younger siblings either. Lin Suixiang and Lin Xiaohu were slumped over their homework, not focused on studying at all. After a long time, they had only written a few words. Just as Lin's mother was about to get angry, someone knocked on the door. Xie Yunshu, wearing a bright red down jacket with her hands in her pockets, called out to Lin's mother with a smile, then looked at the two kids doing homework. Today is the finale of Journey to the West. Finish your homework and come watch. Suddenly, The two began to write quickly. Lin Suiping pretended to be indifferent, trying to show some backbone. Xie Yunshu scoffed and glanced at her. Lin Suiping, aren't you coming to watch? What a troublemaker. Wasn't she the one who said she couldn't watch TV yesterday? Lin Suiping huffed. I don't care.
Oh.
Xie Yunshu wasn't upset and slowly turned to go downstairs. Then don't take my pen. She was such a bully. Lin Suiping stomped her foot and chased after her. Xie Yunshu, you took my pen and won't let me watch TV. What's wrong with you? Xie Yunshu paused for a moment and looked at her with a smirk. Lin Suiping, who are you calling crazy?
I'm talking about you, so what?
In the apartment building, Lin Suiping felt bold. These were all neighbors, and she wasn't afraid. Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes and threw the pen into Lin Suiping's arms. If you dare to go to my house to watch TV, I'll break your legs. Lin Suiping. That annoying Xie Yunshu was just picking on her. I'll watch anyway. If you have the guts, do it in front of your mom. Lin Suiping was furious, grinding her teeth behind her. You're about to divorce Lu Zhixing, and you still dare to talk tough to me. Do you believe I? Xie Yunshu grabbed her collar with one hand. Believe what? Lin Suiping's bravado immediately faded. I was just saying, why did you have to get physical? Xie Yunshu, you don't know how to reason, do you?
So annoying.
Xie Yunshu scoffed and let go. If you want to watch TV, keep quiet, or you'll hear my slap. Now Lin Suiping was completely silent. At Haicheng Hospital's family area, when Lu Zhixing got home, it was already very late. Lu Xueting and Cheng Yuxiang had already left, so they didn't see his disheveled appearance. The room was dark and felt empty without a TV, but it seemed like he had just noticed. Lu Zhixing, I'm only giving you 1 week. You must get a divorce before the new year. Xie Yunshu's words still echoed in his ears, but he was unwilling to believe them. His stomach growled as Lu Zhixing tiredly sat on the sofa. After work, he went to find Xie Yunshu, watching her cook while he hadn't eaten anything himself. He instinctively checked his pocket and realized something. Xie Yunshu hadn't come back with him. He had written an IOU and hadn't retrieved his salary savings book. Hunger gradually set in. No matter how beautiful the high mountain flowers were, without money, he felt as helpless as a dog. Of course, Lu Zhixing wasn't really short on cash. Even without going home for money, he knew many wealthy people in his circle, and borrowing 1,000 yuan would be easy for him. The reason he hadn't given money directly to Xie Yunshu was that he never thought she would value money more than him. He earned 15 yuan yesterday morning, vented his frustrations on Lu Xueting in the afternoon, and then slapped Lu Zhixing twice in the evening, along with an IOU of over 1,000 yuan. Xie Yunshu slept particularly well that night. The business of selling meals at the construction site had stabilized, and she almost sold out the meals for 60 people every day. In the end, she would habitually leave some vegetables for Qiangzi and occasionally add a piece of meat for him. Of course, she didn't give more than that, as too much of anything is not good. She only helped others within her means. Qiangzi bought a steamed bun for 10 cents every day, but now that he had free vegetables, he felt embarrassed to take chili and pickles for free. Occasionally, he would shamelessly ask Xie Yunshu to save him some vegetable soup. This stable life continued for 7 days, and the workers at the site gradually became familiar with Xie Yunshu. Li Xingli reminded her while serving the dishes, there are about 20 days until the new year. Our site will soon be on break, so keep an eye on the time. Don't let all the food go to waste. During the new year, the construction site would stop working for about a month, something Xie Yunshu hadn't considered before. She had only worked for about 10 days and earned over 100 yuan, feeling ecstatic. She couldn't imagine taking a month off. Even a day off felt like a loss to her. Upon hearing Li Xingli's words, her little face scrunched up in worry. You're going to take such a long break? Li Xingli chuckled. We all come from far away to earn money. After working hard for half a year without going home, who doesn't miss their family? We work ourselves to the bone for a year, just to enjoy a couple of days during the new year. The workers at the construction site had tough lives, doing all physical labor, and Xie Yunshu deeply understood this. She was worried. Where will I sell meals for that month? Li Shengli smiled and said, Yunshu, are you really focused on money? On such a cold day, instead of selling food, you should rest at home. You're a beautiful young lady. Go to the department store and buy yourself some nice clothes. Although they had only known each other for about 10 days, Li Shengli had a good impression of this girl, who was only a few years younger than him. She had a strong spirit and was not timid. She spoke her mind. The workers at the construction site were rough men, and sometimes their conversations lacked decorum. However, she never blushed and would speak her mind, showing both fierceness and cleverness. No matter what, the food that Xie Yunshu cooked was delicious, both satisfying and tasty. Lunchtime had become a motivation for everyone to work hard. After all, people live day by day for good food, and good meals lead to good moods. So often, when some men, noticing how pretty she was, tried to flirt with her, they didn't even need Xie Yunshu to intervene. In the evenings, Li Shengli would bring a few friends to handle the situation. Qiangzi always waited on the side for his turn to eat. Today, as soon as Li Shengli left, he hesitated and stood up. Can I get my food in a disposable container today? Just half meat and half vegetables, 1 scoop of each? After he spoke, he seemed a bit reluctant to pull out 2 dimes, saying, This is all I have. Xie Yunshu glanced at him, wondering if he wanted meat or was just being greedy. Usually, he would spend a dime for a bun and take his own vegetables, but now he wanted both for 20 cents. Seeing that Xie Yunshu was silent and had a cold expression, Qiangzi spoke in a negotiating tone. Just this once, can you also give me a pair of disposable chopsticks? Feeling frustrated, Xie Yunshu couldn't hold back and said, If you can't afford meat, then keep your mouth shut. Why do you need disposable containers and chopsticks? Are you trying to act like an office worker? Qiangzi's face turned red. When alone, he could be bold, but in front of others, he cared about his pride, so he always waited until the end to eat. Today, he didn't know what was wrong with him. I'll just eat buns tomorrow, no vegetables or pickles. His tone was a bit anxious, and he spoke quietly, afraid of being heard and laughed at. Xie Yunshu stared at him for a moment and suddenly asked, If you want a disposable container and chopsticks and you want both meat and vegetables, who are you taking it home for? Qiangzi was taken aback and scratched his head. I just wanted to try. Try what? Xie Yunshu couldn't guess, so she didn't ask further. Instead, she took out the lunchbox and chopsticks, then handed over the dishes with a cold snort, saying, Don't let it happen again. Qiangzi quickly grabbed the food and ran towards the construction site, not even taking the steamed bun or rice, which left Xie Yunshu confused. After about half an hour, when Xie Yunshu had finished all her food, he excitedly ran back out with a joyful expression, saying, Sister Yunshu, it worked. It really worked. Xie Yunshu had known Qiangzi for about 10 days. He usually spoke shyly and didn't seem to understand how to be bold, so seeing him so happy was a first for her. Confused, she asked, What worked?
Who did you give the lunchbox to?
Qiangzi calmed down a bit, and his usually dark face showed a hint of embarrassment. I thought I'd give it a try. The leaders in the project department need to eat too, right? Your cooking is delicious and varied. I gave the lunchbox to Manager Tian, and he said it was good after he finished. Xie Yunshu blinked.
So?
He said he wants you to supply them with meals separately. Qiangzi scratched his messy hair and smiled at her. Sister Yunshu, I was worried it wouldn't work out, so I didn't dare to tell you. Do you still want money for the lunchbox? Xie Yunshu sighed. They were discussing a big deal, and here she was asking for a few cents for the meal. She wasn't heartless. You gave the lunchbox to the manager, so what are you going to eat? Xie Yunshu lifted the pot lid and looked at him helplessly. There's not even a single vegetable leaf left. Qiangzi seemed to just remember that he needed to eat. He patted his stomach and said, It's fine. We can eat together at night. Going hungry was common for him, so it wasn't a big deal, just that working in the afternoon might be a bit tough. So, he spent 20 cents and didn't even get a bun? Xie Yunshu didn't know whether to call him stingy or foolish. She took out the last remaining bun from the box. This is the only one left. You can have it, but there are no pickles or chili left either. Xiangzi took it, looked at the pot with only a bit of vegetable soup left, and smiled. But there's still some soup, right? Sister Yunshu, you can't sell it now, so can you give it to me? I'll pay you back for the bun tomorrow, okay? Xie Yunshu felt a mix of sadness and anger. She glared at him and poured all the remaining soup from the pots into his bowl, huffing, "You are really annoying, always taking advantage of me for vegetables, and now asking for bun money. What do you want? Do you really need that 5 cents? No, hurry up and eat, then get back to work." Xiangzi chuckled awkwardly and finished his steamed bun with the little soup left. Then he remembered something. "By the way, Manager Tian said if you have time, go to the project department before 5 p.m. today. He wants to discuss the lunchbox supply with you."
Got it.
Xie Yunshu's tone was far from gentle. She took a piece of snack from her pocket and handed it over. "Eat this if you're hungry this afternoon. I don't want to owe anyone a favor." After saying that, she didn't wait for Xiangzi's response, hopped onto her tricycle and left. Since she needed to discuss business, she had to hurry to the market to buy vegetables and then come back to the construction site. Originally, she planned to visit Lu Zhixing this afternoon to talk about the divorce papers. The week they discussed had already passed, but now she could only delay for one more day. Making money was more important. Having seen the hard work at the construction site, she felt the struggles of life more deeply and realized that love was insignificant. Her life depended entirely on a man's affection, which was quite ridiculous and sad. At the Lu family home, Chung Yuxiang couldn't hold back any longer as she watched the silent Lu Zhixing. Suppressing her anger, she asked again, "How did you talk to Xie Yunshu?" She didn't even apologize to Xue Ting. "Your sister has been having nightmares every night." She hit someone. Can this just be ignored? Since their last unpleasant encounter with Xie Yunshu, Lu Zhixing had been in a bad mood. Even when Zhou Xinhua tried to be nice and play the victim, he had no patience to comfort her. Xie Yunshu hit Lu Xueting, and even hit him. He still couldn't believe that her love for him had completely vanished, yet he still didn't want a divorce. He didn't want his family to know about the 1,000+ yuan issue, so he had to borrow money from friends. Maybe if he gave her the money, she would change her mind. Seeing Lu Zhixing silent, Chung Yuxiang grew even angrier. "Zhixing, a woman like this is a disgrace to our family. I disagreed with your marriage from the start, but I agreed because she seemed somewhat sensible. And now, her true nature has come out. Hitting people, causing trouble, throwing tantrums. If you don't divorce her, who knows what else she'll do next? She might even leech off our family for her brother. Isn't she still relying on you? Where does she get the face to cause a scene?" Lu Zhixing furrowed his brows tightly. "Mom, Yunshu is not relying on me." After more than a year of marriage, most of his salary went to Zhou Xinhua and her child. Besides the appliances they bought when they first got married, everything else was arranged by Yunshu. Lu Jianqi sat at his desk and put down the documents, saying, "Yuxiang, don't keep pressuring the child. Let Zhixing decide about his marriage himself." Chung Yuxiang gasped in surprise, her voice sharp. "Decide himself? What do you mean? You want that Xie Yunshu to be the daughter-in-law? What else can we do?" Lu Jianqi's expression was serious as he snorted. "If they divorce, will the Xie family agree? With Yunshu's personality, if she causes a scene, how can I get promoted? After all the effort to marry Zhixing, she wouldn't want a divorce." Lu Zhixing opened his mouth but didn't say anything. "But we can't let this go on forever." Lu Jianqi looked at Lu Zhixing sternly and ordered, "Have your wife come to the house and write a guarantee that she won't make things difficult for Xinhua and her child. The position of daughter-in-law of the Lu family is still hers." Xie Yunshu was just afraid that Xinhua would threaten her position. Now that he spoke up, she could feel reassured. He believed that Xie Yunshu would bow to this. Lu Zhixing's expression was complicated. What if she doesn't want to? Lu Jianqi frowned. She has to want to, unless she truly doesn't want to be the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. But it seemed like she really didn't want to. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhixing slowly spoke. "Dad, I won't divorce Yunshu, and she has been wronged in this matter." Chung Yuxiang angrily slammed her hand on the table. "She's wronged? Marrying into our Lu family is already a blessing. What's wrong with facing a little hardship? If she hadn't married you, would she be living in such a nice place and enjoying good food? Losing a job isn't going to starve her. I think she's just upset about not being able to support her family. However, after getting married, Xie's mother never accepted a penny from her daughter, fearing that the Lou family would look down on Xie Yunshu. His parents pressured him to divorce, and Yunshu wanted a divorce too, but just thinking about those words made Lu Zhixing feel a pain in his chest. Returning to the empty house, there was no trace of her presence. She had left without a trace, showing no mercy. Around 4 in the afternoon, Xie Yunshu deliberately changed into a clean wool coat. It was the one Li Fenlin bought for her last year for their wedding, costing nearly 100 yuan, making it her most expensive piece of clothing. She and Xie Mingqing both took after Li Fenlin, naturally fair-skinned and good-looking, with a pair of sparkling, glassy eyes that looked striking when dressed up. After checking the mirror, Xie Yunshu felt a bit dissatisfied, so she simply tied her hair into a low ponytail and put on a beige scarf to cover half her face. The beauty in the mirror lost some of her charm. Li Fenlin frowned slightly. Yunshu, if you tie your hair up higher, it will look more energetic. Xie Yunshu had attractive features, and showing her smooth, full forehead would make her look even better. Mom, what if they think I'm not reliable? Xie Yunshu rubbed her face. She needed to appear a bit more mature. The construction site where she was selling meals was a key development project in Haicheng, rumored to be the future site of a tall building. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete, and a large area behind it would also be developed, making it a long-term project. As Xie Yunshu rode her bicycle, she was stopped at the entrance of the site. The security guard looked her over and, seeing she was a young girl, spoke in a gentle tone. "Miss, you can't go in here freely. I'm here to see Manager Tian about supplying lunch boxes," Xie Yunshu replied calmly as she parked her bike and smiled at him. "We agreed on this at noon. You can ask if you don't believe me." The leaders had mentioned it in the morning, and the security guard took out a notebook. "Then please register. You can't ride your bike inside, just walk to that 2-story building. Manager Tian's office is on the 2nd floor, room 201. Xie Yunshu thanked him and walked inside with her bag. The security guard reminded her, "Stick to the outer path. Don't go into the construction area." Everywhere were steel bars and workers. Following the path, Xie Yunshu spotted Li Xinli directing workers carrying cement and recognized a few familiar faces. She didn't greet anyone and headed towards the innermost 2-story building. This project was contracted by the Haicheng Civil Construction Design Institute, and Tian Hao was the logistics manager. He had strong connections and was sent to the grassroots for training at a young age. The issue of meals for the project team had troubled him for a long time. It was something that could have been solved with money, but the state-run restaurant in Haicheng was unwilling to send someone to handle it. They had tried several individual vendors, but either the prices were too high or the food quality was poor, and after several attempts, they still hadn't secured a deal. The workers on the construction site are all independent, solving their own meal problems. However, the project team is different. Besides engineers, there are construction management staff. If meal issues are not handled well, they will definitely turn to the logistics manager for help. As Xie Yunshu reached the 2nd floor, she heard a voice complaining, "Brother Shen, this job is really unbearable. I'm a grown man, and I have to manage a group of people's meals and needs every day. It's so frustrating. My dad won't let me go back, saying there will be big changes here." Then a slightly deeper voice, with a hint of laughter, replied, "Aren't you lucky you're not moving bricks on the site? Uncle Tian is right. There's an investor taking over this land to build residential properties. They won't leave for 7 or 8 years. That's such a long time. Am I going to grow old here?" The complaining voice turned into a wail. "It's over. It's really over. Am I really going to settle down in Haicheng? The development in Haicheng is not worse than in Jingbei. Going back would limit your growth, and besides, you can't always work in logistics." Hearing this, Xie Yunshu pressed her lips together, realizing she shouldn't listen any longer. She had overheard this by accident, and continuing would be eavesdropping. She cleared her throat and knocked on the slightly open office door. "Excuse me, is Manager Tian in?" Tian Hao straightened up.
Come in.
Inside, there was only a desk with a young man in a down jacket sitting at it. He had an ordinary appearance but a good presence, clearly from a powerful family. On a single sofa to the right sat another man in military green camouflage pants and tall boots, exuding an intimidating aura, without even needing to show his face. Xie Yunshu didn't dare to look too long. She was there for business, and glancing around would be impolite. Standing at the door, she introduced herself. I sell lunchboxes outside the construction site. Qiangzi referred me. Tian Hao responded with surprise, looking at Xie Yunshu with more interest. He had expected the lunchbox seller to be a middle-aged woman, not a young girl. And she was quite pretty. If it weren't for the fact that the lunchboxes were brought by the construction workers, he might have thought she was sent by a competitor to charm him. Not minding Tian Hao's gaze, Xie Yunshu stood confidently, focusing on her purpose. I'm not sure what the project team's meal requirements are, taste, price, and the variety of dishes. Did you make all the lunchboxes? Tian Hao asked, a bit skeptical. He looked at Xie Yunshu's fair face and added, You don't look older than me. Xie Yunshu smiled and said, I made all of this. Do you have any special requests for the meal? She didn't mention her age or show any intention of flirting. Tian Hao rubbed his nose and cleared his throat, saying, Just one meat dish and one vegetable dish will be fine, along with rice. We need to make sure everyone eats well. He pointed to the dozens of aluminum lunch boxes in the corner of the office. We don't use disposable boxes. It's too wasteful. You can come here to pick up the lunch boxes before 5 p.m. every day and then bring the meals back around noon the next day. We have 32 people eating, and the cost per person is just 1 yuan. You can decide on the meat and vegetable dishes yourself. 1 yuan for a meal is a good price. Although it requires some extra effort, the earnings could be significant. Xie Yunshu quickly calculated in her head. With 32 yuan for 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish plus rice, her profit would be at least 10 yuan. Adding in the large pot meals she sells outside, that could total over 20 yuan for the day. Her heart raced. Could she really make a lot of money? We will also conduct regular checks, since the lunch boxes are for management staff. If the meals are not satisfactory, we can end the partnership at any time, Tian Hao added. Do you have any questions? She had no questions at all. Suppressing her excitement, Xie Yunshu took out a pre-prepared paper from her pocket and placed it in front of Tian Hao. This is the menu I prepared. Please let me know if there are any changes needed. You can trust that the portions will be enough for everyone.
A menu?
Tian Hao was taken aback. The neatly written lines on the paper listed 7 vegetable dishes and 7 meat dishes, all different each day. This was definitely not a beautiful woman trying to flirt with him. For some reason, that thought popped into Tian Hao's mind. He glanced at the man sitting on the sofa and smiled. Brother Shen, doesn't this food look better than what you have at your workplace? Shen Subai stretched out his long arm to take the paper and raised an eyebrow. The menu looks good, but be careful about the hygiene of the food from outside. Xie Yunshu felt displeased upon hearing this. She cooked very cleanly. Comrade, I cook at home, and I clean all the pots and pans very well. The meat and vegetables are always the freshest. You can trust me. She spoke confidently, showing no signs of fear. Shen Subai was a bit surprised and looked at her again. That's certainly good. Xie Yunshu finally saw his appearance clearly. His features were sharp and somewhat fierce, with narrow eyes and a high nose. He had a buzz cut and a wheat-colored complexion, looking completely different from Lu Zhixing. After just one glance, Xie Yunshu turned her gaze to Tian Hao. I'll bring the food tomorrow. If you're satisfied, we can continue our partnership, okay? Using the word partnership made Tian Hao find it quite interesting. Sure. We'll settle the payment daily. If we're not satisfied, I'll let you know directly tomorrow afternoon. There were 32 aluminum lunch boxes in total. Xie Yunshu asked Tian Hao for a woven bag, packed everything inside, and slung it over her shoulder. At just over 1.6 meters tall and weighing only around 90 pounds, she looked lighter than the lunch boxes, her slender figure contrasting sharply with the large bag. Seeing a beautiful girl younger than himself, Tian Hao quickly stood up. Can I help you carry it down? Xie Yunshu turned back and smiled at him. No need, it's not that heavy. See you tomorrow. Manager Tian. She wasn't the type to be overly delicate. If she could carry it herself, why trouble someone else? Plus, this was business. If she relied on others today, what about tomorrow? Would she expect the manager to help her carry lunch boxes every day? If that were the case, her business wouldn't last long. After Xie Yunshu left, Tian Hao clicked his tongue. I didn't expect the boss to be such a young and pretty girl. Brother Shen. She doesn't seem afraid of you at all? Shin Su-bai had a cold demeanor. Although he was good-looking, he never showed any softness, and his gaze could intimidate the timid. Yet, this girl not only wasn't scared but even dared to argue back. Shin Su-bai glanced at him casually. When did you start talking so much? Tian Hao quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay.
Just joking.
But about that property you mentioned, is it also your team's responsibility? Yes, including the current project, which will be taken over by the safety inspection team after the new year. There was a meeting recently to strictly check safety issues. Shin Su-bai's tone turned serious. Haozi, even though you only handle logistics, you need to pay attention to this area too. If there are safety problems, it's a big deal. That's why he had reminded her about bringing food. While most safety issues arise during construction, the quality of meals shouldn't be overlooked either. Tian Hao touched his chest and felt relieved. It's a good thing my father had foresight. Otherwise, if I had to manage the construction site and something went wrong, I would have been terrified. Safety issues on construction sites are serious. Accidents can lead to injuries or even fatalities. In recent years, Haicheng has developed rapidly with many new sites. The residential projects here are part of an investment initiative, and the higher-ups are very concerned, so they entrusted Shin Su-bai with the management. Just focus on your own responsibilities, and no one can find fault, Shin Su-bai said as he stood up. He was very tall, and through the window, one could see a thin figure carrying a large woven bag, which looked quite unreliable. He frowned slightly. The higher-ups will come here for an inspection before the new year, and, according to tradition, they will eat the staff meal at the project office, so the food in the next few days is very important. Tian Hao immediately understood and nodded. Brother Shin, so you're in charge of the food these days? TSK, Brother Shin doesn't have the best temper and has never been gentle with women. I hope he doesn't scare the young girls. On her way back from the construction site, Xie Yunshu felt conflicted. She had planned to ask Lu Zhixing for money to finalize her divorce today, but it had been a week with no response from him. It seemed she might really have to take legal action. However, with this new big order, she needed to visit the market. With more people to feed and a higher price offered, she couldn't just make a large pot of food and call it good. Otherwise, the business wouldn't last. She had heard that the construction sites in the western suburbs of Haicheng had been operating for a long time, earning just a few dozen yuan a day. Even if it was exhausting, she could manage to push through. Previously, her mother thought running a small business required hiring Aunt Zhao to help cover losses, but now she not only needed Aunt Zhao's help but also had to give her a raise. However, she felt uneasy about not visiting the staff quarters. At the Haicheng Hospital staff quarters, there weren't many patients since the new year was approaching, and Lu Zhixing wasn't busy, so he didn't go to work today. He sat in the living room, listening to a song from Hong Kong and Taiwan that Xie Yunshu used to love. He found himself nostalgically missing those once insignificant moments, like when she cooked while listening to music. No matter the time, the meals were always his favorites. Today was the last day of the week, and he anxiously waited at home all day. Xie Yunshu still hadn't returned, leaving him unsure whether to feel disappointed or relieved. He feared she would come to firmly announce her intention to divorce, yet he was also frustrated that she seemed so indifferent, able to go so long without seeing him. Can that cold, dark building be more comfortable to live in than here? He has already looked down, yet she keeps insisting on a divorce. Even after giving money and getting slapped, she still refuses to turn back. Sometimes, he would rather she cried, yelled, or even made a scene. But after all this time, he hasn't seen her shed a single tear. All he gets is her mockery and coldness. In the same courtyard, Zhou Xinyu is getting ready. This past week, Lu Zixing seems to be intentionally distancing himself from her, which makes her feel uneasy. She didn't expect Xie Yunshu's strategy of retreating to advance to be so effective. Now that Lu Zixing has clearly stated he doesn't want a divorce, even after Lu Xuetinghua, he still won't budge. What frustrates her even more is that in the past few days, no matter how she hinted or suggested, Lu Zixing hasn't bought her anything. Even after she moved Xiao Wei out, his attitude didn't soften. With her monthly salary of 40 yuan, she can't afford much. She can't wait to take her place as Mrs. Liu. The people in this family compound are all hypocritical, valuing their reputation. She must make sure Lu Zixing and Xie Yunshu get divorced quickly. She doesn't believe that Xie Yunshu would really let go. Xiao Wei has been discharged from the hospital. He has lost even more weight, hiding in a corner, flipping through a picture book, afraid to breathe loudly, fearing he might get hit if something goes wrong. Zhou Xinyu stands by the window, her expression dark as she sees Xie Yunshu riding her bike from the east side of the compound. She sneers. This woman really can't keep her cool. Xie Yunshu is here to deliver the divorce application. The last divorce agreement was torn up, and she went to the bookstore to make 10 copies. To file for divorce, both parties need a letter from their workplace, but she no longer has a job, so she just needs to go to the neighborhood office. She just went to Haiqing Hospital to submit the divorce application, and the director kept trying to mediate. Despite her insistence, the letter was issued. She followed the rules, and no one has the right to make things difficult for her. However, the director did say something quite right. If they can negotiate, they should. If it goes to court, it will become a joke for the whole city. Now, filing for divorce could even make the newspapers. So, Xie Yunshu brings the divorce application to Lu Zixing. The week-long deadline has passed, and if he doesn't want to embarrass himself and affect his work, he should just sign it. Otherwise, she has nothing to lose and is ready to go to the papers. If the Liu family doesn't care about losing face, why should she? Xie Yunshu has always had this kind of personality. When she is good to you, she is truly sincere. But once she decides to take that kindness back, it's useless to plead. Whether Lu Zixing truly regrets it or is just pretending, divorce is inevitable. Seeing Xie Yunshu knock on Lu Zixing's door, Zhou Xinyu smirked and glanced at the corner where Xiao Wei stood. Come here. Xiao Wei bit his lip tightly, his face filled with fear. He whispered, Mom, please don't hit me. I will behave. Shut up. Zhou Xinyu glared at him and poked his forehead with her long nail. You're useless. How can you have the face to eat what I bought? Go next door and call someone, just say I suddenly fainted. Is it to Uncle Lu's house? Xiao Wei's forehead turned red, and he didn't dare to touch it. What if he doesn't come? Although he was young, he was very sensitive and could tell that Lu Zixing hadn't been as nice to them lately. Last time he was discharged from the hospital, another doctor handled the paperwork, and Lu Zixing barely showed up. Zhou Xinyu was very angry about this and broke a glass cup when she got home, the shards flying into his face. He didn't dare to cry, just waited for her to finish her outburst before carefully cleaning up. Zhou Xinyu kicked Xiao Wei in the stomach, making him bend over in pain. What good are you to me? You can't even call someone. If he doesn't come, won't you beg or cry? If Lu Zixing refuses to come, when he gets back, I'll make you regret it. Xiao Wei squatted on the ground for a long time without getting up, lifting his small, pale face, his eyes blank like a robot. Mom, I understand. I will behave. Only by not crying or making noise could he avoid getting hit and have something to eat. So even if it hurt, he didn't dare to make a sound. Those days in the hospital seemed to be the happiest for him. The unfamiliar nurses were gentle and would ask if he was hungry or in pain. He was still too young to understand why Zhou Xinyu, who clearly disliked him, kept him around. He didn't know where he could go. Every night before sleeping, his only wish was to have enough to eat and to be hit less. Sometimes, he even wished he could get hurt again so he could go back to the hospital where Zhou Xinyu wouldn't hit him for no reason. Zhou Xinyu was already lying on the sofa. To make herself look more pitiful, she even put some powder on her face, threw her coat aside, and deliberately pulled the collar of her sweater wide. I really look forward to seeing Lu Zhixing carrying me out while Xie Yunshu has a heartbroken expression on her face. When Lu Zhixing opened the door, Xie Yunshu slammed the divorce application in front of him. Sign it. Clenching his fists, Lu Zhixing looked at her with a troubled gaze. Yunshu, I have gathered the money, a total of 1,600 yuan, including what Zhou Xinhua took. Talking about money lifted Xie Yunshu's mood a bit. Give it to me, and I'll return your savings book. Lu Zhixing sighed with relief and took the money out of the drawer. I don't need the savings book back. Just give me a little pocket money each month, whatever amount you want. Now that they were getting divorced, she didn't want as little money. 1,650 yuan, all in big bills, was quite a lot. Xie Yunshu counted it for a while before happily wrapping it in paper and putting it in her bag. She tossed Lu Zhixing's savings book aside. Now we owe each other nothing. You can sign it, and tomorrow we can go to the office to get the divorce certificate. Even so, you still want a divorce? Lu Zhixing was a bit angry. He always thought she was sensible, even without graduating high school, but her aggressive attitude now felt strange and unacceptable. Xie Yunshu looked at him as if he were foolish. Lu Zhixing, have you thought about seeing a doctor? I've said I want a divorce at least 800 times. Can't you understand? He could understand, but he didn't want to believe it. I haven't had anything to do with Zhou Xinhua this week. I gave you all the wages she used to take. If anything comes up, I'll have someone else handle it. Yunshu, I know Xie Yunshu always bullies you. It's fine that you vented your anger on her. You don't need to apologize or worry about my parents. If you don't want to go to their place anymore, that's fine. If you lose your job at the packaging factory, I'll help you find a new one. He continued talking, trying to grab Xie Yunshu's shoulder. If you want to support Xie Mingqing in college, I have no objections. Just don't let me hear about divorce again. His affectionate demeanor only made her feel sick. There were countless ways to avoid today's situation, but he did nothing. Not because he didn't understand, but because he simply didn't want to. Xie Yunshu clearly saw through him and stepped away from his outstretched arm. If you don't want to get slapped again, keep your distance. Lu Zhixing pressed his lips tightly together and repeated, Yunshu, if you regret the divorce, life will be very hard without the Lu family. Hard? She's happier than ever now. Every day, she earns money without having to please others, and now she only regrets not realizing this sooner. Xie Yunshu looked up with a sarcastic smile. Lu Zhixing, didn't you return those 600 yuan to Zhou Xinhua? Who are you trying to fool? She is living alone with a child. Lu Zhixing couldn't help but speak, his face turning pale. Yunshu, consider this money as repaying a favor. I told you, I won't get involved with her anymore. Is that so? She didn't believe it. Before she could say anything sarcastic, the slightly open door was pushed open, and Xiaowei rushed in with red eyes. Uncle Lu, please go check on my mom. She fainted. Lu Zhixing was startled and instinctively wanted to leave, but then hesitated. Facing Xie Yunshu's half-smiling gaze, he tightened his fists. I had Dr. Zhang take her to the hospital. Xiaowei's forehead was also red. Zhou Xinhua had kicked him, leaving a bruise on his stomach. At his young age, he understood nothing, only that if Lu Zhixing didn't go, he would be in serious trouble. Uncle Lu, please.
My mom.
The panic in Xiaowei's eyes seemed genuine. His face was pale as paper, and his cheeks were deeply sunken. The look he gave Lu Zhixing was not one of pleading, but of fear. Compared to other children his age, he showed no innocence. Xie Yunshu couldn't help but frown. Zhou Xinhua had taken so much money from Lu Zhixing for a month, yet this was how she raised her child? Lu Zhixing couldn't harden his heart. It seemed he was trying to convince Xie Yunshu, or perhaps himself. Yunshu, I'm a doctor. I can't just ignore a patient. Just this once her condition stabilizes. Go ahead, but don't blame me if something happens, Xie Yunshu said, clicking her tongue as she placed the divorce application on the table. Just remember to sign it. Lu Zhixing took a deep breath. Xie Yunshu, this is not the time for unreasonable behavior. After saying that, he picked up Xiaowei and hurried towards Zhou Xinhua's place, not looking back at Xie Yunshu. The commotion was quite loud, and Shui peeked out, seeing that Xie Yunshu had actually returned, and immediately scoffed. I thought this person had some backbone, but here she is crawling back. In the past, Xie Yunshu had cared about neighborhood relations and didn't want to create difficulties for Lu Zhixing over small conflicts, but now she wouldn't tolerate this person. Talking so much. Are you a duck? Always quacking. Staring at other people's business every day. Have you cleaned up your own mess? Xie Yunshu glanced at her and, pleased to see Chen Shui's face change, smiled again. Sorry, I almost mistook you for a person and forgot you're not one. Xie Yunshu. This was the first time Chen Shui had been left speechless by someone. Her face turned red with anger, and her fingers trembled. If you're so brave, don't go asking Dr. Lou for help. Too bad, he always puts Nurse Zhou first. Xie Yunshu pulled a divorce application from her pocket and slapped it onto Chen Shui's face. Open your eyes and see clearly who is refusing to sign. If it weren't for the age difference, I would think Zhou Xingyue is your mother. Always on your lips. Chen Shui was so furious she could almost bite her teeth, yanking the paper off her face and staring in shock. It was indeed a divorce application. At the bottom, Xie Yunshu's name was neatly written. If Lu Zhixing signed it, it would be effective and they would truly be divorced with no ties left. She could hardly believe it. You really want a divorce? Yes, to make room for your dear Zhou Xingyue. Xie Yunshu smiled sweetly at her and got on her bicycle, ready to leave. As for whether Zhou Xingyue was truly fainting or pretending, it was none of her business. She wasn't interested in sticking around for the drama, especially since she had to prepare meals for tomorrow. But as she tried to leave, someone was not happy. Zhou Xingyue, carried out by Lu Zhixing, weakly opened her eyes and struggled a bit. Zhixing, put me down. This will make Yunshu misunderstand. I don't want you both to be unhappy because of me. Lu Zhixing frowned. You look pale. Why did you suddenly faint? Zhou Xingyue's gaze slid back from Xie Yunshu outside, shaking her head slightly. I don't know. Maybe I didn't eat well this morning. I often go hungry in the mountains, so my stomach might have acted up. Zhixing, don't worry about me. Yunshu is going to get angry and leave. After saying that, she pushed Lu Zhixing away with force and accurately fell in front of Xie Yunshu's bicycle, tears welling up in her eyes. Yunshu, please don't misunderstand.
Zhixing is just too worried about me.
Don't worry, I can go to the hospital by myself. Xie Yunshu sat on her bicycle, one leg on the ground, watching her performance. What a show. With that pale face, I almost thought you were a ghost. Zhou Xingyue's eyes flashed with anger as she helplessly glanced back at Lu Zhixing, tears starting to fall. If you want to cry, go do it somewhere else. Xie Yunshu impatiently moved her bicycle back a bit. She was busy and had no time to waste on this pair of drama queens. Lu Zhixing stepped forward and helped Zhou Xingyue up, looking at her with restraint. Yunshu, Xingyue is not feeling well right now. Do you really want to argue at a time like this? Dr. Lou, are you out of your mind? Who was the one who came over first to make things uncomfortable? If you want to go to the hospital, just go already. Don't stand in front of me. I'm about to throw up my lunch. After saying this, Xie Yunshu glanced at the vacant and numb-looking Xiaowei, hopped on her bicycle, and added, Zhou Xingyue, your son looks worse than you do. Instead of trying to attract men, you should focus on taking care of your child. Because of this comment, the onlookers in the family courtyard instinctively turned to the shrinking Xiaowei, their expressions becoming complicated. This child usually didn't speak much and often hid from others, so people rarely paid attention to him. After all, the drama queen was Zhou Xingyue. But now, they were shocked to see how thin he was. Hadn't he been brought down from the mountains over a year ago? How did he get so skinny? Zhou Xingyue forced a smile. My Xiaowei is not well and is picky about food. Lu Zhixing frowned slightly, looking at Zhou Xingyue with a questioning tone. Did you not just faint? Are you okay now? As a doctor, he knew what a fainting person should look like. Zhou Xingyue appeared pale and spoke weakly, but her overall condition seemed fine. Moreover, he had brought Xiaowei down from the mountains himself, and although the child was weak then, He had a healthy complexion, unlike a naturally frail child. In just over a year, how had Zhou Xinhua managed to let her child get to this state on her monthly salary of 50 yuan? Zhou Xinhua was furious, with Xie Yunshu in her heart. She bit her lip, her eyes turning red.
Jixing, I'm sorry.
I didn't raise my child well. I won't let him come to you for anything again. She showed a broken yet strong expression as she took Xiaowei toward their room. Xiaowei, it's my fault. I'm not well, and I've let you down. Lu Zixing took a deep breath, feeling that ever since Xie Yunshu brought up divorce, everything had changed. He still had the divorce application form in his coat pocket and finally realized it. Before this, he had promised Xie Yunshu that he wouldn't interfere in Zhou Xinhua and her son's matters again, but now he had gone back on his word. Zhou Xinhua entered the room, and her expression immediately darkened. She glanced at the little boy, Xiaowei, and sneered, "You eat and live with me, yet you end up looking more pitiful than I do." Xiaowei quickly knelt down and shook his head. "Mom, no." "What do you mean, no?" She slapped his young face without mercy and kicked him, feeling a bit relieved afterward. A 5-year-old child couldn't withstand such treatment. Xiaowei lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. He was still so small, biting his lip tightly, not daring to cry or say it hurt, just staring out at the sky through the window. Just wait a little longer. When it gets dark, he can go to sleep, and when he sleeps, the pain will go away. Zhou Xinhua took a steamed bun from the kitchen and threw it on the floor. "From today on, you need to eat properly. You always look like you're about to die. If someone didn't know better, they might think I'm mistreating you. Zhou Xiaowei, you are my son now. If I don't want you, you'll have to go out and beg, and you might get taken by human traffickers. Do you understand?" Xiaowei blankly nodded. He thought that being taken by traffickers might not be so bad. At least if he listened, he wouldn't get beaten. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Chen Shue's voice outside. "Xinhua, are you there?" Zhou Xinhua quickly put on a different expression, picked up Xiaowei, and tossed him into the bedroom, warning, "Lie down and don't come out." Chen Shui had come to check on Zhou Xinhua. Until now, she thought Xie Yunshu was the one not wanting a divorce, but today it seemed otherwise. The divorce application had already been signed. Wasn't that a clear stance? Now it looked like it was Dr. Lou, who didn't want the divorce. Thinking about this made her anxious. Had she misunderstood? Did Lu Zixing actually have feelings for Xie Yunshu? If that were the case, her support for Zhou Xinhua might have completely offended Xie Yunshu. But Lu Zixing's concern for Zhou Xinhua didn't seem fake. He even gave his salary to support her and the child. If they were just friends, who would believe that? Plus, the Lu family's attitude was clear. They were not satisfied with Xie Yunshu but treated Zhou Xinhua very well. Once inside, Chen Shui couldn't wait to ask, "Xinhua, what's going on between you and Dr. Lou?" Zhou Xinhua smiled wryly and shook her head. "Sister Chen, please don't say that. Zixing is not divorced yet. Our relationship is completely innocent." Chen Shui's heart stirred. So, if he got divorced, would they be together? She quickly took out the divorce application that Xie Yunshu had placed on her face before. "Look at this. Xie Yunshu came today to talk to Dr. Lou about divorce. She has already signed it, but Dr. Lou seems unwilling now." Zhou Xinhua pressed her nails into her palm. After spending a year with Lu Zixing for various reasons, she had only gained a little money. She could see that Lu Zixing actually had feelings for Xie Yunshu, but his proud and arrogant personality made him think that Xie Yunshu couldn't live without him. Now that Xie Yunshu wanted to let go, he actually refused? Zixing also feels guilty about divorcing Yunshu, Zhou Xinhua hinted, lowering her head helplessly. He is a responsible good man. There are some things that can't just be about feelings. We also need to consider fate. Chen Shui felt relieved. It seemed that Lu Zixing's feelings for Xie Yunshu were just a sense of responsibility. After all, Xie Yunshu didn't even have a job now, and getting divorced at this point wouldn't be good for his reputation. What if she could help them get divorced smoothly? Then she would be considered a contributor in Lu Zixing's eyes. Thinking of this, Chen Shui's heart warmed. She grabbed Zhou Xinhua's hand and smiled. "You and Dr. Lou have a deep connection. Everyone in our community knows who is truly suited for whom. Zhou Xinyu smiled silently, thinking that if Lu Zhixing didn't want a divorce, she would just add fuel to the fire. After leaving the hospital community, Xie Yunshu went directly to the street office to apply for a divorce. You want a divorce? The office worker, a woman in her 40s, looked surprised when she saw that the male party was from the Haiqing First People's Hospital, while the female party had no workplace listed. Did the man propose this? Xie Yunshu pointed to her signature on the application and explained, I proposed it. Now the office worker was even more surprised. She pressed her lips together and kindly advised, it's normal for couples to have fights. If you want a divorce over small issues, you need to learn to tolerate each other to live well. As women, we should think more broadly. You don't have a job, so how will you live after a divorce? Are you going to go back to your parents' house? That would burden them, wouldn't it? Xie Yunshu disagreed with this perspective and retorted, Can I support myself without relying on a man? Besides, whether I marry or divorce, my family will always be my home. The woman sighed deeply. Once you go back to your parents' house, you'll understand. A married daughter is like spilled water. A woman's fate is like a dandelion. Where's there really a home? This young girl doesn't seem very old. It looks like she had a few arguments with her partner and decided to get a divorce. She just left home without realizing how hard life can be for a divorced woman. Going back to her parents' house, is there even a place for her there? What about her parents? Do they not feel embarrassed? And what about her brothers? Do they not think it's unlucky? Over time, she will still end up drifting around, and then she will regret it. Xie Yunshu knew her older sister meant well and wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and said, Sister, I can create a home for myself. Not only that, but I can also provide a home for my parents. The older sister was taken aback. Could someone really create a home for themselves? But if a woman doesn't get married, how can she have a home? Xie Yunshu placed her divorce application in front of her. Sister, could you please stamp this? I still need to go to the court to write my lawsuit. Are you going to court? Is the man refusing to divorce? The older sister was even more surprised and looked at Xie Yunshu's face, realizing she was confident. This girl is quite pretty. No wonder she feels so assured. Even after a divorce, she doesn't worry about getting married again. However, due to the nature of her job at the divorce office, she had to encourage reconciliation rather than separation. After stamping the application, she advised, no matter what happens, if a man realizes he was wrong, you should be willing to compromise. Otherwise, life after divorce can be tough. You need money for food and clothes. Xie Yunshu tilted her head and replied, Sister, if the man gives all his salary to another woman, should I still compromise? What? He's supporting another woman? The older sister's expression changed, and she couldn't find the words to advise anymore. With her divorce application in hand, Xie Yunshu smiled brightly. She pointed to her bicycle outside, her eyes shining with confidence and joy. Sister, did you see? I sell lunch boxes and can earn a lot of money in a day. After saying that, she cheerfully walked out of the office, the sound of her bicycle bell ringing as she rode away. Most women coming to get a divorce looked worried and hopeless, but it was the first time she saw someone so young and full of energy. The older sister shook her head with a smile, thinking how much could a lunchbox seller really earn? This girl is so easily satisfied. She looked down at her notes and saw the man's name written as Lu Zhixing, with his workplace listed as the First People's Hospital of Haiqing. She frowned slightly. That name sounded familiar. Aren't doctors usually educated people? How could he be supporting another woman? What a hypocrite. After leaving the office, Xie Yunshu rode her bicycle to the market. She had already bought the groceries for tomorrow, but after receiving a big order, it was definitely not enough. The standard was $1 per meal, and she couldn't use the large pot cooking standard, or else she wouldn't make money for long. Thinking it over, she went to the market and bought 10 pounds of bean sprouts, 5 pounds of tofu skin, 10 pounds of green peppers, 8 pounds of pork, and finally, 10 pounds of eggs. She didn't need to buy rice since there was still plenty at home. When she returned to the building, it was already past 5 o'clock. She was tired and sweaty from carrying heavy bags, so she shouted, "Mom, come help me with the stuff." Aunt Lou, who was washing vegetables downstairs, peeked out and was surprised by her load. She quickly came over to help. "Yunshu, what are you doing?" Xie Yunshu first slung the large woven bag over her shoulder before parking her bike. "I'm cooking. The project department at the construction site asked me to deliver lunch boxes, so I just bought the ingredients." "The project department? Aren't those important people? They want you to deliver food?" Aunt Lou's eyes widened as she looked at the items on the bike. "How many people are you feeding? Why did you buy so much food and meat?" "Yunshu, you don't know about business. Selling meals needs at least half profit, otherwise you'll lose money." Just then, Li Fenlin came out of the house and quickly took the bags from Aunt Lou, looking worried. How much did all this cost? Wasn't she just going to discuss business? Why did she come back with so much meat? They still had pork at home. Xie Yunshu was smiling proudly. "The project department has 32 people eating, at $1 per person. I need to do a good job. This is a long-term business." The two of them carried the items inside, leaving Aunt Lou calculating in her head. How many people did Yunshu say were eating? $1 each, and if calculated at 50 cents, that would be $16 a day. Even if she didn't make 50 cents, making 40 cents would still be $12 a day. But wait, wasn't Yunshu also cooking in bulk? How much would she earn in a day? 13? 15? Aunt Lou walked toward the water room, her mind racing with thoughts she couldn't believe. How could this be possible? Actually, Xie Yunshu had already calculated the costs on the way. She spent a total of $13.40, and with the rice and cooking seasonings, the total cost for 32 meals was about $17. There was no 50-cent profit, but a steady $15 a day made her very satisfied. However, now cooking had become a big challenge. There is only a small balcony at home and 2 pots, so cooking for nearly 100 people is not easy, and getting water is a hassle. Li Fenlin came up with an idea. "Let's tidy up our main room and buy 2 more pots and stoves." That should work. Since it's just 2 rooms, if one is used for cooking, the 3 of them would have to squeeze into one room, making it hard to sleep or live comfortably. Earning money is meant to improve life, so if working hard makes life tougher, what's the point? Xie Yunshu bit her lip and said, "Mom, why don't we move?" "Move?" Li Fenlin was startled and instinctively shook her head. "No way. Where would we move? This is a house given by the packaging factory, and we can live here for a lifetime." She knew her mother had a special attachment to this house. Dad was a worker at the factory, and they got married and had children here. Even though it's dark and damp and rarely sees the sun, Mom doesn't want to leave. Besides, she had seen in a dream the fate of this building. In the late 1990s, Haicheng developed quickly, and many old houses were demolished. Those who were displaced received money and new homes, so she surely wouldn't want to give this place up. Xie Yunshu hugged one of Li Fenlin's arms and said playfully, "I just meant we could find a place across the alley to cook, not that we have to move out. My little bed is here too. I don't want to leave it." Li Fenlin pinched her daughter's cheek. "You've only been in business for a few days, hiring people and renting places. Are you making money or losing it?" Xie Yunshu suddenly remembered the cooking and rushed out. "Oh no, I forgot to talk to Aunt Zhao. I need to see if she can work all day." "All day? Doesn't that mean the pay will go up to $1?" Li Fenlin quickly stood up. "Oh, I can work too. Yunshu, where can we buy lunch boxes and hire someone full-time?" Xie Yunshu pressed her shoulder, urging her to sit down, "Mom. Just wait for the new year, and I'll buy you new clothes." This girl, who is really the mother and who is the child, trying to sweet-talk her with new clothes? Li Fenlin sighed as she sat down, but she smiled. It was great that her daughter was not defeated by a failed marriage. Upstairs, Aunt Zhao had guests. As Xie Yunshu walked up to the second floor, she heard a woman's sarcastic voice coming from Aunt Zhao's house. "Sister-in-law, I'm just looking out for you. You have 3 daughters, and they all need to go to school. Isn't that going to wear out your brother-in-law? Xiaoyun is already 18. Wouldn't it be better for her to marry early and help the family? Supporting a college student isn't easy. Just the food costs over 10 a month. Aunt Zhao replied sharply, I enjoy supporting my daughter's education. It's none of your business. Hurry up and leave, or I'll use the broom to chase you away. Hey, don't get physical. That person is a team leader at the steel factory. He's just older. Xiaoyan would be going to a better life. Lu Xiulian, say one more word, and I'll make you regret it. A woman in a floral cotton jacket, about 30, came out of Aunt Zhao's house, spitting out, with 5 mouths to feed. You expect Zhao Heir to earn enough for college students? You'll be starving soon. As she passed Xie Yunshu, she rolled her eyes and said, What are you looking at, a bunch of poor people? Xie Yunshu found it amusing. She was just standing there and getting insulted. Sticking to her principle of not being bullied, she didn't care and directly grabbed the woman's collar. Who are you talking about?
Come on, clarify it.
If you can't, you're not leaving. Let go of me, you little brat. Who do you think you are? The woman screamed, but she was too thin and small to escape, flapping around helplessly like a chicken. Xie Yunshu pinned her against the wall. Who are you just insulting? The woman, realizing she was scared, stammered, I wasn't insulting anyone. I was just talking for fun. Isn't that okay? Next time, watch your mouth or I'll slap you. Xie Yunshu said with a smile at her ear before releasing her. Now go. The woman, unable to express her anger, left in a huff. Aunt Zhao came out of the house and laughed when she saw Xie Yunshu. I knew there was a strong girl around. It really is you. Xie Yunshu chuckled and pulled Aunt Zhao inside. Who is that person? No manners at all. She deserved a slap. She's my sister-in-law, your uncle's sibling. Aunt Zhao's expression darkened. She had 3 daughters and had endured this woman's sarcasm for over 10 years while living with her in-laws. She wasn't someone who could easily tolerate such behavior. Who made her give birth to the eldest grandson of the Zhao family. Later, after they separated from the family courtyard, she moved out with old Zhao to live her own life, keeping her distance to avoid trouble. Today, Lu Xiulian came to introduce a match for her eldest daughter, Xiaoyan. She immediately mentioned a group leader from the steel factory, 28 years old, recently divorced and with a child. Xiaoyan is only 18, around the same age as Xie Mingcheng, and will take her college entrance exam next year. She couldn't handle this and quickly sent him away. However, Lu Xiulian made a good point. Education costs money everywhere. But with 3 sisters, one in her final year of high school and the other 2 in middle school, all doing well in their studies, how could any of them stop going to school? Aunt Zhao, despite her struggles, wanted to support her daughters through college. She faced a lot of judgment when she was younger and was determined to help her daughters succeed. However, tuition and living expenses felt like 2 huge mountains to climb. Old Zhao only earned 40 yuan a month. Even if they tightened their belts, they couldn't afford to send 3 children to college. Xie Yunshu was careful not to pry too much into other people's affairs. She knew Aunt Zhao's family was having a tough time. But then again, who living in this building had it easy? Everyone was just getting by, and it took a dual-income household to support 2 children in school, let alone Aunt Zhao, who was trying to support 3. She came to discuss the meal preparations for tomorrow. Aunt Zhao, I need to prepare meals for over 30 people tomorrow. It's a lot of work for one person, so I'd like your help for the whole day. Is that okay? Aunt Zhao thought it was just for tomorrow, and quickly agreed. I thought it was a big deal, no problem. She would help steam buns in the morning and do some sewing in the afternoon since it didn't pay much anyway, so missing one afternoon wouldn't matter. Xie Yunshu quickly added, It's not just for tomorrow. I need help every day. The pay will be 40 yuan a month. You'll steam buns in the morning and prepare the vegetables in the afternoon, so we can just stir-fry them the next day. Aunt Zhao gasped, doubting she heard correctly. Yunshu, what did you say? Do you have other work in the afternoon? Xie Yunshu had considered this before coming to talk to her. If it doesn't work, that's fine. I can find someone else.
Hey, no.
Aunt Zhao quickly grabbed Xie Yunshu's hand. When did I say I was busy? I'm free. I'm free every day. 40 yuan a month? Even if she worked for half a year doing needlework for others, she wouldn't earn this much money. Xie Yunshu sighed with relief. That's good. I actually don't want to find someone else. I think Aunt Zhao works the fastest. But let's be clear, the monthly salary is 40 yuan. If you have something to do one day, just let me know. If you miss a day, I'll deduct 1.3 yuan. If you miss half a day, I'll deduct 0.7 yuan. Does that sound okay? Aunt Zhao didn't hesitate. Sure. Honestly, even 30 yuan a month would attract people. In this building, there are many young wives at home with nothing to do while watching their kids. However, she asked with concern, Yunshu, if you pay me such a high salary, will you still have enough for yourself? With this 40 yuan, at least she wouldn't have to worry about her daughter Xiaoyun's college fees, and the two younger daughters could continue high school. But while she was solving her family's problems, she hoped Yunshu wouldn't lose money. In truth, Xie Yunshu didn't think it was too much. This job was not easier than working in a packaging factory, where there were bonuses and breaks. Her job had none of that. After all, she was just starting to figure out how to run a business, and she needed to be careful with costs, whether for ingredients or labor. The next day, Aunt Zhao arrived especially early. It was barely 7 when she got everything ready. Xie Yunshu had just started eating when she blinked and said, Aunt Zhao, what time is it? Aunt Zhao was full of energy. She had told Uncle Zhao about the job yesterday, and they were both so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. A family's income suddenly doubling from 40 to 80 yuan. Who wouldn't be happy? She had decided last night that she would work hard at this job. If Yunshu made money, she would too. She couldn't wait for Xiaoyun to get into college, so she could go to Lu Xulian's house and show her. How could Lu Xulian marry a divorced man and speak so highly of him while not leaving her own husband? You all eat. I'll go steam the buns. Aunt Zhao's smile never faded. She worked hard and didn't slack off. By the time Xie Yunshu finished her meal, Aunt Zhao had already prepared the dough. Xie Yunshu and Li Fenlin also started to get busy. The meal at the construction site was cabbage with meat and stir-fried green bean sprouts, while the project department's meal was stir-fried green bean sprouts with tofu skin and shredded meat, plus a spicy egg dish. Since she wasn't sure about the project department's tastes, she specifically bought sweet peppers, which aren't spicy, and set aside a jar of chili oil for those who like it spicy. These weren't expensive items, and who knows, maybe some important leader would enjoy the spice. It was already past 11 when everything was ready. Xie Yunshu hurriedly moved the large pot onto the tricycle. Now that she had regular customers, she couldn't keep everyone waiting. When she arrived at the construction site, Xie Yunshu parked her tricycle at the entrance and smiled at the security guard outside, saying, "Excuse me, I'm here to deliver food. Can I ride in with the tricycle?" The security guard had seen her yesterday and was impressed by the beautiful young woman. He had received a notice from his supervisor and immediately opened the small gate with enthusiasm, saying, "Come in." Manager Tian said you can leave the food boxes on the first floor. Empty food boxes were manageable for her to carry alone, but she didn't have the strength to lift them when they were full. Xie Yunshu thanked him and rode her tricycle quickly toward the 2-story building, as she needed to go out to sell food later. She pedaled fast, wearing a red down jacket that made her look like a ball of fire from a distance. Shun Subai stood at the door, still wearing the green camouflage pants from yesterday, with a thick padded jacket on top and black leather boots on his long legs. His sharp features and tall stature gave off a cold aura that could attract many young women. However, Xie Yunshu was not one of them. She wasn't afraid of him and wasn't attracted to him either. Instead, she jumped off her tricycle and said naturally, "Excuse me, are you here to help me carry the food boxes? Don't just stand there, come and lend a hand. I need to go sell food." On the tricycle was a large thermal box containing 32 neatly arranged lunch boxes. It was quite heavy for her to carry, and her big, bright black eyes were fixed on Shin Subai. Was she treating him like a labor? Shin Subai narrowed his long eyes slightly, shifting his gaze from her exceptionally beautiful face. With ease, he stepped forward and lifted the thermal box, placing it steadily on the table outside on the first floor. Xie Yunshu couldn't help but admire him. This tall guy was indeed strong. "Thanks," she said, jumping back onto her tricycle. She turned back to Shin Subai with a grateful smile, her bright face glowing like the morning sun. I have to hurry, so I'll be back around 1:30 to pick up the boxes. Shin Subai held onto her tricycle with one hand, his voice serious. You need to pay attention to safety on the construction site. No matter how urgent it is, you can't ride around recklessly. Also, make sure your food is prepared hygienically. If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible. Xie Yunshu blinked. Had she done anything wrong yet to be scolded? However, in someone else's territory, earning their money, what could she say? She could only hold her breath and nod. Comrade, I will pay attention. Shin Subai did not let go and added in a serious tone, not only must you ensure cleanliness, but you must also strictly follow the standards on your menu. No changes are allowed unless there are special issues. If I find any shortcuts or hygiene problems, not only will the project department's meals be affected, but you also won't be able to sell food outside the construction site. Do you understand? They hadn't earned a single cent from the project department yet, and now the business outside the site was being threatened. This man had a dark expression and spoke in a fierce tone, as if he were scolding her. Did he think she was easy to bully? That she would be afraid of him? Well, she was indeed worried about not being able to make this business work. Xie Yunshu gritted her teeth, cursing him in her mind, but she forced a brighter smile. You can trust me completely. I guarantee that you will want to eat these meals again. Shin Subai slightly furrowed his brow. The girl in front of him had a fair face that shone brightly, and her smile was charming, yet he could see a few words written on that pretty face, insincere and contradictory. Her eyes clearly showed her defiance, and she might be cursing him internally, yet she wore a smiling expression. He turned his gaze away, surprisingly not feeling annoyed, but rather amused. His tone softened a bit. Don't make promises you can't keep. There are many people in the project department, and everyone has different tastes. Just ensure cleanliness and that the quality and quantity meet the standards. For a $1 meal, the expectations weren't too high. He was always cautious in his work, especially since this construction site was a key project and the higher-ups would come to inspect soon. While food might seem like a small matter, any problems could become significant, which was why he reminded her not to make things difficult or threaten her. Of course, he didn't need to explain this to her. Xie Yunshu had to hurry to sell food, so she nodded seriously and quickly pedaled her tricycle toward the construction site. Her long ponytail swayed behind her, carrying the scent of soap to Shin Subai's nose. He frowned slightly, turned, and walked up the steps. Upon seeing the neatly arranged meal boxes in the foam-insulated box, he casually opened one and was taken aback. Inside the aluminum box were 2 dishes, stir-fried bean sprouts with meat and green pepper with eggs, along with a generous serving of rice. Just the aroma was enough to whet anyone's appetite, and more importantly, the portion was quite substantial, probably too much for a girl to finish. At this moment, Tianhao also came down from the building. He looked at the lunch boxes and asked, Brother Shin, did the young lady leave? Shin Subai, who had just smoothed his furrowed brow, frowned again. What young lady? Just call her by her name. If someone hears you, it won't sound good. After being scolded, Tianhao chuckled. I think she's just in her early 20s. If she's not a young lady, then what is she? Besides, I don't know her name. Wow, someone so pretty must cook well. I'll go tell everyone to come over. Pretty people cook well? Shin Subai glanced at the thermos box. He never cared about appearances, and the girls he had met before, if they were even slightly pretty, seemed to be very delicate. Not to mention cooking well, some of them didn't even know how to cook. So he wondered, did she really make this lunch? While Xie Yunshu was busy selling meals outside, the project team members came one after another to pick up their lunch boxes. Tianhao took out 2 boxes and then noticed 2 separate jars in the middle. When he opened them, he found chili oil and pickles. He exclaimed, Brother Shin, are these extras? I didn't ask for these. The chili oil smelled great, and as soon as it was opened, everyone caught the scent. Manager Tian, is the food this good today? Meat, eggs, and even separate chili and pickles. Yeah, I just opened it, and it smells amazing. With some chili and pickles, I can eat a couple more buns. There are no buns, but the rice portion is generous. It will definitely fill you up. A faint smile flashed in Shinsu Bai's eyes. Regardless of whether the meal was made by the young lady herself, it certainly looked good. He just wondered how long she could keep this up. He had dealt with many business people. At first, they were honest and sincere, but over time, they often became opportunistic. There were quite a few like that. With a lunchbox business costing just a few dozen yuan a day, cutting costs anywhere could earn several more yuan. When collecting the lunchboxes, sign an agreement, Shinsu Bai said as he took a lunchbox and headed upstairs to the office. He still had to go to the construction site in the afternoon to hold a safety meeting with the contractors, so he would leave the agreement for Tia on how to handle. After so many days, Xie Yunshu had become quite skilled at selling meals. By just after 1 o'clock, the 2 large pots were completely clean. Chong sat nearby eating. Today, he had 2 pieces of pork belly in his bowl, but he was saving them for last and didn't want to eat them yet. Xie Yunshu glanced at him. If it gets cold, it won't taste as good. Don't think too much about it. I'm just giving it to you to thank you for introducing me to business. I don't like to owe people favors. But we agreed that you can't have meat tomorrow. My small business isn't easy. Though he says it's tough, he still only charges him 10 cents each day. The men at the construction site eat quickly, and Xiangzi is no exception. However, when he eats the 2 pieces of pork, he takes small bites. The last time he tasted meat was a week ago, when Xie Yunshu gave him a duck head. How long has it been since he last ate meat before Xie Yunshu started selling food at the site? He can't remember. Xie Yunshu thinks it's a bit early to collect lunch boxes from the project department, so she sits on the tricycle and chats with Xiangzi. Brother Chong, how old is your daughter? Is she your only child? Xiangzi is from Shaoxing, not too far from Haicheng, about a 3-hour train ride. She only heard from Li Xingli that Xiangzi has a daughter who seems to be unwell, which is why he is so frugal with food. When he mentions his daughter, Xiangzi smiles. She's my only child, staying with her grandparents back home. Working at the construction site is tough, from early morning until dark, with only about an hour for lunch. It's all physical labor, but the pay is good. A day's wage can be 6 or 7 yuan, which is considered a high salary in the 1980s. So unless a worker's family is in dire straits, they wouldn't be as frugal as Xiangzi, who can't even afford vegetables. With her grandparents? Xie Yunshu responds, what about your wife? A familiar embarrassment appears on Xiangzi's face. I don't have a wife.
Ah?
Xie Yunshu's eyes widen. How can there be a child without a wife? Her expression becomes complicated. If something happened to Xiangzi's wife, he would say she passed away, not that he doesn't have one. Does that mean he isn't married? Xiangzi's dark face turns a bit red. He moves his lips and quietly explains, Tian is a child I found. She's just 5 years old now. When I found her, she was no bigger than a kitten. I felt sorry for her, so I brought her home to raise. He originally planned to give her away, but such a small child was struggling to breathe. The hospital said she has congenital heart disease and needs proper care and daily medication. Sending her away would be like sending her to die, so he softened his heart and kept her. This decision completely changed his life. The girl he met through matchmaking didn't want to continue the relationship, and most of his earnings now go toward this child. Many people advised him to send the child away since he wasn't his biological son, so why should he feel attached? But as time went on, he found it harder to let go. Although his parents complained, they ultimately softened. Later, he heard a doctor say that congenital heart disease could be treated with surgery, preferably abroad where the technology is advanced. If successful, the child would be healthy. However, he needed at least 100,000 yuan to go abroad and find a good doctor. That was an astronomical amount. Even if he worked on a construction site earning just a few yuan a day, no big boss could provide that much money all at once, especially for a child he had found. This wasn't foolishness. It was madness. Xie Yunshu was stunned for a long time to process this information. The reason Chong was working so hard and saving money was because of this. She quietly got off the tricycle and changed the subject. I'll go to the project office to get the lunch boxes. You should go back and drink some hot water. If your stomach gets upset, how will you earn money? Chang quickly stood up. I'll go back to work now. He was always the last to eat and the last to return to the site. Li Xingli looked at him and shouted, Brothers, let's get to work. In a couple of days, we'll go home for the new year. Let's finish this job so the boss can pay us. That was the motivation to work, and everyone quickly got back to it. Chang lifted a bundle of cement and rebar, nearly 200 pounds, which almost bent his back, but he was used to it and even felt particularly strong today. Maybe it was because he had eaten 2 large pieces of pork belly. At the project office, everyone was discussing the lunch. Today was good. I'm stuffed. Manager Tian is generous. This lunchbox must not be cheap. I wonder if we'll get good food tomorrow. The last few days, we've been eating terrible stuff. Not to mention the taste, we couldn't even fill our stomachs. Just home-cooked meals, but why does it taste so good? Better than what my wife cooks. Tian Hao is someone who loved to praise. He was smiling widely. Because of the food issue, he, as the logistics manager, was almost at his wit's end. Now that this young girl was bringing meals, he could finally relax and not spend all his energy worrying about food. Xie Yunshu couldn't stop smiling. She successfully received 32 yuan and immediately signed the agreement with her name. Her face lit up with joy. Manager Tian, I look forward to our cooperation. Tian Hao's heart skipped a beat. Wow, this girl is really charming. When Shen Su returned from the meeting, he saw Tian Hao grinning while holding a piece of paper. He looked over and saw the name Xie Yunshu written at the bottom. Did you finish signing the agreement? Tian Hao replied without answering the question. Brother Shen, this name sounds so nice. Yunshu, she must be a gentle girl. And she cooks so well, a perfect wife. Shen Su glanced at him coolly. She's here to earn money, not to be a perfect wife. Tian Hao shrugged and put the agreement in the drawer. Why would I want to suffer if I marry a rich person? If my future wife looks this good, I'd definitely let her enjoy life at home, just cooking and doing laundry for me. Is that enjoying life? Shen Su took the agreement out and put it in his pocket. I'll keep this safe. The food issue is settled. Now come with me to the construction site to look at the blueprints. Tian Hao groaned. Can I take a break? The cold response was, no, unless you plan to stay in logistics for life. Following the divorce process, Xie Yunshu went to the street office to get a referral letter, then sent it to the People's Court to write the lawsuit. The court staff were shocked to see that the divorce case involved Lou Zhixing, a well-known doctor from Haiqing Hospital. Miss, once this goes to court and a divorce is granted, there's no turning back. Like the staff at the street office, the court clerk couldn't help but remind her. The lawsuit would be sent to the man's workplace, making the divorce public knowledge. If a jobless wife takes her husband to court for divorce, the Liu family would lose face no matter what. Xie Yunshu was very sure. I've applied for a divorce agreement several times, but Lou Zhixing doesn't agree, so I have no choice but to file a lawsuit. Just thinking about her name still being on the same document as Lou Zhixing made her feel sick. The court staff took a deep breath. Divorce cases were rare, but not unheard of, especially after the reforms when they became more common. However, it was usually the woman who was unwilling to divorce, while the man initiated the lawsuit. Some men had married rural women when they were sent to the countryside, but later regretted it when they returned to the city, wanting to abandon their wives under the guise of pursuing freedom. Others became wealthy and met younger, prettier girls, claiming they were seeking love. This society has always been unfair to women. They give a lot but only receive a light remark about a broken relationship in return. So, they are unwilling to accept their fate and refuse to sign the divorce agreement. After much commotion, it has reached the court. For someone like Xie Yunshu, who is unemployed, while the husband has a good job and family background, it's surprising that he insists on a divorce. All right, this afternoon I will send the divorce lawsuit notice to the husband. If he refuses to negotiate, we will start the legal process, he said as he finished writing the notice, thinking about how this would embarrass Dr. Liu at Haicheng Hospital. At Haicheng First People's Hospital, when the court staff arrived, it was just before closing time. Although everyone was a nurse, their curiosity was high. I just came down from upstairs and heard clearly that Xie Yunshu is suing for divorce. The court is delivering the lawsuit. Is Dr. Lou refusing to divorce? Of course. Otherwise, why would Xie Yunshu go to court? I didn't expect Dr. Lou to be the one unwilling to divorce. I thought it was Xie Yunshu, who is stubborn. It seems Dr. Lou still has feelings for Xie Yunshu. If it weren't for the sudden issue with Zhou Xinhua, they used to be so close. She used to bring him lunch every day. Well, regardless, Xie Yunshu is quite attractive, much more than Zhou Xinhua. It's understandable that Dr. Lou doesn't want to leave her. No matter how pitiful Zhou Xinhua is, she is a child. The Lou family wouldn't accept her. The Lou family looks down on both Xie Yunshu and Zhou Xinhua. The gossip was loud, and Zhou Xinhua hid in a corner, digging her fingers into her palm. Was she not as good as Xie Yunshu? They used to say otherwise, claiming Zhou Xinhua was the true Mrs. Lou. Just because Xie Yunshu was not clinging to Lu Zhixing and insisted on a divorce, she became the one deemed worthless? What a fickle crowd. And that Xie Yunshu, she must have used some trick to keep Lu Zhixing from agreeing to the divorce. If that's the case, even if she gets divorced and remarries, it won't be the same. She needed to hear Lu Zhixing say the word divorce himself. In the director's office, Zhou Fan looked at Lu Zhixing with concern. Lu, is your wife really angry this time? How did it escalate to the court? Now, no one believed that Xie Yunshu wanted to avoid the divorce. It turns out that the one who has been unwilling to let go and divorce is Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing crumpled the lawsuit in his hand, his fingers trembling with frustration. No matter how much he tried to avoid it or deny it, he had to accept that Yunshu was determined to leave him. Even the director looked at him with a complicated expression, as if to say, Zhixing, since it has come to this, let's part on good terms and agree to a divorce. If it goes to court, your job will definitely be affected, and your father will also be impacted. She is just angry. She will regret this. In the end, she will definitely regret it. Lu Zhixing tore the lawsuit into pieces and threw it aside, feeling lost in darkness. How could she bear to divorce me? As a renowned surgeon, Lu Zhixing had always been successful and aloof, rarely showing such emotions. The director and Zhou Fan exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. They had previously said that Xie Yunshu was crazy, but now who was really losing their mind? If he didn't want a divorce, why not treat her well instead of regretting it after losing her? They had seen Xie Yunshu. Compared to Lu Zhixing's cold demeanor, she was like a warm sun, wholeheartedly caring for him, even if his responses were not as enthusiastic. Would someone like her really regret it? The factory dormitory had been quite lively lately. First, Lu Zhixing's sister came and caused a scene, only to be beaten by Xie Yunshu and sent home. Then Lu Zhixing came to ask Xie Yunshu to reconcile, but he left with a couple of slaps. Today, however, it was Zhou Xinhua, looking weak and tearful, holding little Wei and appearing as if she might faint. She stood out in the crowd of people just returning from work. Lin Suiping sat on the steps outside, watching the commotion, already feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Xie Yunshu, this troublesome person, cooked downstairs every day, making her unable to sleep. Last time, she almost pulled her hair out. Did she really think Lin Suiping was afraid of her? She just couldn't be bothered to argue. Look at this woman. She must be the one Lu Zhixing is seeing outside, pale as if she had been dead for months, probably caked in makeup, and bringing a child to play the victim.
Ha!
If Xie Yunshu had the guts, she should confront this woman. A slap across the face would turn her pale face red, and if she cried like a madwoman, let's see if anyone would dare to scold her. After all, the one who is weak is the one who is right. The Xie Yunshu she remembers would never play the victim. Zhou Xinhua held the divorce application in her hand, standing at the entrance of the building with a sorrowful expression. Yunshu, Zhixing only feels sorry for us because Xiaowei doesn't have a father. Please don't continue with the divorce. Xie Yunshu was extremely annoyed. She had just returned from the market and was planning to stroll around the nearby alley to see if there were any suitable courtyards for rent. Unfortunately, the Lou family's dog had chased her away, and now Zhou Xinyue was bothering her again. Holding an apple, she walked out of the building, clearly irritated. Zhou Xinyue, didn't I tell you yesterday? If you want to act, go to the cinema. I don't have money to watch your performance. Is it all because of the child? Zhou Xinyue seemed deeply wronged, clenching her teeth as she pressed Xiaowei's head down. If it weren't for you, your Uncle Lou wouldn't have divorced. Kneel down and apologize to Auntie Xie. If she doesn't forgive you, you can't get up. Xiaowei didn't dare to resist, or perhaps he was already used to kneeling. He numbly lowered his little face and complied. But Zhou Xinyue wasn't finished. She pressed his head down onto the concrete ground, and blood began to seep from his forehead. Yunshu, I apologize. The child is young and doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him. Zhou Xinyue cried, her eyes glistening with tears, but there was a hint of satisfaction in her gaze. To argue with a child and force him to kneel would ruin Xie Yunshu's reputation if word got out. If she wanted to maintain her dignity, she would have to say she forgave him, even if it was through gritted teeth. Not forgiving?
Fine.
Let Xiaowei continue to kneel. If the child fainted, how could Xie Yunshu distance herself from it? The onlookers couldn't bear to watch. Lin Suiping was the first to speak up. Hey, you need to say something. This child is so young. Although Lu Zhixing was wrong, you can't take it out on the child. Others chimed in. Yunshu, don't argue with a child. He doesn't understand. He looks pitiful. Let him get up first. You can't blame the child for the divorce. Just forgive him for now. Xie Yunshu coldly looked at each of them, finally resting her gaze on Lin Suiping. When did I say he should kneel? Lin Suiping instinctively shrank her neck, but then bravely lifted her head. Anyway, it's related to you, right? It's just a word of forgiveness. Why be so stingy? Xie Yunshu smirked. Lin Suiping, I'll deal with you later. Deal with her? For what? Just because she couldn't stand by and say something? Xie Yunshu was such a bully. Lin Suiping was furious, but didn't dare to speak again. After saying this, Xie Yunshu frowned and looked at Xiaowei. Stand up. Xiaowei had blood on his forehead and looked confused at the person in front of him, knowing this was someone his mother disliked. He instinctively shook his head. He didn't dare to stand up. If he did, Zhou Xinyue would be furious with him. Zhou Xinyue's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Yunshu, if you're not satisfied and still need to vent, should I have the child keep bowing to you? Xie Yunshu doubted that Zhou Xinyue was even a real mother. What kind of mother would treat her child like this? Even though she disliked Zhou Xinyue and her son, seeing Xiaowei like this made her feel a bit sorry. She was the child's mother. How could she force him to apologize? As people around her said, what did this have to do with the child? If anyone should kneel and apologize, it should be Zhou Xinyue. Just as Xie Yunshu was about to speak, a familiar voice came from not far away. Xie Yunshu, I know you have grievances against me and Xinyue. You can make a scene or ask for a divorce, but why take it out on a child? Do you know Xiaowei just got out of the hospital? From the alley, Lu Zhixing approached angrily. He looked at Xie Yunshu with disappointment. Is your goal to force a 5-year-old to kneel and apologize? Brother, don't waste your breath on her. This woman is crazy. Hurry up and divorce her. Lu Xueting followed behind, feeling more confident with so many people around, and started shouting at Xie Yunshu again. Our Lu family doesn't want a woman like you. Xie Yunshu looked at the angry group in front of her and then glanced down at the still confused Xiaowei kneeling. Suddenly she laughed. You all really are disgusting. Who is the one forcing a child to kneel? Everyone pretended to be righteous, but no one was helping the child up. Yunshu, I truly came to apologize. Zhou Xinyue covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. The child doesn't understand. He just longs for a father. I promise to keep my distance from Zhixing. Please spare him. Lu Xueting glared angrily at Xie Yunshu. Xie Yunshu, do you have no shame? You're an adult arguing with a child over something so trivial. It's just about transferring Xiaowei's household registration to my brother's name. It's not like he's really going to be his dad. You're making a big deal out of nothing. It's embarrassing.
Trivial?
Xie Yunshu tilted her head to look at her. If it's such a small matter, why not transfer the child to your father's name? Lu Jianwei's biological son has a higher status than Lu Zhixing's biological son, right? It's just a household registration transfer.
That won't do.
Lu Xueting instinctively disagreed. That would ruin our reputation. Absolutely not. If Xiao Wei was registered under Lu Jianwei, wouldn't he become her brother? Others would surely laugh at their mother. Zhou Xingyue turned pale, kept her head down, and remained silent, maintaining a pitiful look while secretly mocking them. She spoke of repaying kindness, but in the end, wasn't it all about reputation? If they looked down on her, she would make sure to enter the Lu family. Xie Yunshu smirked.
TSK, such a big reaction over a small matter.
Lu Xueting, do you have no shame?
Isn't it embarrassing?
Lu Xueting was at a loss for words and angrily tugged at Lu Zhixing.
Brother, are you going to do anything? What use is a daughter-in-law like this?
Lu Zhixing had a headache. He pressed his forehead and softened his tone. Yunshu, please don't make a scene in public.
Xingyue is here to apologize. Don't make it hard for a child. No matter the reason, the adults are at fault. What does a child know?
Zhou Xingyue looked at Lu Zhixing with teary eyes.
Zhixing, thank you. Lin Suiping, who was watching from behind, felt frustrated.
Xie Yunshu usually acted tough. Had she turned into a fool now?
After being treated this way, why didn't she just slap her?
Ugh, a woman who bullies the weak and fears the strong. She was quick to strike when it suited her. Seeing that Xie Yunshu remained unmoved, Lu Zhixing's disappointment grew. I always thought you were a kind girl.
Why push a child to this extent?
Xie Yunshu, Xiao Wei is only 5 years old. Zhou Xingyue lowered her gaze, her voice soft and pitiful. Yunshu, it's my fault, all my fault.
Please forgive me. I can have Xiao Wei keep bowing to you if that helps.
Xie Yunshu ignored them and directly picked up Xiao Wei, then looked at Zhou Xingyue with a slight smile. If it's your fault, why should the child bow and apologize?
It has nothing to do with him. Why did you bring the child here? You want me to forgive you? That's fine.
Since you are so sincerely apologizing, come and bow down to me in person. After saying this, without waiting for everyone to react, she quickly reached out and grabbed Zhou Xingyue's hair, forcing her head down to the ground. Then she kicked her behind the knee, making Zhou Xingyue kneel on the floor.
Oh, 6 Minye.
Zhou Xingyue never expected Xie Yunshu would suddenly attack. She had no strength to resist and could only scream while desperately protecting her hair. Zhixingge, save me.
Ah, it hurts, Zhixingge. Aren't you supposed to apologize?
Then kneel down and bow to me. Xie Yunshu tightly held onto her hair, pressing Zhou Xingyue's face against the cold, hard ground, then laughed out loud. Whoever makes a mistake should bow down. You used your child as a shield. Who is being shameless here? You wanted to bow down and learn your lesson, so why did you hold on to your son just now? Zhou Xingyue felt her head buzzing, her carefully made-up face pressed against the dirty, cold ground, tears streaming down her face, making her look utterly miserable. The immense humiliation and anger almost drove her to madness, but she had no strength to fight back because Xie Yunshu was just too strong. She could only grit her teeth, maintaining her weak, delicate image, desperately protecting her hair. Zhixingge. But before Lu Zhixing could react, Xie Yunshu had already released the person on the ground and mockingly smirked. You wanted to come and bow down to admit your mistake, and now that I've fulfilled your wish, you're not happy? Zhou Xingyue, feeling embarrassed and scared, hid behind Lu Zhixing, wishing she could take revenge on Xie Yunshu. But with Lu Zhixing there, she could only pretend to be pitiful and cry, Zhixingge, please don't blame Yunshu. She just misunderstood me too much. I'm in pain, but I can endure it. Lu Zhixing sighed deeply. Xingyue, why do you have to do this? After saying that, he looked at Xie Yunshu with a gaze full of reproach. Yunshu, no matter the reason, it's wrong to hit someone. You need to apologize to Xingyue right now. Do you believe I won't slap you too? Xie Yunshu scoffed, rolling up her sleeves, not caring about her image at all. Everyone in the building already knew what kind of person she was. And as for Lu Zhixing, She no longer cared at all. Lu Xueting, who originally planned to support Zhou Xinhua, stepped back in fear as soon as Xie Yunshu made a move, worried that she might go crazy and hit her too. The memory of being pulled by the hair and slapped was still too fresh. She didn't want to experience that again. Xie Yunshu, let's talk calmly. Please don't hit me. She stammered, hiding behind Lu Zhixing and desperately trying to distance herself from the situation. It wasn't me who brought Zhou Xinhua here. Zhou Xinhua felt a chill. Lu Xueting had always been on her side, but now that Xie Yunshu had acted, she was scared. The Lu family seemed to only bully the weak. Once she entered the Lu family, she wouldn't be as submissive as Xie Yunshu. She tightly grasped Lu Zhixing's arm, looking weak and helpless. Yunshu, as long as you feel better, I'm fine. Please don't argue because of me. I will make sure Xiaowei behaves better in the future. Lin Suiping, who initially felt sympathy for the child, now realized that this woman was using her child to gain sympathy. She had felt frustrated listening to the situation, but now that Xie Yunshu had acted, she felt a sense of relief. It was great. Xie Yunshu treated everyone equally. Hearing Zhou Xinhua's words, Lin Suiping immediately scoffed and said loudly, "Hey, do you ever stop talking? That child hasn't said a word since arriving, yet you keep babbling like a hen. It's annoying. Also, I've never seen anyone force their own child to bow to others. You look put together, but your child is so thin, looking like a skeleton with a face full of bruises. Your son has a cut on his forehead, and I haven't seen you show any concern. But in front of men, you cry and act like a victim. Is this child even yours? I've never seen a mother like you. My goodness, you're even worse than a stepmother." As long as she wasn't arguing or fighting with Xie Yunshu, Lin Suiping had plenty of fight in her. Her words left Zhou Xinhua pale, and even Lu Zhixing and Lu Xueting looked stiff. Lin Suiping's loud voice drew everyone's attention to Xiaowei, and they began to wonder about the unusually thin child. To say that their mother and son are in a tough situation, it's surprising that Zhou Xinhua is wearing the latest fashionable wool coat and new tall boots, and her hair looks stylish too. Is it possible to dress well but not have enough money to feed the child? Lu Zhixing's face turned very serious. He pulled his arm away from Zhou Xinhua and picked up Xiaowei, looking at Zhou Xinhua with a questioning tone. "Did you force the child to bow?" Zhou Xinhua felt a jolt of panic and looked startled. "Zhixing, I just wanted to help because I saw Yunshu was getting a divorce and you were feeling down. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I care about the child too." Xiaowei seemed unaware of the pain. His small face was expressionless, and he thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Was his mom going to hurt him? If he died, it might not hurt anymore. How could he make that happen? But he was so afraid of pain, it really hurt. Before, someone would hold him and care for him, but now there was no one. Lu Zhixing finally noticed something was off with the child in his arms. He wasn't a pediatrician, but he could feel that Xiaowei seemed unusually light. Was this the weight a 5-year-old should have? His mind was in chaos, and it seemed that both Xie Yunshu and Zhou Xinhua were different from what he had imagined. Thinking about Xie Yunshu wanting a divorce and going to court made it unbearable for him, and he couldn't accept her lack of feelings towards him. She used to treat him so well, giving him her all. How could they reach a point of no return over something small? Did she even understand what a divorce meant? Even if she changed her mind later, the Lu family would never accept her as a daughter-in-law again. Did she really want to block all paths between them? Wouldn't she regret it? At this moment, Zhou Xinhua also started to panic. Everything was not going as she had planned. Her original plan was to make Xie Yunshu suffer in silence, knowing that Lu Zhixing was soft-hearted and liked to be the savior. Seeing Xiaowei bow to Xie Yunshu would surely make him angry and blame her. So before bringing Xiaowei to the building, she had hinted to Qin Shui to tell Lu Zhixing that she was seeking Xie Yunshu's forgiveness for his sake. But while she predicted Lu Zhixing's reaction, she didn't expect Xie Yunshu to act without moral restraint, not only avoiding trouble, but also directly hitting her. Just thinking about how she was pressed down on the concrete by Xie Yunshu filled her heart with anger. One day, She would take revenge. Xixing, Xiaowei's health has never been good. I will take better care of him. You and Yunshu. Enough, you should take the child home now. Lu Xixing interrupted her, placing Xiaowei in her arms, his tone a bit harsh and accusatory. This is between me and Yunshu. It has nothing to do with you. Also, don't bring the child out again. Xiaowei is only 5 years old. Why did you bring him here? He got hurt again in such a short time, and he hasn't gained weight after a year of care. Being a good mother is more important than anything else. Zhou Xinyue tightly grasped Xiaowei's arm and then slowly let go, looking somewhat sorrowful. Xixing, I'm sorry. I haven't taken good care of the child. I really can't manage alone. Lin Suiping was almost sickened, rolling her eyes. Sister, you can't take care of a child, but you sure know how to take care of yourself. Those shoes cost 70 or 80, and that coat must be over 100. What job do you have that pays so well while your child is starving? You look fine, but what about the child? TSK. I wonder whose money you used to buy those clothes and shoes. She had heard that day that this woman was being supported by Lu Xixing. She never saw Xie Yunshu dressed so well. That outfit was probably bought by her family before marriage. Thinking about it, Xie Yunshu seemed quite pitiful.
Great.
Now she had something to hold against Xie Yunshu in future arguments. After Lin Suiping finished speaking proudly, the onlookers' knowing glances fell on Lu Xixing and Zhou Xinyue. They enjoyed gossip, but were still sensible. The news about Xie Yunshu wanting a divorce wasn't new. Besides the incident with the mental health clinic, everyone knew most of the story. To put it simply, Lu Xixing was using his salary to support another woman while also playing the role of a father figure. It sounded noble, but normal men wouldn't do that. Spending money on another woman while not giving anything to his wife. That's just wrong. Even if that woman had helped the family, wouldn't it be better to just give her a sum of money directly? What kind of nonsense is this? Who knows what kind of relationship they have? There's that woman who keeps calling him Brother Xixing, almost like she wants to jump into his arms right in front of his wife. As the ladies here would say, she's quite the flirt. If anyone thinks they are innocent, who would believe that? Not just us who can see, even a blind person on the street would notice something is off. Aunt Zhang from the 3rd floor spoke up sarcastically. Yunshu, we can't have a man like that who doesn't know his place. All this talk about gratitude and pity for the child, I think he's just a morally corrupt man. Oh, if this were a few years ago, he would have faced serious consequences. Aunt Zhao, who came out a bit late, raised her voice to chase them away. Are you done with your performance? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste our time. With all the crying and kneeling, anyone would think you're putting on a show. It's over, everyone go home and cook. We're not like those rich people who can afford to support their wives and mistresses. What nonsense. She's working part-time with Xie Yunshu for a monthly salary of 40 yuan, and anyone who bullies Yunshu will have to deal with her. Just wait until she confronts that couple. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves, her strong figure quite intimidating. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll throw you out. This is our building, and we don't welcome troublemakers or anyone with the surname Liu. Get out, hurry up. As for the onlookers, they initially felt sorry for Zhou Xinyue and wanted Yunshu to forgive her, but now their attention turned to Zhou Xinyue. I think she must be a stepmother. Who would be so harsh on their own child? If it were me, I wouldn't let my child be involved in such things, and to make them kneel? No real mother would do that. Yunshu is right to leave this marriage. They're not good people. What's that woman doing here? Why is she crying and kneeling? She's just a flirt. I was just confused earlier, thinking Yunshu should forgive her. Forgive what? We've never seen such shameless men at our factory. I heard he's a doctor at the Haiqing Hospital, TSK. Zhou Xinyue clenched her teeth. Before coming here, she had heard that Xie Yunshu wasn't well-liked in the building, that she had a bad temper and often got into fights, making enemies. Why was it that today, everyone was speaking up for Xie Yunshu? She did not achieve her goal, and instead had to bow her head to Xie Yunshu. If she hadn't been able to hold back her anger, she would have been furious. But now, She knew she couldn't stay any longer and had to say to Xiaowei hesitantly, "Brother Xixing, I'm taking the child home. Don't worry, I will take good care of the child and won't cause you any trouble." Lu Xueting also felt it was best to leave. She noticed that the people here were quite crazy and might really start a fight, so she quickly grabbed Lu Xixing's arm. "Brother, let's go quickly. If she wants a divorce, you should hurry and get one. Avoid dealing with these people." Lin Suiping, with her hands on her hips, spat at the three of them. "We don't want to deal with fools like you. It's your brother who refuses to sign, right? Although Xie Yunshu has a bad temper, she's good-looking. Any man she finds will be better than your brother. Just wait. She'll end up marrying the best man in Haicheng, and you'll regret it. As for your brother, he might as well marry this woman with a child." Lu Xueting's face turned red and pale. If she weren't afraid of getting hit, she would have shouted back, but now she could only hold onto Lu Xixing tightly, almost in tears. "Brother, let's go." Lu Xixing clenched his hands tightly. He looked at Xie Yunshu, his lips moving but no words came out. Xie Yunshu scoffed. "Lu Xixing, see you in court." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the building. Since she had made this decision, she would go through with it. On the way back, Lu Xixing remained silent, and Zhou Xinhua, with Xiaowei, didn't dare to speak. Only Lu Xueting, filled with anger, kept complaining. "They deserve to live in that rundown building. They insult us and even dare to hit us. Xie Yunshu is not a good person either. How can she have the nerve to file a lawsuit? It's ridiculous. Marrying the best man in Haicheng? I bet she'll end up with an old bachelor who will treat her badly." "Lu Xueting, be quiet." Lu Xixing's voice was dark and filled with anger. "She is still your sister-in-law. How can you say such cruel things? If I hear you disrespecting Yunshu like this again, don't blame me for being harsh." Lu Xueting was startled by Lu Xixing's shout. She had insulted Xie Yunshu before, but she had never seen her brother this angry. Last time, after Xie Yunshu hit her, he didn't help her get revenge and even protected her without offering an apology. Thinking of this, she immediately retorted with red eyes, "Brother, you only protect her. She's about to divorce you and has even hit me and Sister Xinhua. How can she still be my sister-in-law? I just can't stand her. She's a terrible person, someone no one wants."
Slap.
Lu Xixing couldn't take it anymore and slapped Lu Xueting on the face. Though it wasn't very hard, it was enough to make her break down. Her face was filled with disbelief and great grievance. "Brother, you actually hit me? For a woman who wants to divorce you, you would raise your hand against me? You've never even touched me before. What does she, Xie Yunshu, have that makes her so special? She hit me, and now you hit me too."
Why?
This slap was harder for Lu Xueting to accept than the last time Xie Yunshu hit her. Lu Xixing took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions, his eyes full of pain and helplessness. "I've spoiled you too much in the past. Yunshu has always been tolerant of you since she married me, which has only made you more arrogant. Xueting, I don't plan to divorce her." After he said this, Lu Xueting, who had been crying, widened her eyes. They were already at the point of a lawsuit, and her brother still didn't want a divorce? What kind of spell had Xie Yunshu cast on him? What was so good about her? Zhou Xinhua, following behind the siblings, nearly broke her nails. After enduring so much humiliation today, she was met with the news that he didn't plan to divorce? What a greedy Lu Xixing. After working so hard for so long, she finally saw Xie Yunshu step into the role of Mrs. Liu, and how could she just give up? Since Lu Xixing didn't plan to initiate the divorce, she would help him. "Xueting, Xixing is a person who values feelings. You should say less," Zhou Xinhua said gently, touching Lu Xueting's face, then turned to Lu Xixing. "Xixing, no matter what, you shouldn't raise your hand against Xueting. She's only 20. She's just a child." Lu Xueting felt touched and sniffed. "Sister Xinhua, it would have been great if my brother had married you." Sister Xinhua was so much better than the rude Xie Yunshu. She spoke gently and treated her well. This was the kind of sister-in-law she wanted. Zhou Xinhua's eyes flickered, and she smiled. "What silly things are you saying? Xixing and Yunshu are still husband and wife. You can't say that again. While they were talking, Lu Xixing had walked ahead on his own. After Zhou Xinyu finished speaking, her voice lowered, as if she were talking to herself or to Lu Xueting. She said, "Unless something unexpected happens, how could I possibly be with you, brother Xixing?" Her voice was very soft, so Lu Xixing couldn't hear, but Lu Xueting felt it in her heart. She covered her face, but her mind was racing. What kind of unexpected event could lead to her brother divorcing Xie Yunshu and then marrying sister Xinyu? She never considered whether the divorce would be successful. In her mind, her brother not divorcing meant he wouldn't. The thought of having to call Xie Yunshu sister-in-law in the future and her brother protecting her made Lu Xueting feel as if she had eaten something bitter. She absolutely did not want a sister-in-law who would dare to hurt her. After returning from the building, Zhou Xinyu looked very gloomy. She closed the door and turned to throw things around the room. That ungrateful woman, Xie Yunshu, actually dared to hit me. And Lu Xixing and Lu Xueting didn't even say a word. What useless cowards they are. Xiaowei curled up in the corner, closing his eyes and covering his ears, too scared to cry or speak. The blood on his head had dried, leaving only a shallow wound. Suddenly, Zhou Xinyu grabbed him and looked him up and down with a cold gaze. So small? Covered in bruises? Xie Yunshu can't even manage her own man, yet she worries about someone else's child. Xiaowei trembled, too scared to struggle, and quietly said, "Mom, please don't hit me. I will be good." He would do anything, even kneel and bow, just to avoid being hit. Seeing him like this made Zhou Xinyu even more irritated. She threw him to the ground and was about to kick him but stopped. The expected pain didn't come. Xiaowei opened his eyes in fear and continued to plead, "Mom, I will be good. I promise I will be good." Zhou Xinyu squatted down and pinched his face. "Good son, how could Mom bear to hit you? You saw that woman, Xie Yunshu, today, right? We can only have a good life in the Lu family if we get rid of her. From today on, Mom will make you healthy and strong, and you just need to win over Lu Xixing, okay?" After saying this, she stood up from the messy floor, went to the kitchen, and brought out a few boiled eggs, placing them in front of Xiaowei with a gentle tone. "Here, eat quickly. Remember, when you go to school tomorrow and someone asks who your dad is, you must say Lu Xixing's name." Xiaowei nodded, trembling with fear, but he still managed to eat the eggs because he knew that if he didn't, he would get hit again. This was the first time he had a full meal. That night, as he lay in his little bed, his mind flashed with the image of Xie Yunshu. The woman is an enemy of my mom and looks very fierce, but he feels no fear at all. Is it because she hit my mom that he can eat a full meal today without being punished? Xiaowei couldn't understand. He closed his eyes and finally had a good sleep. In his dream, he seemed to return to that day when Zhou Xinyu looked at him gently and said, "Come with me. As long as you listen to me, I will make sure you have enough to eat." He thought he finally had someone who loved him, but unexpectedly, he stepped into. He didn't want a dad or a mom. Even Xie Yunshu didn't expect Lu Xixing to be so determined and unwilling to negotiate the divorce. She couldn't understand what good this would do him. Anyway, she didn't have a job now and was selling food at the construction site. The people in the dormitory already knew about her divorce, so she wasn't afraid of their gossip. Lu Xixing was different. He was the chief physician at Haiqing Hospital, and the Lu family cared a lot about their reputation. For this, Xie Yunshu could only call him crazy. The court set the hearing date for the 15th day of the 12th month, which was 3 days away. She wasn't anxious anymore. Instead, she focused on finding a place to live. Although the construction site was about to have a break, the feedback from the project department was very good, and Tian Hao generously told her that she would still be in charge of the meals next year, and the quantity might even increase. Another area next to the construction site was about to start work, which was great news for Xie Yunshu. Therefore, finding a place to rent was urgent. She couldn't let the demand for meal boxes increase after the new year, while she couldn't keep up. Luckily, Xie Mingcheng also had a break and could help with a lot of work. These days, he went to the construction site to deliver meals, helping to sell food and move things. Although he didn't say much in front of others, he was quick with calculations and efficient, easing Xie Yunshu's burden. "I'll go deliver food inside the site. You just wait outside." She had permission to enter the site, so there was no need to inform Tian how just because Mingchen was helping for a few days. Xie Mingchen frowned at the large thermal box. "Can you move it by yourself?" "Sister, why don't I go in and help you? There are people inside to help." It would be tough for her to carry it, but wasn't there a free labor, Captain Shin? With his long legs and strong build, he looked like a good worker. Shin Subai, of course, didn't know that Xie Yunshu had already seen him as free labor. He sat in Tian Hao's office on the second floor, holding a newspaper, while Tian Hao sighed deeply. "My heart feels so heavy. Xie Yunshu looks so young, yet she's already married. It's one thing to be married, but she's even in a divorce lawsuit?" Shin Subai frowned slightly. "What's the difference?" Tian Hao drooped his head, looking a bit downcast. "Of course there's a difference. I had some hopes. Xie Yunshu is truly beautiful, even more so than the girls he met in Jingbei. As a young man, it's normal for him to feel a spark, right? Unfortunately, that spark didn't last long, as the divorce news crushed it." Shin Subai narrowed his eyes and warned him, "You shouldn't have such hopes about just one girl. Xie Yunshu isn't a good match for you." His reasoning wasn't about her impending divorce, but rather the vast difference in their family backgrounds and statuses. Tian Hao shrugged. "Brother Shen, I was just saying this casually in front of you. I wouldn't dare say it in front of others. After all, charges of misconduct are quite serious." From the window, Shin Subai spotted Xie Yunshu riding her bicycle. He stood up and walked downstairs. "Just keep it in mind. The provincial leaders are coming tomorrow, so remember to prepare a few clean new lunch boxes." Tian Hao replied, noticing Xie Yunshu too. "Brother Shin, are you going to get lunch boxes again? Is safety a concern for that too?" After all these days of doing this, anyone who didn't know might think he was just a logistics worker. Who would guess he was a mid-level manager sent from the Haiqing Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau? As Shin Subai came downstairs, he saw Xie Yunshu greeting him warmly. "Captain Shin, you work really hard. I'll save the top lunchbox for you. I specially added an extra chicken leg." She had heard others call him captain, so she naturally assumed this serious-looking, strong man was the security captain or something similar in the project department. Otherwise, why would he come every day to bring her lunch? Manager Tian just sits in the office all day. But as the saying goes, the local official is better than the distant one. Since Captain Shen is responsible for bringing lunch boxes, he has a say in whether her business can continue. So, Xie Yunshu cleverly added a chicken leg, hoping he would say a few good words for her. This chicken leg could be seen as a kind of bribe, right? Shin Subai moved the insulated box to the table and opened the top lid, revealing a lunchbox with a note that said Captain Shin. "Am I the only one who got an extra chicken leg?" He turned to look at her, his tone flat and emotionless. Xie Yunshu quickly nodded eagerly. "Of course. A chicken leg is so expensive. I wouldn't give it to anyone else. Captain Shin, you can have this lunchbox from now on, and I'll make sure to add more meat for you." In the resource-scarce 1980s, ordinary people couldn't afford to eat meat every day. Xie Yunshu thought her flattery was spot on, believing that adding extra food would make him speak well of her in the future. Shin Subai remained expressionless. "Comrade Xie, treating me differently is tempting me to make mistakes. Whether it's a needle or a pot, what belongs to the people belongs to the people. If I spend 1 yuan on a meal, I can't take food worth 1 yuan 50 from you. If you do this again, the project team won't send meals anymore." Xie Yunshu's cheerful smile froze. She suspected that the man in front of her was unreasonable but couldn't find a counter-argument, even feeling a bit amused. She realized that the one with the problem was her. She only wanted to get closer by giving him an extra chicken leg to make their business relationship last longer. Who would have thought her flattery would backfire? "Captain Shen, you're really very principled." "I was wrong." Xie Yunshu forced a smile, insincerely praising him before reluctantly taking the top lunchbox. "Then I'll take the chicken leg away." How frustrating. She couldn't even afford to eat a chicken like herself, and she only gave one to Mingqing before exams. Never mind, she wouldn't waste it. She would take it home for Mingqing. Xie held the lunchbox down and took out 50 cents from his pocket. Let's consider this a one-time exception. Xie Yunshu didn't expect him to offer money. She paused for a moment before awkwardly accepting it, feeling embarrassed about her earlier thoughts. He was principled and in the right. She was just being too materialistic. Xie didn't dwell on the issue. His gaze fell on the back of Xie Yunshu's hand, which was red from the cold, with some areas looking pale. He frowned slightly. You should wear gloves in the future. It's too cold, and if your hands get frostbite, you won't be able to work. Xie Yunshu also noticed her hands and smiled casually. I always have cold hands every year, so I'm used to it. Besides, wearing gloves while cutting and washing vegetables is too much trouble. Although Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao helped her, she still had to do the shopping and cooking. The water in the washing area flowed slowly and was particularly cold. In such a damp environment, her hands couldn't possibly be as soft and delicate as a young girl's. Xie suddenly remembered the newspaper he saw before coming downstairs. He actually knew Lu Zhixing. They had met a few times. In terms of looks and family background, he was quite outstanding in Haicheng. Why was she so determined to get a divorce? Isn't it better to enjoy life with a man than to sell lunchboxes and suffer like this? At least the girls he knew wouldn't endure such hardship. After leaving the construction site, Xie Mingqing was already selling meals and collecting money outside. He didn't have the same bright smile as Xie Yunshu, but he stood tall and had a proper attitude, making him quite pleasant to see. Xie Yunshu felt a surge of pride and walked over quickly. How's it going? How much is left? Li Xingli was squatting nearby eating. When he saw Xie Yunshu coming, he laughed. Sister Yunshu, your brother is a college student, right? His aura is different from ours doing hard labor. It's like he has a calculator in his head. He can figure out the bill for 10 people in just a few seconds. Xie Yunshu smiled even brighter. My brother will take the college entrance exam next summer. If he gets into college, I'll treat you all to a free meal. All right, you better keep your promise. Don't try to back out later. Li Xingli said cheerfully, standing up and leading a group of friends. Remember, next year we're having a meal to celebrate our college student. Who wouldn't want to hear good things? Xie Yunshu was naturally happy. Her biggest wish now was for Mingqing to get into college. Xie Mingqing stood nearby with a smile. He tugged at Xie Yunshu's sleeve and whispered, Sister, the food is sold out. Should we go back now?
Huh?
Xie Yunshu's smile instantly vanished. She widened her eyes and lifted the lids of the two pots, only to find them completely empty. How did it sell out so fast? It's only been a short time. Xie Mingqing, did you give them extra food? I told you, one serving is just one scoop, no more. Those two big pots could sell for over 30 yuan. If you sold less, I'll definitely be upset with you. Little rascal, and she had just praised him. Was he trying to make her lose money? Xie Mingqing helplessly took out neatly organized money from his pocket. Sister, I remember every penny I collected. It totals $39.08, which is about the same amount as when you were here before. Xie Yunshu looked at the empty pot and then at the money in Xie Mingqing's hand. This is too fast. Before she could finish, a group of customers arrived at the construction site, calling out from a distance, I want a meat dish and 2 steamed buns. Sis, I'll have a vegetable dish with rice and some meat soup. 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Let's eat well before the new year. Xie Yunshu felt as if countless customers were passing her by, and she forced a smile, saying, Sorry, the food is sold out. Not everyone at the construction site came to eat at Xie Yunshu's place. Some locals brought their own meals, while others cooked for themselves. Many preferred to save money and only occasionally bought food, mostly eating pickles with steamed buns. However, with the new year approaching, some foremen had already paid their workers in advance, and everyone was excited to go home. After a hard year, many wanted to treat themselves, so more people were buying meals today, which is why they sold out so quickly. As Xie Mingqing tidied up, he said, Brother Chong already ate and left.
He gave me 50 cents and I didn't want to take it, but he insisted. He mentioned he won't be coming tomorrow because he's going back home. He asked me to remind you that most workers will be leaving soon after today. Xie Yunshu knew that the project's lunchboxes were scheduled to be delivered by the 20th day of the 12th month, but she didn't realize that the workers would be leaving even earlier. If that was the case, wouldn't she have no business tomorrow? Sis, you should take a break during this time. I can handle the vegetable washing at home. Your hands shouldn't be in cold water anymore. Xie Mingcheng had noticed the frostbite on his sister's hands and felt pained, wishing he could graduate and start working right away. Xie Yunshu shrugged it off. You go to the market on the tricycle to buy vegetables. I'll wait here for a bit and then pick up the lunch boxes. Otherwise, I'll have to make another trip, which is too much trouble. In a little while, the project department would still be eating. After Xie Mingcheng left, she sat on the steps reading. With some money in her hands, she felt embarrassed to always go to the Xinhua bookstore to read for free, and she really didn't have the time. So, she bit the bullet and spent $5 to buy a book called Principles of Construction. The content was simple, and she read it with great interest. She was so absorbed in her drawing that she didn't notice a tall figure blocking the light. Reading in the sun isn't good for your eyes. Xie Yunshu quickly looked up and squinted against the light to see that it was Shin Subai. Behind him was a bicycle with a large thermal box tied to the back, which was the one she had used to carry the project team's lunch. You brought it for me. I'm so sorry. I lost track of time. Xie Yunshu jumped up, flustered and apologizing, worried that he might think she was careless and that it would affect her ability to deliver the meals. Shin Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't said anything yet. Why was she so nervous? Although Tian how often said he was too fierce and scared girls, he believed he hadn't said anything harsh to this young woman. It's only a little past 1. I just happened to be out and brought it along. Shin Subai patiently explained, then took out a tube of ointment and a pair of rubber gloves from his pocket. Take this back. Soak your hands in hot water tonight, apply the ointment, and your frostbite will heal in a few days. Wear the gloves when washing vegetables. Xie Yunshu quickly shook her head, a bit surprised. No, I'm not worried about frostbite. The year her father passed away, Li Fenlin fell seriously ill from grief, and with Mingcheng being so young, most of the family responsibilities fell on 16-year-old Xie Yunshu. Washing clothes and cooking in winter had become routine for her, and she had gotten used to the frostbite on her hands. Lu Zhixing was a doctor and very particular about cleanliness, so after they got married, the laundry work naturally fell to her. The bed sheets needed changing every 5 days, and undergarments had to be changed daily. Even in winter, she hardly had any free time. Her frostbite didn't start after moving out. It had always been there, but Lu Zhixing had never noticed, nor had he thought to bring back medicine from the hospital. His care was focused on the delicate Zhou Xinyue and her child. As they say, the crying child gets the candy. She was used to being strong and would only say, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt." Everyone in the staff quarters said she was living a good life, that she had married up, but she didn't feel particularly happy. If happiness existed, it was just a little love in her heart that made her feel that way. Now that love was gone, all that was left was suffering, but thankfully she was about to escape that. Shin Subai wouldn't take no for an answer, his tone almost like he was lecturing a subordinate. Don't suffer unnecessarily. If you have medicine, why not use it? If you have gloves, why not wear them? At that time, because of the frostbite on your hands, it might affect cooking. What will the project staff do? Comrade Xie, do you really like having frostbite on your hands? Honestly, it doesn't look good. Xie Yunshu. Thank you, Captain Shen. What should be a touching moment coming from his mouth just doesn't make me happy. When Shin Subai saw her take the ointment and rubber gloves, he continued, take the insulated box with you. Increase the lunch boxes by 6 for tomorrow and pay special attention to safety. I need to emphasize this again. Safety, safety. She hears him say it every day, her ears are almost getting calloused. But he is the client, and since she is earning money from him, she needs to keep a good attitude. So, Xie Yunshu emphasized again. Captain Shen, don't worry. The food I make will definitely be fine. Several important leaders from Haicheng will visit tomorrow. He is always cautious and strict in his work, and the only variable is the food. However, he cannot resort to dishonest practices, which is why he is stressing this to Xie Yunshu. Shen Subai nodded, I hope so. After the others left, Xie Yunshu sighed as she stood up to secure the box in her back seat. She didn't understand why Captain Shen was so worried about her. Although Xie Yunshu loves making money, she would never earn it through dishonest means. Could it be that she would cut corners on the food? Back at the apartment building, Xie Mingcheng had not returned from the market yet. Aunt Zhao and Li Fenlin were pickling vegetables and making chili oil. As soon as she walked in, Aunt Zhao said, Yunshu, I checked out a place for rent this noon. It's just around the corner, quite a large area with a big room and a well. It's really convenient for cooking. The only downside is that the rent is a bit high, 15 yuan a month. That's almost half a month's wages for a worker, which is indeed a bit expensive just for cooking. Xie Yunshu thought for a moment, I'll go take a look this afternoon, and then decide. The construction site will be less busy starting tomorrow, and she was thinking of reducing the amount of food she makes to avoid losing money if it doesn't sell. As for renting the place, it just needs to be settled before the new year. Just as she was considering this, a young official from the court arrived. Is Xie Yunshu here? Please come to the People's Court at 4:30 this afternoon for an out-of-court mediation session. If both parties have differing opinions, they need to go to court. Before that, the court actively hopes for both sides to reach an agreement, whether it's about divorce or not. This step is essential. Li Finlin quickly wiped her hands and stood up, saying, Yunshu, I'll go with you. Aunt Zhao also chimed in, Yunshu, I'll go too. I may not have many strengths, but I can shout loud and have strength. If the Lou family dares to bully you, I'll give them a piece of my mind. Xie Yunshu felt both amused and touched. No need, I can handle it myself. There are people from the court there. We're not going to fight. Mom, you don't need to come either. When Mingcheng gets back, you can help me prepare the vegetables and meat. By the way, if you have time, check out that house. If the location is good, we can discuss the price with the landlord. We need to finalize it before the new year. She assigned many tasks to Li Finlin and Xie Mingcheng, but she wanted to handle her own matters. Li Finlin was timid and gentle. Although she was strong for her daughter, Xie Yunshu didn't want her to get involved. The Lou family spoke harshly, especially Lu Xueting, and she didn't want her mom to get upset. As for Mingcheng, he shouldn't go either. He usually kept quiet, but he was still a young man and might lose his temper if things escalated. It was best for her to go alone. She could shout if she wanted to, and she wasn't afraid of a fight. At the courthouse, just as Xie Yunshu parked her bike, Lu Zhixing arrived. He wasn't alone. Lu Xueting was with him, and Zhou Xingyue stood behind him. This time, Zhou Xingyue seemed smarter, wearing a down jacket and cotton boots instead of a long coat and high boots. Her hair was neatly tied back, looking much more simple. Xie Yunshu tilted her head and chuckled. That's great. Once you sign, you can go straight to get your marriage certificate. What a seamless transition. Lu Zhixing pressed his lips together. Yunshu, do we really have to reach this point? My relationship with Xingyue is innocent. Why do you have to tarnish her reputation? Zhou Xingyue stood nervously to the side. I know I was wrong about what happened at the apartment. I was just worried about you and Zhixing having a conflict and acted in haste. Yunshu, I'm begging you, please don't make a scene. What will Uncle Lu and the others think? I can take care of Xiaowei by myself. I promise I won't trouble you again. Lu Xueting sneered. Don't beg her, Xingyue. She's just a troublemaker. What else can she do besides fighting? You are our family's savior. Why should you have to make promises to her? The three of them were putting on quite a show. Xie Yunshu crossed her arms and watched them with a half-smile before sarcastically asking, Are you done? Just sign it and go in. If this goes to court, I won't hold back. I can say some really harsh things. Lu Zhixing took a deep breath. He didn't want a divorce, which is why he was willing to mediate. He brought Zhou Xingyue along to help explain their relationship. But no matter what he did, she seemed unwilling to trust him again. In their marriage, he usually felt confident, but now he was anxious day and night. Even at the courthouse, she wouldn't budge an inch. Yunshu, I'm asking you one last time. Do you really want to take this to court? Lu Zhixing's gaze slowly moved over her face. After more than a year of sharing a bed, it felt like he was seeing her for the first time. If mediation failed, they would end up in court, hurling insults at each other like enemies. He didn't want to see that happen. Yunshu, I still care about you. This was probably the first time he spoke to her like this, with a hint of pleading and trembling in his voice. Please, let's not make this worse. How should we end this? Zhou Xingyue furrowed her brow tightly and suddenly called out, Yunshu, watch out. A car was coming towards them. It wasn't going fast and was on course, but Zhou Xingyue suddenly pushed against Xie Yunshu, shouting, get out of the way.
Xingyue.
Lu Zixing's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively pulled Zhou Xingyue into his arms, anxious and worried. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Zhou Xingyue shook her head.
I'm fine, Zixing.
Don't worry about me. Go check on Yunshu. Yunshu. He looked at Zhou Xingyue in his arms, disbelief washing over him as he stared at his hands, panic rising in his chest. Because Zhou Xingyue had suddenly pushed forward, Xie Yunshu hadn't been prepared. She almost stumbled into the street. Just when she was ready to fall, a strong arm pulled her back. But she didn't fall into the other person's arms. They just steadied her. There was barely any physical contact between them, a stark contrast to Zhou Xingyue, who was sheltered in Lu Zhixing's embrace. In that moment, Lu Zhixing's face turned pale. The person who pulled Xie Yunshu back was Shinsubai. He was at the courthouse for work and happened to witness the scene. Seeing Lu Zhixing across from him, he quickly guessed they were there for a divorce case. In that moment, he seemed to understand why she was so determined to get a divorce. Once Xie Yunshu was steady, she looked at Shinsubai in surprise and gratitude. Captain Shin? What are you doing here? Shinsubai briefly replied, just passing by, it's fine. He didn't seem to want to stay longer, only casting a faint glance at Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xingyue, who was still holding onto Lu Zhixing's shirt. A hint of invisible sarcasm flashed in his eyes before he strode into the courthouse. The security guard at the entrance immediately saluted him and didn't ask him to register, clearly recognizing Shinsubai. Lu Zhixing suddenly let go of Zhou Xingyue, looking at Xie Yunshu in confusion, stammering, Yunshu. I just saw Xingyue was too close. He wanted to say that he cared most about her, and that he didn't mean to act that way, but those words held no weight. He couldn't even bring himself to finish, feeling lost in that moment about why he instinctively chose Zhou Xingyue. Or maybe it was just because Zhou Xinyue's terrified scream was too loud, while Yunshu remained silent. In his heart, he thought Zhou Xinyue, having faced such hardships, was much weaker than Xie Yunshu and needed help more. He simply chose the one who seemed more vulnerable. Xie Yunshu didn't speak. After a while, she looked at Lu Zhixing and slowly smiled. Winter days are short, and the dawn in the west was slowly fading. The remaining light reflected on Xie Yunshu as she spoke clearly. Lu Zhixing, you are truly disgusting. Lu Zhixing stared at her blankly, his expression shattered. He wanted to say he was wrong, but he couldn't say anything, not even the words, I don't want a divorce. Zhou Xingyue felt a heaviness in her heart and timidly bit her lip. I'm sorry, I think I made a mistake again. That car just now looked really fast, and I was worried it would hit Yunshu. Seeing this, Lu Xiueting immediately jumped in, shouting, Xie Yunshu, how long are you going to keep this up? My brother just feels sorry for Xingyue. Do you think everyone is as petty and calculating as you? Xie Yunshu looked at Lu Xiueting as if she were foolish, then smirked. I hope you remember what you said today, so you won't regret it later. If her memory served her right, Lu Xiueting's marriage in her dream wasn't perfect either. Cheng Yuxiang doted on her daughter, so she put a lot of thought into choosing a son-in-law, fearing that if he was too outstanding, her daughter would be overshadowed. She ended up picking a college student from the countryside, but unfortunately, this student had a childhood sweetheart. While Lu Jianwei was in charge, he kept things in check,
But after he stepped down, the college student, having been suppressed for too long, eagerly brought his childhood sweetheart to Haiqing, claiming it was just out of sympathy for her. At that time, Lu Xueting made quite a scene. She really didn't understand the pain until it hit her own face. Lu Zhixing seemed to hear nothing. He vaguely remembered that when they had just gotten married, he had performed a long surgery to save a patient. He returned home in the middle of the night, and Xie Yunshu was still waiting for him. A warm lamp and a fragrant bowl of noodles were in front of him, and she looked at him with admiration, saying, "Lu Zhixing, you make me proud." But now, she looked at him with disgust and said, "Lu Zhixing, you are really disgusting." The group fell silent. After entering the court mediation room, the mediator began the process, as their job required them to encourage reconciliation, not separation. It's not easy for a couple to be together who doesn't argue or have conflicts. Think about each other's good qualities. Divorce isn't that simple. What if you regret it later? You're still young and have a foundation of feelings. Give each other another chance. Xie Yunshu interrupted him politely but quickly. "Sir, I won't take up your time. I do not agree to mediation." The mediator, seeing Lu Zhixing silent, tried to persuade them again. "Don't be impulsive. Feelings need to be calm." "I'm not being impulsive," Xie Yunshu smiled at him. "I know you're just doing your job, but my stance won't change. My husband has given our home and salary to another woman, and I don't see the need for our marriage to continue." Zhou Xinhua, sitting behind, quickly spoke up. "Yunshu, I will move out, and those funds have already been returned to you, right?" Xie Yunshu chuckled. "Yes, my husband helped you pay them back." The mediator was speechless. After many years of experience, he had seen many couples come to divorce, but few truly committed to it. Most could be reconciled, especially over trivial matters that stemmed from impulsive decisions. But now, he found his previous words laughable. What was wrong with this man? It was his first time seeing someone bring the woman he was involved with to a divorce mediation. The documents clearly indicated that the wife wanted a divorce, while the husband was unwilling. If he was unwilling, what was he doing here? Yet, he couldn't just say, "All right, you can wait for the court hearing. Mediation has failed." If he said that directly, his supervisor would surely reprimand him. So, he had to follow the rules and ask, "Sir, what is your position on this?" "I agree to the divorce. I can sign now."
Well, huh?
The mediator was taken aback and was genuinely a bit angry. "Since you both agreed to the divorce, why not just go to the local office to get the divorce certificate? Why come here?" Lu Zhixing lowered his head, not looking at Xie Yunshu. He wrote his name on the divorce agreement, his voice hoarse. "I'm sorry for you. That money is just compensation, and in the future." He bit his lip, finally looking up, his eyes already red. "In the future, I will prove to you that I was wrong. I deserve to be punished." Just a moment ago, when he instinctively grabbed Zhou Xinhua on the street, his guilt peaked. He realized that the more he didn't want to let go, the more she resented it. Perhaps by letting her go, they might have a chance to start over. Honestly, Xie Yunshu did not expect Lu Zhixing to give in at this critical moment. She thought she would not be able to get a divorce before the new year, as a lawsuit would take at least a month, especially with someone like Lu Zhixing who was uncooperative. But, unexpectedly, Zhou Xinhua's collision had actually helped her. Lu Zhixing signed the papers. As for what he said about the future, she dismissed it as nonsense. She quickly folded the divorce agreement and put it in her pocket, feeling much better. She pouted. "Don't bring up compensation. That's what I deserve." "You don't think it's a lot, do you?" "TSK, Lu Zhixing, don't embarrass yourself." "Compensation? What compensation?" Zhou Xinhua's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Lu Xueting, who also looked confused. She didn't care much. Maybe it was just a few hundred yuan. She wasn't petty enough to fuss over that. Although she didn't want to give a single penny to Xie Yunshu, now that they were divorced, the position of Mrs. Liu was vacant. No one but Zhou Xinhua could take that place. Lu Zhixing was about to become the deputy director, and she would finally return to her previous life of privilege. Xie Yunshu would have no chance to regret it later.
The mediator didn't want to stay a minute longer, feeling like he had swallowed a fly. What kind of work was this? If he said the mediation was successful, they got divorced directly. If he said it wasn't successful, they didn't need to go to court. So, was he doing his job well or not? After leaving the mediation room, the happiest person was Lou Xueting. She looked at Xie Yunshu with pride and said, "Xie Yunshu, you'll have nothing to do with our Lou family from now on. Don't regret it later. Whoever regrets is a fool." Xie Yunshu glanced at her casually and replied, "Yes, we have nothing to do with each other now. So, stay away from me. If you bother me, I won't hold back." Having been hurt once leaves a lasting shadow. Lou Xueting glared at her fiercely and said, "I'm too lazy to deal with you again." She planned to promote the relationship between her sister Xinyu and her brother, hoping to have the kindest and gentlest sister-in-law. Then, she would still be the most favored one in the family. Xinyu would definitely treat her better than Xie Yunshu and take care of her. "I'll arrange for someone to bring back the furniture for my wedding in a couple of days. I don't want anyone to damage my things, or they'll have to pay." Xie Yunshu thought about the expensive wardrobe Li Fenlin had bought for her wedding. The wardrobe in the old building had been used for many years, and the doors were broken, but Li Fenlin was reluctant to replace it, fixing it over and over. She couldn't let Lou Zhixing benefit from it. Lou Zhixing pressed his lips together and said, "Okay. I also want to bring back the sewing machine, fan, and radio. Those were part of my wedding gifts, so they count as mine." Xie Yunshu calculated that the radio could help Mingqing learn English. Before Lou Zhixing could respond, Zhou Xinyu became anxious and said, "Yunshu, those things were bought by Zhixing. How can you just take them all?" Xie Yunshu shot her a glance and replied, "If you want to keep using them, that's fine, but they're worth a total of 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, just be quiet." Zhou Xinyu felt angry. She had already considered those things as hers, but she couldn't say that directly. If Xie Yunshu took everything from the Liu family, what would be left for her? She felt distressed and managed to say, "But you're already considered divorced, so those things should belong to the Liu family." Xie Yunshu raised the divorce agreement in her hand and said, "Look closely. It clearly states that what is mine, and I don't want anything that isn't." Lou Zhixing looked a bit dazed and quietly said, "Okay, do whatever you want." These things were just material possessions. He didn't care. Besides, he was only getting a divorce and didn't truly want to let go. Since Yunshu was upset, he didn't want to escalate things to court, as that would create barriers even if they reconciled later. That's why he signed the papers. If she wanted to take those things, so be it. Zhou Xinyu silently called herself foolish and had to seek help from Lou Xueting, who was even more straightforward. "Xinyu, those things aren't worth much. If she wants to take them, let her. We can always buy new ones later. And that sewing machine, who uses that? We all buy ready-made clothes." Zhou Xinyu felt like she was in a tough spot, unable to voice her feelings. She couldn't just say she was reluctant, could she? She was already upset about Xie Yunshu wanting compensation, and now she wanted to take the furniture and appliances too? If that happened, how would she live in the empty house after getting married? The place she was currently living in was small, without even a proper wardrobe. She had hoped to marry Lou Zhixing and enjoy a good life as the wife of a prominent figure. Now she had to buy everything. Didn't these things cost money? At the courthouse, Xie Yunshu hopped on her bicycle. "Don't waste time. The street office hasn't closed yet. Let's hurry and get the divorce registration done." Lou Zhixing was silent for a moment, then replied, "Okay." Just then, Shun Subai came out, pushing his bicycle. He noticed the group, and his gaze landed on Xie Yunshu. "Did you sign the divorce agreement?" "Yes." "Thank you, Shun. I owe you for what happened earlier. When things settle down, I'll treat you to a meal," Xie Yunshu said cheerfully, winking at him. Lou Zhixing felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but ask, "Yunshu, who is he?" As a man, he sensed the other's confidence and the air of someone used to being in charge. He thought Xie Yunshu and he were just acquaintances, but their conversation clearly showed they were familiar. Xie Yunshu shot him a sideways glance. "What's it to you?" A man with no sense of boundaries was more annoying than anything. Zhou Xinyu bit her lip. Yunshu, Xixing is just concerned about you. Don't be so harsh. We women should maintain our dignity. Otherwise, gossip isn't pleasant, is it? It's better to keep some distance from this gentleman. It sounded like advice for Xie Yunshu, but it implied that she wasn't maintaining her dignity. But how could she say such things? Xie Yunshu was almost laughing in frustration. Just as she was about to retort, Shin Subai lightly patted her shoulder and said, "When you were in this gentleman's arms earlier, you weren't keeping your distance. It's important to reflect on oneself before criticizing others." Zhou Xingyue looked at Shin Subai with timid eyes, lowering her head softly and intentionally exposing her neck. "Comrade, I was just trying to save Yunshu. Please don't misunderstand me." After she spoke, her eyelashes trembled gently and her fair face turned slightly red, looking so fragile that a gust of wind could knock her over. Shin Subai calmly stated the facts. "Before this, I saw clearly that you deliberately bumped into Comrade Xie Yunshu and then turned to fall into this man's arms. Simply put, if you hadn't bumped into her, no car would have come speeding by." Zhou Xinyue's face turned pale. "Maybe I saw it wrong." "Oh, say whatever you want," Shin Subai replied without arguing, just nodding at Xie Yunshu. "See you tomorrow." Lu Zixing looked at Shin Subai as she left, then turned to Xie Yunshu. "I never knew you had such a friend." The man looked familiar, but Xie Yunshu couldn't recall where she had seen him. She was sure he wasn't a worker from the packaging factory. Xie Yunshu hopped on her bicycle. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the street office." After signing the divorce agreement, the remaining procedures went smoothly. It was just a matter of signing and stamping. The staff member was the same sister who had previously helped Xie Yunshu with her divorce introduction letter, and she remembered this beautiful girl well. In the signature section, Xie Yunshu quickly wrote her name, but Lu Zixing hesitated to sign his. It was as if he was bound by something. Despite telling himself he could win her back later, at that moment, signing felt incredibly heavy. Seeing this, Zhou Xinyue felt anxious. She bit her lip, and tears rolled down her cheeks. "Zixing, it's all my fault. I will leave with Xiaowei tomorrow." "No, tonight." Lu Xueting was excited and couldn't help but urge, "Brother, hurry up and sign. Why hesitate? You should have divorced her long ago. She's not as kind as Sister Xinyue. Just so you know, I won't let Sister Xinyue leave." The staff member, observing the two women behind Lu Zixing with a complicated expression, quickly concluded that one was his sister and the other was a woman he was involved with outside. No wonder the girl wanted a divorce. What kind of man brings another woman to a divorce? It seemed too rushed and disrespectful. Thinking this, the sister looked at Lu Zixing with disdain. "Comrade, we're about to close. Please hurry." Lu Zixing finally gritted his teeth and slowly wrote his name. Before he could say anything, the older sister quickly took the paper and stamped it with 2 red seals. The marriage certificate was finally changed to a divorce certificate. She glanced at Xie Yunshu and smiled. "It's done. From now on, you're single. Both parties have no relationship, and you can marry or date whoever you want." Hearing this, Lu Zixing's face turned a bit pale. He clenched his fingers and quietly said, "Yunshu, I made mistakes and should have let you express your feelings. If this divorce makes you happy, we might have a chance again, right?" Xie Yunshu found it laughable that he still thought the divorce was just because she was angry. "No, don't show up in front of me again." The little sunlight outside gradually faded. Before the sky darkened, Xie Yunshu felt a bright light in front of her and a sense of relief in her heart. She had finally divorced, completely changing the version of herself that existed in her dreams. She had once hoped for too much in this unhappy marriage, drowning in love and hate. It was her love for him that created a beautiful illusion. She thought he was good enough because she was good enough, but without that illusion of love, she could see clearly that this man was worthless, proud, arrogant, fickle, and foolish. The older sister, who was starting to pack up for the day, was used to seeing bad men and women, but she was stunned by Lu Zixing's words. Wasn't he just a typical case of wanting both? Bringing his new love and old love to the divorce, and after signing, Still asking for another chance with his old love? What a shameless act. So, the older sister enthusiastically linked arms with Xie Yunshu, little girl. Getting divorced is just like breaking up with a boyfriend. We should look for new partners and get married when the time is right. Just keep your eyes wide open and make sure not to choose men who have other women hanging around. Her words indirectly criticized Liu Zhixing and Zhou Xinhua. Xie Yunshu felt a bit teary, not because of the divorce, but because she was finally free from him. She smiled softly. Thank you, sister. I will keep my eyes open. After leaving the office, Xie Yunshu said, I will go to the family compound on Sunday to collect my things and return the keys to you. Liu Xueting scoffed. Who cares about that junk? Just take it away. Liu Zhixing looked at her seriously. You can take anything from the house that you want. He was willing to make up for what he owed her, beyond just money.
All right.
Xie Yunshu rarely showed him a sincere smile, so she thought, why not take advantage of it? Zhou Xinhua took a deep breath. If Xie Yunshu took everything away, would she have to live in an empty house? Yunshu wouldn't care about these things. If she marries again, other men might feel uncomfortable too. She stepped forward, hiding her jealousy, and gently fixed her hair. That man today seemed to have a good relationship with you, and insisted that I bumped into you on purpose. If she hadn't mentioned it, Xie Yunshu might have almost forgotten. Zhou Xinhua, be careful, Xie Yunshu said slowly and then, without hesitation, pushed Zhou Xinhua to the ground, looking down at her. Sorry, I thought a bicycle was going to hit you. Please don't misunderstand. Zhou Xinhua sat on the ground, her hands scraped. Even though she tried to keep her composure, she couldn't hide her frustration. Xie Yunshu, you did that on purpose. The bicycle was so far away, how could it hit me? Xie Yunshu shrugged innocently. Maybe I just saw it wrong? This was exactly what Zhou Xinhua had said when she bumped into her at the courthouse, and now Xie Yunshu was returning it, calling it a fair exchange. Liu Xueting quickly helped Zhou Xinhua up and shot an annoyed glance at Xie Yunshu. Did you do that on purpose? Xie Yunshu, really? Just because my brother doesn't want you anymore? I'm telling you, it's too late for regrets. Stop targeting Xinhua. Liu Zhixing looked dazed. He hadn't noticed the bicycle or whether Xie Yunshu did it on purpose. He only focused when he heard Liu Xueting's words about regrets. He pressed his lips together. Yunshu, I'll wait for you. Zhou Xinhua was so angry she felt like she might explode. This man had been focused on her before, and now that he had a divorce certificate, he was ignoring her? Did he not see that Xie Yunshu had pushed her on purpose? Unfortunately, Liu Zhixing's attention was on Xie Yunshu, and he looked at her hopefully, waiting for a positive response. Xie Yunshu got on her bicycle and simply said, leave. Zhou Xinhua gritted her teeth, looking pitiful. Zhixing, my hand hurts so much. Yunshu. Liu Zhixing finally turned his gaze back to her, his lips moving. Xinhua, maybe Yunshu really just saw it wrong. Don't take it to heart. You're a nurse. Just go home and clean it up with some iodine. What does that mean? Just because she's a nurse, she shouldn't be afraid of pain? But this time, she wasn't pretending. Her hand really hurt. When they returned to the building, it was already dark. Li Fenlin and Xie Mingqing stood outside, looking towards the alley. When they saw Xie Yunshu riding her bike over, they quickly walked a few steps to greet her. Yunshu, how did it go? Did they give you a hard time? Did they bully you? Xie Mingqing's expression was serious. Sister, does Liu Zhixing still refuse to sign the divorce? Xie Yunshu smiled and raised the divorce certificate in her hand. I got divorced. Let's celebrate with a special dinner tonight. Li Fenlin was surprised and then excitedly asked, Liu Zhixing agreed to sign? He agreed. I'm planning to rent a truck on Sunday to move our things. We can't let the Liu family take advantage of us. Xie Yunshu let Xie Mingqing push her bike while she walked back slowly, starting to plan for the future. Mom, I've thought it through. We definitely need to rent a yard. If we keep cooking in this building, people will start talking and won't be happy. And as for the stuff at home, let's just throw away all the junk.
Li Fanlan nudda rapatadli.
Okay, you decide what to do. Xie Mingqing had no objections either. I want to check out the yard Aunt Zhao mentioned this afternoon.
It's quite spacious and has 3 clean rooms. We can build a shelter in the yard for cooking, and it's better for storing firewood than using a stove. The rent is a bit high, though. The landlord won't lower the price by even 15 yuan.
Li Fanlan siga.
Yes, it's a nice place, but too expensive. I'll look for other options tomorrow. Let's not look anymore. If it's 15, then it's 15. Xie Yunshu made up her mind. Since her mother and brother agreed, it seemed like the yard was indeed good. Even if they found a cheaper place, it probably wouldn't be as spacious. Before opening the door, Xie Yunshu heard a faint cough from next door. She paused for a moment. Mom, I haven't seen Granny Zhang around these past few days. She had been busy cooking and selling food, returning from the market around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. It had been several days since she interacted with Granny Zhang. Even when Zhou Xinyue came with her child to pay respects, Granny Zhang didn't come out. Li Fenlin frowned slightly. It seems like we haven't seen her for a few days. She hasn't come over to watch TV either. Xie Yunshu felt a bit worried. Granny Zhang was old and lived alone. Thinking of this, she quickly knocked on the door next to her. Granny Zhang, it's me, Yunshu. But there was no response, only a low cough now and then, and no one came to open the door. Xie Yunshu grew anxious and raised her voice. Granny? After a while, just as she was about to knock harder, she heard some movement inside, and then the door opened. Granny Zhang looked weak, her lips cracked, and she spoke with little strength. It's Yunshu. Granny Zhang! Xie Yunshu exclaimed and hurried inside. Li Fenlin and Xie Mingqing followed in, worried. The room was dark, and there was a strange smell in the air. Xie Yunshu frowned and turned on the light, seeing cold leftover food on the table and a messy bed. Granny Zhang was usually very tidy, and it was clear the place hadn't been cleaned in days. Granny Zhang seemed to lack strength. Leaning against the bed, she took a slow breath before speaking. Yunshu, what's wrong? Xie Yunshu placed her hand on her forehead and without hesitation lifted Granny Zhang onto her shoulder. Granny, why didn't you say you were sick? We need to go to the hospital. Mom, stay home. Mingqing, come with me. Li Fenlin hurriedly grabbed a coat for Granny Zhang, and Xie Mingqing took her from his sister's shoulder, realizing she was burning up. They had no idea how long she had been unwell. The trip from the apartment to Haicheng Hospital wasn't too close, but luckily they had a tricycle. They laid a blanket down and placed Granny Zhang on it. Then the siblings pedaled quickly toward the hospital. After working hard until past 10, Granny Zhang finally received treatment and her fever went down. Xie Yunshu sighed in relief, recalling the doctor's words. Although the elderly are usually healthy, they are still aging, and living alone is not safe. We caught this early. If it had gone on for a few more days, it could have been serious. However, she had lived in the apartment for a long time and had never seen Granny Zhang's children. Xie Mingqing patted his sister's shoulder. Sister, you should go home. I won't go to school tomorrow. I'll stay at the hospital. We still need to prepare lunch boxes tomorrow, right? By the time they returned home, it was already past 11. Li Fenlin heard the noise and quickly got out of bed. Is Granny Zhang okay? She's fine, just a cold. A few days of treatment will help, Xie Yunshu replied, lying down and letting out a breath. She turned to her mother and asked, Mom, doesn't Granny Zhang have any children? It seems like she spends every holiday alone, Li Fenlin sighed. How come she has no children? She has 3 sons. I heard one is more capable than the others, and one even makes a lot of money abroad. But what good is that? When your grandfather passed away, only one of the 3 sons came back, hurriedly burned some paper money, left 50 yuan, and then just walked away. Xie Yunshu fell silent. What would happen to Grandma Zhang? That night, Xie Yunshu couldn't sleep well. She was worried about Grandma Zhang and remembered she had to wake up early to cook. As a result, she ended up sleeping in. When she finally opened her eyes to the sound of rain outside, she sat up suddenly. Mom, is it raining? Li Fenlin was rendering lard in the living room. Hearing her, she looked over and smiled. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? It's raining so heavily today. I think you should skip it. If you haven't finished earning money, taking a day off is fine.
Xie Yunshu got up and dressed. Mom, I promised to go, so I have to. I'll go even if it's tough. Otherwise, how would more than 30 people eat? Being honest means keeping your word. If she didn't go in the rain, snow, or strong winds, she would have too many excuses, and others would have reasons not to need her. She cherished the job of delivering meals to the project team. Li Fenlin looked at the dark sky, worried as the wind made the branches outside sway. Mingcheng is still in the hospital, and I'm not comfortable with you going alone. I told Mingcheng yesterday that if the weather is bad, he can buy something ready-made in the hospital cafeteria for Grandma Zhang. I'll pick them up once the rain stops, Xie Yunshu said, already dressed in her thick quilted coat, gathering her hair. Yesterday, Captain Shin helped me, so I need to add a bit more food for them today. Adding more food meant a little extra lard, cutting more pickles, and adding an extra pound of pork. Xie Yunshu felt she was being very generous. As the saying goes, no business is without deceit, but she considered herself a very honest merchant. A pound of pork, along with lard and pickles, cost over $1. But the rain was heavy, and by 11 o'clock, it showed no signs of stopping. Li Fenlin couldn't persuade her. She knew her daughter was determined. She had no choice but to give her a raincoat and find her a pair of rubber boots, reminding her, "Take it slow, watch the road, and don't rush." Xie Yunshu nodded, adjusted her hat, secured her lunchbox, and braced herself as she dashed into the heavy rain. The only relief was that she didn't have to sell food outside today. She could ride straight to the construction site. In the project office, Tian Hao paced back and forth anxiously, saying, "Xie Yunshu wouldn't just not come, right? It's pouring rain, and several leaders have arrived. Should I drive to the Shanghai City restaurant to get something instead?" Shin Subai tapped his fingers on the table. "Just wait a bit longer. She will come." Wait? Tian Hao looked outside at the heavy rain and strong winds. The sky was dark and gloomy. In this weather, even he wouldn't want to deliver food. After all, she didn't know the leaders were coming today. If she didn't come, it would be understandable. The leaders arrived by car, but she had to ride a tricycle to get here. Tian Hao was quite considerate and spoke up for Xie Yunshu. "Shen, how do you know she'll definitely come? Just look at how heavy the rain is. Let's agree that if she doesn't come, we won't be harsh on her. Weather issues are unavoidable. Anyway, there's a car parked downstairs. We can just spend a bit more today and have the Shanghai City restaurant deliver." As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Subai stood up and smiled slightly. "Isn't she here already?"
Huh?
Tian Hao instinctively looked out the window. Through the heavy rain, he saw a blue figure struggling to pedal a tricycle toward them. The rain was too heavy to see clearly, but the military green tricycle was undoubtedly Xie Yunshu's. Tian Hao stood up in shock. She really came in this heavy rain? Shin Subai was already heading downstairs. She's here to earn money, not to play the delicate lady. If it was agreed upon, she should come, right? Wasn't that a bit too cold-hearted? She was such a beautiful girl. Tian Hao followed him downstairs. "Shun, at least give her a compliment. Girls like gentlemen." Shin Subai ignored him. By the time they reached downstairs, Xie Yunshu had already ridden her tricycle to the entrance. She was panting heavily as she ran out from the rain, her hair and eyelashes soaked, and her big eyes were red and swollen from the rain. "Captain Shin, Manager Tian, I'm sorry I'm a bit late today." In fact, she was only about 10 minutes late. The rain was too heavy to see the road, and the wind made it much harder to pedal the tricycle than usual. As she spoke, Xie Yunshu wiped the rain off her face, her expression showing a hint of apology. Her lips were a bit pale from the cold. "Could you help me move the thermos box? I need to take off my raincoat." Tian Hao was shocked and quickly nodded. Shin Subai had already walked up to the tricycle and took out the insulated box wrapped in a plastic bag. In just a few seconds, his back was soaked, showing how heavy the rain was. "It's not too late," Shin Subai said, glancing at Xie Yunshu, who was struggling to untie her raincoat. He stepped forward and easily untied the front strings. "Here's a towel, dry your hair." Tian Hao was surprised. When did Shin Ge get a towel? He hadn't noticed.
Even though she was wearing a raincoat, the collar and cuffs were wet from the rain, making Xie Yunshu look a bit disheveled, but it didn't hide her beauty. Her long eyelashes, glistening with rain, drooped slightly like small fans. Her eyes were big and bright, and even though they were red and puffy, they still sparkled with clarity and liveliness. Tian Hao asked curiously, "By the way, have you finalized your divorce? Do you need my help?" Xie Yunshu looked up in surprise. Before she could answer, Shen Subai spoke up. "She has already finalized her divorce. There's no need for a court case." Although she didn't understand why Manager Tian was concerned about her divorce, Xie Yunshu smiled at him. "I received the divorce certificate yesterday." "Thank you for your concern, Manager Tian." Tian Hao looked at Shen Subai with a puzzled expression. "You too. Go inform the project team to come and get the lunch boxes," Shen Subai said calmly, showing no change in his expression. He glanced at Xie Yunshu again. "The rain is too heavy. I'll have them clean up the lunch boxes quickly after they eat. You can rest in the office for a bit." She couldn't go to the office in her rain boots, which were soaked with rainwater. Xie Yunshu quickly waved her hand. No, I can just sit here for a while. You don't need to rush. I have nothing to do and can wait." Shen Subai raised an eyebrow at her. "The upstairs is much warmer than downstairs. Are you trying to catch a cold by staying down here?" Xie Yunshu bit her lip and forced a smile. "Who wants to catch a cold? I'll go upstairs now." She realized that this Captain Shen was quite sharp-tongued. Everything he said was technically fine, but it just didn't sound pleasant. If she didn't need to earn their money, she would have argued back long ago. But since he helped her yesterday and often assisted her with the lunch boxes, she could tolerate it. Sometimes, patience leads to better opportunities. Outside, Xie Yunshu stomped her feet and carefully walked up, knowing that Tian Hao's office was on the second floor. But once she reached the stairs, Shen Subai spoke from behind. "Go to the third floor. The second floor isn't convenient."
Oh.
She thought he was just complaining about her being wet from the rain. Xie Yunshu obediently went to the third floor and stood in the hallway, saying, "I'll just wait here." She didn't dare enter the room. It might be a leader's office, and she wanted to be cautious for the sake of her job. Shen Subai walked past her, silently opening one of the doors, then turned back and said, "You can go in and wait. I won't go in, so you don't need to worry about anything bad being said. No one will come in here, so you can relax." His gaze briefly passed over her face, and a drop of water fell from her hair, disappearing down her fair neck. Her dark, bright eyes were slightly red from the rain, looking as if she had been wronged. At that moment, those big eyes were looking at him with confusion. Shen Subai swallowed hard, instinctively looking away, realizing for the first time that Tian Hao was right. She was indeed beautiful. Xie Yunshu quickly explained, "I didn't mean it that way." Shen Subai seemed very upright, much straighter than the utility poles outside. She wouldn't have such impure thoughts. Besides, she didn't care much about her reputation. He softly replied, without looking at her, "Whether or not, we should keep our distance. Even if one is upright, rumors can be scary, and there's no need to cause trouble. You're a girl. It's not good for you." After saying that, he nodded at Xie Yunshu and walked down the stairs without glancing back at her. Xie Yunshu stood there in a daze for a moment, suddenly thinking of the distant Lou Zhixing. She smiled self-deprecatingly, realizing that some men understood this principle. Why did she have to like Lou Zhixing, though? It was no one's fault but her own for being blind. The office was indeed much warmer than outside. Xie Yunshu sat on the sofa, feeling the warmth and shivering involuntarily. Oh no, she might really catch a cold. Colds cost money, and if it got serious, it would affect her work. Xie Yunshu quickly stood up and silently began doing some exercises. Moving around would make her sweat, and then she wouldn't feel cold. People from the project team downstairs came in one after another with umbrellas to pick up their lunch boxes. Since it was raining heavily, they decided to sit in the first-floor conference room to eat together. On such a cold day, having hot meals was truly a blessing. The chubby man sitting at the door eagerly opened his lunchbox, and his face lit up with a smile. "Where do we find this amazing cook? If we keep eating like this,
I'll gain 10 pounds this month. In these tough times, the word diet didn't even exist. He said that, but he was eating quickly. Today's dish was pork stewed with mushrooms, with some white rice noodles and a few red chili peppers added. It wasn't too spicy, but on such a cold day, one bite filled him with warmth. The pork was fatty, but not greasy, and the mushrooms soaked up the broth, making it delicious with rice. Another dish was stir-fried Shanghai greens, cooked in pork fat until bright green, fragrant, and crispy, showcasing the natural taste of the vegetables. There were only 7 or 8 women in the project team, and they couldn't finish such large portions. It's tasty, but we can't finish it and don't want to waste it. The big man next to them chuckled, Sister Chen, if you can't finish, give me some. I can eat without worrying about gaining weight. This happened every time. The women couldn't finish their meals and didn't want to throw food away, so they had to share with the male colleagues. Sister Chen sighed, a bit unwilling. This isn't fair. We all have the same meal standard, but you eat more than us. Isn't that unfair? The big man, satisfied with a bite of pork, replied, what can we do? The meal standards are set like this. It's not our fault you eat less. We can't eat less just because you can't finish. Sister Chen, an accountant in her 30s, shot him a glare. Zhou Dawei, don't talk back. Next time, if there's leftover food, you won't get any. Tian Hao, sitting at the edge, laughed and tried to ease the tension. As long as we're full, it doesn't matter about fairness. Sometimes losing out is a blessing. Sister Chen scoffed, if losing out is a blessing, why don't you lose out? Being an accountant, she knew that the budget for meals was just 1 yuan per person, and it was impossible to separate the meals just for the few women. Not to mention the hassle, they wouldn't gain any benefits from it. Could they really expect the cook to calculate a few cents less for them? It was frustrating that these men were clearly benefiting while making light of the situation. Meanwhile, during their conversation, they didn't notice a few middle-aged men standing outside the meeting room door. The man in a Zhongshan suit looked to be in his 50s. He held a lunchbox and smiled, saying, Su Bai, it seems everyone still has concerns about the food. Su Bai replied calmly, given the current conditions, there isn't a better solution. You really are stubborn. You always find a way to corner me with your words. The middle-aged man wasn't angry. He glanced at him helplessly before turning to the next office. Let's talk over here. We shouldn't disturb our colleagues during lunch. He was the secretary of the Haiqing Municipal Committee, accompanied by several leaders from the Haiqing Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Despite the heavy rain today, they came to inspect the work. As Secretary Jiang said, rainy days reveal more about safety issues on construction sites. He had just walked around outside with an umbrella and rain boots and found no faults in Su Bai's work. Sitting at the table, Secretary Jiang opened the steaming lunchbox, surprised. You can eat this well for a 1 yuan meal standard? Su Bai, I remember you don't go for superficiality. Su Bai smiled. This has always been the meal standard. The cook didn't know a leader was coming today. She's been delivering meals for many days and wouldn't make a loss. Secretary Jiang believed Su Bai, as he had watched him grow up. The director from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau had already started eating. These leaders had experienced the toughest times during the Great Famine and had a natural respect for food, so they never wasted it, taking bites of mushrooms and greens, then a scoop of rice. This is really delicious. This is homemade lard. It smells great. The director praised, taking another couple of bites of rice. The portion of rice is also generous. Su Bai presented a small teacup. These are the pickles and chili oil served with the meal. Everyone seems to enjoy them, so I brought some. Are these basically free? Secretary Jiang became interested. He took a bite of the pickles and smiled. Which restaurant does the cook work for? The taste is great, and the portions are generous. These pickles are tasty. Su Bai replied honestly, it's not from a restaurant. A woman makes them and delivers them every day. We pay her according to the 1 yuan standard, and we have a signed agreement. Made by an individual? Secretary Jiang paused for a moment, recalling the complaints he heard from several female colleagues in the meeting room, and thoughtfully said, Su Bai, next year the land in the south will be developed as a key project for the city. A large number of workers will come in,
along with engineering staff from the south. While safety is important, we also need to address the issue of meals. Shinsubai nodded. I will find a way. Secretary Jiang shook his head. It's not just about finding a way. It must be resolved. This issue needs to be settled before the year ends. Before coming here, I spoke with the contractors from the south. Initially, I thought we could continue with the current meal delivery model, but now I have a new idea. Shinsubai felt a jolt of concern. If meals were no longer delivered, would Xie Yunshu lose her job? Secretary Jiang continued, we need to ensure that not only our project team eats well, but the workers do too. I just visited the workers' dormitory, and although most are preparing to go home, I learned from a few that they also face challenges with meals. They are all citizens of our country, contributing to it, and we cannot treat them differently. Actually, the colleagues delivering meals to the project team also sell food outside the construction site daily, at reasonable prices and good portions, Shinsubai said, biting his lip and adding, everyone has gotten used to her cooking. Secretary Jiang chuckled. This is the first time I've heard you speak well of someone. It seems this young lady's cooking skills and character are both commendable. His nephew was a hard worker. He wouldn't show favoritism, not even to family. But he had the ability and means to succeed, whether in the military or in politics. His only flaw was still being single. His sister at home was anxious, and finding women in the military was rarer than spotting a giant panda. Shinsubai was serious and didn't smile much, even when young ladies liked him. That's why he arranged for someone to come to Haicheng to address safety issues and paired him with that smooth-talking fellow from the Tian family, hoping he would learn and quickly bring a girl home. Shinsubai had only said a good word for Xie Yunshu, then sighed. If Secretary Jiang has a better solution, that would be great. Relying on personal meal delivery is not stable and poses certain safety and hygiene issues. Everything should prioritize the bigger picture. Although Comrade Xie Yunshu is having a hard time, we must still focus on the overall situation. Secretary Jiang shifted his tone. What I mean is to directly build a simple cafeteria, like those in schools and factories. Since this lady who delivers meals is good at cooking, let's have her prepare the food. He didn't go into too much detail about how the cafeteria would be managed or who it would be contracted to, but naturally, this would be handled by Tian Hao and Shinsubai. This approach would not only solve the meal issue for the workers and the project team, but also address the fairness concerns raised by the few ladies earlier. Each person would receive a meal allowance of 1 yuan per meal to eat at the cafeteria. If that amount isn't enough, they can cover the extra themselves and any leftover food would be theirs to keep. This also eliminates the hassle of having someone deliver meals every day. Moreover, developing this piece of land in the south is a major project, and relying on outside people for daily meal deliveries is not a sustainable solution. Shinsubai's first thought was that Xie Yunshu wouldn't be unemployed anymore and would even earn more. However, she quickly shook that thought from her mind. Whether or not the cafeteria would be contracted to her would still require evaluation. Meanwhile, Xie Yunshu, resting upstairs, was unaware that in just 1 meal's time, she had gone from being unemployed to re-employed. The office was quite warm, and listening to the sound of rain and wind outside made her feel a bit sleepy. She hadn't slept well the night before, and after her divorce, she hadn't had time to process her emotions. Then, with Granny Zhang falling ill, she had been busy since the next morning. Now, it seemed she finally felt a sense of freedom. It wasn't just the freedom from divorce, but a complete freedom of body and mind. She refused to be trapped by a love that others belittled. Despite the storm outside, nothing could stop her from wanting to soar. However, she was really tired now. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she couldn't lift them. Xie Yunshu quickly pinched herself, thinking, I can't sleep. It's already generous for you to rest in someone else's office while delivering meals. If you fall asleep here, what would that look like?
But she was so sleepy.
Xie Yunshu took a deep breath, stood up, and continued doing her exercises. While jumping, she motivated herself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, no sleeping. Sleeping means no money. When Shinsubai opened the door, she happened to be in the middle of her 6th exercise, turning to face him. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. Xie Yunshu felt extremely embarrassed, Her thick skin from doing business these past few days was starting to feel warm. She awkwardly lowered her hands. What she didn't expect was that Shinsubai had no intention of mocking her. Leaning against the doorframe with his chin slightly raised, he said, "Your movements are not standard. You seem weak all over, your range of motion is insufficient, and your arm movements lack strength. Didn't you study seriously in school?" She had been the class monitor back in school. If she hadn't dropped out to work in a packaging factory, she would definitely be a college student now. Xie Yunshu was confident in herself and retorted, "I always did well in school. But your movements are not standard." Shinsubai's calm tone left Xie Yunshu speechless. She only got up to move around because she was afraid of falling asleep, not because she wanted to do exercises. Why was he critiquing her like a drill sergeant? "Captain Shin, I really admire your meticulousness," Xie Yunshu said with false praise. Normally, she would have snapped back, but she had to be humble since he had helped her yesterday. He didn't catch the compliment and simply glanced at her, pointing outside. "The rain has stopped. If you want to leave, you should hurry." Xie Yunshu looked outside. The heavy rain had indeed stopped, but the wind was stronger, howling faintly. She wondered how Granny Zhang was doing. "Okay, I'll leave now." Rubbing her face, Xie Yunshu felt more awake and sincerely thanked Shinsubai. "Thank you for providing me a place to rest." Her hair was still damp, and her hat was wet too. Shinsubai sighed softly, having never seen such a determined girl. He took a cotton military cap from a nearby cabinet. "Wear this for now, your hat is too wet. And remember to drink soup when you get home." Xie Yunshu felt warmth in her heart. Actions speak louder than words. Even though Shinsubai seemed cold, he had a warm heart and was a good person. After being turned down, Shinsubai added, "Don't let your cold delay the meal delivery. There are only 3 days left before the site closes for the holiday. We can't have any unexpected issues. Otherwise, it will affect our cooperation next year. Remember, there will always be competition for this job. Especially with the cafeteria opening after the new year, he couldn't just hand over the contract to her. This had to go through an evaluation process and get approval from all staff. There might even be individual restaurant owners competing for the same task, and compared to them, Xie Yunshu's competitiveness was limited. Her only advantage was her unwavering commitment to delivering meals and using the best food to earn everyone's support. Xie Yunshu forced a smile, feeling a bit disheartened. She realized she shouldn't have thought of Captain Shen as a warm person. He was more like an ice block. But at least with the warm hat in her hands, she felt a bit better. "Thank you for the hat. I'll wash it and bring it back tomorrow," she said, smiling as she put on the thick cotton military cap. Before leaving, she turned back and winked at him. "Captain Shin, when you talk to other girls, just say half of what you want to say. You don't need to say the rest." "Of course. It doesn't matter with me." She hadn't seen any women around Captain Shin for days. Last time, she heard manager Tian call him a bachelor, so it was likely he didn't have a girlfriend. If Captain Shin spoke less and smiled more, he could attract many girls. Unfortunately, he had a way with words that was never gentle. Reminding him was her way of doing a good deed in return for his hat. After she left, Shinsubai chuckled softly. Was she complaining about his bluntness? Although he had never been in a relationship, he wasn't oblivious to feelings. He just believed that one shouldn't give hope to those they don't like. Standing by the window, he soon saw Xie Yunshu riding away on her tricycle, wearing his hat, a small figure in the light rain. There were still water stains left on the office floor from her. Shinsubai lowered his brow, a smile flickering in his eyes. What did she mean by saying half a sentence? Did she also enjoy sweet talk? Was that how Lu Zhixing managed to win her over to the Lu family? She seemed clever, yet she had chosen such a man. The rain had stopped outside, but it was even colder. As Xie Yunshu stepped outside, she couldn't help but shiver. Thankfully, the hat was warm. Otherwise, her scalp would have felt numb from the cold. She stomped her feet in frustration and then hurried to the hospital. Without the annoying rain, she pedaled her tricycle to the hospital entrance and ended up sweating a lot. In the ward, Grandma Zhang was awake and looking much better, urging everyone to leave. "Mingchen,
I'm really better now. Can you take me home? It's so cold in the hospital. We don't need to stay here. Xie Yunshu entered from outside, pretending to be angry, and huffed. Grandma, how can you say that? You were burning up yesterday. The doctor said you need at least 3 days of treatment. You can go home after your treatment tomorrow. I'll stay with you tonight, and you mustn't talk about going home. Big sister, Xie Mingqing turned around, looking a bit tired with dark circles under his eyes. I'll stay here tonight. You have things to do tomorrow, and since it's a holiday, I have nothing to do at home anyway. Being his older sister, Xie Yunshu didn't argue. Then you can rest this afternoon and bring dinner for me tonight. Also, bring a book so you don't fall behind in your studies. Xie Mingqing chuckled. Sister, you're stricter than our teacher. You won't even let me rest in the hospital? Xie Yunshu shot him a sideways glance. There are only 4 months until the exams. Shouldn't you make the most of your time? Besides, you won't sleep well in the hospital anyway, so you might as well study and sleep better when you're tired. I can't think of a good counterargument, Xie Mingqing said, touching his nose, then stood up obediently. Okay, I'll go home and rest now, and I'll bring dinner around 6. The siblings quickly made their plans, while Grandma Zhang sighed, her aged face filled with bitterness. She had raised 3 successful sons but never expected that it would be other children who would save her in the end. They say raising children is for old age, yet she had no one by her side. Xie Yunshu sat down and poured her a glass of water. Grandma, tomorrow's CCTV is airing Dream of the Red Chamber. Didn't you say you wanted to watch it? If you don't behave, the doctor won't let you leave tomorrow, and then you won't get to see it. Grandma Zhang lay back on the bed. Okay, I'll behave. I'll take my medicine and get my 4, so I can watch TV. The lady in the next bed sighed. Grandma, your grandchildren are so filial. Unlike mine, who didn't even want to bring me food after 3 days in the hospital and complained about my expenses. What's the point of raising kids? If I had known, I would have just let them go. This is just a moment of anger. Since ancient times, parents have always given more than their children can repay. The idea of raising children for support in old age is just a comfort. If they don't raise you, there's nothing you can do. Grandma Zhang pressed her lips together, but her eyes dimmed a bit. It's about being filial. They are all good kids. Good kids should be rewarded. The news of Liu Zhixing and Xie Yunshu's divorce quickly spread through the family compound, thanks to Chen Shui's efforts. Now, everyone looked at Zhou Xinhua differently. At first, they felt sorry for her past, but now it seemed that Zhou Xinhua was not simple at all. Especially after her return from the divorce yesterday, she followed Liu Zhixing with a shy expression. Those who didn't know might think she was remarrying him. I heard that today. Chung Yuxiang even came to take her and her son to the Liu family. Could it be that she was getting married right after the divorce? No matter how pitiful someone is, if they pursue another person's husband, they are not good people. Chung Yuxiang sat on the sofa in the Liu family, looking at Zhou Xinhua with a scrutinizing gaze, then softened her expression when she looked at Xiao Wei. Xinhua, I'm worried about you and Xiao Wei living like this. Your Uncle Liu has an old friend whose son is just over 30. His wife passed away, and he has a good life with only 1 daughter. You wouldn't suffer if you married him. Chung Yuxiang could see clearly what Zhou Xinhua thought of her son. She had held back her opinions about Xie Yunshu, but it was clear that Zhixing was under some sort of spell, marrying someone like her and not wanting to divorce. Now that they were finally divorced, it wouldn't be easy for Zhou Xinhua to rise in status. Zhou Xinhua obediently sat at the other end of the sofa, but directly refused. I'm worried about Xiao Wei being hurt. I have no plans to marry right now, so please don't worry about me, Andy. Liu Xueting pressed her lips together, hesitant to speak. She wanted Zhou Xinhua to be her sister-in-law, but if she found someone with a bad temper like Xie Yunshu, she wouldn't be able to handle it. A sister-in-law should care for her and treat her well. Sister Xinhua was so good to her. She always agreed with her. Unfortunately, her mother didn't seem to understand and refused, and her brother was also acting crazy, insisting she recognize Xie Yunshu as her sister-in-law. Now that both of them were divorced, how could there still be a sister-in-law? Was he still hoping to remarry her? She would never agree to that. Chung Yuxiang took a sip of tea, her smile fading. What do you mean by not getting married? Xixing also needs to find someone new. In the future, if you have any issues, don't go to him. He has arranged work and housing, so if you have any difficulties in life. The meaning of this sentence is already very clear. Zhou Xinyue's face turned pale, and she tightly grasped the hem of her clothes with her hands at her side. There are no difficulties. I won't disturb Brother Xixing anymore. That's a good child, Chung Yuxiang said with a satisfied smile. She waved to Xiaowei. Come here, good boy. You've gained a bit of weight in the last few days. Xiaowei nodded timidly, but instinctively glanced at Zhou Xinyue first. During this time, Zhou Xinyue not only stopped hitting him but also made sure to feed him on time. However, he felt even more scared inside, unable to sleep soundly at night. In the past, when he could hide in his little bed and sleep peacefully. But now, he would wake up in the middle of the night, fearing that Zhou Xinyue would burst in and pour hot water on him. Zhou Xinyue pushed Xiaowei over, her eyes flickering slightly. I put all my energy into taking care of Xiaowei. If the child is healthy, I can relax. Last time in the building, when Xie Yunshu made her bump her head, Lu Zixing looked at her differently. During this time, she had not mistreated the child again, fearing that Lu Zixing would become suspicious and her good impression would fade. Chung Yuxiang looked at her meaningfully. As a mother, you must think of your son. Xinyue, you are also a mother. You can understand Auntie's thoughts, right? Zhou Xinyue forced a smile. Of course. After leaving the Lu family, Zhou Xinyue angrily pinched Xiaowei, venting her frustration on him. You eat and drink for free. What use are you? Xiaowei let out a low groan and bit his lip to keep himself from making a sound, pleading, Mom, I know I was wrong. But he didn't know what he had done wrong. He just knew from experience that begging could lead to fewer beatings. In fact, he felt a bit relieved. Since his mom hit him today, she probably wouldn't pour hot water on him at night. Zhou Xinyue's expression darkened. She had waited so long not to be introduced to a man who had lost his wife. She initially wanted to develop a relationship with Lu Zixing gradually, but now it seemed she couldn't wait any longer. Her gaze fell on Xiaowei beside her, and her face broke into a smile. Good son, do you want to live a good life in the future? No more beatings and no more hunger. Zhou Xinyue still wanted a good reputation. She had planned for so long to marry Lu Zixing and enjoy a better life, completely changing her tragic past. Instead, she was looked down upon by the women in the family compound, ending up in the same situation as Xie Yunshu. The news about Lu Zixing and Xie Yunshu's divorce spread throughout the hospital staff area, causing some concern. Chen Shui was particularly worried and repeatedly asked her partner, Do you think Dr. Lu can still become the deputy director? Zhang Qingshan, feeling frustrated by her questions, replied, I'm just an ordinary doctor. How would I know about such matters? Moreover, Dr. Lu's condition had not been great lately. Since the divorce, he didn't even want to go home and stayed in the hospital dormitory. Yesterday, during a minor surgery, there were reports of complications, and the director decided to have him take a break and rest at home. At this rate, it was uncertain whether he could even keep his position as chief physician, let alone become deputy director. Chen Shui paced back and forth, anxious. I've been trying to win over Zhou Xinyue for so long, waiting for her to help you. If Dr. Lu can't become deputy director now, did I waste my efforts? Zhang Qingshan looked at her helplessly. Why are you trying to impress Nurse Zhou? I heard from Zhou Fan that Lu Zixing didn't really want the divorce. He signed out of guilt. Once Xie Yunshu calms down, they might reconcile. What? Zhou Fan was Lu Zixing's assistant, and their relationship was close, so his words carried weight. Did that mean she had been backing the wrong horse all this time? But it seemed like Lu Zixing cared more about Zhou Xinyue. Chen Shui felt crushed. She had completely offended Xie Yunshu, and if they reconciled, with Xie Yunshu's temper, her partner would have no hope of becoming chief physician. No, she needed to make sure Lu Zixing married Zhou Xinyue quickly. With this thought in mind, when Zhou Xinyue approached her, Chen Shui nodded without hesitation. Sister Chen, I've loved Zixing for many years, and he has feelings for me too. I used to hold back because of Yunshu, but now that there are no obstacles, I think I can finally pursue my happiness, Zhou Xinyu said shyly, looking down and nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Chen Shui, not minding her shyness, quickly replied, I will definitely help you. Xinyu, you are so kind, and you are the best match for Dr. Lou. I can see he cares about you. Otherwise, why would he treat you so well? Zhou Xinyue's face turned red as she quietly said, Zhixing just has some emotional barriers. I think maybe I should be more proactive. You all are doctors' families and understand better than I do. Chen Shui's mind raced as she smiled mysteriously. Xie, you really haven't seen enough. Let me tell you, sometimes when a man drinks, he becomes bolder than anyone else. There's also a certain kind of medicine. She paused and gently patted Zhou Xianyu's shoulder. This matter depends on you. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. I still have some good drinks at home. The way she said good drinks was quite suggestive, and Zhou Xianyu pretended not to understand. Sister-in-law, if brother Zhixing drinks, will he be with me? Chen Shui hinted. Xianyu, don't forget to repay your sister-in-law later. Zhou Xianyu smiled, hiding her mouth. I definitely will. She initially thought that after Lu Zhixing divorced Xie Yunshu, her relationship with him would naturally progress, but now everyone was pushing her. Cheng Yuxiang was pressuring her and Lu Zhixing wasn't seeing her, so she had to resort to such methods. However, this needed to be done discreetly. She wanted Lu Zhixing to have no choice but to marry her, while also protecting her reputation and the job she had worked so hard to get. So, Zhou Xianyu thought of someone Lu Shueting. This fool had a good impression of her and would surely help her. On Saturday, after delivering the last meal to the project team, Xie Yunshu was told by Tian how that the construction site would not open until after the Lantern Festival, which meant she would be without income for nearly 20 days. She felt really miserable about it. Shin Su-bai silently watched her load the thermal box onto the tricycle, slightly furrowing his brow. You have to do purchasing and deliver meals. Even if you pedal fast, a tricycle can only cover so much distance in an hour. It's a waste of time. Xie Yunshu quickly looked up with hope. Captain Shin, do you have a good idea? After nearly a month of interaction, she knew that Shin was serious but caring, and he must have thought her current method was inefficient and wanted to help her find a solution. Her eyes were incredibly beautiful, appearing amber in the sunlight, with distinct eyelashes resembling butterflies, reflecting his shadow. Shin Su-bai pressed his lips together and looked directly at her. If conditions allow, I suggest you buy a motorcycle tricycle. It can carry more, and the round trips will be easier and save time, so you won't delay work for personal reasons. Xie Yunshu chuckled lightly. Good suggestion. It was true that a well-fed person doesn't understand the hunger of another. A motorcycle tricycle costs several thousand yuan. Could she really sell meals and spend all her savings on a vehicle? Based on her current profits, it would take her 2 years just to break even. Shin Su-bai could now understand some of her insincerity and frowned. If you have other thoughts, feel free to share them. Xie Yunshu didn't dare to say anything else. She was hoping that the captain would sign a meal delivery agreement for her after the new year. She quickly shook her head and said sincerely, No. Captain Shen's suggestion is really great. Shin Su-bai glanced at her coolly. Xie Yunshu, when you lie, you unconsciously press your lips together and look to the right.
Huh.
Really? Xie Yunshu quickly pressed her lips together, then felt it was wrong and forced a smile. Captain Shen, I'm not lying. You've helped me a lot during this time, and I truly appreciate it. You are a good person, and I respect you a lot. She wasn't lying. She felt that although Captain Shen was serious, he gave her a strong sense of security, similar to her late uncle who had served in the military. Despite his cold demeanor, he was a good person. For the first time, Shin Su-bai thought that the word respect wasn't necessarily a good thing. He looked at her again and saw that Xie Yunshu was sincere and her eyes didn't waver, so he knew she meant it. However, he felt inexplicably annoyed. I should only be a few years older than you. You don't need to use such formal words. Xie Yunshu, was your Chinese not very good in school? Last time he said her morning exercises were poor, and now he was saying her Chinese was bad. Xie Yunshu gritted her teeth and thought, my family situation is tough. I started working in a factory at 16 and didn't even finish high school, so of course I can't compare to Captain Shen. Shen Subai looked at her in surprise, recalling the information he had investigated earlier. He pressed his lips together. The Haicheng Steel Factory is going to handle a batch of 3-wheeled motorcycles after the new year due to reforms. The quality is fine, and the price will be very low. I'll keep an eye out for you. Xie Yunshu was stunned. The surprise came too quickly for her to react. Shin Subai raised an eyebrow. The price shouldn't exceed 1,000 yuan. Don't you want one? Of course, she wanted one. After the new year, when the weather warmed up, she planned to have Li Fenlin help with grocery shopping. Otherwise, she would be stuck at home overthinking things. Getting out and interacting with people was much better than being cooped up in the building. But with just one vehicle, it wouldn't be enough. If she had a 3-wheeled motorcycle, it would be different. She could save so much time. As an ordinary person, she had no connections to buy a second-hand motorcycle, so this was a great opportunity. I want it. Captain Shun, I want it. Xie Yunshu spoke repeatedly, almost raising both hands. She felt that her tone earlier was too harsh. How could she speak disrespectfully to such a good person like the second uncle? Shin Subai's eyes sparkled with amusement. Go back. I'll let you know if there's any news. Xie Yunshu nodded earnestly and smiled at Shin Subai as she got into the tricycle. Team Shin, Happy New Year in advance. Shin Subai's smile widened a bit, softening his usual stern expression. He smirked slightly. Xie Yunshu, see you next year. Also, I never attended high school. I joined the army at 16. So my academic performance probably isn't great. Not having gone to high school or college doesn't mean much. Xie Yunshu was surprised and widened her eyes, but Shin Subai had already turned and walked briskly into the building. His long legs were clad in green pants, tucked into black boots. Even in winter, despite the heavy clothing, it was clear he had a great figure, just his back could rival most men. Captain Shen was also good-looking, but he usually wore a serious expression that could unintentionally intimidate some young girls. Xie Yunshu sighed deeply. Last time she heard Manager Tian chatting, he mentioned that Captain Shen's personal issues were quite complicated, and his family was anxious since he was already 25 and had never dated. He had helped her a lot, and if there was a chance, she thought about introducing him to someone. There were many young female workers at the packaging factory, but she would definitely exclude Lin Suaping. Lin Suaping didn't go to work today. She suddenly sneezed and rubbed her nose, starting to complain. Mom, I finally have a day off and you want me to help Xie Yunshu? I won't go. She hits so hard. Why should I help her work? She was always cooking downstairs, making it impossible for her to sleep in. Why should she help? Lin's mother slapped her on the back. We're neighbors. Why do you always have to complain? Let me tell you, Yunshu is quite capable. I heard from Aunt Lu that girl got Aunt Zhao to help her work and earns 40 yuan a month. The young wives in this building are all envious. There were more women in the building besides Aunt Zhao, and every family had children to support. Who wouldn't want to do a little extra work to help with expenses? Now they all secretly regretted just watching the situation unfold instead of trying to get along with Xie Yunshu. So when they heard that Xie Yunshu rented a large yard to cook in after the new year, everyone became interested. It seemed she was really making money. A little effort isn't worth much, but everyone should help out. Who knows? Maybe good things will come back to you later. Xie Yunshu grew up in a tenement building, and the neighborhood aunties know her well. Although she can be difficult and not very friendly, she has a good heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed at the hospital with Grandma Zhang for 3 days, even though they aren't related. That's impossible. How could she have such abilities? Lin Suaping instinctively denied it. She only earns 40 yuan a month. How could Xie Yunshu afford to pay someone 40 yuan? Lin's mother gave her a sideways glance. Why is it impossible? If she wasn't making money, how could she rent a place for 15 yuan a month? And Mingcheng is sure to succeed in the future. I heard, he got first place again. It's smart to build a good relationship with the Xie family. Lin Suiping was not convinced. That's because I didn't sell lunch boxes. If I did, I'd earn more than her. Lin's mother was annoyed and slapped her on the head. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, don't work at the packaging factory. Go sell lunch boxes at the construction site. Lin Suiping fell silent, covering her head as she walked away, muttering, "What ability does Xie Yunshu have? Besides fighting and having a bad mouth, what else can she do?" I don't believe selling lunch boxes at a construction site is impressive. If she had the ability, she wouldn't have gotten divorced. Anyway, I want to marry someone important in the future. Just as Xie Yunshu returned from the construction site, she saw Lin Suiping mumbling as she approached. Hearing her words, Xie couldn't help but sneer. "Lin Suiping, which important person are you planning to marry? Tell me, maybe it will scare me." Lin Suiping jumped in surprise. "Xie Yunshu, are you a ghost? You make no noise at all." Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes. "Try saying that again." "Oh, so she wants to fight? She came to help and still has to deal with this?" Lin Suiping glared angrily, but her words were, "Xie Yunshu, don't be ungrateful. I'm here to help you clean up the yard, and this is how you treat your neighbor?" It was clear she was forced to come by Aunt Lin. Xie Yunshu clicked her tongue, suddenly remembering that the furniture from the hospital family compound hadn't been brought back yet. She looked Lin Suiping up and down and beckoned her with a finger. "You don't need to help with the yard. Go to Haiqing Hospital's family compound and do something for me." Lin Suiping turned her head away. "I'm not going. I'll pay you 5 yuan, plus you'll get to see this year's Spring Festival Gala." Xie Yunshu looked at her confidently. "Lin Suiping, you have 3 seconds to decide. If you don't go, I'll find someone else." 3-1. Lin Suiping stomped her foot. "Xie Yunshu, how can you count so fast?" She hadn't even reacted yet. How could she skip from 3 to 1? What happened to 2? Did she eat it? Xie Yunshu pulled out a $5 bill from the money collected today. "Are you going or not?" Lin Suiping gritted her teeth. "I'm going." At the family quarters of Haiqing Hospital, Lu Zixing returned home at noon. Dr. Zhang Qingshan said the faucet at home might be broken. As he entered, the house was quiet, and it felt like Xie Yunshu was everywhere, yet she was nowhere to be found. Someone came in from outside, and Lu Zixing turned around sharply. He almost called out Yunshu, but it was Zhou Xinhua who entered. "Zixing, I know you're hurting. Let me keep you company for a drink, as a farewell. From today on, let's act like strangers, no more talking or contacting each other. Yunshu will definitely come back." With her back to the sunlight, Zhou Xinhua looked at him softly, her eyes filled with reluctance and hidden affection. Lu Zixing felt a stir in his heart. He opened his mouth but finally just said, "Okay." To win back Yunshu, he had to cut ties with Xinhua completely, but he would do his best to ensure her well-being. But somehow, after drinking, he got drunk. He didn't know how long it had been when he was awakened by a loud scream. Lin Suiping was outside, shouting, "Everyone come look. It's unbelievable. That shameless woman is stealing a man." No, wait, it's a shameless man stealing a woman. Either way, it's just shameless people meeting shameless people. I'm still an innocent girl. My eyes are going blind. Spit, spit, spit. How shameless. So shameless. In broad daylight, acting like a rogue. Is there no one to stop this? Zhou Xinhua suddenly sat up, her face changing. The person coming in shouldn't have been Lu Xueting, right? Her plan was to sleep with Lu Zixing after drinking and only let Lu Xueting and Chen Shui know about it. She only told Chen Shui because she was involved and wouldn't make a scene, which would prevent Qing Yuxiang from trying to pay her off. The Lu family, fearing a scandal, would have to reluctantly let her marry in. Telling Lu Xueting was to have her speak well of her in front of Lu's father, making her seem like a victim, so Lu's father would feel obligated to let her in. This way, she wouldn't be looked down upon by others in the family quarters, preserving her reputation, and she could smoothly marry into the Lu family, achieving the best of both worlds. But now, who was this crazy woman shouting outside?
How can she protect her reputation after being exposed in public like this? It's as if her actions of trying to lure Zhixing have been confirmed, and now his reputation is ruined too. Cheng Yuxiang might even want to harm her. Although Lin Suiping couldn't win the argument against Xie Yunshu, she certainly had a loud voice. Her shout was so loud that even people in the hospital next door heard her mention the words cheating. It's human nature to be curious, especially about situations like this. At noon, when everyone was supposed to be eating and resting, most staff were at home except for the nurses on duty. When Lin Suiping shouted, everyone rushed to Dr. Lu's house, and they were all stunned. Is this Dr. Lu? The proud and aloof doctor from our hospital? And that woman with her hair down and shoulders bare must be Nurse Zhou, the delicate and innocent one? Oh my goodness, what have they seen? Lu Zixing and Zhou Xinyue are indeed not innocent. No wonder Xie Yunshu slapped her. Which woman could tolerate that? If it were her man, she wouldn't just slap her. She would tear her apart. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. The so-called good man that Lu Zixing is, the admired surgeon in the hospital, has just divorced a few days ago and is already with another woman. And in broad daylight. Everyone recalled that day when Lu Zixing locked Xie Yunshu in the psychiatric ward to protect Zhou Xinyue. Later, it was found that the nurses who were friendly with Zhou Xinyue tortured Xie Yunshu in various ways to take revenge for her. Shameless. So shameless. No matter how skilled Lu Zixing is as a doctor or how unfortunate Zhou Xinyue's past was, it doesn't excuse their disgraceful behavior. Lin Suiping pretended to cover her eyes, but her hands were wide open enjoying the scene. Just so you know, I knocked for a long time. Who knew you couldn't hear? I had no choice but to use my key to open the door. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to see this. I'm not even married yet, and this kind of thing is very damaging for me. Zhou Xinyue, no matter how shameless, didn't want to be seen in front of everyone. She desperately wrapped herself in a blanket and shouted, "Who are you?
Get out."
This is Dr. Lu's house. Hurry up and leave. Lin Suiping wasn't afraid of her and took out all her frustration from being bullied by Xie Yunshu on Zhou Xinyue. I already said I knocked. You didn't wear clothes, and now you blame me. I'm here to help Xie Yunshu move furniture and appliances. Why are you making me leave? Hurry up and get dressed, so I can get to work. This is disgusting. I wanted to take the bed too, but now it's ruined. Lu Zixing finally regained his senses amidst the shouting and chaos. He felt pale and panicked, unsure whether to be shocked about being in bed with Zhou Xinyue or about the crowd outside watching. In a moment of desperation, he yanked the blanket away to cover himself and shouted towards the door, "Everyone, get out. Who let you in here?" But as he pulled the blanket, Zhou Xinyue screamed and fell off the bed, causing a collective gasp from the onlookers, who quickly turned away. Everyone was civilized. They knew not to overstep boundaries while watching. Lin Suiping covered her eyes and slammed the door shut, making a loud noise. Through the door, her voice was clear. "You're the one without shame, and you're upset about people coming in? As a young lady, I had no idea you could do this in broad daylight. Can't you wait until it's dark and no one is around? This is disgusting. Xie Yunshu is such a... She must have done this on purpose, giving me 5 yuan. I need to go back and ask her for another 5. Thinking about how she was jealous of Xie Yunshu marrying such a man made her feel even more disgusted. After feeling sick, she realized she could still go back and make fun of Xie Yunshu. Look at the kind of man she married. She must be embarrassed now, and Lin Suiping could laugh at her for it for a lifetime. As she thought about this, Lin Suiping felt amused and turned back to knock on the wooden door a few times. Don't pretend to be shy and not get dressed. I have the movers waiting outside, and they charge 3 yuan per trip. If you waste time, you'll owe me money. Like Xie Yunshu, she grew up in a tight-knit community and had heard all sorts of rough language from the older women, so she could be quite blunt. The others covered their mouths, wanting to laugh, but feeling embarrassed. Lu Zixing was caught in such a situation in broad daylight, and now the entire neighborhood knew. His reputation was ruined. And Zhou Xinyue, who usually spoke softly and was seen as innocent, was now in quite a predicament. How naive could she be to end up in bed with a man? Inside the room, Lu Zhixing quickly put on his clothes with a cold expression. As a doctor, he knew there was something wrong with the alcohol he drank at noon. He looked at the crying Zhou Xinyu with disgust and anger, saying, "Zhou Xinyu, how dare you drug me?" Zhou Xinyu naturally denied it. At this moment, she pushed Chen Shui forward as a shield. "Zhixing, I really didn't know. That drink was given to me by Chen Shui. She said it was a special wine from Dr. Zhang. How could I know there was something wrong with it? I would never do something like this." Chen Shui? Lu Zixing's expression darkened further. Chen Shui had always looked down on Yunshu and spoke to her with a sharp tongue. He thought they were neighbors and colleagues with Dr. Zhang, so there was no need to escalate small matters. He knew Yunshu endured for his sake and felt she had been wronged, so he turned a blind eye. But now, he never expected Chen Shui would dare to involve herself with him. What was she trying to do? Outside the door, a few people exchanged glances, hesitating to leave, curious about how this situation would unfold. Surely, these two couldn't stay inside all afternoon, could they? The fierce little girl outside might get impatient and start knocking again in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, the late-arriving Chen Shui finally brought Lu Xueting with her. It wasn't that she meant to be late. It was just that Lu Xueting, being a young lady, took too long just to change her shoes. Moreover, she never expected that a plan that was supposed to go smoothly would suddenly be interrupted by Lin Suiping. Outside the door, which should have been empty, stood a crowd exchanging silent gossip. Lu Xueting, unaware of anything, walked over with her bag, looking like a proud peacock. "What are you all doing at my brother's door?" Chen Shui sensed something was off. Knowing the situation inside, she quickly grabbed Lu Xueting before she could push the door open. How about we wait a bit before going in?" "Wait for what? Didn't you say Sister Xinyu was waiting for me at home?" Lu Xueting ignored her words and pushed the door open. Zhou Xinyu, with her hair still messy and just dressed, and Lu Zhixing, already in a shirt, stood in a room filled with an unpleasant and strange smell. The bedroom door was wide open, and the bed was a mess. Lu Xueting looked confused. "Brother, Sister Xinyu, what happened here?" They were both fully dressed and had not thought about that at all. Lu Zhixing put on his coat with a serious face and walked out without saying a word. As he passed Chen Shui, he coldly said, "I will get to the bottom of this." Chen Shui shivered and swallowed hard, quickly looking at Zhou Xinyu and cautiously asking, "Xinyu, what was going on?" She hadn't said anything yet. What did he mean by getting to the bottom of it? As Lu Zhixing left the room, the onlookers quickly averted their eyes, pretending to just be passing by. Only Lin Suiping boldly asked, "Are you done getting dressed? I need to move things. It's so annoying waiting this long. What is that smell in here? It's really bad." Lu Zhixing recognized her as a friend of Xie Yunshu and stumbled slightly. No matter if it was by choice or not, he and Zhou Xinyu had the situation, so what about him and Yunshu? This is just a misunderstanding. Lu Zhixing couldn't help but explain, clenching his fists and closing his eyes. "Please don't tell Yunshu." Not tell Xie Yunshu?
Impossible.
She was counting on this to tease Yunshu. Normally, she couldn't win an argument against her, but with something this embarrassing, how could she not bring it up? Absolutely not. She not only wanted to mention it, but also wanted everyone in the building to know, making Xie Yunshu furious. Thinking of this, Lin Suiping felt great. She got $5 and saw a show today, so it was worth it. "Xie Yunshu, after all these years of fighting, I finally have the upper hand." Lin Suiping shouted loudly, "You think too highly of yourself. You sleep with other women and expect me not to tell Xie Yunshu? Why should I keep this from her? Besides, you two are divorced. Who you sleep with is not my secret to keep. Everyone saw you two in bed together." Ugh, the more she said, the more disgusting it became. She had to make sure to bother Xie Yunshu about this later. The people around held back their laughter, unsure whether to sympathize with Lu Zhixing or look down on him. Xie Yunshu probably already knew they were not innocent and had sent this loud girl to spread the news. Just hearing about it made them blush. They couldn't imagine how the people involved felt. Lu Zixing felt more frustrated than ever before, unable to say a word. He walked briskly toward the door, radiating a cold aura, leaving the mess behind for Zhou Xinhua to deal with. He felt sorry for her and understood her struggles, but that didn't excuse her actions. It didn't matter if she had been drinking. If she hadn't taken the initiative, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He felt forced and trapped. He had planned to make things right with Yunshu after their divorce. He realized he hadn't treated her well before and hadn't truly tried to understand her. But before he could act on his intentions, this incident occurred. Although he was also a victim in this situation, he wondered if Yunshu could ever forgive him. Since the divorce, his confidence had faded. He knew she once loved him, but now he felt uncertain. Perhaps his only remaining confidence was that Yunshu didn't have a job and her family situation was difficult. She might not find a better man than him. One day, she might regret letting him go easily, and maybe then he could ask for her forgiveness. In the family compound, Lin Suiping had already started directing people to move the wardrobe. Lu Xueting was still in shock, staring blankly as two strong men carried things outside. She recalled Lin Suiping's earlier words about two people getting under the covers together. Even though she was inexperienced, she understood what that meant. Which two people? Was it her brother and Xinhua? That was impossible. She had always wanted Zhou Xinhua to be her sister-in-law, but not in such a disgraceful way. It was too humiliating. The Lu family would be the laughingstock. Zhou Xinhua clutched her collar tightly, her face pale like a flower battered by the wind. During that incident, Lu Zixing had called out for Yunshu, adding to her humiliation. If it weren't for her desire to marry quickly, she wouldn't have endured it. What she didn't expect was that the humiliation wouldn't end even after everything was over. The loud woman was doing it on purpose. She was a friend of Xie Yunshu, and that day in the building, she had called her big sister and repeatedly. The onlookers outside gradually dispersed, not wanting to appear as if they were enjoying the drama. However, this incident couldn't be kept a secret. It would spread throughout the entire Haiqin hospital by the end of the afternoon. Zhou Xinhua took a deep breath, knowing it wasn't the time to blame Lin Suiping for her intentions. She tightly gripped Lu Xueting's hand and started to cry. "Xueting, your brother just had a little to drink. I don't know how this happened. How am I supposed to live from now on?" Before Lu Xueting could respond, Lin Suiping, who was busy looking for good stuff, suggested, "You should go to the police station and report Lu Zixing for being a rogue and get him arrested. If that happened, Xie Yunshu would be even more embarrassed. Just think about it. Her ex-husband is a criminal. What terrible judgment." She wondered who would still say Xie Yunshu had a good marriage and good luck. Anyone she married would be better than Xie Yunshu. Lu Xueting widened her eyes, angrily pointing at Lin Suiping. "What nonsense are you talking about? My brother is not." She couldn't bring herself to say the word rogue, and in her frustration, she stomped her feet, wishing she could sew Lin Suiping's mouth shut. Not what? Unless he isn't a man, otherwise he was just being a rogue. Lin Suiping wasn't afraid of her. She thought the woman who had beaten Xie Yunshu was nothing to worry about. She surely wasn't Lin Suiping's match. Zhou Xinhua wanted to appear pitiful while stopping Lu Xueting. She had just gone through a terrible experience and felt sore all over. It was so uncomfortable and frustrating. But her reputation was already ruined, and if she couldn't marry Lu Zixing, her plans would all fail. "Xueting, I won't blame Zixing." She weakly held onto Lu Xueting and gave Chen Shui a look. Chen Shui quickly said, "Oh, you and Dr. Lu should be together. Now that Xie Yunshu is divorced, why not get married? This is just correcting a previous mistake. Today's events were just an accident. I believe neither you nor Dr. Lu are like that. Once you get married, who would dare to gossip?" Lu Xueting's eyes lit up. "Yes, Xinhua, you should marry my brother. Don't worry, my mom will definitely agree. If she doesn't, I'll plead with her." While they were talking, Lin Suiping had already moved most of the things out of the room. She was much tougher than Xie Yunshu. Aside from the big bed and Lu Zixing's clothes, she had taken everything else. As Zhou Xinhua and Lu Xueting came to their senses, The room was already empty. Lin Suiping clapped her hands in satisfaction and then pushed Zhou Xinyu, who was sitting on the sofa. Move aside. Lift yourself up. I need to take this sofa too. Besides the bed, this sofa was the only piece of furniture left. Was this woman a thief? Although Lu Xueting didn't care much about these things, she was still furious. Who told you to take so much stuff? Where's Xie Yunshu? Tell her to come here. Everything here, except for the wardrobe, was bought by my brother. What right does she have to take it? Your brother is out chasing women. What's wrong with us taking a few things? Lin Suiping said, hands on her hips, looking even fiercer, spitting words at Lu Xueting. If you don't let us take it, I'll post a big notice outside for everyone to know your brother is a scoundrel. Move it, let's go. Lin Suiping was aggressive, having just been laughed at by others. If she caused a scene now, she'd truly lose face. Chun Shui bit her lip, feeling something was off. Even though they were surrounded by so many people, it seemed like everything was fine. At least they had done what they set out to do. Zhou Xinyu and Lu Zixing were married, so hadn't they achieved their goal? Xie Yunshu's new rented place was large, with 3 empty rooms that clearly hadn't been lived in for a long time. Xie Mingqing bought tarps and bamboo poles from outside, planning to set up a shelter so it would be ready to use after the new year. The 2 stoves that had been in the old building were also moved by Aunt Zhao. She clapped her hands, quite pleased. This will be my workplace from now on. Aunt Zhao's 3 daughters were also on break, all helping to clean up, with the eldest, Zhao Xiaoyan, working the hardest. With only their father earning money and their mother doing odd jobs, life was tough. 5 mouths to feed and school expenses made things especially difficult. How many girls her age, from poor families, could even go to school? With 3 daughters at home, many people laughed at them, saying the Zhao family would be left with nothing, wasting money on 3 girls' education. She knew she was close to dropping out and had even thought about leaving school. Even if she studied hard and got into college, what would it matter? College costs money, tuition, housing, and food. How could she, as an adult not earning money, spend her family's money without feeling ashamed? Moreover, her 2 younger sisters were doing well in school. Should she drop out so they could continue? She couldn't handle this situation. Getting into college was not a happy event for her, but a sad one. So, she had asked to go home more than once, but her parents stubbornly refused, saying they would manage as best as they could and would think about it when they couldn't afford food anymore. However, Yunshu helped them out, whether intentionally or not. She believed that one should be grateful and repay kindness, just like it says in books. So, Zhao Xiaoyan worked very hard. She not only pulled out the weeds in the yard but also cleaned the dust from the corners of the house. By the time Xie Yunshu came in, most of the cleaning was done. She widened her eyes and asked, "Do I not have to do anything?" Li Fenlin smiled at her. "The neighbors have come to help. With so many people, the work goes faster. We just need to wait until it's time to fill the cabinets with things." Cooking required a big cutting board, a large basin for washing and chopping vegetables, and it was best to have a cabinet for storing dry goods like noodles and rice. After all, they couldn't go to the market every day, could they? Xie Yunshu frowned. It turns out just having a yard isn't enough. We also need to buy things to put in it. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Lin Suiping's loud voice outside. "Xie Yunshu, hurry up and come out to move things. What kind of person are you, who has no sense? Give me $5, and you think you can just use me like a donkey? Do you know how much effort it took me to bring all this back?" Xie Yunshu rolled her eyes. $5 wasn't much. The factory paid only $40 a day, which was equivalent to Lin Suiping's weekly salary. That girl really didn't know how to be grateful. When she stepped outside, she was stunned. "Lin Suiping, did you empty Lu Zixing's house?" Xie Yunshu was shocked, her eyes wide. Was she helping her move things or acting like a thief? How could she bring back so much stuff, including pots and pans? Did Lu Zixing just let her take it? Lin Suiping squinted her eyes, noticing many people in the yard, and suddenly smiled mischievously. "Ha ha ha, Xie Yunshu, do you know why I brought back so many things? Ha ha ha,
Your ex-husband is sleeping with another woman. Ha ha ha, sleeping without clothes. How embarrassing. Oh my goodness, the whole neighborhood saw it.
Ha ha ha, Xie Yunshu. How could you be so blind?
Xie Yunshu's face darkened, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to hit Lin Suiping or feel sorry for herself. She truly loved Liu Zhixing with all her heart. As a girl just over 20, she was inexperienced in relationships. Liu Zhixing was handsome and a respected doctor, far better than the men she had known growing up in a cramped building. After a matchmaking session, the matchmaker said Liu Zhixing liked her and wanted to set a date. At that time, she felt proud. She knew she was attractive and dreamed of a relationship like the ones in books, where they would support each other and grow old together. In her youth, she had many unrealistic expectations about love. Moreover, Xie Yunshu was a person who loved deeply. Even if it meant hiding her pride, she believed that as long as she was Liu Zhixing's wife, she would be happy. So when she learned about Zhou Xinhua, she couldn't accept it and nearly lost her mind. Love was sweet because she loved him completely, and he returned that love even more. If it wasn't equal, it would turn bitter. Now she realized that she felt nothing for Liu Zhixing except disgust. She never imagined he could do something so shameless, talking about reconciliation right before their divorce, and then immediately being with Zhou Xinhua. Fortunately, she had moved on. Lin Suiping was still mocking her. You have no idea, Liu Zhixing and that Zhou Xinhua made a huge fool of themselves. Everyone in the neighborhood knows. Oh, Xie Yunshu, how did you ever marry someone like him? Xie Yunshu took a deep breath and clenched her teeth. Lin Suiping, are you done laughing yet? Lin Suiping finally found something to laugh about and wasn't going to stop. She nearly doubled over with laughter. Hey, the man you chose is like this. It has nothing to do with me. I'll make sure to keep my eyes wide open when I get married, so I won't end up with someone who loses their job and then gets divorced. Xie Yunshu was furious. This girl had a sharp tongue. Aunt Liu, who had just finished cleaning the windows, came out with a basin. Seeing the scene, she knew the two girls were about to argue again. Habitually, she advised, all right, let's all calm down. It's almost time for dinner, so hurry up and finish your work so you can go home. One had a sharp tongue and the other a bad temper, yet these two girls lived right above and below each other. The boys in the building didn't fight as much as they did. If they ever got along peacefully, it would be a miracle. Lin Suiping had never made Xie Yunshu speechless before. She immediately got bold and said, I don't care. I brought everything back and saw some really disgusting things, so you have to give me more money. Xie Yunshu ground her teeth. Lin Suiping did bring back a lot of stuff. She originally only asked her to bring back the wardrobe and the recorder, but she never expected this girl to hire several big tricycles and empty the place out completely. Now, it was good. She had just said it would cost a lot to fill the whole yard, but now it seemed she wouldn't have to spend anything. How much do you want? Xie Yunshu took a deep breath and casually threw a dirty rag from Aunt Liu's basin onto Lin Suiping's head. Think carefully before you answer. No way I'm giving you a single cent. Lin Suiping almost choked on her words. She angrily pulled the rag off her head, nearly gagging from the smell. EW, what is that smell? Xie Yunshu, are you trying to kill me? You threw this stinky thing on my head? I just washed my hair this morning and used Seagull shampoo. Aunt Liu helplessly took the rag back. I just wiped the door frame and haven't washed it yet. Lin Suiping was furious. She pointed at Xie Yunshu, ready to shout, but then heard Xie Yunshu squint and say, Lin Suiping, you don't want to fight me right now, do you? Lin Suiping clenched her teeth. Xie Yunshu, don't push me too far. I'll give you 5 more yuan.
Huh? What?
Lin Suiping stopped clenching her teeth and widened her eyes. What did you say? Xie Yunshu rolled her eyes. 5 more yuan is payment. Do you want it? If not, forget it. I want it. When did I say I didn't want it? Xie Yunshu, you better keep your word. Lin Suiping forgot about the smell on her head. 5 yuan could buy several big bottles of Seagull shampoo. Xie Yunshu pulled out 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to her. Stop talking and move the stuff inside. Take the money and keep quiet while you work. Lin Suiping instinctively wanted to argue back, but looking at the money in her hand, she forced a smile. I'm not the kind of person who talks too much. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your ex-husband sleeping with other women. She dared to say that. Xie Yunshu took a deep breath. Just be quiet. Aunt Lu looked at the 5 yuan in Lin Suiping's hand with envy and cheerfully said, You two girls have a good relationship. One helps move furniture, and the other is so generous with money. Lin Suiping struggled to move a single sofa, thinking to herself that she wasn't really close to Xie Yunshu. She was just in it for the money and to see Xie Yunshu's misfortune. Xie Yunshu, behind her, picked up a few stools and called out to the people in the yard, Tonight we'll have a big pot of meat stew. Don't leave. Stay for dinner and then come to my house to watch TV. Lin Suiping's eyes lit up at this. After smelling delicious food for days, would she finally get to eat? Aunt Xiao laughed loudly. It's too late to steam buns now. How about we make some hand-pulled noodles to mix with the meat broth? It will be warm and tasty. Li Fenlin smiled too. She rarely spoke loudly but couldn't help standing up straighter. I'll go home to get some pork, the fatty kind with skin. I'll fry it into a sauce. It will definitely be delicious. She felt relieved knowing her daughter had earned some money. Poor families like theirs only felt secure when they had money. Even though she was divorced, they could still live well. Her daughter was stronger than anyone else. As night fell, the dim yellow lights in the alley flickered on one after another. The stone-paved road was clean from the wind, and although it was a cold winter night, there was a hint of warmth like spring. In contrast to the warmth of the courtyard, the Lou family was in turmoil, the atmosphere colder than when Xie Yunshu had gone to court. Lu Jianxi threw a ceramic teacup on the ground, shattering it. The broken pieces grazed Lu Zhixing's brow. Not marrying? You've made a mess of things, and now the whole Haiqing hospital is laughing at you. And now you tell me you don't want to marry Zhou Xinhua? Cheng Yuxiang rushed forward to protect her son, glaring back at him. Why should my son marry a woman with a child? It was just one night. We can give Zhou Xinhua some money to leave with her child. Now you say to leave. Lu Jianxi took a deep breath, his face turning pale with anger. When Zhixing brought Zhou Xinhua home, I said that any debt of gratitude could be settled with money. What did you all say? You insisted she was pitiful and should stay to take care of him. Is this how you take care of someone? You divorce your own wife and then take care of her in bed? Lu Jianxi's lips trembled. Although he didn't think much of Xie Yunshu, at least she came from a respectable family, and no one would laugh at him as the deputy director. Now, he felt his reputation was in tatters. Lu Zixing knelt on the ground, bloodstains on his lowered eyes, and spoke with a rough voice. I divorced Yunshu just to make her feel better. My relationship with Zhou Xinhua was just an accident. There was something wrong with that bottle of wine, but he couldn't find any evidence. The impulse inside him had long faded, and even going to the hospital didn't reveal any abnormalities. When he confronted Zhang Qingshan, Zhang looked confused and said his wife always sent unopened bottles. Coming back to his senses, Lu Zhixing carefully thought about all the details from that day. Chen Shui might have issues, but the biggest problem was Zhou Xinhua. Why did she come to drink with him out of the blue, and why did she time it perfectly to catch Lin Suiping? Wasn't the outcome today what she wanted? He once thought Zhou Xinhua was kind and innocent, but was she really a scheming woman? If he divorced Yunshu because of her, wouldn't that be a huge joke? Unfortunately, Zhou Xinhua wouldn't admit anything. She would just cry and threaten to harm herself in the family compound, leaving him unable to express his frustrations. Even the director had helplessly stopped his appointments, telling him to sort out his personal matters first. He could never marry Zhou Xinhua. Lu Jianxi looked at his son on the ground with disappointment. If you don't marry her, how will the hospital staff see this? You can't hide it. Lu Zhixing lowered his head, gripping his clothes tightly. I know it has a big impact, but I can't marry her. I don't love her at all. Dad, I will handle this. I can have the hospital transfer her away from Haiqing, give her money and a job, but I absolutely cannot marry her. Lu Jianxi sighed deeply,
seemingly considering the feasibility of this plan. He didn't want Zhou Xinyue in the Lou family either. Recently, he had dinner with the deputy director of the Grain Bureau, and they discussed Lu Zhixing's divorce. The deputy jokingly mentioned that his daughter had long had feelings for Lu Zhixing and was still unmarried. At that time, Lu Jianxi had been intrigued, but now, how could she still want to marry into their family? Cheng Yuxiang impatiently said, "Just give her 1,000 yuan and send her away. She was never a pure girl anyway. What does it matter if she slept with someone?" When it didn't involve the Lu family's interests, she was willing to indulge Zhou Xinyue to build a gracious image. But once it affected the family's reputation and her son's future, Zhou Xinyue meant nothing to her. The room fell silent. Just as Lu Jianxi was about to nod, Lu Xueting suddenly rushed in, panic on her face. "Mom, something's wrong with brother. Xinyue took poison to commit suicide, and she's in the hospital being rescued right now." "What?" Lu Jianxi stood up in shock, while Lu Zhixing, kneeling on the ground, suddenly turned around, his crimson eyes filled with despair. Zhou Xinyue was dead, and he would carry the weight of a life lost. But if Zhou Xinyue lived, how could he express that he did not want to marry her? At Haiqing Hospital, even Director Lin was alarmed. Normally, he wouldn't care about a small nurse's situation, but Zhou Xinyue had just been involved in a scandal with Lu Zhixing, and now she was attempting to take her own life. He had always believed in Lu Zhixing, a medical graduate who returned from studying abroad. He was skilled in surgery and had no issues with his medical abilities. After marrying, Lu Zhixing would have more time to dedicate to the hospital, making him a model doctor. Who would have thought that trying to repay a debt of gratitude would lead to such a huge mess, risking his entire future? Director Lin sighed deeply. "Zhixing, there was no accident planned. After the new year, you were supposed to be promoted to deputy director. Now, how am I supposed to report this? Not to mention others. Even within our hospital, this won't pass. Personal conduct may not affect medical skills, but it definitely impacts promotions." Lu Zhixing looked defeated, his clenched fists hanging by his side. "I understand, Director Lin." Director Lin felt troubled as well. Lu Zhixing had once been his student, and he had strongly recommended him for the position of chief physician upon his return. He believed that although Lu Zhixing was proud, his character was beyond question. But now, everything that had happened felt like a slap in the face. "What do you plan to do? Zhou Xinyue has been saved, but this situation has escalated too much. Even the higher-ups have heard about it and just called me for updates." Director Lin looked at Lu Zhixing, hesitating before advising. At this point, not marrying her would be unreasonable. What if Zhou Xinyue attempts to take her life again? Zhou Xinyue was a rescued victim, but after being saved, she ended up in a situation that led to her humiliation and suicide. Even if that wasn't the truth, the story would surely be exaggerated and spread far and wide. If that happened, not only would Lu Zhixing's reputation suffer, but the entire Haiqing Hospital's reputation would be tarnished. On the way to the hospital, Lu Jianxi had given Lu Zhixing a stern order. "It doesn't matter how this all started. What matters now is the outcome. If you don't present a proper attitude, the entire Lu family will be affected by your actions." This time, Cheng Yuxiang did not dare to oppose and could only advise her son, "Zhixing, just marry Zhou Xinyue first. Since you've already divorced once, it won't be a big deal if you divorce again in a couple of years. With your good qualities, you won't have trouble finding a nice girl later." Lu Jianjie frowned but did not voice any objections. Regardless of whether they would divorce in the future, he had to marry Zhou Xinyue now to show that the Lu family would take responsibility. Otherwise, they would be criticized. Only Lu Xueting shrank back and didn't dare to say anything. She was short-sighted and hadn't considered the bigger picture. While it sounded innocent, it was actually foolish, so she couldn't understand why her sister Xinyue's act of pretending to take poison to threaten them made their parents and brother so anxious. The biggest reason for Lu Xueting's unease was that the idea of Zhou Xinyue threatening marriage by taking medicine was hers. Even though Cheng Yuxiang was fed up with Zhou Xinyue, she had to show concern in the hospital. She held Zhou Xinyue's hand and said, "You silly girl,
You can't treat your life like this after it was so hard to save. Zhou Xinyue's face was pale, and her downcast eyes were filled with tears. Aunt Chung, I just don't want to burden Jixing. If she was worried about being a burden, she should quietly leave instead of causing such a scene with a suicide threat. Chung Yuxiang was not foolish. She secretly scoffed but pressed harder on Zhou Xinyue's hand. Good girl, your uncle and I have discussed it. Once you are discharged, you and Jixing will go get your marriage certificate. The new year is coming, so we can consider it a happy occasion. Zhou Xinyue's pale face flushed slightly from the pain, and she couldn't help but cry out, Aunt Chung, you're hurting me. Immediately, the nurses in the room looked over. Chung Yuxiang hadn't expected Zhou Xinyue, who appeared to be obedient, would not tolerate the pain at all. Her expression changed, and she quickly released her grip. Aunt Chung is just worried about you. All right, it's settled then. We're all good kids, so let's keep it simple and get the certificate to give everyone an explanation. Zhou Xinyue lowered her head and stopped speaking. However, getting a marriage certificate without a wedding, and the fact that Chung Yuxiang said it was for everyone's sake rather than hers, clearly showed that she was being dismissed. Although her reputation was damaged and things didn't go as she had hoped, she could still marry into the Lou family. Once she was in, good days would await her. So, she blushed and nodded. I will listen to Aunt Chung. Chung Yuxiang took a deep breath, unable to maintain her smile any longer. The future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law both have their own hidden agendas, but only Lu Xiwedding is truly happy. She steps forward to hug Zhou Xinyue and laughs joyfully. Sister Xinyue, that's wonderful. From now on, you'll be my sister-in-law. We can go shopping together every day and buy beautiful clothes. When Xie Yunshu first married in, she wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Xiwedding. However, Lu Xiwedding looked down on her and thought less of Xie Yunshu's frugality when they went shopping at the department store. Before her brother got married, he was generous with gifts, but after marriage, he gave all the money to his wife and stopped buying her anything. Lu Xiwedding believed that Xie Yunshu was stingy and too careful with money, never realizing that the money was actually being spent on Zhou Xinyue. Zhou Xinyue herself was not in any real trouble. She would never truly consider harming herself. She just wanted to pressure the Lu family a bit. Lu Jixing had not shown up at all. After leaving the hospital, he returned to the staff quarters. The empty room only had a bed and a few messy stools, as if it had been ransacked. Everything had been taken away by Lin Suiping. He sat in the chair, staring blankly at the darkening sky outside, feeling as if he were in an impossible dream. How could he be divorcing Yunshu and soon marrying Zhou Xinyue? Just a day before, he could confidently say that he had no relationship with Zhou Xinyue and that their connection was clear. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were sharing a bed and preparing to get a marriage certificate. 3 days later, Lu Jixing did get the certificate with Zhou Xinyue. That same day, Zhou Xinyue moved in with him. Her previous living situation had been cramped, and as soon as she left, the hospital reclaimed the space. On that day, Lu Jianwei and Chung Yuxiang didn't even show their faces.
How could they?
Everyone in the staff quarters was laughing at them. What kind of innocence could there be after getting married? Thankfully, Xie Yunshu was smart enough to divorce early, otherwise, she would have been infuriated. However, Zhou Xinyue was quite clever herself. A woman with a child managed to get involved with the most famous surgeon at Haiqing Hospital, and she was set for a good life ahead. Zhou Xinyue thought the same. After getting the certificate, she changed completely. As soon as she entered the room, she reached out to Lu Jixing, saying, Jixing, give me the bank book. I need to go to the department store to buy things. There's nothing in this house. How will we live? Lu Jixing coldly glanced at her and replied, There's no money in my account. All the money went to Xie Yunshu. Not only the money in the savings account, but he also plans to use several months of his future salary to pay back his friend's debt. Zhou Xinyue had no money either. She pressed her lips together, knowing that Lu Jixing was unhappy about being forced to marry her in this situation. However, she had ways to win back his heart, so she softened her voice. Jixing, no matter what, We are going to be a couple now. Even if I don't spend money, Xiao Wei still needs to live. With the new year coming, I was thinking of buying him some clothes. Skinny Xiao Wei was sitting alone in the corner. Hearing Zhou Xinyue's words, he quickly stood up and timidly called out, "Dad." Lu Zixing was taken aback, his tone stern and angry. "What did you call me?" Zhou Xinyue smiled slightly. "Zixing, even if we don't get married, you move Xiao Wei's household registration to the Lu family. Besides, now he is living with me. It makes sense for him to call you Dad." Lu Zixing finally remembered that before divorcing Yunshu, he had taken the initiative to move Xiao Wei's registration over, feeling sorry for the mother and son, which ultimately led Yunshu to give up on him and proceed with the divorce. He never imagined that in just a few days, he would actually become this child's nominal father. His expression changed repeatedly, and finally, Lu Zixing stepped back in defeat. "I have no money. You can bring your things here to use. I will be busy with work and won't be home often, so do whatever you want." Zhou Xinyue couldn't hold back anymore and raised her voice a bit. "What do you mean you have no money?" "Zixing, I only have a bed and a few tables. The wardrobe is just an old one from the hospital. We are getting married without any dowry, but at least we should have some furniture, right? When you married Xie Yunshu, everything in the house was brand new. When Lu Zixing married Xie Yunshu, he had given her a full set of 3 major gifts. It was said that he even used a car to pick her up from that old building, making a grand entrance. Why was it so different for her?" Mentioning Xie Yunshu made Lu Zixing's expression darken completely. He coldly looked at Zhou Xinyue. "I married Yunshu willingly. If I have no money, then I have no money. You can buy whatever you need, you have a salary too. When I lived with Yunshu, she never asked me for money." After saying this, he didn't want to stay in the house for another minute and walked out quickly. It was getting dark, and snowflakes began to fall. They were small, but soon the ground was covered in white. Good thing the snow is falling now. If it had come a few days ago, how would I have sold food at the construction site? Xie Yunshu stomped her feet, wearing a hat, just returned from the Xinhua bookstore. She was holding a few books about architecture in her arms. Having money in her pocket gave her confidence. At least now she could afford to buy books for herself. Below the building, there was only one streetlight casting a weak glow. Lu Zixing stood underneath, wearing just a black coat, which was covered in a layer of snowflakes. He lowered his head and only looked up when he heard a noise, his bloodshot eyes brightening instantly upon seeing Xie Yunshu. Xie Yunshu paused, cursing her bad luck in her mind, then walked into the building without showing any change in her expression.